on the planet Jining in the Hylon Star Domain. Inside Classroom 4, Grade 12, at Bayan City Number 2 High School in the southern province of the Daxia Federation, the bold, red chalk writing on the blackboard martial arts exam countdown. 30 days stood out vividly. Surrounded by accusations, Chu Sheng, who had just crossed over into this world, was momentarily lost until the memories of his new body flooded in, helping him piece everything together. This was an era where martial arts thrived across the stars, and he had once been a notorious martial arts master in his previous life, responsible for countless atrocities. Before ascending to a higher realm, he had left behind a fragment of his soul to be reincarnated and seek redemption. Now, because of his poverty, he was being accused of stealing the class funds. Chu Sheng, I'm begging you, just return the money. I won't tell the teacher, I promise, sobbed Lu Cha, who was in charge of the class funds, tears streaming down her face. From his memories, Chu Sheng could tell that this White Lotus act was just a facade. Even if he handed over the money, she would still report him to the teacher and then pretend to plead on his behalf in front of everyone. Get lost. If you have evidence, go straight to the teacher or report it to the discipline hall. If you don't, then stop talking nonsense. Chu Sheng snapped, delivering a sharp slap across her face. Meekness was never true justice. Real justice required decisive action. When Lu Cha's best friend accused him of hitting someone, Chu Sheng didn't hesitate to slap her as well. Oh, did I forget about you? That's my bad. The two slaps finally convinced everyone of his innocence. Right then, a system notification appeared. Say no to false accusations. Justice points 100. Reward unlocked. Chu Sheng found a quiet spot to check his rewards. 300 justice points, and an item called Echoes of the Past, which could summon his former self. Without hesitation, he spent all 400 points to boost his cultivation, instantly breaking through from the 3rd to the 7th level of the body-tempering realm. His blood surged, and his muscles became visibly more defined. When he returned to the classroom, the PE teacher, Wang Yingwu, announced 3 consecutive periods of PE. His deskmate quietly told him that Lu Cha had already sent a tearful message to her boyfriend, Lu Yang, a student in the elite class, and that their PE class would take place in the martial arts hall, the elite class territory. Do you know how he's planning to get back at you? His deskmate asked anxiously. Chu Sheng replied with a blank expression, no idea. But later, I can step on his face and ask him myself. Outside martial arts classroom number 5, 3 people stared intently at the students inside, who were practicing their stances. Leading the group was Lu Yang, LV Cha's boyfriend. A sly smile played on his lips, and there was a dangerous glint in his eyes. Lu, the teacher's here. It's not a good time for trouble, one of the others whispered cautiously. Lu Yang gave a cold, dismissive chuckle. Don't worry. As soon as break starts, just go in and drag him out for me. Students from the elite class have their privileges. He paused, a hint of contempt in his gaze. Actually, forget it. He'll handle this myself. What kind of elite hides in the crowd? Inside, the stance practice finally ended. The students, exhausted, dropped the 100-pound sandbags from their bodies and collapsed onto the floor. Chu Sheng stirred and glanced at Wang Yingwu, the instructor. Wang casually looked back and noticed that Chu Sheng's breathing was steady, nothing like the usual exhaustion everyone else showed after such training. A flicker of unease crossed Wang's mind. Just as he was about to ask, footsteps echoed in the hallway. He turned and saw a proud-looking student in an elite class uniform enter the room. Lu Yang. The students from class 4 exchanged knowing, gloating looks. Clearly, everyone knew why he was there. He was here to stand up for LV Cha. Lu Yang scanned the room with satisfaction, then nodded politely at Wang Yingwu. Mr. Wang, I'm just here to find someone. I want to disrupt your class. Without waiting for a reply, he strode straight toward Chu Sheng. At that moment, the students of class 4 gasped in shock. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yang's world went dark. Chu Sheng had suddenly leapt up, striking like a tiger. He landed a flying kick squarely on Lu Yang, sending him crashing to the floor. Everyone was stunned by the sudden burst of violence. Letting someone walk all over you while you're still standing? Not a chance, Chu Sheng said coldly, looming over Lu Yang with an icy stare and a chilling smile. Looking for me, tough guy? Lu Yang trembled, noticing the shock in the eyes of his classmates, especially the flicker of fear in LV Cha's eyes. Rage surged within him, and he threatened, "He'll kill you." He tried to push himself up from the ground, but Chu Sheng kept him pinned effortlessly. No matter how hard Lu Yang struggled, he couldn't break free. Still have the nerve to threaten me? Chu Sheng sneered, hoisting Lu Yang up and slamming him into the ground. Lu Yang's body convulsed, and he coughed up blood before passing out cold. Wang Yingwu finally snapped out of his shock and rushed forward to drag Lu Yang away. He stared at Chu Sheng in disbelief. Standing before him was a prodigy who had reached the 7th level of body refinement. With urgency, he asked, Chu Sheng, when did you break through to the 7th level? Wang's words struck everyone like a thunderclap. Chu Sheng, 7th level? How did that add up? Wasn't he only at the 3rd level during last week's vitality test? For levels in 1 week, was that even possible? Soon, realization dawned on the crowd. Chu Sheng had been hiding his true strength all along. waiting for the perfect moment to reveal himself. No wonder Head dared to challenge LV Cha. Everyone finally understood that Chu Sheng's real abilities were far beyond their expectations. Wang Yingwu looked at Chu Sheng and shook his head with a wry smile. Seriously? Still playing these games at your age? Smart move, you finally showed your true abilities because you know the elite class selection is tomorrow, right? If a student makes it into the elite class, their instructor gets a reward too. With such an unexpected bonus, how could Wang Yingwu not be pleased? He quickly pushed Lu Yang toward the two people waiting outside the classroom. Take him to the infirmary. When he wakes up, tell him not to interrupt others during class, it's rude. Let this be a lesson. The two hurriedly helped Lu Yang out. Chu Sheng nodded in satisfaction. It didn't matter how the disruption was stopped, what mattered was that it was. That's justice. He recalled what Wang Yingwu had just mentioned about the elite class selection. Every week, the school held a competition to pick the top student, who would then replace the lowest-ranked member of the elite class, a so-called Wolfpack competition. Once admitted, students not only received far more resources than those in regular classes, but also gained access to the library's second floor, where they could choose a higher-level martial arts technique. For most, this was a rare opportunity. By the end of 3 PE periods, everyone was completely exhausted, barely able to move, except for Chu Sheng, who was still full of energy and seemed like he could keep going. This only reinforced everyone's suspicion. Chu Sheng must have been hiding his true strength all along, definitely hadn't just made a recent breakthrough. Most martial artists experience unstable energy and weak foundations after leveling up and need time to stabilize. But Chu Sheng was different. His cultivation was steadily advanced by the system, accumulating bit by bit, so he never faced those issues. After class, Wang Yingwu brought Chu Sheng to Sun Yuan, who was in charge of the selection signups. The two were longtime friends. When Sun Yuan saw them coming, he thought Wang Yingwu was there to invite him to lunch. He looked at Chu Sheng with some confusion. There's only half an hour left before registration closes. Give me a minute. Wang Yingwu waved him off impatiently. Cut the nonsense. I'm here to sign up a student. Sun Yuan was momentarily taken aback, his gaze settling on Chu Sheng as he sized up the seemingly ordinary boy. Wang Yingwu had brought students from 3 classes, class 4, 8, and 11, and Sun Yuan knew none of them met the requirements. But Wang Yingwu just grinned and said proudly, Class 4, Chu Sheng. Body tempering, level 7. This kid's been hiding his strength all along today, he finally revealed it. Sun Yuan's eyes widened in shock. Level 7. He was hiding that deep? He then added, a bit skeptically, you're not messing with me, are you? We can just check his energy level with the tester. Chu Sheng stepped up onto the machine, which clearly displayed a blood energy reading of 72, definitely at the 7th level of body tempering. Sun Yuan glanced at the registration sheet and saw that the highest level so far was only level 5. Looking at Chu Sheng's stats, he was pretty sure this kid was a shoo-in for the elite class. But Wang Yingwu didn't seem in a hurry to leave. Suddenly, he focused on a name on the list, his expression growing serious. It was Lin Chuan from class 9, body tempering level 4. Wang Yingwu recalled something he'd seen in a back alley at school a few days ago, and his brow furrowed tightly. He didn't say anything more to Sun Yuan, but quickly pulled Chu Sheng away. As they walked, his tone turned grave. In this election, you need to watch out for one person, Lin Chuan from class 9. He's also at body tempering level 7, just like you. Chu Sheng was a bit confused. Wasn't the highest level supposed to be body tempering stage 5? Wang Yingwu smirked, a knowing look in his eyes. Hey, he's just like you, pretending to be weak to fool others. He lowered his voice, describing what had witnessed that day. There were 3 people, 2 at the 6th level, 1 at the 7th. In less than 30 seconds, only the one at the 7th level was still standing. Wang Yingwu gestured animatedly. Then that kid used a shattering rock fist and snapped the 7th level guy's arm clean in half. If I'm not mistaken, his shattering rock fist is at least at the intermediate level, maybe even advanced. Chu Sheng frowned deeply, turning the words over in his mind. 7th level, advanced martial skills, playing the underdog. He gritted his teeth. Of course, he's putting on an act. If someone doesn't know who they're dealing with, they'll end up being played for a fool, Wang Yingwu added, a note of warning in his tone. Although Chu Sheng could understand why Lin Chuan liked to play the underdog, there was a certain thrill to it. It didn't mean he approved. To him, it just wasn't right. He clenched his fists, silently vowing to make Lin Chuan see the error of his ways. That stubborn sense of justice flared up inside Chu Sheng again. He quickly analyzed the situation. Lin Chuan's true strength was probably comparable to the 8th level. Even if he himself reached the 8th level, it might not be enough. Well, that's easy. He'll just advance to the 9th level, Chu Sheng said, determination flashing in his eyes. If he likes to play games, he'll play along. He figured 200 justice points wouldn't be enough. After thinking it over, Chu Sheng's eyes lit up as he came up with an idea. Mr. Wang, are there any good places to relax in town? He asked, feigning innocence. Huh. Wang Yingwu was taken aback. Relax? What kind of relaxing are you talking about? I'm an adult now, Chu Sheng said, meeting Wang Yingwu's gaze. Wang Yingwu froze for a moment, then gave an awkward laugh. I'm not that kind of teacher. Liar. Chu Sheng called him out without hesitation. I heard someone once found your wallet, and it had over a dozen VIP gold cards in it. Wang Yinghui's face turned red, but he quickly regained his composure. Still, I have my principles. As a teacher, how could I tell you about that? He hesitated, then lowered his voice. After you graduate, they'll treat you to the full experience. I'm just asking around. I swear I won't go, Chu Sheng promised earnestly. Given how well-behaved Chu Sheng had always been, Wang Yingwu hesitantly pulled out his phone, opened a secure folder, and quietly pointed to a list of addresses. The ones at the top are overpriced, but the last 5 are pretty good, he said seriously. But listen, I'm a VIP at all of them, spent tens of thousands, and I know the staff. If you dare to go, I'll come find you myself. As soon as he got home, Chu Sheng dialed the local law enforcement hotline. Hello, I'd like to report. He rattled off all the addresses, leaving the operator stunned. Is this for real? Are you just trying to mess with society? The operator asked, bewildered. Ding. The system notification chimed. Assisted in cracking down on illegal activities, helped clean up the community. Justice points, 300. Satisfied with his haul, Chu Sheng nodded and brought up the system interface to allocate his points. You have spent 300 justice points. Your martial cultivation has advanced to body tempering stage 9. The moment the message appeared, Chu Sheng felt a surge of energy within him. His muscles swelled like rising tides, his body towering like a mountain. He still had 200 justice points left, not enough to reach the next stage. After a brief consideration, Chu Sheng decided to upgrade one of his martial arts skills. That name, Lin Chuan, just screams trouble like a main character from a novel, Chu Sheng muttered. Crossing 1 level is normal, 2 isn't impossible either. I better not get caught off guard. You have spent 200 justice points. Your stacked wave fist has reached the advanced level. In an instant, countless images flashed through Chu Sheng's mind, another version of himself practicing the stacked wave fist day and night. As the visions faded, the new memories fully integrated into his body. Chu Sheng stood up and threw a punch. The force of his fist crashed through the air like waves pounding the shore. He followed up with another punch, each strike building on the last, the power intensifying with every blow. Triple wave, quadruple wave, quintuple wave. When the 6th wave exploded, a piercing, tearing roar ripped through the air. Chu Sheng shook his slightly numb arm, recalling the force behind that final punch. He suspected the impact had surpassed the 2,000 kilogram mark, but he couldn't be completely sure. He could verify it with a test dummy, but somehow, those cold numbers always felt lacking. He decided to ask Lin Chuan directly for confirmation the next day. Looking around the small apartment provided by the federal government, Chu Sheng let out a sigh. As an orphan with no surviving family, this was his only refuge, but it would be reclaimed after he graduated from high school. The monthly 2,000 yuan subsidy was just enough to get by, but for a martial artist with his kind of appetite, it was barely enough to stave off hunger. Staring at the bank card showing less than 300 yuan, Chu Sheng gave a wry smile and opened his food delivery app, spending 200 yuan straight away on a nutrition meal. How can I talk about upholding justice when I can't even afford to eat? He thought, mocking himself. The next morning, the martial arts arena at number 2 high school was buzzing with excitement. When the crowd saw Chu Sheng's name and his 7th level body refinement rank, the students in class 4 looked as if they were in a daze. It was like hearing that a quiet classmate had suddenly secured a spot at a top university while everyone else was frantically preparing for exams. 7th level body refinement. Someone gasped. That's already above average, and the elite class totally outclasses us regular students. No wonder Chu Sheng is always so easygoing. He just couldn't be bothered to argue with us, another voice sighed. The strongest among them was only at the 5th level, so the outcome of the elite class selection was already a foregone conclusion. When the first round matchups were announced, Chu Sheng's opponent turned out to be Lin Chuan, who was only at the 4th level. Everyone immediately felt sorry for Lin Chuan, convinced he was doomed to be a stepping stone. But over in class 9, Lin Chuan's best friend, a chubby boy with a round face, just smirked to himself. He knew Lin Chuan was not only at the 7th level, but had also mastered 2 advanced martial skills, making him as strong as someone at the 8th level. Not far away, Li Qingxue, known as the school beauty of number 2 high, listened to the girls around her expressing sympathy for her childhood friend. She just smiled calmly. In her mind, the one who really deserved sympathy was the suddenly awakened Chu Sheng. As the whistle blew and the first round was about to begin, Lin Chuan greeted Chu Sheng in the waiting area. Chu Sheng responded with a scornful sneer. Get lost, loser. In his eyes, anyone who rose to fame overnight was just pretending to be weak, nothing more. Watching Chu Sheng's arrogant back, Lin Chuan just grinned, unfazed. He was used to being underestimated and almost wished Chu Sheng would talk down to him even more. Pretentious, huh? Let's see how high you fly in a minute. On the dueling platform, Lin Chuan let out a loud yawn. He deliberately put on a lazy, indifferent act, playing the role of an underdog to perfection. The audience immediately erupted in boos. A 4th level fighting a 7th level? What's the point? Just give up already. The jeers came one after another. Deep down, Lin Chuan was secretly pleased after 2.5 years of pretending. Today would finally mark the end of his charade. He glanced at Chu Sheng across from him, silently calculating how much strength to reveal. Should he hold back at first and let his opponent get the upper hand? Just imagining the moment when the truth would come out sent a thrill through Lin Chuan. After announcing the rules, the teacher in charge stepped off the stage. Lin Chuan couldn't help but smile, but Chu Sheng spoke calmly. What exactly are you so excited about? We're classmates, so go easy on me, okay? Lin Chuan replied, feigning flattery. Idiot. I'm at the 9th level, Chu Sheng said, frowning. What? Lin Chuan's expression changed dramatically, just as the starting whistle blew. Chu Sheng shot forward like a gust of wind, landing a heavy punch on Lin Chuan's chest. The second punch followed immediately, forcing Lin Chuan to cough up blood as he staggered backward. Chu Sheng pressed his attack relentlessly, his fists forming an impenetrable barrage, driving Lin Chuan to the edge of the platform. With the sixth wave of his overlapping punch technique, Chu Sheng sent Lin Chuan flying over 10 meters, crashing to the ground. Lin Chuan's chest was caved in, and he could barely breathe. The teachers in the stands were stunned in just 5 seconds. Chu Sheng, at the 9th level, had used a perfected overlapping punch technique to utterly overwhelm his opponent. The students, while unable to grasp the difference in their cultivation levels, all knew they couldn't withstand such an attack. They sighed in admiration. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Chu Sheng had shown real respect by going all out against someone so outmatched. Li Qingsu's face was frozen in shock and confusion. She had thought Lin Chuan was at the 7th level with 2 mastered martial arts techniques, but now it was clear he had been deceiving her all along. After Lin Chuan was taken to the infirmary, the teacher announced that not only had Chu Sheng won the match, he had also claimed the overall victory in the selection tournament. Facing an opponent with a perfected martial arts technique at the 9th level, the other contestants willingly conceded there was no point in continuing the competition. After all, who would enjoy getting beaten up? Elite students received a weekly supply of 2 low-grade vitality pills, worth a total of 2,000 Federation credits. In comparison, regular students only got a bottle of vitality solution valued at 300 credits, which was about as effective as an ordinary drink. As for martial arts techniques, Chu Sheng wasn't in a rush to choose. He planned to wait until he advanced to the meridian opening stage. After collecting his supplies, Chu Sheng was led to a martial arts classroom reserved for elite students. The room was massive, 10 times the size of a regular classroom, fully equipped with state-of-the-art training facilities, even better than most dedicated training centers. As Chu Sheng stood at the entrance, many students glanced his way. He was the winner of today's selection match. While the competition wasn't considered high-level, it was enough to spark the curiosity of the elite students, who usually paid little attention to these lower-tier matches. Most preferred to rest outside and wouldn't bother wasting their time watching. Chu Sheng had just taken his seat when a teacher approached him. Wait here for a moment. They'll help you apply for a private training room, the teacher said in a professional tone. Chu Sheng nodded. Soon after, 3 people approached him. The one in the lead looked at him with disdain. You're the new guy? Do you know the rules? His tone was openly provocative. Chu Sheng was momentarily taken aback. What rules? The guy sneered. Looks like you really don't know how things work around here. I guess it's time we taught you a lesson. He stepped closer, his gaze threatening. Hand over your vitality pills, and we'll make sure nothing happens to you this week. Chu Sheng frowned slightly and stood up, his eyes cold. So, you're trying to extort me? The leader's eyes narrowed. You really? Before he could finish, Chu Sheng lunged forward and landed a punch on his chest, sending him flying across the room. The other 2 barely had time to react before Chu Sheng kicked them away as well. The entire atmosphere in the martial arts classroom froze. Everyone stared at Chu Sheng in shock, stunned by what they had just seen. The leader struggled to his feet, about to say something, when Chu Sheng delivered a powerful axe kick to his shoulder. There was a sickening crack, and his shoulder was instantly deformed. He howled in pain. A girl with her hair in a bun hurried over to check his injury. When she saw his nearly shattered shoulder blade, her face turned red with anger. Hands on her hips, she shouted, You went way too far. With an injury like this, he'll need months to recover, might even have lasting damage. We're all classmates. How could you be so brutal? Chu Sheng sneered. I was just preventing this from turning into a robbery. If I'd waited until then, things would have been even uglier for you. The girl was stunned, ready to argue back. But before she could speak, Chu Sheng slapped her across the face. Get lost. As the tension peaked, a sudden round of applause echoed from the doorway, breaking the silence. Clap, clap, clap. A young man with a crooked smile strolled into the classroom, his expression both charming and sinister. This was Qin Feng, a powerhouse at the 9th level of body tempering, known for his good looks and commanding presence. He was ranked 3rd in the school and nicknamed Child of the Wind. He sauntered over to Chu Sheng, a mocking smile on his lips. Well, sight so righteous and heroic. But let me ask you, what if those 3 are my people? What if I told them to come after your vitality pills? As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feng's aura exploded, the pressure in the room dropping sharply. Chu Sheng narrowed his eyes and replied coolly, "Then I guess you're looking for a fight." As soon as the words fell, the entire martial arts classroom fell silent. Even the student whose shoulder had just been crippled forgot to cry out, staring wide-eyed at the scene before them. A newcomer actually dared to talk to Qin Feng like that? He must have a death wish. Qin Feng's lips curled into a faint smile, just about to fire back, when a sudden voice interrupted him. Everyone turned to look and saw that the teacher who had left earlier was now standing at the doorway, though no one knew when had returned. "What's going on here?" the teacher asked with a frown. Chu Sheng remained calm, pointing at the group of students on the floor. "These guys tried to extort me, so I had no choice but to teach them a lesson." The teacher paused for a moment, then waved his hand dismissively. He was well aware of the bullying that went on in the elite class. In fact, the school leadership all knew about it. It was always the same older students bullying the newcomers. Chu Sheng's accusation sounded a little too dramatic to him. "We'll deal with this later. You, come with me," the teacher said, signaling for Chu Sheng to follow. Qin Feng sat on the ground, a disdainful smirk on his face. He waved his hand and said, "Go ahead, I'll wait for you." Chu Sheng followed the teacher to Principal Wu Qingshan's office. It turned out the meeting was about the single-person training rooms. There were only 5 in the whole school, and they were all occupied. If Chu Sheng wanted to use one, he'd have to challenge one of the 5 current users. Whoever won would get the right to use the room. "Who was that guy just now?" Chu Sheng asked. "Qin Feng. Body tempering, 9th level. He's ranked 3rd in the whole school," the teacher explained, his tone turning serious. "But I'd advise you not to challenge him." A cold glint flashed in Chu Sheng's eyes. "He'll pass on your advice. He's exactly who I want to challenge. I just saved up 600 justice points. Someone at the 9th level of body tempering shouldn't be a problem. Besides, why let him show off for nothing?" Huh. The teacher was momentarily stunned and didn't know how to respond. After hearing what happened, Wu Qingshan spoke earnestly. "Xiao Chu, you should understand what martial competition really means. It's not that the school doesn't want to intervene, it's that we can't. All schools are like this. If I punish him, he'll just transfer to another school. If this keeps up, we might as well shut down. Outstanding students will never lack options, and schools are always poaching talent from each other." Chu Sheng nodded to show he understood, but his determination didn't waver in the slightest. Wu Qingshan continued. "Qin Feng has mastered a movement technique to a pretty advanced level. He won't be easy to deal with. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider?" "No need," Chu Sheng replied firmly. "They'll head to the library first. If I can't beat a 9th level body tempering fighter, they'll just advance to the meridian opening stage. The so-called meridian opening involves unlocking the Bodhis meridians to channel spiritual energy from the world. The energy flowing inside the body is called true qi by martial artists. Compared to body tempering, meridian opening is like crushing cold weapons with hot weapons. Even someone at the 1st level of meridian opening could easily defeat more than a dozen 9th level body tempering practitioners. That's the advantage of mastering true qi, a higher form of energy." On his way, Chu Sheng pulled up his system panel and tapped the upgrade button. Instantly, a system notification popped up. "Justice points sufficient. Would you like to advance to the Lost Realm body tempering, 10th level?" Chu Sheng rubbed his chin, puzzled. Had never heard of a 10th level in body tempering. What's the point of body tempering, 10th level? The 10th level of body tempering represents true physical perfection, allowing you to match the strength of someone at the 1st level of meridian opening. Chu Sheng snorted. "So what? Do I look stupid to you? Why would I stop at a level that's only comparable to meridian opening when I could just advance and actually reach that stage? Does going through the 10th level increase my success rate at advancing? Like, will I be way stronger after breaking through? Invincible at my level or something? Of course not. The reason the 10th level of body tempering is forgotten is because it's basically useless and just wastes time." On the other hand, because he had overdrawn his potential, Chu Sheng's cultivation could easily backfire. "What are you even doing? Are you looking for trouble? You want me to beat you up, or what?" Ding. You have spent 400 justice points. Your martial arts level has advanced to the 1st stage of the meridian opening realm. Current justice points, 200. In an instant, Chu Sheng's 2 main meridians were completely opened. As spiritual energy surged into his body like a tidal wave, every pore relaxed, filling him with an incredible sense of comfort. With the strength of the 1st stage of the meridian opening realm, a single punch now carried the force of 3,000 kilograms. If he struck, even someone at the 9th level of body refinement would likely suffer serious injuries. Heading to the 2nd floor of the library, Chu Sheng walked over to the martial arts section and selected a copy of Spirit Wind Blade Technique, a top-tier Shin-level sword art, the best blade technique available at the school. There's something about men and Bladisa deep, innate passion and obsession. Then, he picked up another Shin-level manual, 100 Forgings Breathing Technique. While students in the elite class could only choose one martial technique, after breaking through to the meridian opening realm, they were allowed to select one breathing technique as well. The registrar almost spoke up when she saw him with 2 books, but suddenly sensed the aura emanating from Chu Sheng and immediately held her tongue. His presence was deep and steady, like an abyss, clearly not someone to be taken lightly. As Chu Sheng left, the registrar was full of questions. Who is this Chu Sheng? He's already broken through to the meridian opening realm? She had never heard of him before. But then she remembered that Yi Fan, who was much stronger, had already reached the second stage of the meridian opening realm, so Chu Sheng hardly seemed worth mentioning. Challenging someone of a higher level stuff like that only happens in novels. Chu Sheng walked downstairs and spent 200 justice points to master the 100 forgings breathing technique. His ability to absorb spiritual energy increased noticeably, and true energy began to accumulate rapidly within him. As his blood and qi were continually nourished by this true energy, his physical strength also grew. In the path of cultivation, blood and qi are the foundation. Only by enhancing them can one truly break through bottlenecks. Although 100 forgings breathing technique was a lower grade manual, Chu Sheng didn't plan to waste more justice points on it. Mastery was enough for now. Head switched to a higher grade breathing technique when the opportunity arose. When he arrived at the elite martial arts classroom, the teacher had already told Qin Feng about Chu Sheng's challenge. Although he had heard Chu Sheng had reached the 9th level of body refinement, Qin Feng didn't take it seriously at all. Had only eliminated a weakling at the 4th level. Did that really make him impressive? Qin Feng was confident that, apart from Yi Fan, who was ranked 2nd, no one at the same level in the entire second high school could beat him. And since Yi Fan had already reached the meridian opening realm, he was on a different level altogether. When the students in the elite class heard about the challenge, they started talking amongst themselves. Chu Sheng is way too arrogant. He could have just challenged the 4th or 5th place, but he insists on going after Qin Feng. He must have a death wish. I'll bet that, apart from Yi Fan, there's no one at the 9th level of body refinement who could beat Qin Feng. As Chu Sheng entered the martial arts classroom, all the chatter instantly stopped. Qin Feng smirked and walked toward Chu Sheng, ready to speak. But just as he was about to say something, he noticed the 100 forgings breathing technique at Chu Sheng's feet. That was the very manual head plan to pick up after reaching the meridian opening realm. There was no way he could be mistaken. Qin Feng's eyes widened in shock. Chu Sheng had already gotten that book? Did that mean had already reached the meridian opening realm? Is this guy just pretending to be weak? Qin Feng wondered, but he still found it hard to believe. The teacher broke the silence and spoke up. Chu Sheng, I've already discussed the training room with Qin Feng. When do you think would be a good time? As for the place, he said you can choose. Before the words had faded, a surge of energy exploded around Chu Sheng, like a wild beast breaking free from its cage, lunging straight at Qin Feng. First stage of the meridian opening realm. Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat, his pupils contracting instantly. His first instinct wasn't to look at Chu Sheng, but to glance down anxiously at his own legs. Useless legs run, but he knew his legs could never be fast enough. Facing Chu Sheng, who was already in the meridian opening realm, if Chu Sheng unleashed his true power, a single punch could leave him shattered. In that split second of crisis, Qin Feng relied on his years of martial arts training. With a light tap of his toes, his body shot up like a swallow taking flight. He thought he might have escaped by luck, but Chu Sheng's fist wind still chased him relentlessly, brushing past his sleeve. Chu Sheng's wave-stacking fist, combined with his energy, was practically impossible to dodge. Every punch carried an overwhelming force, leaving no room for resistance. If Qin Feng got caught even once, there'd be no way out. What's more, he was a whole stage below Chu Sheng. A moment later, Chu Sheng's fist landed squarely, causing Qin Feng to spit out blood. His energy surged chaotically, darkness clouded his vision, and he nearly lost consciousness. Chu Sheng's movements were swift as the wind, his fists raining down faster and faster, compressing the very air in the training room. Even the windows began to tremble from the force. Aura! 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 Chu Sheng's punches roared like thunder, and with a final strike that tore through the air, he sent Qin Feng flying. With a heavy thud, Qin Feng crashed into the wall, then collapsed to the floor like a puppet with its strings cut, lying motionless as if the ground itself was swallowing him up. The atmosphere froze instantly. The entire training room was silent as death. Everyone stood in shock, some nearly forgetting to breathe. That ended way too fast. The result is just unbelievable, a student whispered, eyes wide with disbelief at what they had just witnessed. Qin Feng was undefeated among his peers except for Yi Fan. But Chu Sheng wasn't just in the meridian opening realm, he was a level above. This wasn't even a fair fight. A teacher muttered to himself, 5 seconds again? The last selection match ended just as quickly. Lin Chuan was only at the 4th stage of body refinement, but Qin Feng was at the 9th. So how could it still end in 5 seconds? He quickly turned to Chu Sheng, shock written all over his face. Chu Sheng, when did you reach the meridian opening realm? At the selection, your energy was still at body refinement stage 9. Just on the way to the library, Chu Sheng replied calmly, as if it was no big deal. His answer left the whole class dumbfounded. What? He broke through just by walking? Unlocking the meridians is supposed to take painstaking effort, and rare elixirs like Juki powder and Tongmai pills aren't exactly easy to come by. The teacher could barely speak, muttering under his breath, A true genius, our school has struck gold. At that moment, Wu Changqing was led into the office. He stared at Chu Sheng in astonishment, his expression complicated. First stage of the meridian opening realm, that's more than enough to get into a top academy. If you ever run into trouble, come to me. I heard your father passed away early, though. I look like your dad? No, your godfather. He gave a sheepish grin. Chu Sheng glanced at him and replied coolly, fishing for favors. Are you? Honestly, you look more like a three-legged black donkey. For a moment, the room was silent. Wu Changqing's smile froze, and he was left speechless. After a while, he forced a laugh. You've got a real sense of humor, Chu. But seriously, if you ever need help, just let me know. If you're short on money, I can transfer 20,000 to your account. Once you get into a top academy, the school will reward you with another 200,000 federal credits. At this moment, Chu Sheng was no longer just another unknown student. His future was destined to be extraordinary. And for a high schooler, that 20,000 might as well have fallen from the sky. In just a few short minutes, it seemed as though the entire world had shifted for Chu Sheng. What if I managed to get into a top academy? Chu Sheng asked, his eyes shining with determination. On the path of martial arts, resources are essential, especially martial techniques and skills, which the system can't provide. Top academies have a clear advantage in that area. I have to get in, otherwise, it would be a waste of such a powerful system. Wu Qingshan smiled gently, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes smoothing out. It's good to have ambition, but honestly, I'd be satisfied if you got into a first-rate academy. He didn't want to dampen Chu Sheng's confidence, but reality was what it was. The minimum requirement for top academies was the third level of meridian opening. With only a month left until the martial exam, was there really someone who could advance 2 levels in just 1 month? Of course, such geniuses existed, but not in a place like Bian City. Even so, Wu Qingshan continued, if you get into a top academy, they'll give you 1,000,000 federal credits as a reward. Inside training room number 3, Chu Sheng tossed a low-grade blood qi pill into his mouth, feeling a surge of energy explode within him. If it were his former self, he would have been more than satisfied, but Chu Sheng only sighed, his brows furrowed. To be honest, it's pretty average, definitely not as good as having a cheat. He muttered to himself, then started thinking about justice points. The school environment was unstable, so gathering resources there was fine, but if he wanted to earn justice points, he'd have to find another place. I could check out the Abyss. The Abyss, as its name suggests, is a deep chasm underground. 2,000 years ago, the ancient teleportation array in the northern snowfields welcomed the first alien visitors, and 100 years later, both the alien races and the Abyss appeared. Each abyss is home to all kinds of monstrous beasts. If left unchecked, these beasts would spill out and wreak havoc on the human world. At the same time, the Abyss contains many rare resources scarce on Blue Star. To deal with this, the Great Xia Federation established the Abyssal Suppression Bureau, which is responsible for exploring and clearing out the Abyss. Near Bian City, there are 2 known abysses. One is rated Flevel, with beasts so weak that they're no threat to even beginner martial artists. For Chu Sheng, who had already reached meridian opening, it posed little danger. To Chu Sheng, these beasts were evil incarnate and deserved to die. Slaying them was undoubtedly a righteous act. Whether the system would agree, though, was something he'd have to test for himself. With time to spare, Chu Sheng decided to head to the Abyss and see for himself. Before leaving, he invested 200 justice points into his Spirit Wind Blade technique, instantly raising it to mastery. Since beasts had tough hides and strong bodies, relying on his fists alone would be exhausting. Students at the meridian opening stage could claim a first-tier weapon from the supply office, and among the many types of long blades, Chu Sheng chose the lightest one, the Azure Edge blade. Its slender, straight, lightweight design felt perfect in his hand. However, just after he left the school, in training room number 2, a young man with chiseled features slowly rose to his feet, opening eyes as sharp and resolute as steel. He let out a long breath and then threw a punch with a twist of his body. Bang! The LCD screen on the test dummy clearly displayed the force of his punch. 3,001 kilograms. The Lost Realm, 10th stage of body tempering, truly powerful. Even someone at the first level of meridian opening might not match me, the young man muttered, a confident gleam in his eyes. This was Yi Fan, the so-called prodigy, someone truly unrivaled among his peers. What people didn't know was that Yi Fan wasn't at the 9th stage of body tempering, but the 10th. He had learned about the Lost Realm from an ancient text by chance. He didn't fully understand the benefits, but his extraordinary mind told him that a solid foundation was always a good thing. So, despite his talent making advancement to meridian opening a sure thing, he chose to keep honing his body, finally reaching the 10th stage of body tempering. The Lost Realm, just thinking about it feels incredible. With a body like this, once I reach meridian opening, my punch could probably hit 4,000 or 5,000 kilos, Yi Fan mused, a smile tugging at his lips. As he left the training room, he noticed a pool of blood in the corner, and his expression instantly darkened. What happened here? After learning what happened to Qin Feng and the others, Yi Fan's face turned cold, his gaze sharp as a blade. We're all classmates. To go this far, does he really think being at the first level of meridian opening means he can do whatever he wants? He had planned to find Chu Sheng and warn him to watch himself. This wasn't a place to act recklessly. But he was told Chu Sheng had already left. Yi Fan frowned slightly. No matter. They'll wait until he gets back. To the north of Bayan City, just outside the Frank Abyss, a bustling market had been set up. Crowds moved back and forth, making the place lively and noisy. Stalls were packed with low-level martial artists trying to make a living and small groups of high school students, all amid a chorus of vendors shouting to attract customers. Blending in with the crowd, Chu Sheng wore simple clothes that made him unremarkable. After weaving through the noisy marketplace, Chu Sheng reached the Abyss entrance. A handful of guards from the Jinyuan division lounged around in uniform, looking bored. There were only about a dozen of them. After all, this was just a fully explored Frank Abyss, with little real danger. Their job was simply to maintain basic order. Entrance fee, 500 federal credits. Students get half off, one guard repeated mechanically. Chu Sheng handed over the money and stepped onto the elevator platform. With a gentle rumble, the lift began its descent. After a little over 3 minutes, he arrived at a wide open space below. This was another world, one without laws, where strength was the only rule. It was said that as long as there was no concrete evidence, even murder and robbery would be ignored. Although it was his first time here, Chu Sheng knew quite a bit about the abyss, which parts of the monsters were valuable, and where to find rare materials. He held a simple map issued by the Jinyuan division and decided to avoid the crowded areas where monsters were scarce. As long as I get justice points, any monster will do, Chu Sheng muttered to himself. Consulting the map, he chose a little-traveled path, aiming for the earth mole beas, a species that looked like ants but were the size of calves. They weren't very strong, about the level of a martial artist in the 4th or 5th stage of body refinement, but they made up for it in numbers. Since their bodies were almost entirely worthless, hardly anyone bothered hunting them. After walking for about half an hour, Chu Sheng spotted a few earth mole beasts on a dirt slope ahead. He crept closer, channeling a strand of energy into his blade. With a flash of steel, one beast was sliced cleanly in two. Justice points 2. The system notification made Chu Sheng frown slightly. The good news was that killing monsters did earn justice points. The bad news was that the amount was pitifully small. Still, since he was already here, there was no point in going back empty-handed. He still needed 800 points to unlock the level 2 justice pack. The gains here were small, but at least it was safe and consistent. Half an hour later, Chu Sheng sat down to rest and checked his system panel. Current justice points, 120. Not bad. He nodded, then got up to continue hunting. 5 hours later, Chu Sheng was completely exhausted. His energy was drained, and his hand trembled as he gripped his blade. Just then, a crisp system notification sounded. Ding! Chu Sheng jolted in surprise. You have accumulated 2,500 justice points. Level 2 justice pack unlocked. Accumulate 25,000 justice points to unlock level 3 justice pack. Finally made it. Chu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief, found an open spot to sit down, and opened the reward pack. Congratulations. You have received Supreme Meridian Pill 1. Congratulations. You have received SS Strength Talent Pack. The Supreme Meridian Pill could greatly expand a martial artist's meridians, significantly increasing the absorption rate of spiritual energy and even doubling their energy reserves. Without hesitation, Chu Sheng swallowed the pill. The moment it entered his stomach, a surge of heat exploded within him and coursed through his meridians. He could clearly feel his energy channels rapidly expanding, accompanied by intense pain. Chu Sheng's face twisted in agony, his jaw clenched, veins bulging on his forehead. It hurts, damn, this really hurts. He roared inwardly. It was more than 10 minutes before Chu Sheng finally collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat, not just from the pain, but also because his already meager energy reserves had been completely depleted after the expansion. Gasping for breath, Chu Sheng turned his attention to his second reward, the SS Strength Talent Pack. In the original host's memories, when a martial artist at the Meridian opening stage broke through their meridians, there was a small chance of awakening a special martial arts talent. Even among the lucky 1% who did, most only awakened E to a level talents. S-level talents were rare, and SS-level talents were nearly unheard of. Chu Sheng sat cross-legged at the depths of the chasm, his heart pounding as he read the system notification before him. His chi was growing stronger. From initially relying solely on overwhelming cultivation, he now possessed a top-grade Meridian Pill and an SS-level talent. Facing opponents of the same realm no longer seemed worth worrying about. Activate SS-level talent, Chu Sheng murmured quietly. The system's prompt instantly echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the SS-level Martial Talent Ultimate Blade Intent. As soon as the message appeared, a surge of murderous energy erupted from Chu Sheng, sweeping through the entire chasm. The chilling, oppressive aura weighed on everyone present. Body-tempering cultivators' legs went weak, and even most Meridian opening martial artists looked grim, mistakenly believing something disastrous had happened in the depths. Chu Sheng slowly opened his eyes, sharp and cold as blades. His vision had changed dramatically. Everything was crystal clear, down to the faint flutter of a mosquito's wings in the darkness. He could even predict its next movement. He quickly glanced at the talent description. Ultimate Blade Intent. Trait 1. Forged as one greatly increases the speed, skill proficiency, and destructive power of all blade techniques. Trait 2. Stainless Blade Heart A Calm. Unwavering mind. Immune to all mental attacks. Trait 3. Combat Instinct significantly boosts dynamic vision, sensory perception, and reaction speed. Trait 4. Severing Edge allows precise detection of an opponent's weapon weaknesses, making it easy to shatter enemy arms with a single strike. After reading the description, Chu Sheng's breath grew heavier. He realized he still wasn't mentally prepared for this, or perhaps he had underestimated his own efforts. Was this really just about not fearing opponents of the same level? If he struck with this blade, anyone who didn't flee would make him question if they had a problem with their legs. Feeling his energy had recovered somewhat, Chu Sheng stood up, ready to test exactly how much his blade intent had improved. Gripping the hilt, he swung forward. Indigo energy surged along the blade. Boom! With a thunderous crash, a trench several meters deep appeared in the ground before him. The destructive power of his Lingfeng blade technique had multiplied several times over. Not even someone at the 3rd or 4th level of meridian opening could withstand that blow. Without hesitation, he spent 300 justice points to upgrade the Lingfeng blade technique from proficient to mastery. Previously, it had taken 200 points to reach proficient from novice, and reaching mastery would normally cost at least 1,000. He had just saved about 70 of the points. He didn't bother saving the remaining justice points either, immediately investing them into cultivation. Not using his cheat felt almost unbearable. Ding! You've spent 500 justice points. Your martial cultivation has advanced to the 2nd level of meridian opening. 2 more main meridians were instantly cleared, and spiritual energy surged into his body. Chu Sheng barely suppressed the urge to grin. This was the true joy of having a cheat. However, before he could savor his newfound strength, a slender figure stumbled into view. The young woman's hair was disheveled, her face anxious, and her clothes were streaked with dust. She froze when she saw Chu Sheng, then, as if finding a lifeline, rushed toward him. As she drew closer, a sly smile flashed across her face. She called out loudly, "I'll leave this with you. I'll draw him away." At that moment, a burly man with a fierce expression burst onto the scene, veins bulging on his muscular arms and murder in his eyes. He assumed the item had already changed hands with the young man. But before he could utter a threat, the scene before him left him utterly stunned. As she brushed past Chu Sheng, the woman lowered her voice and said, Little brother, help your big sister get through this, and I promise I'll repay you handsomely in the future." From the corner of her eye, she kept a close watch on the burly man behind her, who was at the 3rd stage of vein opening. Knowing she was no match for him, she had no choice but to resort to this desperate tactic. Whether the young man could explain himself or not was no longer her concern. Just as she was about to run again, a piercing cold shot through her right leg. With a sickening splatter, blood sprayed everywhere, and she instantly lost her balance, crashing heavily to the ground. Propping herself up and looking down, she saw a bloody mess. Her right leg was gone. For a moment, she was stunned. Then, a heart-wrenching scream tore from her throat. Aya! The sudden turn of events left the man chasing her completely dumbfounded. Chu Sheng shrugged, expressionless. "I don't even know her. She wanted to use me as a shield, so I had to do this." The man was at a loss for words. He couldn't help but believe it. Chu Sheng had gone to such lengths just to avoid getting blamed. Besides, that slash had been so fast he barely saw it happen. Strange as it was, the boy was only at the 2nd stage of vein opening, while he himself was at the 3rd. There was no need to be afraid. "I believe you, friend. This has nothing to do with you anymore. You can go," the man said. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves. The part where she tried to pin it on me is over, but you two still have your own issues, don't you?" Chu Sheng could sense the scent of justice in the air, and as a self-proclaimed defender of justice, he couldn't let the opportunity slip by. The man was caught off guard, bewildered by Chu Sheng. "You've already crippled her, and now you want to stick your nose in further? Whose side are you on? I'm telling you, friend, stay out of this. This is between me and her." When the man didn't answer directly, Chu Sheng turned to the woman, who was still wailing in pain. "Stop screaming." She ignored him, sobbing and lamenting the loss of her leg. Chu Sheng slapped her across the face. "Who do you have to blame for losing your leg? Why don't you think about what you did? We were fine until you dragged me into this. I don't even know you, and you tried to use me as your shield." If he were the original Chu Sheng, the woman's trick would have worked, and his fate would have been sealed. He'd likely be dead by now. Chu Sheng never cared for the whole hero saves the damsel trope, and he certainly had no patience for troublesome women. Finally, the woman snapped back to reality, her voice trembling. "Little brother." Smack. Another slap landed. "Don't try to play the family card. Just get to the point," Chu Sheng said coldly. She finally admitted. "He wants the blood spirit fruit I have, and tried to take it by force." He's at the third stage of vein opening, and I can't beat him, so I ran. Liar, the man shouted angrily. I found that blood spirit fruit first, but you snatched it before I could. You snooze, you lose. It's mine because I picked it. You idiot, it wasn't even ripe yet, and you took it. How shameless can you be? The blood spirit fruit could boost vitality with no side effects, and didn't conflict with chi and blood pills. It was worth tens of thousands of Federation credits, and was one of the rarest treasures in this chasm. Listening to their endless bickering, both refusing to back down, Chu Sheng suddenly had an idea. Hey, I've got a solution. Why don't you just give the blood spirit fruit to me? That way, there's nothing left to fight over. Both of them froze at his words. The man shot Chu Sheng a hostile look. You've got to be kidding me, right? What do you think? Chu Sheng grinned, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. You're only at the second level of meridian opening. Did you really think I'd be afraid of you? The big man's face darkened at these words. Veins bulged on his palm as he gripped his broadsword tightly, striding toward Chu Sheng with a sense of urgency. He clearly wanted to end this quickly, partly to avoid any unforeseen complications, and partly to prevent drawing unwanted attention from others. With a powerful swing, the man unleashed a black, tiger-shaped aura that lunged straight at Chu Sheng. This was the killing move from the mid-tier profound-grade martial art, Black Tiger Blade Technique, one that could only be used upon mastering the skill. Though the big man felt a twinge of caution, he wasn't truly afraid. After 20 years of wielding the blade, he found it hard to believe this young man's swordsmanship could surpass his own. But in the next instant, Chu Sheng's movement made his eyes widen in shock. With a nimble sidestep, Chu Sheng not only dodged the lethal strike, but also spun around, raising his blade high to bring it crashing down from above. He's not attacking me, he's targeting my weapon. For a split second, the big man couldn't grasp the subtlety of the move. Clang! A crisp snap rang out as the big man's prized crimson scale blade broke cleanly in two. This was a renowned first-tier treasure blade, famous for its toughness. Before the man could react, Chu Sheng's azure edge swept upward in a diagonal arc, slicing through the air with a chilling whistle. Rip! The big man's clothes split open, and blood burst forth like a fountain. To his astonishment, it wasn't the blade itself that had cut him, but a razor-sharp arc of energy sharper than steel. He recognized it as the Spirit Wind Blade technique, but couldn't fathom how Chu Sheng could wield a technique that required mastery. From start to finish, the fight lasted barely 5 seconds. The big man collapsed, unwilling to accept defeat, while Chu Sheng calmly sheathed his blade. This was his first time taking a life, yet to his surprise, he felt no discomfort or guilt. The woman on the ground had witnessed everything, and was now paralyzed with terror. When Chu Sheng turned his gaze on her, she hastily produced the blood spirit fruit. Please don't kill me. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person, Chu Sheng said. Then his tone shifted. But you are. If it were the original me, you would have already tricked him to his death. Evil like you deserves to die. With a single stroke, he ended her life, took the blood spirit fruit, and left the abyss. This trip had been rewarding. 1,700 justice points and a blood spirit fruit, making up his mind to return more often in the future. Back home, Chu Sheng consumed the blood spirit fruit. While it boosted his vitality, it also brought a new problem. His basic breathing technique could no longer keep up with his growing reserves of true energy after taking the Tong Mai pill and advancing his cultivation. Once depleted, it took a whole day to recover his energy. He desperately needed a more advanced breathing technique. The next morning, as Chu Sheng was about to enter a private training room at the Martial Arts Academy, a hand suddenly reached out to block his way. Looking up, he saw a young man with a hardened face, exuding an aura of deep bitterness and resolve. When Yi Fan blocked Chu Sheng's way, the elite class students knew something exciting was about to happen. One was a genius at the first level of the Kai Mai realm, while the other was a freak at the 9th level of the body tempering realm, with strength on par with the first level of Kai Mai. No one could predict who would come out on top. Yi Fan leaned against the training room doorframe with one hand, a casual smile on his face, completely cutting off Chu Sheng's path. Just a warning, friend. What happened yesterday, I don't want to see it happen again. Otherwise ill. Wait, Chu Sheng suddenly interrupted, his eyes lighting up. Did you say you wanted to fly? Yi Fan was caught off guard, his words stuck in his throat before he could respond. Can't do anything with you. Chu Sheng shook his head, and with lightning speed, slapped Yi Fan across the face. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap echoed down the hallway as Yi Fan was knocked off his feet like had been hit by a cannonball, spinning through the air before finally crashing down. Fortunately, his body was tough from reaching the 10th level of body tempering, or he would have passed out on the spot. Even so, it took him quite a while before he could barely push himself up off the ground. The elite class students around them were stunned, jaws nearly hitting the floor. Wasn't Yi Fan supposed to be able to match the first level of Kai Mai? How did he get sent flying with a single slap? Yi Fan shook his dizzy head, shock flashing in his eyes. First level of Kai Mai? No way. No one at that level could hit this hard. This guy, he's clearly at the 2nd level. He's been hiding his true strength. I've never heard a request like yours in my life. Chu Sheng looked down at Yi Fan on the floor, his tone calm. I'm only letting it slide because we're classmates. Otherwise, I wouldn't even bother. With that, he walked straight into the training room. Left behind, Yi Fan's cheek was swollen, red and burning, half from the slap, half from humiliation. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something threatening, but realized he had nothing to back it up. Second level of Kaimai. That was the same realm as Shu Li, the top student in the whole school. Even if he gave it his all, he stood no chance. Grinding his teeth, Yi Fan made a decision that went against all his plans. She would advance to the Kaimai realm ahead of schedule. He had originally planned to wait another 2 weeks to reach the absolute limit of body tempering at level 10 before breaking through. With such a solid foundation, his strength would double after advancing, maybe even rival the third level of Kaimai. At that point, the doors to top academies would open wide for him. Where did his confidence come from? It was all thanks to his powerful mind. The realm of desolation. How strong was this realm? There were countless heroes in the world, but only a handful ever reached it. That was Yi Fan's trump card. But now, he couldn't wait any longer. If he didn't vent his frustration soon, he worried he would develop inner demons when advancing, which would be a disaster. So, Yi Fan decisively took a week off. His family had already prepared all the resources he needed for the breakthrough. He planned to spend the week pushing straight to the first level of Kaimai realm. News of this spread quickly through the elite class, and the students buzzed with anticipation. If he was already so strong at the 9th level of body tempering, how terrifying would he be after reaching Kaimai? Chu Sheng, of course, knew nothing about any of this. Otherwise, he'd definitely have something sarcastic to say. 10th level of body tempering? To him, that was just a joke. The morning was devoted to martial arts classes. After listening for a while, Chu Sheng quickly lost interest. Techniques for channeling power? Secrets to cultivating skills? Training tips? None of it mattered to him, could just boost his stats and be done with it. The martial arts instructor was a plump woman named Sun Mei. She soon noticed Chu Sheng's lack of enthusiasm and understood immediately. Talented students often had a bit of an attitude. She'd seen plenty like him before. All he needs is a good lesson, and that should fix his bad habits. As she explained the force technique behind the overlapping wave fist, Sun Mei suddenly changed the topic, her gaze locking onto the boy sitting in the corner of the classroom. Chu Sheng, your performance with the overlapping wave fist during yesterday's selection trial was truly impressive. I can tell you've put in a lot of hard work. She nodded slightly, but then her eyes grew sharp. But do you know why you haven't mastered it completely? The classroom instantly fell silent. All eyes turned to Chu Sheng, as if spotlights were suddenly shining on him. Not mastered completely? The students were stunned. Did that mean he had already achieved advanced proficiency in the technique? Their eyes shone with disbelief. Was this guy even human? Everyone expected Chu Sheng to be stumped or embarrassed by the question. But, under the gaze of the entire class, he simply nodded, his expression as calm as if they were discussing the weather. I know. Because I didn't want to, he replied flatly. For a basic fist technique like this, reaching advanced proficiency is enough. There's no need to waste justice points to perfect it. Sun Mei froze, her brows knitting slightly. As an experienced martial arts instructor, she had never heard such a statement before. The students in the elite class were also dumbfounded, exchanging glances. That was certainly a refreshingly unconventional answer. So, you're saying that if you wanted to, you could easily perfect it? Sun Mei shook her head and chuckled, her tone clearly skeptical. That's something I'd like to hear you say only after you've actually mastered a technique to perfection. Otherwise, I have. Chu Sheng interrupted her, standing up from his seat and walking unhurriedly to the corner of the classroom, where he picked up a wooden training sword. With a flick of his wrist, a streak of blue energy suddenly burst from the blade, tracing a graceful arc through the air. This is a technique you can only use when you've perfected the spirit wind sword style. Sun Mei was stunned, her expression as rigid as a statue. The classroom was silent, broken only by the faint hum of the blue energy vibrating in the air. So this is what a genius looks like, she murmured. It's enough to make you despair. Suddenly, she snapped out of it, her eyes widening. Wait, that's not right. She strode quickly over to Chu Sheng, scrutinizing the blue energy. Such powerful energy, there's no way you're only at the first stage of meridian opening. Chu Sheng, you're at the second stage, aren't you? Yes. Is there a problem? Chu Sheng sheathed the wooden sword, the blue energy fading away. Of course there's a problem. If you're at the second stage, why didn't you sign up for the tournament? Sun Mei's voice rose in pitch. Chu Sheng frowned slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Tournament? What's that? Sun Mei glanced at the clock on the wall, relieved that there was still time. She quickly grabbed Chu Sheng's wrist. Come with me. She led him out of the classroom at a brisk pace, heading straight for the principal's office. On the way, she explained the tournament in detail. It's a major event organized by the education department, bringing together 15 high schools from across the city, she said, speaking rapidly. It's meant to identify the most talented students for special training, giving them a boost in this last month to help them get into top martial arts universities. Only those at the second stage of meridian opening can enter. There are only 30 eligible students in the whole of Bayan City. She glanced at Chu Sheng. Today is the last day to sign up. What kind of special training are we talking about? Chu Sheng asked, finally showing some interest. The top 10 get 3 high-grade vitality pills and a mid-tier Earth-rank martial art, Sun Mei explained as they hurried along. Third place gets an extra jade spirit fruit. Second place gets a bottle of low-grade meridian opening elixir. She paused deliberately. First place gets a heaven-rank breathing technique. Upon hearing this, Chu Sheng's breathing quickened, a spark of excitement lighting up his eyes. A heaven-rank breathing technique. That was exactly what he needed most right now. It was like someone handing him a pillow when he was desperate for sleep. The entrance exam lasted 12 hours. If he had a heaven-rank breathing technique, he'd never have to worry about running out of energy again. Getting into a top university would be a sure thing. When they arrived at the principal's office, Wu Qingfeng was busy with paperwork. Hearing that Chu Sheng had reached the second stage of meridian opening, he was so shocked his eyes nearly popped out, and his pen clattered onto the desk. Just yesterday, when Chu Sheng said he wanted to get into a top university, Wu Qingfeng had scoffed to himself nobody in Bayan City could advance 2 stages in a month. But now, Chu Sheng had pulled off 1 stage in a single day. For him, 2 stages in a month was nothing. What did a true prodigy look like? The answer was standing right in front of him. A sudden urge surged in Wu Qingfeng's heart. He really wished he could be Chu Sheng's godfather. After Sun Mei left, only Wu Qingshan and Chu Sheng remained in the principal's office. Wu Qingshan rubbed his hands together, a broad smile on his face, looking extremely excited. Xiao Chu, with talent like yours, why didn't you show it earlier? The school could have given you much more support. But it's not too late even now, there's still time. Chu Sheng replied coolly. Is that so? Wu Qingshan nodded repeatedly, completely missing the coldness in Chu Sheng's tone. Yes, geniuses are like that. Look at me. I'm not a genius, but I've been in education for so many years, and I understand how this works. He paused, then continued, from now on, the school will give you 2 mid-grade vitality pills every week. You can choose any martial arts technique from the library, free of charge. On top of that, they'll personally transfer you 50,000 federal credits. And if you get accepted into a top university, the school will reward you with 2 million. Wu Qingshan's smile grew even more triumphant, his eyes full of anticipation. For 10 years, number 2 high school hadn't produced a single student who made it into a top university, and Wu Qingshan himself had been principal for all those years. Funding from the Education Bureau had been shrinking year by year, and criticism of his abilities was growing louder. Even the former principal, the man who had recommended him for the job, no longer invited him over during the holidays. All these years, had been waiting for the chance that one student would bring glory to the school, and Chu Sheng was clearly his best hope. He wasn't about to let anyone else snatch this opportunity from him. These are some of the best conditions you'll find anywhere in Bayan City. I really mean it, Wu Qingshan added. Don't worry, I won't let anyone poach you from me. Chu Sheng simply nodded, his face expressionless as he listened. He didn't have any particular dislike for Wu Qingshan, aside from what had happened yesterday when the principal tried to take advantage of him. Even the original Chu Sheng hadn't thought badly of Wu Qingshan. He knew the principal's family wasn't well off and had deliberately topped up his cafeteria card with an extra 1,000 every month, which Chu Sheng appreciated. Since this favor was there, he saw no reason to refuse the support. But if Wu Qingshan ever tried to take advantage of him again, that would be another story. The conversation soon shifted to the upcoming tournament, and Wu Qingshan sounded a bit anxious. It's just a pity the league is only 3 days away, so you don't have much time to prepare. With your ability, making the top 10 shouldn't be a problem. Top 3, thought that'll be a challenge. Chu Sheng cut him off, his tone flat. Just tell Muho's the strongest? Wu Qingshan was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. That would be Sun Xiaochuan from number 1 high. He's at the 3rd level of the open vein realm, but his strength is on par with veteran 4th level fighters. He's already at the threshold of top universities. Honestly, the first place prize was designed with him in mind. He's awakened his talent, has a level aptitude, and his family has provided him with mind-focusing elixir, all to help him master a heaven-grade breathing technique before the college entrance exams. Chu Sheng was a little surprised. So that's how it was. With heaven-grade breathing techniques being so difficult to master, it was impossible to make real progress in just a month. Wu Qingshan's meaning was clear. Sun Xiaochuan had already secured the high ground in the tournament. But comparable to the 4th level of the open vein realm? Chu Sheng said softly. I'd like to see that for myself. His eyes sparkled with determination. In that case, I'll push myself and aim for the 5th level of the open vein realm. He smiled, a hint of provocation in his voice. You like fighting against higher-level opponents, right? Then he'll reach the 5th level and crush them heathen. Wu Qingshan was momentarily stunned, but then nodded. All right, he'll look forward to it. Chu Sheng didn't care much for Wu Qingshan's offer and said casually, I won't be coming to school for the next 3 days, it'll be in special training. Wu Qingshan naturally didn't refuse. He even transferred the promised 50,000 yuan to Chu Sheng on the spot, telling him to focus on his special training and to let him know when the money ran out. Before leaving, he reminded him, "Don't forget to get to school early on the day of the tournament." After leaving school, Chu Sheng headed straight to the pharmacy and bought several bottles of vitality elixir. While it wouldn't fully restore his energy overnight, it would at least speed up his recovery. A fight lasting 3 hours meant he couldn't stay at full strength the whole time. Once his energy was depleted, he could still hang on, but his efficiency would drop sharply. In emergencies, he'd have to rely on that one precious life-saving talisman, something he couldn't afford to waste. The bus to the outskirts, where the abyss was located, was as crowded as ever. It was rare to see someone traveling alone like Chu Sheng, and his status as a student made him stand out even more. On the way, he overheard a group of students nearby discussing the tournament. The first name they mentioned immediately caught his attention. Sun Xiaochuan. One of them said, "He's definitely going to take first place." Chu Sheng rolled his eyes and thought to himself, Sun Xiaochuan is as bad as they come, but he's also undeniably strong. The student continued, "Do you know how ruthless he was as a kid? He used to hit his own grandmother with a baton every day for 5 or 6 years." Another chimed in, "I always thought that was just a rumor, but it's actually true." The first student added, "Later, he switched to nunchucks." What a life, Chu Sheng thought, a little amused. Sun Xiaochuan was certainly a memorable character, wicked to the core, but also at the top of his game. If he could defeat someone like that, his justice points would skyrocket. The thought made him smile. When the bus finally arrived at the abyss, Chu Sheng paid the 250 yuan entrance fee and headed north, following a familiar path. That area was poor in resources, there were no valuable materials, and the monsters, like the earth burrowers, weren't worth much. Hardly anyone came here, which made it the perfect place for him to rack up justice points undisturbed. Night fell quickly, and Chu Sheng started to feel exhausted, so he decided to head back. He had practically lived in the abyss these past few days, reliving the grind of an Inednine office worker. His body was already running on empty, but he didn't care. It wasn't until late at night that he finally dragged himself home. On the eve of the tournament, right at midnight, Chu Sheng's heart started pounding wildly. Suddenly, a notification sounded. Ding. You have spent 1,200 justice points. Your martial arts cultivation has advanced to the 5th level of the open vein realm. Host, you've worked hard. Chu Sheng gasped, feeling like he was about to fall apart. Had been grinding justice points since 6 in the morning, barely stopping to rest. To make this breakthrough, head down 10 bottles of vitality elixir, just barely pushing himself to the 5th level. Although his body was worn out, the sense of accomplishment made it all worth it. Tomorrow, it's time to reap the rewards. Thinking of the upcoming tournament, Chu Sheng couldn't help but smile. The thrill of crushing his opponents was something he was looking forward to. After all, in a world of martial arts like this, defeating strong rivals and pushing his limits was what made everything worthwhile. When he stepped onto the elevator back to the surface, he wasn't alone. For other people were already there, each standing silently in a different corner as the lift began to rise. Chu Sheng glanced at them and quickly realized they were all people had encountered over the past few days. Sure enough, it didn't take long to confirm it. These 4 weren't here by chance if he'd been waiting for him. They only boarded the elevator after he approached. Chu Sheng couldn't help but curse silently. This never ends. Are they just incredibly persistent, or do they have nothing better to do? Chu Sheng always returned to the plaza from the north. This seemingly ordinary habit caught the attention of someone particularly observant. Qin Shou, the middle-aged leader of the foreman team, wore gold-rimmed glasses and quickly sensed that something was off. In the Flevel Abyss, the northern area was notoriously barren, so why did this young man keep going there? Remembering the mysterious disturbance in the abyss a few days ago, Qin Shou began to suspect something. As the elevator slowly ascended, Qin Shou quietly approached Chu Sheng, adjusted his glasses, and asked in an overly gentle tone, "Hey kid, I've seen you coming back from the north a lot lately. Is there some kind of treasure over there?" It took 3 minutes for the elevator to reach the surface, plenty of time for Qin Shou's group to get someone to talk, by whatever means necessary. Chu Sheng responded with a warm smile and a soft reply, "There is, brother." Qin Shou's eyes lit up, but in the next instant, a cold flash cut through the air. "There's your mother." The blade swept by, and Qin Shou's head fell to the ground, his face still frozen in disbelief. He had expected a fight, but never imagined the young man would strike so ruthlessly. The remaining 3 barely had time to react before Chu Sheng flicked his wrist. Clang, clang, clang. Weapons snapped in their hands, one after another. "I've got to hand it to you all," Chu Sheng sneered, trying to rob someone at the 5th level of meridian opening. "What were you thinking?" The 3 collapsed in terror, dropping to their knees and begging, "Please, we didn't mean it." "Oh, so it was an accident? Give me a break. Since when does it matter if a robbery's intentional or not?" The blade flashed again. 3 more heads flew. Eliminated 4 armed robbers. Justice points 1,000. Checking their belongings, Chu Sheng found less than 10,000 yuan in total, a bunch of broke fools. When he reached the surface, Chu Sheng gave the Xinhuansi officers a simple explanation. "They tried to rob me. I was just defending myself." The officers had seen this kind of thing before, but were still surprised by how young the killer was. After Chu Sheng left, They checked the scene and were even more shocked. 1 versus 4, this kid's something else. Check out these wounds. Each one was a killing blow. He's insane. And look at these first-grade weapons, she cut right through them. Damn, that kid doesn't play by the rules. He took everything. There was an unspoken rule in the abyss. Killing people on the lift was fine, the guards would turn a blind eye, but you had to leave something behind as hush money. After all, they weren't just cleaning up the elevator. They had to deal with the bodies, too. But how would Chu Sheng know any of this? Teachers at school never covered these street rules. The captain glanced at the broken weapon in his hand and raised a hand to stop his men from giving chase. Let it go. He's just a student, probably had no idea about the rule. A student? He's still in school? One of the subordinates asked in surprise. The captain nodded. He was wearing a number 2 high school uniform yesterday. Number 2 high? Isn't that your alma mater, Captain? Yeah, the captain confirmed. That's why he remembered it so clearly. The man pointed at the broken weapon and asked, Captain, does your school teach this stuff? The captain's mouth twitched. Teach what? I don't even know what technique that was. No school teaches anything like it. The next morning, even after drinking 2 bottles of recovery tonic, Chu Sheng's internal energy had only recovered to about a third of its usual strength. This made him crave that legendary heavenly-level breathing technique even more. As soon as he stepped onto campus, he heard some explosive news. The boy had slapped away. Yi Fan had tried to hang himself last night. Fortunately, his family found him in time and saved him. The reason was heartbreaking. After advancing to the first level of the open meridian stage, Yi Fan realized his strength had barely improved. Worse yet, because his body training was so thorough, his physique became so strong that it actually compressed his meridians, making them pathetically narrow. Far from being invincible at his level, his reserves of inner energy were only about a fifth of what a typical first-level open meridian cultivator possessed. In short, he'd lose even to 2 ordinary opponents at his stage. Unable to accept this harsh reality, Yi Fan attempted to end his life. Word spread that it was all related to reaching the 10th level of body training. Principal Wu Qingshan even issued a special announcement. Times are moving forward. What's obsolete is worthless. I hope no one tries to follow in those footsteps. Chu Sheng felt a wave of relief. Thank goodness he'd asked a few extra questions back then, or he might have ended up the same way. 10th level of body training, what a stupid stage, he muttered to himself. When he arrived at the principal's office, Wu Qingshan wasn't there. Instead, he saw a young woman in a plain white training outfit. As he entered, she glanced up, her icy blue eyes as cold as frost. Picking on the weak is an illness, you should get it treated, she said, her tone sharp and frosty. Chu Sheng raised an eyebrow. Are you talking to me? Who else? You're at the 2nd level of open meridian, bullying someone still in the body training stage. What? Do you enjoy picking on those weaker than you? I'm only at the 2nd level. Want to test me? Chu Sheng grinned, a dangerous light flickering in his eyes. 2nd level? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Another one with a strange hobby, Chu Sheng thought. He had a flaw, never knew how to refuse a reasonable challenge. He walked calmly up to the girl and, without any fancy moves, threw a straightforward punch. The moment his energy was fully unleashed, the girl's breath caught in her throat and her eyes went wide with shock. You. Boom. Even though she used a special technique to deflect force, she was still sent flying by his punch. The desk behind her shattered with a deafening crash, with splinters flying everywhere. The girl slammed into the wall and coughed up a mouthful of blood, staring at Chu Sheng in utter terror. How is this just the 3rd level of open meridian? With that kind of power, not even the 4th level could withstand it. The rumors were wrong. Wu Changqing rushed in after hearing the commotion. He froze at the scene before him. After swallowing several times, he blurted out in confusion. What? Wu Qingshan was feeling complicated. If Chu Sheng could defeat Xu Li, it meant he was very likely to make it into the top 3 of the league. The problem was, Xu Li's injuries were serious and would clearly affect her performance. He had been counting on her to reach the top 3, but now he wasn't even sure if she could compete at all. What was going on? Chu Sheng shrugged. She wanted to test my strength, so I gave her a punch. A punch? Wu Qingshan was stunned. He knew exactly how strong Xu Li was. Even though she was only at the 2nd stage of Kaimai, her fighting ability was on par with most 3rd-stage fighters. He stared in disbelief, eyes wide and anxious. Did you advance? I told you I was going for special training, didn't I? Isn't it normal to make progress? Chu Sheng replied calmly, as if nothing was out of the ordinary. 3rd stage? No, 5th stage. His tone was unhurried, but it left Wu Qingshan completely dumbfounded. 5th stage? Wu Qingshan nearly lost his voice. Even Xu Li, who was still coughing up blood, was stunned by the news and looked up blankly. 5th stage? And I actually thought I could fight someone at the 5th stage? When did I get so bold? She mumbled weakly, still spitting up blood and feeling a bit embarrassed. A wave of shock washed over Wu Qingshan. He knew Chu Sheng was talented, but this rate of improvement was unbelievable. He could hardly believe it. 1 stage a day, 3 stages in 4 days. That's like riding a rocket. Who would believe it? Chu Sheng glanced at Xu Li. Still want to fight? I'm worried I might accidentally kill her. Xu Li shook her head weakly while still wincing in pain. I can vouch for him if he's really at the 5th stage. It was all she could say, as if to defend her own dignity. Watching the scene unfold, Wu Qingshan's doubts finally disappeared. Even at the 4th stage, no one could have won so easily. Chu Sheng clearly wasn't lying. He took a deep breath, his face lighting up with excitement. He even jumped up, unable to contain himself. 5th stage of Kaimai. That's more than enough to guarantee admission to a top academy. With this kind of progress, he might even get a special recruitment offer. After a few seconds, he realized he was getting carried away and quickly cleared his throat. Ahem, very impressive, better than I expected. He turned to Shu Li, his expression turning serious. So, about the league later. Shu Li spat out another mouthful of blood, barely able to respond. What a pity, Wu Qingshan sighed. It's all right, the school will make it up to you. You'll still get the 3rd place reward. That was the ranking Wu Qingshan had originally expected Shu Li to achieve. After instructing someone to take her to the infirmary, he wasted no time and set off for the league venue, the number 1 high school's martial arts arena with Chu Sheng. As the city's top-ranked school, it was only natural for them to host such a major event. If any other schools had objections, it was understandable, but the number 1 high school had the strength to back it up. Anyone who dared to complain could settle it with a match against their team. Upon arriving at the arena, Wu Qingshan looked around. Leaders from the Education Bureau and representatives from all the schools were already in place. When he appeared, someone couldn't help but ask, "Where's Shu Li from your school?" We all know the top students from each school, and Shu Li has always been seen as the most promising. Why isn't she here today? She's not feeling well, so she couldn't make it, Wu Qingshan replied casually, as if Shu Li's absence didn't concern him at all. Huh, the others were puzzled. This is such an important Ligesh is missing it just because she's not feeling well? Is this some kind of joke? A leader questioned with a frown, his eyes full of dissatisfaction. Your school, number 2 high, has 2 students registered this time. Who is this Chu Sheng? I've never heard of him before. Wu Qingshan's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Don't worry, you'll be hearing his name a lot in the future. I promise. Before anyone could press further, Wu Qingshan suddenly stood up and turned to the head of the Education Bureau, his tone calm, yet firm. I'm sorry, but Shu Li won't be able to compete today due to health reasons. As soon as he finished, Huang Wei, the director of Bayancheng's Education Bureau, slammed the table, his face darkening. What's this supposed to mean? She just doesn't show up because she's not feeling well? Do you think this competition is some sort of game? Wu Qingshan kept his smile, waving his hand lightly. Please, director, don't get worked up. There's one more thing. There's a mistake in the paperwork for our other participant. We need to make a correction. Correct your nonsense, Wu Qingshan. Are you tired of being principal, or what? Huang Wei's fury echoed through the meeting room. The other principals looked at each other in confusion. Wu Qingshan was known for being cautious and never stepping out of line. One slip-up was one thing, but why was he repeatedly challenging Huang Wei's authority? Maybe Huang Wei was right, maybe Wu Qingshan wanted out. Huang Wei's face was livid, his expression almost ferocious. No changes. If there's a mistake, we stick with it. It won't make any difference anyway. He's only at the 2nd stage of meridian opening, and nobody's ever heard of him. He glanced at the clock on the wall. The competition is about to start. There's no point in changing anything now. With Shu Li out, we'll just have to redo the match schedule. At this, Wu Qingshan's mouth twisted into a half smile, his tone carrying a hint of warning. Just remember, you refuse to make the change. If there's any trouble later, don't blame me. There were 31 contestants. The original plan was for one student to get a bye in the 1st round. It was obvious who that would be, Sun Xiaochuan, who was at the 3rd stage of meridian opening. Now, with one participant missing, Sun Xiaochuan would have to compete. The easiest solution was to have him take Shu Li's place. But Huang Wei was in no mood to make things easy for Wu Qingshan. Since Wu dared to challenge him openly, he would hit back just as hard. Switch him with Zhang Tao, and move that match to the 1st round, Huang Wei ordered coldly, a calculating glint in his eyes. Zhang Tao's opponent was Chu Sheng. The principal from number 1 high was sitting nearby, and after glancing at the updated match list, immediately understood what Huang Wei was up to. Still, he didn't intervene. According to his plan, Sun Xiaochuan would have had a bye and could save his strength. But Wu Qingshan's actions forced Sun Xiaochuan to fight in the 1st round, disrupting his strategy. In that case, he thought, it was only fair for Wu Qingshan to face some trouble of his own. Once the new match schedule was posted, the number 1 high staff couldn't hide their satisfaction, some even looked a little smug. The other school's leaders were quietly relieved this was Wu Qingshan's problem to deal with. It was just unfortunate for this student, Chu Sheng. He was about to face a genius whose strength was nearly on par with someone at the 4th stage of meridian opening. The idea of an upset just wasn't realistic. The principal of number 1 high shook his head with a smile. Xiaochuan doesn't hold back. Someone's in for a rough time. The threat was clear in his voice. Wu Qingshan caught the implication, but simply replied, let's see what happens next. When people saw Sun Xiaochuan's name on the match list, many of them looked surprised. After all, everyone had heard that Sun Xiaochuan got a bye in the 1st round, so why was he suddenly showing up on the list? But what really caught them off guard was a newcomer named Chu Sheng. who had only just reached the second stage of Qi opening. In a big city like Bayan, there were very few martial artists at this level, and most people more or less knew each other. The appearance of a completely unfamiliar name piqued everyone's curiosity. Had Chu Sheng only just advanced to the second stage? If so, his luck was awful. Facing Sun Xiaochuan in the first round was practically a death sentence. While people were still whispering among themselves, a girl with twin ponytails standing next to Chu Sheng stared at him for a few seconds in surprise. Chu Sheng? Oh my gosh, it really is you. Do you remember me? I'm Li Yuxuan. We used to sit together in elementary school. Chu Sheng frowned slightly, trying to recall, and vaguely remembered something. Li Yuxuan went on, I can't believe you made it to the second stage. I know things weren't easy for your family. It must have been really tough, right? Her tone was a mix of surprise and a hint of sympathy. Li Yuxuan remembered that during every parent-teacher conference, Chu Sheng always sat alone. Her mother once told her that he had a hard life, and she shouldn't bully him. Given Chu Sheng's background, even if he was talented, it couldn't have been easy for him to reach the second stage in his final year of high school. After all, martial arts required not just talent, but also resources. Chu Sheng rubbed his chin calmly and said, it wasn't that hard, actually. I found it pretty easy. Li Yuxuan was taken aback, wanting to argue, but the words caught in her throat. After a pause, she asked, when did you reach the second stage? How come nobody heard about it before? 4 days ago, Chu Sheng replied. Wow, you're really lucky, Li Yuxuan sighed. By the way, where's Shu Li from your school? Why isn't she competing? She got injured, coughed up a lot of blood, so she can't participate. Chu Sheng answered matter-of-factly, as if it was no big deal. Li Yuxuan wanted to ask more, but just then the announcer's voice boomed. First round, Sun Xiaochuan versus Chu Sheng. Both contestants, please come to the arena. Li Yuxuan snapped back to reality and hurriedly warned Chu Sheng, be careful out there. If you can't win, just surrender early. Sun Xiaochuan doesn't hold back, don't get hurt, and mess up your martial arts exam. Chu Sheng smiled lightly and said, I think you might be misunderstanding something. Li Yuxuan was stunned, looking puzzled. Because, Chu Sheng's smile widened, I hit even harder. The match began. On the stage, Sun Xiaochuan glanced at his opponent with disdain. What a pain. I just started a match in King's Glory. If it weren't for your school's Shu Li dropping out, I'd be on a 6-win streak by now. Chu Sheng didn't respond, his gaze cool as he raised his hand. Sun Xiaochuan smirked impatiently. Come on, be sensible and surrender. You know you can't win. That way, I can get back to my game. The audience nodded in agreement, thinking there was no way Chu Sheng could stand up to Sun Xiaochuan. It would be better for him to give up early and avoid getting hurt. Suddenly, the announcer frowned. What's going on? My data seems off. Well, not exactly wrong, but it's from 4 days ago. It's outdated. He paused, looking confused. Huh. The announcer hesitated. He was anxious, but with the match about to start, he didn't dare dwell on the issue. Will this affect the match? It will, a staff member said seriously. This could make the competition unfair. The atmosphere instantly grew tense, and the mood on stage shifted as everyone sensed something unexpected was about to happen. On the stands, Huang Wei picked up the microphone and said impatiently, fair or not, just hurry up and start the match. If you have any issues, deal with them after the fight. These are just trivial matters, no need to waste everyone's time. On the martial stage, Sun Xiaochuan spoke arrogantly. If you're not surrendering, then let's get started. Why bother talking about fairness? Martial arts are all about strength. Just because I have better talent, should I wait around for you to catch up? The host, seeing this, said no more and simply waved his hand. This really isn't important. Settle it after the match. With that, he quickly stepped off the stage. The moment the whistle blew, Sun Xiaochuan decided to end things quickly. In a flash, he used the movement technique, clear wind step. He seemed to glide across the stage like a breeze, crossing half the arena in an instant. The crowd below could barely follow his movements, marveling at his speed. As expected of someone at the 3rd level of the meridian opening realm, the school leaders in the stands exclaimed. With those moves, he's practically unbeatable in this league. First place is a sure thing. But in the next instant, everyone froze. Sun Xiaochuan was dangling in midair, held up by Chu Sheng, who had him by the throat with one hand. Thanks to the incredible dynamic vision granted by his mastery of the blade intent, Chu Sheng saw through the so-called clear wind step, as if it were a child's clumsy run. He even had enough time to casually trip his opponent. What's the rush? You didn't even let me finish talking, Chu Sheng said coldly. When I said it was unfair, I was talking about you. As his words fell, a terrifying aura spread throughout the arena, leaving everyone feeling as if they were being strangled, unable to speak. 5th level of the meridian opening realm. The crowd was in disbelief. How could Bayan City have such a genius? Li Yuxuan recalled how Chu Sheng had claimed to reach the 2nd level just 4 days ago, and she couldn't help but gasp. Had advanced 3 levels in only 4 days. On the stage, Sun Xiaochuan struggled desperately, but with his feet off the ground, he couldn't muster even half his strength. Chu Sheng looked down at him and said, I heard you used nunchaku on your own grandmother. That's unacceptable. Are you ready to meet the fist of justice? Before he finished speaking, Chu Sheng delivered a punch. Sun Xiaochuan's back arched instantly, followed by the devastating power of the stacked wave fist at the fifth realm. By the sixth wave, Sun Xiaochuan was blasted off the stage like a cannonball, crashing into the stands with his chest caved in and ribs shattered. Punishing evil earns justice points. For 100, Chu Sheng thought to himself. All that work in the abyss didn't bring half this reward. Turns out, one person is more than enough. As the arena fell silent, the principal of number 1 high school suddenly stood up and shouted angrily. This match doesn't count. He concealed his cultivation level. Nonsense. Wu Qingshan sprang to his feet, his face full of anger. Chu Sheng has never lied about his cultivation level. Everyone present was stunned. It was the first time they'd seen someone defend such a claim with such conviction. Chu Sheng was clearly at the 5th level, but had reported himself as only at the 2nd. How could that not be considered concealing his true strength? Wu Qingshan, what are you trying to say? Huang Wei asked, frowning. I mean exactly what I said, Wu Qingshan replied, meeting Huang Wei's gaze and speaking slowly and clearly. When Chu Sheng registered that day, he really was at the 2nd level of Kaimai. A brief silence fell over the crowd. Huang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you saying he advanced 3 levels in just 4 days? That's exactly right. Wu Qingshan answered firmly. I just tried to discuss updating Chu Sheng's records to reflect his current level. Unfortunately, we weren't given the chance. So any talk about hiding his true strength is completely unfounded. The leaders from number 1 high school exchanged glances, and even the principal shook his head in disbelief. Advancing 3 levels in 4 days was unheard of in cultivation history. Yet Chu Sheng's strength was plain for all to see. Come on, old Wu, why are you getting so worked up? Huang Wei waved his hand, his tone suddenly becoming friendly. Of course I believe you. But you've been keeping such a genius hidden at your school, there has to be some penalty for that. Tonight, I'm buying dinner, but you'll have to drink at least half a glass as punishment. As the director of education, having such a prodigy in Bayan City was an achievement for him as well. By now, he had completely forgotten about Sun Xiaochuan's serious injuries. With that, the controversy faded away. Chu Sheng walked down from the martial arts platform, his face impassive. But unlike when he first stepped up, now every pair of eyes was fixed on him, filled with admiration and envy. With the strength of the 5th level of Kaimai, he was sure to attract the attention of top academies. If he really had advanced 3 levels in just 4 days, he might even qualify for a special recruitment, offer a rare honor never before seen in Bayan City. The rest of the matches no longer held any real excitement. Whenever Chu Sheng's turn came, his opponents would simply concede, unwilling to face someone 3 levels above them. Chu Sheng, can I add you on WeChat? Li Yuxuan approached him again, smiling nervously. No. Chu Sheng refused flatly. Li Yuxuan walked away, disappointed. Meanwhile, at the Sun family estate in the southern part of the city, the news that Sun Xiaochuan had not only lost the match, but also been seriously injured left everyone in shock, then fuming with rage. With only 20 days left until the college entrance exam, even if he recovered, his strength would surely be affected, and this precious preparation time would be wasted. What made them even angrier was the loss of the Tian-level breathing technique they had prepared for him. That wretched thief. How dare he steal the breathing technique we got for Xiaoquan and Forgivable? We can't let this go. We spent half our family's fortune and pulled strings with Huang Wei to get it. We can't let it fall into someone else's hands. Don't worry, Sun Xiaochuan's father, Sun Zhanting, finally said, making the final decision. That breathing technique was tailored for Xiaochuan. No one else can use it. With the exam so close, we should focus on things that can have an immediate effect. I guess that's all we can do. Soon, noon arrived, and the league came to an end. Huang Wei began with some official remarks, delivering a passionate and rousing speech to encourage everyone. Then, he moved on to the highly anticipated award ceremony. As the first-place winner, Chu Sheng stood at the very center of the podium. His prize was especially generous. Not only did he receive a heaven-grade breathing technique, but also the standard rewards given to the top 10, 3 high-quality qi and blood pills, and a mid-grade, earth-level martial technique manual. In a Tier 5 base city like Bayan, even students from wealthy families would find 3 high-quality qi and blood pills to be extremely valuable training resources, enough to significantly boost their strength. The earth-level martial technique was even more coveted by the contestants. Most participants only had access to upper profound grade techniques at best. Even Chu Sheng himself had only mastered a mid-grade profound technique before this. Techniques of this caliber weren't something you could buy, even if you spent hundreds of thousands. High-grade martial arts simply didn't circulate openly on the market. If everyone could learn them, where would the competitive edge be? Chu Sheng's thoughts drifted to a term he had read in the history books of his previous life, the martial canon purge. Before the establishment of the Daxia Federation, the land was dominated by powerful clans and sects, each ruling their own territories. Later, the leaders of these forces supposedly cast aside their personal interests and made the bold decision to disband their own power bases. Clans sent their members away, and sects dismissed their disciples. This event was called the societal reform in the history books. However, Although these clans and sects appeared to dissolve, their martial arts and techniques remained tightly controlled by certain individuals. When the Daxia Federation was first founded, the government demanded these techniques be handed over. Instead, those in possession chose to burn them rather than surrender them, much like pouring milk into a river rather than giving it to the poor. Barely a century after the Federation's founding, these families and sects returned in full force, and after 1,000 years of development, they had infiltrated every aspect of the Federation. Chu Sheng even suspected that the so-called societal reform might have had ulterior motives, and that the official story was simply a version beautified by those now in power. To this day, martial techniques and cultivation methods remain the most prized resources among all factions. Anything below Earth grade can still be bought with money, but once you reach the Earth grade level, thinking you can buy it is nothing but wishful thinking. The Earth-level mid-grade martial technique awarded to the top 10 had been acquired through the combined efforts of the Department of Education and more than a dozen schools in Bayan, who spent a fortune and pulled many strings just to secure a copy. It came with numerous usage restrictions. As for the heaven-grade breathing technique, the Sun family had practically emptied their coffers and relied on Huang Wei's connections to obtain this rare treasure from a top academy. Ahem. Huang Wei approached Chu Sheng, cleared his throat, and lowered his voice. Chu Sheng, I know you might not want that breathing technique. If there's something else you'd rather have, just say the word, and I'll do my best to make it happen. This breathing technique had originally been prepared specifically for Sun Xiaochuan. With only about 20 days left until the college entrance exams, most people would want to exchange it for something more immediately useful. Chu Sheng rolled his eyes and replied bluntly, who says I don't want it? I came here for that breathing technique, all right? Huh, you really want that breathing technique? Huang Wei looked at him in surprise. But it won't help you with the college entrance exams. Don't judge me by those loser standards, Chu Sheng said coldly. Huang Wei's expression froze. It wasn't Chu Sheng's tone that bothered him. Geniuses were always like this. If they spoke nicely, they wouldn't be called geniuses. What concerned him was the Sun family's request. Ideally, he would have liked to please both sides, but since Chu Sheng refused, there was nothing more he could do. The Sun family might have some influence in Bayan, but as the head of the Department of Education, he had no reason to fear them. After handing the breathing technique scroll to Chu Sheng, Huang Wei reminded him, this is only valid for 1 month, so keep it safe and don't open it until after the entrance exams. Also, it's marked only the first person who opens it can read it. If anyone else is present, the scroll will self-destruct. I don't need to remind you about keeping this confidential. You know what's at stake. Chu Sheng nodded, then looked down at the scroll in his hands. 4 ancient characters were inscribed on its surface. Lingxiao Luai's Yu Qi Ju. Most basic breathing techniques don't have any elemental attributes. Standing inside the martial arts pavilion, Chu Sheng focused on the book in his hand, which faintly glimmered with lightning. Lingxiao Luai's Qi manipulation technique. The name alone hinted at its close connection to the lightning element, and in terms of offensive power, it was definitely top tier. The problem, however, was that the rarity of the lightning element made this technique extremely difficult to master. While it was possible to use the demon cores of lightning-type beasts to aid cultivation, only those from 3rd rank or higher beasts could be used. On top of that, lightning-type beasts were far stronger than others, and a single 3rd-rank demon core could easily sell for 200 or 300 the Sanda price, well beyond what most people could afford. Chu Sheng stroked his chin in thought. With the system on his side, training wouldn't be an issue. The only concern was how many more justice points it would consume. If he didn't have enough, he could always borrow some gold coins from old Deng. After all, Wu Qingshan had already promised a 2 million reward for getting into a top academy that was the equivalent of just 7 lightning demon cores. When it was time to choose an earth-rank martial technique, Chu Sheng, as the league champion, had first pick. His offensive techniques were already more than enough. With the power of blade intent, his Lingfeng blade art could rival even heaven-rank skills. But he still lacked a movement technique. His eyes quickly landed on purple lightning pierces the clouds, since he had already chosen a lightning elemental breathing method. This lightning-themed movement technique was a perfect match, especially when combined with his blade skills. The destructive potential would be off the charts. After the tournament, a crowd of students swarmed over, hoping to befriend Chu Sheng. Their motives were simple. Connecting with a future top academy talent was something they could brag about for the rest of their lives. But Chu Sheng wasn't interested. These people were nowhere near his level, and he saw no reason to waste his time. He headed straight for the viewing platform, where Wu Qingshan was proudly boasting about his success. When Chu Sheng approached and said he needed something, Wu Qingshan immediately stopped showing off and stood up. In his eyes, Chu Sheng was no longer just an ordinary student, but the pillar of number 2 high school. On the way back to school, Chu Sheng brought up the matter of getting his reward in advance. Wu Qingshan agreed without hesitation, not even bothering to ask what the money was for. In his mind, a genius reasons didn't need to be questioned by ordinary people. Plus, the fact that Chu Sheng was asking for money from the school was a relief. If he took the school's money, he probably wouldn't be poached by another school. When they returned to campus, it was just in time for class. Stop dawdling. The college entrance exams are right around the corner. Why aren't you working harder? Look at Chu Sheng. He's already reached the second level of the open vein stage. And you? Still stuck at the second level of body refinement. It's really worrying. Wang Yingwu was leading his team to the martial arts classroom, his face barely concealing his anger. Today, he had already thrown punches at the Chinese teacher, the math teacher, and even the history teacher who was just hoping not to get sick. The fury still churned inside him. The students in the group whispered among themselves, "What's gotten into Parrot Bro today? For consecutive PE classes, does he want to kill us? Maybe he got dumped? Come on, he's never even dated anyone. Hey, you guys don't know? The city just cracked down on illegal venues the other day, busted more than a dozen in one go. He's probably frustrated. Didn't you see all the pimples popping up on his face?" Suddenly, Wang Yingwu, who was at the front, stopped dead in his tracks. Principal Wu Qingshan was standing ahead of them. Wu Qingshan smiled and nodded. "Good, I like the energy. The league's over? How did Chu Sheng do?" "Yeah, not bad. He took first place." That sentence hit Wang Yingwu like a hammer, rooting him to the spot. First place? Chu Sheng got first place. The students from class 4 were baffled. They didn't know about the league and thought it was just a regular competition. Wu Qingshan added, "Oh, one more thing, Chu Sheng has reached the 5th level of the Kaimai realm." With that, he walked off with Wang Yingwu, leaving the class 4 students staring in shock. There was no reason for the principal to lie about this, which meant Chu Sheng really had advanced to Kaimai level 5, an entire major realm ahead of them. As they watched Chu Sheng walk away, their eyes were filled with mixed emotions, envy at his strength and regret for not getting closer to him. Lu Cha, in particular, was filled with remorse. After the stunt she pulled before Chu Sheng was transferred to the elite class, she not only caused her own breakup with Lu Yang, but also managed to offend Chu Sheng. Now, she was beside herself with regret. Chu Sheng went straight back to his private training room. With the system in hand, he wasn't worried about the scroll's 30-day limit. Soon, 2 new lines appeared on his personal panel. Lingxiao Luai's Qi control technique, not yet mastered. Purple lightning pierces the clouds, not yet mastered. He promptly destroyed both scrolls. Keeping them was unsafe, and carrying them around was a hassle. If only I had a storage ring. Of course, that was just wishful thinking. The cheapest 1-cubitor ring cost at least $1 million, way out of his price range. He tried to directly add points to the breathing technique, and the system immediately prompted, "Insufficient thunder element spiritual energy detected. Justice points required for cultivation will increase by 200. Proceed?" This meant it would cost 3 times as many justice points. Cultivating techniques already took longer than martial skills, and this one was of mid-tier heavenly grade. Chu Sheng estimated it would take at least 3,000 to 4,000 justice points to reach mastery at triple the rate. That was over 10,000, and he didn't have that many to spare. He was still planning to break through to the 3rd stage of the Qi realm before the college entrance exams and make a splash in the test hall. After receiving 2 million credits, Chu Sheng immediately headed to the martial artist shop and bought 7 3rd-grade Thunder Tribute Demon Cores. Using up the 600 justice points head earned from defeating Sun Xiaochuan and one of the Thunder Cores, he instantly advanced the Lingxiao Luai's Qi control technique to the proficient level. Once had fully absorbed the boost from adding points, he began practicing the technique as instructed. Instantly, faint crackling sounds filled the air around him. While the amount of spiritual energy he absorbed was slightly less than with the 100-fold tempering breathing method, the quality was several times higher. Overall, his efficiency had at least tripled now. Even if he depleted all his true energy, he could recover completely in 7 or 8 hours. And this was just at the proficient level. As he reached greater mastery, that time would drop significantly, and his strength would leap to a whole new level. The Frank Abyss in the north of the city could no longer meet his needs. A low-level beast was worth only 2 justice points. Even if he exhausted himself, the gains would be limited. He decided to try the rank Abyss in the west, where first-tier beasts resided, and the justice points would surely be far more substantial. Special admission? Which academy? Chu Sheng had only intended to ask Wu Qingshan for leave, but he was stunned by the reply. "Which one do you think?" Wu Qingshan's voice was filled with barely contained excitement. "Xiao Chu, you really underestimate yourself, don't you? All 5 top academies in Daxia I've called." Wu Qingshan went on to explain that although reaching the 5th level of meridian opening wasn't usually enough for special admission, Chu Sheng's terrifying speed advancing 3 levels in 4 days, and with barely any resources, was a talent none of the best academies could ignore. As soon as they received his file, every top academy immediately decided to offer him a special spot. "Take the next couple of days to think about what conditions you want to ask for. Don't be shy about it," Wu Qingshan said with a relaxed tone. Top academies can be very generous. After hanging up, Chu Sheng stood frozen in place, a bit dazed. Had been thinking about working hard just to get into a top academy, but now he realized his ambitions had been too modest. As for the terms of his special admission, he definitely needed to give it some thought. Still, he couldn't skip the trip to the Abyss. The experience there would give him even more leverage when negotiating. The next morning, at the entrance to the rank Abyss in the western part of Bayan City. Unlike the Frank Abyss, Chu Sheng stood out here as a high school student. The rank abyss was inhabited by Tier 1 beasts, while most high schoolers were only at the body-tempering stag-eat best. The most talented had just started opening their meridians and were no match for these beasts. Usually, you'd never see a high school student in a place like this. On the elevator platform, several people shot Chu Sheng curious or odd glances. Whose kid is this? He's so young, how could his family let him come here? Aren't they afraid he'll get hurt? A middle-aged man muttered under his breath. Heh, must be a genius, a young man next to him sneered. Geniuses think they're invincible. He has no idea how dangerous the real world is. Someone's bound to teach him a lesson. Chu Sheng frowned slightly at their words, then turned to look at them. His tone was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. Excuse me, but could you all just shut up? As he spoke, he stopped holding back his aura. A wave of powerful energy surged out, far stronger than what you'd expect from a fifth-level meridian opening cultivator. The elevator fell silent. The young man had mocked him as a genius went pale instantly. Someone this young with such power, if that's not a genius, what is? Had just been thoroughly put in his place. Besides Chu Sheng, the highest-ranked person on the platform was an elderly man at the 7th level of meridian opening, already nearing 70 and visibly weakened. Seeing the angry looks on a few faces, the old man coughed and shook his head, then spoke in a kindly, lecturing tone. Young people shouldn't be so hot-tempered. We're just looking out for you. Chu Sheng shot him a cold glance. Old man, did I say you could talk? With his blade at his side, Chu Sheng was brimming with confidence. Among meridian opening cultivators, he feared no one. The old man was furious and lifted his long sword, but before anyone could see how it happened, there was a ringing metallic clang. The sword was sliced cleanly in two, the broken blade clattering to the elevator floor. When everyone looked at Chu Sheng again, their eyes were filled with shock and now fear. To cut through a Tier 1 weapon with a single blow, how terrifying was this strength? 5th level meridian opening? Not his boy was definitely holding back. Can we keep it quiet now? Chu Sheng asked calmly. Yes. The old man seemed to age backwards 60 years in an instant, nodding like a chastened child. That slash had landed on his weapon. If it had landed on him, the consequences would have been unthinkable. It'll definitely be worse than just a few bruises, Chu Sheng said, and as soon as he finished, he gained 100 points of righteousness, his reward for reminding everyone to keep quiet in public spaces. Coupled with the 300 points had gotten earlier for free, his mood was particularly bright. This promising start filled Chu Sheng with anticipation for what he might gain in the abyss. When the lift reached the bottom, the others remained frozen in place, only daring to step out after Chu Sheng had already walked a dozen meters ahead. He's too intimidating. Young people these days. Wasn't the most talented supposed to be the Sun family's young master? He only reached the 3rd level 2 months ago, but this guy's already at the 5th. You're behind on the news. Just yesterday at the city's youth tournament, Chu Sheng made a stunning debut at the 5th level. If my kid were half as capable as him, I'd wake up laughing in my dreams. Someone noticed Chu Sheng heading toward the territory of the Phantom Wolf and couldn't help but comment. Is this his first time here? How does he dare go that way? In the abyss, there was a saying about 2 things to avoid: the foul-smelling but worthless dung beetle beast and the cunning Phantom Wolf, notorious for its ambushes and high casualty rates. But Chu Sheng wasn't worried at all. With his combat instincts, no sneak attack could escape his notice. As he moved west, the light grew dim. Before long, Chu Sheng spotted a massive black wolf crouched on a boulder. Though the Phantom Wolf was nearly invisible to most, it stood out clearly to him. Before it could move, Chu Sheng swung his blade, shattering both the wolf and the boulder in an instant. The righteousness points he earned were 2.5 times that of ordinary beasts, not a huge sum, but steady. At this pace, he could easily earn 1,000 or 2 in a single day. Meanwhile, trouble was brewing in the Sun family estate on the south side of the city. This is such a big deal, and you kept it from me. Sun Linger's pretty face was filled with anger, her voice nearly breaking. If it weren't for second aunt, I'd still be in the dark. My own little brother got beaten so badly, he might not even be able to take the college entrance exam. Sun Jianting shot a cold glare at the woman beside him and barked, Enough. Then he turned to his daughter, explaining, We didn't tell you because we didn't want to upset you. He'll handle this, just focus on reaching the next level. No, I have to deal with him myself, or he'll never be able to calm down. Just as Sun Jianting fell silent, someone rushed in with news. Uncle. Chu Sheng went to the western abyss alone. Sun Linger's expression turned icy. I'll finish him off myself and get back the breathing technique for Xiao Chuan while I'm at it. Wait. Sun Jianting called after her. Chi, go with Linger. You know what you need to do. Sun Chi, also at the 9th level, nodded, knowing that when it came to dealing with a genius like Chu Sheng, they had to make sure there were no loose ends. As the two left the courtyard, a sudden chill swept over them. Where did this wind come from all of a sudden? They frowned in confusion, but didn't think much of it. Night soon fell. Chu Sheng sat cross-legged on the ground, fully focused on refining his cultivation technique. The familiar system notification chimed. With the expenditure of 2,000 justice points and 3 Tier 3 lightning attribute demon cores, His Ling Xiao Luai's royal qi technique broke through to perfection. In an instant, countless threads of lightning flickered around him, like thousands of silver snakes weaving and surging through the air. Under the glow of the lightning, the young man's long robe fluttered in the wind as he stood with his blade in hand, his sharp, knife-like eyes reflecting a deep indigo hue. At that moment, two figures appeared in his line of sight, a young man and woman approaching. The man's face was expressionless, while the girl's features were frosted with hostility, her gaze brimming with murderous intent. I thought you'd already left the UN, Sun Linger sneered. I have to say, your luck couldn't be worse. Who the hell are you? Chu Sheng replied with a look of disdain. Sun Xiaochuan is my younger brother. She spat. Not only did you steal his breathing technique, you also left him badly injured. Hand over the technique, and he'll let you live. As the words left her lips, a powerful aura belonging to the 9th stage of the meridian opening realm erupted from her body. Yet Chu Sheng showed no fear. Instead, a faint, meaningful smile played at his lips. Two enemies delivering themselves to his door in the dead of night. All because had crippled her brother? Robbery, is it? You people. Chu Sheng's cold smile had barely faded before his blade flashed out, slicing through the air like a streak of icy light. He never gave villains the chance to strike first. Sun Linger's pupils shrank in shock. She couldn't believe someone at the 5th stage of meridian opening dared attack two 9th stage opponents heat-in. Sun Chi reacted swiftly, shoving Sun Linger aside and unleashing the high-grade, Xian-level martial art, cloud-picking hand. His 5 fingers came together like a sword, thrusting toward the incoming blade light. Know your place, boy? But the expected clash of metal never came. Instead, a dull, wet sound of flesh being torn filled the air as Sun Chi's entire arm was shredded by the blade's energy. Had he not dodged in time, his head would have been separated from his body. Chu Sheng pressed the attack, swinging his blade again with a jagged, saw-like force. Sun Chi instinctively twisted to evade, but the blade seemed almost sentient, tracing a sinister arc through the air and slashing straight for his abdomen. Blood sprayed, organs were ripped apart, and Sun Chi was sent flying like a broken kite. In his final moments, Sun Chi coughed up a mouthful of blood, barely able to speak. No wonder Grandma always said cough. Chu Sheng coldly stomped down on his head, cutting off any last words. Everything had happened so quickly that Sun Linger hadn't even had time to react before her uncle lay dead at her feet. Before she could utter a word, bang! Chu Sheng's foot came down hard, and Sun Chi's head burst open like an overripe watermelon. Red and white matter splattered across the ground, forming a gruesome pattern. Instantly, the system's notification echoed in his mind. You have slain a would-be robber. Justice points 600. Chu Sheng withdrew his foot without a hint of mercy in his eyes. He had always believed in dealing with villains in the most ruthless way possible. Turning around, he pointed his long blade at Sun Linger, who stared at him in terror not far away. Uncle Wu. The woman screamed, her voice trembling with fear. Stop shouting, Chu Sheng replied calmly, as if he were simply commenting on the weather. Let me add a skill point first. You're next. Ding, you have spent 600 justice points. Your purple lightning pierces the clouds technique has advanced to mastery. With a thought, Chu Sheng stepped forward. Purple arcs of electricity danced around him, making him look like the god of thunder descending to earth. In a flash, he appeared before Sun Linger, his blade tracing a silver arc straight for her throat. Unexpectedly, a white barrier suddenly sprang up around Sun Linger, completely blocking Chu Sheng's attack. Boom! A powerful backlash hit Chu Sheng like an invisible wall, forcing him several steps back. He frowned, a trace of surprise in his eyes. What is this? Sun Linger let out a long breath, cold sweat still clinging to her forehead. She couldn't believe that a mere 5th-stage cultivator could possess such terrifying power. Once she regained her composure, she proudly pulled out a silver token from her waist, her tone full of threat. This is the badge of Lingyue Academy. If you kill me, the Academy will launch a full investigation. You won't get away. Academy badge? Chu Sheng had certainly heard of it. It wasn't just a symbol of student status. More importantly, many top academies embedded life-saving formations in these badges. If the bearer faced a mortal threat, the formation would activate automatically. Does this mean I really can't kill her? Chu Sheng considered the situation, but mostly he felt anger. This was a blatant threat, and if there was one thing he hated, it was being threatened. Seeing Chu Sheng standing motionless, Sun Linger assumed he was intimidated. She secretly laughed. 5th-stage cultivators were geniuses, sure, but still just high schoolers. It was only natural to fear a top institution like Lingyue Academy. Hand over your breathing technique, and well, forget what happened today. Otherwise, before she could finish, Chu Sheng swung his blade at the barrier with murderous intent in his eyes. Enough of your nonsense. You're dying here today. Lingyue Academy? It's just a first-rate school. I'm about to be recruited by a top-tier academy. Like to make threats? Go threaten them instead. You're insane. Lingyue Academy will never let you get away with this. Sun Linger screamed as she ran. But to her horror, Chu Sheng's energy seemed endless. He unleashed his movement skills one after another, Matching her speed perfectly, she couldn't shake him off. The barrier would only last for 3 minutes. As the time ran out, the protection vanished. A streak of purple lightning sliced through the air, and Chu Sheng appeared behind her like a ghost. Silver light flashed, and his blade came crashing down. Splurt! Sun Linger's body was cleaved in two, blood gushing out and filling the air with the stench of iron. He who kills will be killed in turn, Chu Sheng said coldly. He didn't care how beautiful she was or how attractive her figure might be. He wasn't Yuan, and he had no brothers to avenge. There was no such thing as wasted effort. In his world, there was only one rule. If you're evil, you die. You have slain a would-be robber. Justice points 600. Another 600 justice points. Just these two had earned him almost as much as a whole day's work. Leaving the abyss behind, Chu Sheng's mind cleared. Before, had been considering what terms to ask for tomorrow, but now he realized that resources and techniques were secondary. The real key was making the most of his golden finger. In the Sun family compound, a heavy, oppressive atmosphere hung over everyone. No one had slept for a whole day and night. Their eyes were bloodshot and filled with anxiety. They kept glancing toward the main gate, hoping for someone to bring back good news. It's been so long. Why aren't the two of them back yet? Could it be they didn't find that boy? One clan member whispered. Nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. Sun Jianting muttered to himself, his eyes bloodshot and his brow furrowed with worry. His fingers tapped nervously on the table. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded outside the courtyard, followed by a shout that shattered the silence. Something's happened, uncle. Something's happened. A young clansman ran into the courtyard, out of breath and pale as a sheet. He rushed up to Sun Jianting, his voice trembling. Uncle Linger and fifth uncle, something happened to them. Everyone immediately crowded around him. The young man took a deep breath and described in detail how he had found their bodies in the abyss. The news hit everyone like a sledgehammer, shattering their last hope. Sun Jianting's face turned ashen, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes filled with a ferocious glare. Where are the bodies? Right outside, but... The young man hesitated, then sighed. Uncle, you should see for yourself. Sun Jianting led the way, with the rest following him outside. When they saw the two corpses laid out at the door, chaos erupted. Several women screamed and fainted, while the men gasped, their faces drained of color. One body had been split clean in half, the wound horrifyingly gruesome. The other's head was completely crushed, reduced to a bloody pulp. Even worse, both bodies were covered with marks of savage bites from monsters, their flesh torn so badly they were almost unrecognizable. Who did this? Sun Jianting demanded through gritted teeth. He already had a suspicion, but he couldn't bring himself to believe it. The young clansman answered quietly. It was probably Chu Sheng. Their bodies were found in the territory of the Shadow Wolf, and yesterday, only Chu Sheng went there. At these words, Sun Jianting staggered, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He took a few shaky steps back, barely supported by his clansmen. The others cursed in anger. That animal. Although it was the Sun family who had tried to kill Chu Sheng first, in their eyes, this was only natural. For Chu Sheng to dare kill members of their family was an unforgivable crime. Bring him here. Bring him to me now. Sun Jianting roared, his eyes bloodshot and wild. With his son crippled, his daughter and brother dead, the blows had nearly broken him. The rest of the Sun family rushed to restrain him. Jianting, don't be reckless. This is the city, we can't just storm in and grab someone. That's right, brother. There'll be plenty of chances for revenge. At the very least, we should wait until night. That kid is probably hiding at the academy now. We can't just barge in there, can we? These words brought Sun Jianting back to his senses. The Sun family did wield considerable influence in Bayan City, but this was still the city. If they made too much noise, things would spiral out of control. Besides, plenty of eyes were watching the Sun family. The family gathered together quietly to discuss their next move. Let's report it to the arrest division and let them catch him for us. Then we can use our connections to get him handed over, someone suggested. No, another shook his head. Wu Qingshan has some influence in the city, and that kid is at the 5th level of meridians, a top student with a bright future. Without solid evidence, the arrest division won't make a move. Then we wait until he leaves the abyss. He's not stupid. After killing our people, would he dare go back to the abyss? So what do? We can't drag this out. The college entrance exams are coming up. If he gets into a top academy, we might not even get a chance to act. The group argued back and forth until a flash of cunning appeared in Sun Jianting's eye. She had come up with an idea. We really can't afford to wait, he said coldly. We may not be able to catch him, but someone else can. Lingyue Academy. Everyone's eyes lit up. As a first-class academy that had stood strong for hundreds of years in Xia, Lingyue Academy wielded tremendous power. Catching someone who had killed their student, especially an orphan with no background, would be nothing more than a flick of the wrist for them. In fact, even without Sun Jianting's phone call, Lingyue Academy had already planned to send someone to Bayan City to investigate. The activation of the life-saving token, coupled with the inability to contact Sun Linger, clearly indicated that the student was likely in grave danger. Inside Lingyue Academy, When a mentor received the news, he shouted in disbelief, "Dead? How could Linger be dead?" When Wang Lian heard the news of Sun Linger's death, her heart finally broke. Her fists clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned white, and her brows furrowed deeply. Yet she couldn't understand how could a simple trip home on leave to visit her brother have ended her life? When she learned that Sun Linger had only wanted to stand up for her brother, but was brutally murdered instead, fury blazed in Wang Lian's eyes. With a single slap, she overturned the desk in front of her. Teacups shattered, and papers scattered across the floor. Barbarians from the backwater. Lawless animals. She growled through gritted teeth. Sun Linger had been her most cherished student, on the verge of advancing to the third stage of Qi Si realm. Such talent and hard work snuffed out for no reason, there was no way she could let this go. Wang Lian forced herself to calm down and thought things through. She knew the situation couldn't be as simple as Sun Zhantang claimed. Still, Sun Linger was indeed dead, so the details no longer mattered. Her eyes turned icy as she spoke each word deliberately. The murderer must die. Not even Jesus could save him. After reporting the matter, the atmosphere in the academy's senior meeting room grew tense. The elders wore grim expressions, and the headmaster slammed his hand on the table in anger. The academy took this incident extremely seriously. With college entrance season approaching, this kind of scandal was a direct affront to Lingwei Academy. "We have to punish the perpetrators severely and seek justice for our student," the headmaster said in a low, resolute tone. They also planned to publicize the incident as proof of how much they valued their students. An investigation team was immediately dispatched to handle the case. Wang Lian joined the academy's investigators, and they set off for Bayan City without delay. Their carriage sped along the road, kicking up dust in its wake. The Sun family felt a surge of satisfaction when they heard the news. Sun Zhantang clenched his fists, eyes shining with vindictive pleasure. "By tonight at the latest, the people from Lingwei Academy will be here. That will be the end of Chu Sheng. Genius? What does it matter if he's a genius? He'll die all the same." Meanwhile, in the principal's office at Bayan No. 2 High School, the atmosphere was tense. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating several people in different academy uniforms. There were 5 top academies in Daxia, and representatives from 4 had already arrived. Only Longwu University's team was still on the road and expected by noon due to the distance. Unlike the confidence they'd shown on arrival, the special recruitment officers now wore troubled expressions. The reason? Chu Sheng's demand was simply bizarre. He didn't care about resources, cultivation techniques, or even Federation currency. His exact words were, "I can't stand injustice. I like catching criminals and rooting out evil. So I have just one condition. Get me into the Jingwu Bureau." The chiefing office mostly dealt with ordinary people or low-level cultivators, nothing promising or righteous enough for him. The Jingwu Bureau, on the other hand, handled crimes committed by high-level cultivators, hunted monsters from the abyss, and fought alien invaders from the stars. But entry requirements were strict. Graduation from a top academy, Qi Si realm cultivation, a spotless background, and 5 years experience in the chiefing office. There was no way Chu Sheng could get in now. As for waiting 5 years, she had no patience for that. The special recruiters had considered many scenarios, but none of them expected Chu Sheng to ask for this. They exchanged glances, frowning. In all of Daxia, they had never encountered a condition this outlandish. "We're an academy, not the government," one recruiter said helplessly, spreading his hands. The Jingwu Bureau might not have much power, but its management was notoriously strict, with constant inspections from above. Getting involved was almost impossible. Wang He, the recruiter from Jingwu University, cleared his throat and tried a gentler tone. "Chu Sheng, you're only 18. What's the rush? How about this? Well, arrange a position for you at the chiefing office in the capital for now. In 5 years, you can move to the Jingwu Bureau, and no one will accuse you of using connections." Chu Sheng rolled his eyes, making no effort to hide his disdain. What's wrong with using connections? He didn't see any issue with it. People who complain about it just don't have any connections themselves. Chu Sheng's attitude annoyed Wang He. His face darkened. He thought, "I'm from one of the top academies, and even if Chu Sheng is talented, he's only at the 5th level of meridian opening. I came here as a special exception. Why should I let him push me around? Advancing 3 levels in 4 days, who knows if there's something fishy going on?" Wang He thought to himself. There are plenty of geniuses. Jingwu University doesn't need this one. With that, Wang He stood up, straightened his jacket, and made as if to leave. "Sorry, but we can't meet your condition." The remaining 3 exchanged glances and stood up together. They had no real intention of leaving. They were just trying to pressure Chu Sheng, hoping he would compromise. It was a tactic they'd used many times before, and it had always worked. The message was clear. If he didn't accept the special admission offer now, he'd have to apply through the regular process later, and all the perks would be off the table. Anyone with sense would know which option to choose. "Well, if we can't come to an agreement, then there's nothing more to discuss. I hope you find a university you like." Chu Sheng, the leader said, his tone full of obvious pressure. Chu Sheng remained calm and replied evenly, "All right, that's fine." The 3 of them were taken aback, staring at each other in disbelief. Wang He, the one in front, stormed out, his face full of irritation. Had met plenty of arrogant geniuses before, but never anyone as stubborn as Chu Sheng. He thought to himself, a student like this isn't worth the trouble anyway. The other two soon followed, but they didn't leave Bian City. Instead, they lingered in town, convinced that Chu Sheng was just waiting to see if the last school, Longwu Academy, would meet his terms. Was that likely? Not unless Chu Sheng could prove he was worth it. Otherwise, Longwu Academy wouldn't give in either. When that happened, they figured they could simply make another offer. Back in the principal's office, Wu Qingshan could hardly believe what had heard. All 4 negotiations fell through. What kind of conditions did Chu Sheng ask for? Does he want to be the principal? But after hearing Chu Sheng's explanation, Wu Qingshan had to admit his own imagination was too limited. That's just wild. The Jingwu Bureau has strict rules, and the federal government pays special attention to that department. It's not so easy to pull strings and get someone in. That's why I wanted to give it a shot, Chu Sheng replied, his tone even. Forget it. Your current talent just isn't enough for them to go that far. Try asking for something else, and they'll reach out to them again. There's still one more school, Chu Sheng mused. Not enough talent, huh? That's a good point. They'll just have to show them a bit more next time. Around noon, the special admissions officer from Longwu Academy arrived. He was a composed middle-aged man named Long Liang. Unlike the previous 4, Long Liang didn't leave immediately after hearing Chu Sheng's request. Instead, he stated bluntly, with your talent, we're not prepared to make that kind of offer. Breaking through 3 minor realms in 4 days at the Kaimai stage doesn't mean you'll do the same at the Qihai stage or even manage 3 minor realms in 4 months. Chu Sheng nodded. Then suddenly, countless tiny sparks of lightning flickered around him, illuminating the room. How about now? Long Liang froze for a moment, his expression quickly shifting as he recalled the breathing technique mentioned in Chu Sheng's Filia technique Chu Sheng had just obtained at the recent tournament. Wait, you've already mastered it? Fully mastered, Chu Sheng corrected calmly. Long Liang's breathing grew noticeably heavier, his eyes filled with shock. Mastering a top-tier breathing technique in just 3 days was even more impressive than breaking through 3 minor realms in 4 days. The former might be explained by accumulated effort, but the latter was a true mark of exceptional talent. Is that enough now? If not, I have more to show, Chu Sheng said, his voice confident. That's more than enough. Wait, what? You have more? Long Liang stared at Chu Sheng in surprise. Chu Sheng nodded. But since this is enough, I'd rather not show everything I have. I need to keep some cards close to my chest, right? Chu Sheng had never cared for playing dumb or hiding his abilities. In martial arts, it was all about striving to be the best. If it came to it, he'd rather fight hidden than hide in fear. As for being targeted, had trump cards of his own. If things got dangerous, he'd just use his past life dream and face them hidden. What could the so-called ascended masters do about it? Long Liang nodded understandingly. Makes sense. At first, he thought that since he had arrived so late, Chu Sheng might have already been recruited by someone else. Unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise waiting for him. A flash of delight appeared in Long Liang's eyes before he composed himself and said, but I still need to check with the school about this. Please wait a moment. With that, Long Liang got up and left the room, his footsteps gradually fading away. 3 minutes later, he returned, pushing open the door with a satisfied smile. We can agree to your terms, but there's one non-negotiable requirement from the Jingwu Bureau: you must reach the Qihai realm. Everything else is negotiable, but there's no room for compromise on your cultivation level. He shrugged. No matter how strong your connections are, this is non-negotiable. Chu Sheng smiled slightly. That's not a problem. Given his current progress, he was confident he could reach the Qihai realm before the college entrance exams. It wouldn't take much longer. Long Liang frowned. There's another issue. The Jingwu Bureau doesn't allow part-time positions. How are you going to manage your studies? He'll study on my own. I can just come back for exams when the time comes. Chu Sheng's tone was calm, as if he was discussing something trivial. Huh, are you sure? Long Liang was taken aback. In top universities, aside from resources and techniques, the most valuable thing is guidance from renowned teachers. Self-studying could mean a lot of detours. As soon as he said it, Long Liang relaxed. This guy had mastered a top-tier breathing technique in just 3 days. What need did he have for a teacher? Clearly, Chu Sheng didn't need anyone's guidance. He pulled an admission contract from his briefcase and slid it across the table to Chu Sheng. Aside from the Jingwu Bureau, you'll still get all the benefits that come with special recruitment. Take a look. If you're fine with it, just sign. Chu Sheng glanced over the contract. In addition to a 5 million federal credit enrollment bonus, it promised resources and techniques sufficient to advance to the 4th tier of the True Essence realm, as well as a reward of 1,000 contribution points. Instantly, his impression of Longwu University improved. At least they were actually delivering on their promise. She just had to wait until he officially enrolled. After signing the contract, Long Liang took a silver badge from his pocket and handed it to Chu Sheng. In the center of the badge was a lifelike black dragon. With your talent, you should really have a gold badge, but I didn't bring one this time. They'll swap it for you when you're back at school, Long Liang explained. No problem. Chu Sheng didn't mind. Taking the badge, he absent-mindedly rubbed the black dragon. A strange sense of familiarity washed over him. Deathwing. The thought flashed through his mind, but he didn't dwell on it. Long Liang continued. One more thing, although you're a special recruit, I still recommend you take the martial arts exam. Your score can be converted into contribution points. Contribution points were a common currency in top schools, used to exchange for resources and techniques. Chu Sheng nodded, then changed the subject. There's something else. I've killed someone. Long Liang was stunned, his face full of confusion. He stared at Chu Sheng, making sure he wasn't joking, then finally relaxed. That's nothing. The school will cover for you. No, that's not it. Chu Sheng shook his head and explained everything that had happened in Duyuan, making full use of the background he already had. After hearing the full story, Long Liang's expression darkened and he slammed his fist on the table. Damn it. There's always infighting, no matter what. He took a deep breath. Don't worry about Lingwei Academy. The school will handle them. They're just a first-rate academy, nothing to be afraid of. When it came to the Sun family, Long Liang hesitated, frowning deeply. They're not directly involved in this, but I doubt they'll let you off that easily. They might try something against you. A flash of coldness appeared in his eyes. How about I take care of them for you once and for all? Seeing the hint of surprise in Chu Sheng's eyes, Long Liang quickly waved his hand, looking a bit embarrassed. I'm not usually like this, I just got a little worked up, he explained, his voice returning to normal. I plan to handle the Sun family myself. I just need you all to help me deal with Lingwei Academy and buy me some time. How much time? Until the college entrance exams are over. Long Liang was momentarily taken aback, frowning slightly. The exams would be over in just about 20 days. Was this kid really saying that after 20 days, he wouldn't have to worry about the Sun family at all? Just how weak was the Sun family supposed to be? Though he was puzzled, Long Liang didn't hesitate. No problem. He agreed firmly. After Long Liang left, news of Chu Sheng's special recruitment by Longwu Academy spread through the school like wildfire. The students in the elite class reacted calmly enough they barely knew Chu Sheng, only that he was incredibly strong. Every time they saw him, he seemed to be busy beating someone up. First Qin Feng and his 3 followers, then Yi Fan, and even Shu Li reportedly got a taste of his fists. Honestly, it was probably for the best that someone like him got recruited early, better that than risk being his next target. The real shock came from Class 4. They had already felt complicated when Chu Sheng got into the elite class as a special admit. Now, he had been directly recruited by the top academy in Daxiathis was almost too much to handle. How is this even fair? Someone complained bitterly. They'd heard of dark horses before, but this was something else. Chu Sheng wasn't just making a comeback, he was taking off. In a dark corner of the school, Lin Chuan's face twisted with frustration as he clawed at the ground, as if he could leave marks in the floor. Damn it, damn it, he ground out, his voice hoarse with anger. Had been playing the underdog for 2.5 years, waiting for his big moment, only to be humiliated in front of everyone. After the elite class selection, Lin Chuan had been training twice as hard, determined to get his revenge on Chu Sheng one day. But now, it felt like he couldn't even see Chu Sheng's dust, let alone catch up. What? Special recruitment by Longwu Academy? Sun Jianting nearly collapsed when he heard the news. With Longwu Academy backing Chu Sheng, how could he possibly get his revenge? Thinking of Sun Linger and Sun Qi's miserable state, Sun Jianting felt like his heart was bleeding. Such a deep grudge had to be avenged, even if it cost him his own life. But just as he resolved to go after Chu Sheng, consequences be damned, Long Liang appeared above the Sun family estate. His voice thundered over the entire compound. They'll keep this short. If Chu Sheng loses a single hair before the college entrance exams, none of you will be spared. Remember, I mean the entire family. I've already had your files transferred from the Wind Enforcement Hall. When the time comes, not a single one of you will get away. With that, Long Liang's aura surged, pressing down like a mountain and making everyone's hearts pound in fear. This isn't coming from Longwu Academy, but from the Long family of Dongyan Province. As his words faded, Long Liang soared away, taking the suffocating pressure with him. The ordinary members of the Sun family collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat as if they'd just been fished out of water. Sun Jianting had no choice but to put his revenge on hold. Longwu Academy might be reasonable, but the Long family behind them certainly wasn't. For a family as powerful as theirs, dealing with someone like the Suns would be child's play. They wouldn't even need to lift a finger, just a single word, and people would be lining up to do their bidding. There's not much time left until the exams anyway. They'll make my move after that, Sun Jianting thought to himself. Still, he couldn't help but wonder. If the Long family wanted to protect Chu Sheng, why only for this short period? Could it be that after the exams, Chu Sheng would have the means to protect himself? We'll have to see how things turn out. Sun Jianting's face grew increasingly twisted, his eyes filled with uncontrollable rage. In the courtyard, an 80-year-old boy wrinkled his nose and pouted, grumbling. The Long family sure thinks there's something, huh? His father's expression darkened, and he slapped the boy without hesitation. What's wrong with your head? Tell me, what's the surname of the first leader of the Daxia Federation? The boy frowned, trying to recall. Chu. He muttered softly. Chu, my ass. It's long. His father roared, smacking him again. Let me ask you again, what's the surname of the second leader? The boy's frown vanished, replaced by a hint of confidence. I know this one, Bailey. Finally, a trace of satisfaction appeared on his father's face, as if the boy was about to get the answer right. But then, same surname as Bailey Shoyua. Walk 100 miles through the long night. Keep a promise for all eternity, the boy added, tilting his head. Since you hit me twice today, does that mean I get to play games for 2 hours? His father smacked his forehead and let out a dramatic wail. Ma Yun, I swear, curse your ancestors. A young man nearby sighed and reminded him, Uncle, you're cursing the wrong guy. That was Ma Huateng. As night fell, the group from Linghua Academy finally arrived at Bian City. Without stopping to rest, they headed straight to the enforcement hall to look up detailed information on Chu Sheng. The murder of a top academy student was no trivial matter, so the enforcement hall dared not slack off. Once they learned where Chu Sheng lived, the three of them hurried over. Chu Sheng lived in a government-assigned apartment surrounded by a dense sprawl of slums. As the three arrived, their arrival didn't go unnoticed. Some residents spotted the badges on their chests. People from Linghua Academy? Linghua Academy? They live here? That's a top-tier school. If you get into even a third-rate academy from this place, you're already lucky. I've heard of a guy named Chu Sheng. He was admitted on a special recommendation. Nonsense. That kid was in my middle school class. If he got in on a special recommendation, then Imachishi Stone, someone scoffed. Wang Lian and her companions walked up to Chu Sheng's door, which was open. Inside sat a middle-aged man. Seeing them enter, his gaze sharpened and he asked coldly, Who are you? Where's Chu Sheng? Wang Lian tensed. This man clearly wasn't anyone from the files. We're from Linghua Academy. We're here to see Chu Sheng. The man snorted. Longwu Academy. Long Liang. The Chu Sheng you're looking for has already been specially recruited by our school. At the mention of Longwu Academy, the three of them visibly stiffened. Longwu Academy's reputation overshadowed nearly every other school, with only a handful able to compete. Linghua Academy, while prestigious, was still a step below. Wang Lian took a deep breath and mustered her courage. Even if he's your student, that doesn't change the fact that he's a murder suspect. We need to bring him in for questioning. Long Liang nodded slowly. Fair enough. But what if I ask for evidence? There's no surveillance in the abyss, no witnesses, no physical proof, not even a solid lead. What do you have to arrest him with? He paused, his tone growing colder. A useless kid at the 9th tier can't even beat someone at the 5th. Keeping him around is a waste of resources. And you still have the nerve to come arrest him? What a joke. Wang Lian glanced at her two companions, who both shook their heads. Clearly, they had no chance of winning a confrontation with Longwu Academy. They had no choice but to leave, walking away in frustration. Just as they reached the gate, Wang Lian suddenly realized something. Wait a minute. Chu Sheng is only at the 5th level. How could Longwu Academy have specially recruited him? Who was that man? Was he lying to us? But before they could process it, boom, a deafening clap of thunder split the sky. In the west of the city, clouds churned rapidly, and violet lightning tore through the heavens, cascading down like a waterfall. Long Liang stared at the sky in shock, his eyes wide. Don't tell me that kid's behind this. When Chu Sheng left the academy at noon, had mentioned going to the Western Abyss for special training. No one expected such a commotion now. Nearby, some of the top recruits from other elite academies saw the astonishing spectacle and grew excited. No way. With a display like that, his awakened talent must be at least grade A, maybe even S. Talent awakening, starting at grade A. They whispered among themselves. That's even more impressive than Chu Sheng. This is a huge opportunity. Hurry, let's go see which academy this genius belongs to. West of Bian City, Irank Abyss, 10 minutes ago. A system notification chimed in Chu Sheng's ear. Ding 1, 200 justice points consumed. 3 grade, 3 thunder element demon cores consumed. Your Lingxiao Thunder Marsh Chi technique has reached perfection. Congratulations, host. You have unexpectedly comprehended the secret art, Thunder Marsh. As the final word echoed, countless arcs of violet lightning burst from Chu Sheng's body, and thunder boomed endlessly throughout the abyss. The surrounding demon beasts were shaken by this overwhelming force, pressing themselves tightly against the rock walls, their fur standing on end as they trembled in terror. This was the innate might of thunder and elemental power that inspired fear in all living creatures, especially these low-level beasts. Chu Sheng slowly opened his eyes, a knowing smile on his lips. With his breathing technique perfected, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth now surged into his meridians as if it recognized its master. Even without actively channeling his technique, he could fully restore his inner energy in just half an hour. With his energy at peak, he could sustain high-intensity combat for 7 or 8 hours, several times longer than the old 100 tempering's breathing technique had allowed. More importantly, every breath brought a subtle increase in his vitality. Though the growth was minuscule, it meant he was continuously cultivating, even while doing nothing. Over the course of a day, his vitality would grow by several points without any effort. For reference, The average student in the regular class would toil for 2 or 3 years to accumulate 20 or 30 points of vitality. He could surpass their years of effort simply by waiting quietly for a week. Comparing yourself to others really is infuriating, Chu Sheng thought to himself. Without a cheat, this would be impossible. Just then, a group of 3 approached quickly. Leading them was a young man in sunglasses, flanked by 2 others with hands on their long knives, openly radiating the fierce aura of someone at the 8th level of pulse opening. Clearly, they'd been drawn by the commotion, thinking some treasure had appeared. The young man strode up to Chu Sheng, hands in his pockets, looking down at him. Hand it over, or else. What are you grinning at, huh? Chu Sheng interrupted, frowning before the man could finish. The young man was momentarily stunned, then his smile grew even more exaggerated. His companions also sneered, as if they hadn't seen anyone so arrogant in a long time. You're pretty cocky, aren't you? Too bad. The young man's lips curled as he started to speak, but Chu Sheng had already grabbed him by the face and slammed him into the ground. Idiot. What is this? Turn-based combat. With a wind-up that long. What? Not enough rage points? Outrageous. How dare you? The 2 henchmen lunged at Chu Sheng. A streak of purple lightning flashed, and Chu Sheng dragged the young man several meters away, the edge of his long blade pressed to the man's throat. You try to mug me and still act tough? Looks like you really have a death wish. The young man spat out a mouthful of blood, but still grinned. Haha, you're bold, I'll give you that. But let me ask you, do you know who I am? As he spoke, he pressed Chu Sheng's Qingfeng blade even harder against his own neck. Go on, kill me. Don't chicken out, do it. The young man became even more smug, raising his eyebrows provocatively. Do you know who my father is? If I get the chance, I'll send your mother down there to ask her yourself. With that, Chu Sheng slashed the young man's throat without hesitation. What era do you think this is? Still playing tough guy games? What's the point? You're still going to die, aren't you? And I won't even listen to your nonsense. Isn't that piss you off? The young man's eyes widened in shock, disbelief frozen on his face. In no time, he was dead. Had used this intimidation trick a dozen times before and never imagined it would fail him now. Damn it, at least let me finish my sentence. Do you really know who my father is? Nearby, the 2 bodyguards were stunned. By the time they snapped out of it, Chu Sheng had already tossed the young man's corpse aside. You really killed the young master? That's not all. Do you really think you can get away? Chu Sheng pointed his blade at them as he spoke. Thunder God, aid me. In the next instant, lightning flashed and a terrifying, violent energy erupted. The 2 men's faces drained of color. Boom. A deafening blast exploded as crackling lightning ravaged the area. With Chu Sheng at the center, the surroundings instantly became a vast sea of thunder. Bolts of purple lightning danced everywhere, the crackling sound like the cries of thousands of birds. Secret art, Thunder Swamp. As expected of a secret technique, even someone at the Chi C level wouldn't come out unscathed. The only downside was its huge energy consumption. When a martial technique is mastered, there's a chance to grasp a secret art. Thunder Swamp's power far surpassed even high-grade heaven-level martial skills. But after just a short burst, more than half of Chu Sheng's true energy was spent. As the lightning faded, the ground was left scorched black. 3 charred corpses lay stiffly on the ground, the air thick with the acrid smell of burnt flesh. Justice points for eliminating 3 would-be robbers, 1800. After a quick search, Chu Sheng's eyes lit up as he examined the ring in his palm, the one had taken from the young man. A storage ring. It was only about a cubic meter in size, but that was more than enough to delight him. Good deeds bring good rewards. Ancient wisdom never lies. Looks like it really pays to do the right thing. On the way back, Chu Sheng ran into several groups of treasure hunters. People will risk their lives for wealth. It's a truth as old as time. These people didn't bother him or do anything unjust, so he left them alone and kept moving. While traveling, he opened his system panel. 2,000 justice points, time for an upgrade. Ding. 1,500 justice points consumed. Your martial arts cultivation has advanced to open vein stage, 6th level. Due to your diligence, you have moved the heavens. Joy descends upon you. During the process of unlocking your meridians, you have unexpectedly awakened and shrank martial talent. Seeing the system prompt, Chu Sheng frowned. Isn't this a bit too lucky? The next second, boom. Not only did the abyss shake, but the surface itself began to quake violently. The sky split open, black clouds boiling, thunder writhing everywhere. Within the abyss, everyone on the road was stunned. Another bizarre phenomenon again. And this one was even more intense than before. Back on the surface, the guards of the Jinyuan division were briefly dumbfounded. Holy crap, run. Run now? The next moment, a waterfall of lightning came crashing down. Regardless of how anyone else felt, Chu Sheng was certainly on cloud 9. Amidst a sea of lightning, Chu Sheng gently stroked his chin, a faint, calm smile playing at his lips. In this moment, he not only comprehended the profound art of Thunder Domain, but also advanced straight to the 6th stage of meridian opening. What pleased him most, however, was awakening yet another shrank martial talent, the Heavenly Thunder Overlord body. It was worth noting that he already possessed an SS rank martial talent, displayed mastery. In this world, those who could awaken any martial talent were 1 in 1,000. Those with strength talents were rarer still, perhaps 1 in 1,000,000. As for SS strength talents, there were only a handful in the entire Great Xia. Someone like Chu Sheng, with both an SSS and an strength talent, was truly unprecedented. Guess this is what it feels like to be blessed by the heavens. Chu Sheng chuckled to himself. The crowd that had gathered stared, wide-eyed and slack-jawed, at the spectacle before them. They'd assumed some treasure had appeared, only to realize it was someone awakening a martial talent, and judging by the scale of the phenomenon, it was at least a rank or higher. As the heavenly thunder faded, curiosity got the better of someone in the crowd, who blurted out, "Hey man, what level of talent did you awaken?" "Strength. Heavenly thunder overlord body," Chu Sheng replied calmly. His words drew a collective gasp. The heavenly thunder overlord body was one of the most elite martial physiques, the same as the legendary thunder martial sage, not only renowned for its invulnerability, but also its unparalleled power in battle. While everyone was still reeling, Chu Sheng opened his system panel, noticing a new option for talent upgrades alongside his cultivation upgrades. The system prompt read, "Upgrading this talent to S rank requires 100,000 justice points, and the level 3 justice gift pack contains an SS strength talent upgrade stone." "Well, aren't you considerate?" Chu Sheng laughed, closing the panel. He was only 12,000 points short of unlocking the level 3 gift pack at this rate. He'd have it in about 10 days. Before long, members of the Jinyuan division arrived. Seeing the devastation on the surface, the captain was about to investigate, but upon hearing someone had awakened the Shrank Heavenly Thunder Overlord body, his attitude changed instantly. Smiling, he hurried over to Chu Sheng and said, "Young man, I happen to have a daughter of marriageable age." A nearby team member scratched his head and whispered, "Didn't your daughter just start middle school? Where's the genius? Where's the genius?" Came more shouts from the distance. The 3 specially recruited members from Qianyuan Academy were rushing around the deep abyss, their expressions urgent and their eyes shining with eagerness to find talent. They had already reached an agreement. Whoever managed to sign this genius would show him off to Chu Sheng, just to prove what a true prodigy looked like. "Of course you can make demands," one of them said. "If you really awaken an A-level talent, we can get you into the Jingwu Bureau. But right now, your only achievement is rising 3 minor realms in 4 days. Who knows if this is just a flash in the pan? It's already a gamble, and if you insist on asking for too much, don't blame us for walking away." But soon, an even more shocking piece of news arrived. The talent he awakened was not a level, but the top's level, Heaven's Thunder Overlord body. The 3 were instantly even more excited and hurried to meet the young man being escorted by the Jinyuan division. However, when they saw his face, their hearts nearly stopped. It was Chu Sheng, the very same Chu Sheng they had met just that morning. The Qianyuan Academy representative reacted first, rushing forward. "Finally found you. I've been to your school several times and kept missing you. I'm here to tell you I agree to all your conditions. How about that?" Surprised, Chu Sheng just chuckled softly. The other 2, cursing him as a schemer in their hearts, quickly followed and echoed the same promise. Chu Sheng didn't reply, but simply gestured behind them. They turned to see Long Liang standing there, looking delighted. Just seeing the situation, Long Liang immediately guessed that all the commotion was caused by Chu Sheng. "This really leaves me at a loss," Long Liang thought. "I thought I was lucky, but I still underestimated Chu Sheng's talent." The Qianyuan Academy representative waved dismissively. "First come, first served. This doesn't concern you. Idiots," Long Liang sneered. "Take a look at what Chu Sheng has hanging from his belt." The 3 looked closely and saw a silver badge at Chu Sheng's waist, as if struck by lightning. "Chu Sheng already signed a special recruitment contract with us at noon," Long Liang said smugly. "You're the ones who are late." On the way back to Bian City, Long Liang noticed bloodstains on Chu Sheng's clothes. "What's with the blood on you?" "Oh, just got splattered while killing someone," Chu Sheng replied casually. "Yeah, not very careful," Long Liang responded instinctively, then suddenly realized, "Wait, killing someone?" "Yeah," Chu Sheng said, then told him about the 3 young men who had tried to rob him. Long Liang shook his head with a wry smile. Those guys deserved it, but you're still a student. You really don't hesitate. Did you ask about that guy's background?" "He tried to tell me, but I didn't give him the chance." Long Liang sighed. "Looks like he'll have to wait until your college entrance exams are over before I leave." He was genuinely worried that Chu Sheng would offend too many people and get taken out as soon as he left. Chu Sheng did some quick math. "You probably won't have to wait that long. By the way, which Jingwu Bureau were you talking about?" "Shengzi City. The school has some connections with the bureau chief over there." In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Deep within the earth abyss, Chu Sheng slew the last of the Dungball beasts, bringing his campaign against the spectral wolves and the Dungball beasts to a decisive end. He sat cross-legged on the damp ground, letting out a long sigh of relief. A blue panel appeared before him. "Spend 3,000 justice points to advance your martial cultivation to the 1st level of the Qi Si realm." Before the message faded, a tremor surged from Chu Sheng's dantian. Spiritual energy rushed in from all directions, converging madly and forming a crystal-clear vortex at the center of his core. The vortex spun faster and faster, drawing in more and more spiritual energy until it finally transformed into a vast sea of qi. The Qi Si Realma threshold countless martial artists spend their lives trying to cross had been effortlessly surpassed by Chu Sheng. It's worth noting that even the top scorer in the Daxian national exams typically only reached the 7th or 8th level of the open vein stage. Now, Chu Sheng had far outstripped the talents of his generation. He slowly opened his eyes, lightning flickering within them. With a wave of his hand, bolts of lightning shot out in all directions. Not only had the Qi Si realm greatly expanded the reach of his thunder domain, but its power had also skyrocketed. Although his techniques now consumed more true qi, the expansion of his qi Si meant his reserves had multiplied several times over, and the quality of his energy had reached new heights. Now he could unleash his thunder domain 3 times in a row without showing any sign of fatigue. Spiritual energy surged, whipping up a gale across a 100-meter radius. The young man's robes billowed as lightning danced around him, making him appear as if a deity had descended to the mortal world. A system prompt appeared. You have accumulated 25,000 justice points and unlocked the LV3 Justice Reward Pack. Reach 250,000 justice points to unlock the LV4 pack. Upon opening the pack, Chu Sheng received an SS-level Talent Advancement Stone and a Supreme-grade Enlightenment Pill. While the Advancement Stone could be gifted to others to gain favor, Chu Sheng had no intention of doing something so foolish. Without hesitation, he activated the stone. Ding! Your S-level martial talent, Thunder Tyrant Body, has advanced to SS-level Thunder Celestial Body. Would you like to hide the phenomenon? Thunder crashed. Even more violent than before, bolts of lightning descended, and dark clouds instantly gathered over Bian City. The people at the Jinyuan department were stunned, whispering among themselves. Could someone have awakened an S-level talent this time? Is Bian City about to rise? High school students across the city were thrilled by the sudden blackout, especially the seniors preparing for their martial and academic exams, who took the chance to let loose and unwind. In Class 4 of Bian No. 2 High School, as the world returned to normal, the homeroom teacher, Li Ming, looked at the noisy students below and could only shake his head helplessly. The students had no idea what was happening, but he understood perfectly. Amid the raging, destructive thunder, there was a faint sense of order. Most likely, someone had awakened a lightning-based martial talent and a powerful one at that. Li Ming gazed out the window at the flickering lightning, a knowing look flashing in his eyes. The gap between people could be vast, like an unbridgeable chasm right before your eyes. These students were still naive and clueless. Maybe, after entering society and experiencing its harsh realities, they would finally understand. Destiny plays the biggest role in life. Talent and effort might matter, but where you come from matters even more. Some people are simply destined for greatness. Li Ming shook his head, and the face of Chu Sheng appeared in his mind, the boy who had risen from humble beginnings to soar high in the blink of an eye. Even someone as gifted as Chu Sheng might feel humbled in the face of this kind of talent. There's always someone better out there. All Li Ming could hope for was that Chu Sheng would keep climbing higher, so he could see the world from a new perspective, not just for himself, but for all the students of Class 4. 5th level of Meridian opening, special admission to Longwu Academy. Li Ming couldn't help but smile with pride. How did I get so lucky to teach such an outstanding student? He cleared his throat and put on a serious face. All right, that's enough excitement. The consent forms for voluntarily giving up the martial arts exam that I handed out earlier, make sure you keep them safe and discuss this with your parents. If you haven't reached the 4th level of body refinement, I sincerely suggest you consider the academic track. The martial path just isn't suited for you. The classroom grew heavy with tension. After that brief burst of excitement, the students had to face reality. Without reaching the 4th level, they weren't even qualified to keep pursuing martial arts. Even if they stubbornly took the exam, most would likely die at the hands of monsters. Those who survived still wouldn't qualify for even the lowest ranked academies. It was another kind of sorting unavoidable, but what could they do? A few students whispered among themselves, thinking of Chu Sheng. If only we could get a bit of his cultivation at the 5th level of Meridian opening. By the way, teacher, what happened just now? A student asked, raising his hand. Li Ming adjusted his glasses. Someone got lucky and awakened a lightning-based martial talent. That's the kind of luck that would make your ancestors proud. Even Chu Sheng would be envious. All we can do is watch. When Chu Sheng's name came up, another student asked, Sir, will Chu Sheng come back for the graduation photo? I'm not sure. They'll check with him later, Li Ming replied. Although Chu Sheng had transferred to the elite class, it was only for the last month. Had spent over 2 years with Class 4 was still part of the group. Meanwhile, deep within the abyss, Chu Sheng sat cross-legged on a flat rock, eyes closed, quietly sensing the power surging within him. The Thundercloud Saint Body is truly formidable. Thundercloud Saint Body, Trait 1. Thunder control significantly increases the speed and destructive power of lightning-based martial arts, and grants total immunity to lightning damage. Trait 2. Divine Thunder tempered body greatly enhances strength, speed, and defense, pushing his physical limits far beyond those of his peers. Trait 3. Indestructible Thunder body endos tremendous vitality, accelerating cell regeneration and healing, allowing for rapid recovery even from severe injuries. Chu Sheng opened his eyes, a flicker of violet lightning passing through them. Though there were only 3 traits, the Thundercloud Saint body was at least as powerful as the Blade Mastery, if not more so. The third trait, in particular Indestructible Thunder body, meant that as long as he wasn't killed outright, he could always fight at his peak. Even losing an arm or leg could be recovered. Its practicality was off the charts. He pulled a crystal-clear pill from his pocket, its surface shimmering faintly the Supreme Enlightenment pill, capable of instantly raising a martial skill by an entire grade. Chu Sheng currently mastered 3 martial arts. Wave Stacking Fist Yellow grade, intermediate. Spirit Wind Blade Black grade, intermediate. Violet Lightning Piercing the Clouds Earth grade, intermediate. Since the pill could boost a skill by 1 full grade, using it on his Earth grade technique made the most sense. Violet Lightning Piercing the Clouds suited him perfectly, and, as a bonus, it looked cool. Let's do this. Without hesitation, Chu Sheng swallowed the pill. As the medicine took effect, a powerful force surged from his dantian, flooding his meridians. Ding Violet Lightning Piercing the Clouds has advanced to Heaven grade, intermediate now, named Violet Dragon Soaring Technique. A mysterious aura surrounded him, a faint violet glow enveloping his body. Chu Sheng took a deep breath and stepped forward. Instantly, countless arcs of violet lightning gathered like dragons in flight, and the air rippled with shockwaves wherever he moved. Before, he could only leap a few meters at a time. Now, after the upgrade, even at the proficient stage, his range had increased to over 10 meters. Chu Sheng looked at the web of scorched cracks under his feet and felt a surge of satisfaction. This was no longer just a movement technique. At this speed, combined with his other skills, his explosive power would be astonishing. Nice, time to check out Jingwu Bureau. Chu Sheng had planned to set out tomorrow. But as soon as he left the abyss, he saw over a dozen missed calls from Wu Qingshan on his phone. Chu Sheng frowned. What happened now? You want me to compete in the exchange match? Are you serious? Wu Qingshan's voice on the phone was filled with anxiety. Who else am I supposed to ask if not you? This has been set for a while, and there's no way to get out of it. Wu Qingshan explained quickly. Xu Li and Qin Feng are both still recovering from injuries and can't take the lead, and Yi Fan is dealing with depression because of you. It's all on you. Chu Sheng frowned deeply. Wu Qingshan immediately argued. Forget about the other 2, but you can't blame me for Yi Fan. He was forced to advance to the first level of Kai Mai because he couldn't stand the humiliation. And where did that shame come from? Wasn't it because you slapped him in front of everyone? Even if Head advanced later, Head'd still be struggling. At least now, he can make it to the exchange match. Chu Sheng thought to himself that he had indeed benefited a lot from the school's resources, so it wouldn't be right to refuse. Fine. Which school and when? Shengza number 3 high school, the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, come back to school for a meeting, and then we'll head out together. Hearing the name, Shengza, Chu Sheng's eyes lit up. Had been planning to visit Shengza City anyway, so this worked out perfectly. He didn't hesitate any longer and agreed. The next morning, in the conference room at number 2 high school, Chu Sheng arrived to find that Wu Qingshan had already finalized the lineup for the match. There would be 5 matches in total. Aside from Chu Sheng, the recovered Xu Li and Qin Feng would take the 2nd and 3rd spots, and the original 4th and 5th ranked students rounded out the team. Hey, race the info on the other team. Take a look, Wu Qingshan said, handing over a stack of documents. No need, Chu Sheng replied calmly. Don't underestimate them, Wu Qingshan said seriously. Their top player is just 1 level below you, but he once fought to a draw with someone 2 levels higher. Chu Sheng's eyes narrowed. Only 1 level below me? That's impressive. Wu Qingshan shook his head. I thought it was odd too. Their school used to be about the same as ours. The best they had was Kai Mai level 3. But this year, suddenly they have a genius at Kai Mai level 4. Oh, I thought he was at Kai Mai level 9, Chu Sheng said offhandedly. The entire room went silent, everyone thinking they'd misheard. Chu Sheng, what did you just say? Kai Mai level 9. You said he's 1 level below me, right? I'm at Chi Hai level 1, so I figured he must be at Kai Mai level 9. The room fell even quieter. The only sound was the heavy breathing of those present. Suddenly, Qin Feng slammed the table and shouted angrily. Stop messing around. You think you're funny? If it weren't for you, I would have advanced to Kai Mai before the college entrance exams. The resentment Head been holding back finally erupted, and with Wu Qingshan present, he figured Chu Sheng wouldn't dare do anything. But the next moment, when Chu Sheng slowly walked over, a suffocating sense of dread overwhelmed Qin Feng. This was far beyond anything Head ever experienced. Even Wu Qingshan was too shocked to speak. Chu Sheng really had reached Chi Hai. Even the top martial arts students usually only made it to Kai Mai level 7 or 8 by this point. and most second or third-tier college sophomores couldn't reach this level. What are you doing? Qin Feng asked, realizing something was wrong. His answer was a sharp slap that sent him flying. Chu Sheng said coldly, "You really think you're worth joking with? The reason you failed to advance is entirely your own fault. Ordering others to extort people breaking the law like that, you brought this on yourself. You should be grateful I didn't just cripple you on the spot. Do you understand?" Chu Sheng's voice was icy cold. Qin Feng clutched his swollen cheek, struggling to get back on his feet, but he didn't dare make a single move. Before he could even steady himself, Chu Sheng landed another sharp slap across his face. "I'm talking to you. Do you get it or not?" Yes, I get it." Qin Feng nodded frantically, the burning pain on his face leaving him no room to hesitate. "If you understand, where's your gratitude? I just gave you a free lesson on the law. How many chances like this do you think you'll get?" Chu Sheng looked down at him from above. Thank you. Qin Feng bowed repeatedly, nodding like a bobblehead. Only then did Chu Sheng stroll back to his original spot, but not before warning, "You'd better really understand. If you break the law in front of me again, you won't get off with just a few slaps." Right on cue, the system chimed in. "You sincerely educated someone about the law and made them realize the seriousness of their actions. Justice points 500. So many?" Chu Sheng raised an eyebrow, but quickly understood, judging by the shocked looks of those around him. It was clear his little law lesson had reached more than just Qin Feng. "Chu Sheng, when did you advance to the Qi realm?" Wu Qingshan's question instantly froze the mood in the room. Only now did everyone realize that Chu Sheng's earlier lesson wasn't a joke. This kind of breakthrough was so unbelievable. It was like hearing that your celebrity crush was actually a green-skinned goblin. "Yesterday," Chu Sheng replied, as if it were nothing. Wu Qingshan glanced at the documents in his hand, then at Chu Sheng, before decisively tossing the papers into the trash. What's the point of looking anymore? Someone at the Qi realm could flatten someone at the open vein stage. Even if they can't, the other guy would still lose badly. A single punch from a Qi realm cultivator packs over 6,000 kilos of force. There's no way a 4th-level open vein could take it. This exchange competition is in the bag. Meanwhile, at Shenzhen number 3 high school's pre-match meeting, "We've got this." Principal Lu Xiong was beaming with delight. In the conference room, a stern-faced young man spoke up. "Principal, if there's nothing else, I'll get back to my sword practice." "Go ahead," Lu Xiong waved, watching the young man leave. As soon as he was gone, the room erupted into lively discussion. Everyone marveled at the strength of the white-robed young sword immortal and talked about the power of a brank talent. The team coach suggested recording the matches for everyone to study, and the idea was met with unanimous approval. They were already starting to feel sorry for Chu Sheng. So what if he's at the 5th level of the open vein stage? Against our sword prodigy, who loves to challenge opponents above his level, he's just a stepping stone. He'll learn soon enough how harsh the world can be. On the road to Shenzhen City, Long Liang still felt dazed, as if he were in a dream. He had thought Chu Sheng's comment about not needing to wait for the college entrance exam was just a joke. But to his shock, Chu Sheng had really broken through from the 6th level of meridian opening to the Qi realm in just 10 days, an average of 1 minor realm every 2.5 days. Is that even possible? Long Liang wondered, frowning. Of course it isn't. But with level martial arts talent, I guess it's a bit easier to swallow. Suddenly, he turned to the calm-faced Chu Sheng beside him and couldn't help but ask, "Chu Sheng, was yesterday's phenomenon you're doing?" "Yeah." Chu Sheng nodded lightly, his tone as calm as ever. Long Liang froze, his eyes widening. He admitted it just like that. Inside, Long Liang was in turmoil. Weren't young people these days all into pretending to be weak or acting paranoid about being targeted? "Your talent advanced?" Long Liang took a sharp breath, his voice trembling. "SS level?" "SSS level," Chu Sheng replied simply and calmly. Wu Qingshan, who was sitting in the front row, suddenly turned his head, his eyebrows raised. "What SSS level?" His words immediately caught everyone's attention. The conversations in the car stopped as all eyes focused on the three of them. Then, Wu Qingshan, realizing what was said, blurted out, "SS-level martial arts talent? Was that phenomenon yesterday caused by you?" "That's right." Chu Sheng nodded nonchalantly, as if he were just commenting on the weather. The laughter and chatter in the car vanished instantly, and the air seemed to freeze. A heavy sense of pressure settled over everyone. Long Liang glanced around at his classmates' astonished faces, feeling a pang of regret for asking the question and for sharing a ride with students from number 2 high school. Jining Star isn't exactly safe, Long Liang explained in a low voice. Even though the only human nation is the Daxia Federation, there are plenty of starry sky alien tribes lurking nearby. With the Star Alliance in place, there won't be open war, but both sides still go after each other's young talents all the time. He looked around the car and announced seriously, "No one is allowed to leak this. Anyone who does will be treated as a traitor." Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions grew even more serious, the pressure almost tangible. The cheerful atmosphere of snacking and singing was gone. Now, everyone realized they were suddenly carrying a massive secret one that could mean death if exposed. How did they end up in this situation? Then, Long Liang looked at Chu Sheng with a hint of blame. You two, how could you talk about something like this in public? Aren't you worried those alien sympathizers might target you? Alien sympathizers were groups that willingly submitted to Starry Sky aliens in exchange for protection, often gaining special abilities in return. The Daxia Federation had always adopted a zero-tolerance policy toward these collaborators. Even when the topic came up, Chu Sheng remained calm, the corner of his mouth even lifting in a faint smile. They target me? It's the other way around, I'm the one targeting them. Traitors are already bad enough, and now we have human traitors too? If I don't wipe them out, what's the point of coming to this world? He paused, then added, besides, I only revealed one of my SS-level talents. Finally, Long Liang gave a stern warning. Shengzi City is a level 4 base city. There might be alien sympathizers around, so you'd better be careful from now on. In Shengzi City, on the number 3 high school campus, aside from the school's own teachers and students, Principal Lu Xiong had also invited plenty of guests from outside. Free publicity shouldn't be wasted, it would be good for attracting future applicants. In the stands, a girl with twin ponytails chewed gum and scoffed, idiots. Everyone knows the period before the college entrance exam is when those bastards are most active, yet they still insist on making such a big deal out of this exchange competition. She popped her gum and continued, and if you're going to do it, fine, but why make it so flashy? It's like you're hoping for trouble. Beside her, a middle-aged man with a hat pulled low whispered, you can't really blame them. Number 3 high school has always ranked at the bottom. Now that they finally have a talented martial artist level, no less they have to use this chance for some publicity, or how will they attract new students? The girl blew a bubble, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she asked, is that rumor true? For meridian breakthroughs and 7 layers, is a level talent really that impressive? It's true, and he's a seasoned practitioner at the 7th meridian stage. Another person replied with a slight nod, a hint of resignation in their voice. Su Ye's level talent is a bit special. Honestly, today's match is a little unfair to buy in second high. How so? The girl's eyes lit up, clearly eager for some gossip. Weapons aren't allowed in the exchange match, but his talent is a companion spirit sword. So what are they supposed to do? The other person shrugged, obviously at a loss. The girl pouted, thinking for a moment before tugging at her ponytail. Well, I guess it's just bad luck for the other guy. The companion spirit sword is technically part of his talent. They can't really tell him not to use it. Humph. Bayan City's little backdoor player is supposed to show up for the test today, right? I can't stand people who get in through connections. She muttered under her breath, her expression suddenly turning cold. I heard the director called Lin Hongzhao back to oversee the assessment. There's no way that guy is going to pass. At the mention of Lin Hongzhao, the girl's face twisted with anger. She gritted her teeth and spat, that witch. Soon after, the Bayan second high team arrived at the competition venue. Lu Xiong immediately spotted Wu Qingshan and jogged over with a smile to shake his hand. Honestly, I was worried you'd back out of the match if you found out about Su Yi. Turns out Bayan City's information flow is really behind. That's good for us, Wu Qingshan replied with a faint smile, a glint of coldness in his eyes. We can use that gap to our advantage. Lu Xiong glanced behind Wu Qingshan, his gaze landing on Chu Sheng. This must be Chu Sheng, right? To be specially recruited by Longwu Academy at your age, impressive. His tone was a little exaggerated, clearly trying to flatter. He led his group toward the arena. Wu Qingshan and Long Liang entered the prep room, frowning as they saw the packed spectator stands. Lu Xiong, misreading their concern, laughed and explained, Chu Sheng's a special recruit for Longwu Academy, everyone's here to see him. I couldn't exactly say no. Wu Qingshan knew Lu Xiong was just trying to be polite, so he cast a quick glance at Long Liang and asked quietly, is everything all right? Long Liang nodded firmly. No problem. As long as I'm here, nothing will go wrong. After both teams entered their respective prep rooms, the big screen quickly displayed the matchups. The first match, Su Yi versus Chu Sheng. In the lounge for Shengzi Third High, everyone crowded around Su Yi, their eyes fixed on his companion spirit sword. The blade shimmered with a deep blue glow, its patterns flickering like a starry river. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, whoa, that sword is insane. If you carried that around campus, you'd have your pick of dates for 4 years. My sword looks like a total joke next to his. Someone else asked nervously, that sword won't break, will it? Su Yi, usually cool and aloof, didn't even flinch. He just chuckled quietly. A companion spirit sword, break? Don't be ridiculous. This isn't some ordinary blade. If it broke, I'd lose my talent. The others immediately chimed in, sounding exasperated. Are you kidding? It's a companion spirit sword. If it actually broke, Su Ye's talent would be gone too. That's impossible. Just then, a cute girl walked into the lounge, holding a bottle of lemon water. Smiling, she handed it to Su Yi. Su Yi, I just bought this for you. It's still cold. Su Yi was about to take it when the loudspeaker came on. First match, Shengzi Third High's Su Yi versus Bayan Second High's Chu Sheng. Both competitors, please take your places. Su Yi turned, put away his spirit sword, and gently pinched the girl's cheek. Leave it here. I'll drink it when I get back. The girl wrinkled her nose playfully. But don't you only like it when it's ice cold? Su Yi replied casually, "There's still time," and strode out of the lounge. On the martial arts stage, the referee was carefully explaining the rules. No weapons allowed. Talent-based abilities were unrestricted, and the match would end immediately if one side conceded. In the audience, the crowd buzzed with discussion. A fourth-level fighter against a fifth level? That's hardly fair, one spectator said, frowning. "You're missing the most important point," someone nearby replied. "That fourth level isn't just anyone, it's someone with a level martial arts talent. If anyone's at a disadvantage, it's Chu Sheng. Level martial arts talent." A girl with twin ponytails exclaimed. "Now this is going to be interesting. No wonder Lu Xiong set it up this way." "Chu Sheng is pretty bold," a middle-aged man grinned. "But if I got accepted into Longwu Academy's special program, I'd be even bolder." "I just hope this doesn't backfire," someone else muttered. "What if he runs into someone even stronger?" The girl with twin ponytails puffed out her cheeks and thought to herself, "Looks like he still doesn't know Su Yi's true strength." As the referee announced the start of the match, the atmosphere exploded. Students from number 3 high school chanted Su Yi's name in unison, their voices rolling like thunder. "Sorry," Su Yi said from the stage, wearing an apologetic smile. "I don't want to keep my friends waiting, so I'll have to finish this quickly." He suddenly raised his hand and called out, "Sword, come." In an instant, a deep blue long sword appeared out of thin air, hovering 3 inches above his palm. The sword's aura whipped up a fierce wind, and a terrifying pressure, rivaling a 7th-level fighter, swept through the arena. Seeing Chu Sheng's confused expression, Su Yi chuckled. "Don't worry, this is just my talent. It's within the rules. Ready? I promise this move will look cool." Chu Sheng frowned. "You have a point, but it still doesn't feel fair." "Whatever." Before he finished speaking, his energy surged. His chi si erupted, the world's spiritual energy roiling around him, arcs of lightning crackling at his sides. "Come on, show me how cool you can be." Instantly, the whole arena fell silent. It was as if everyone's breath had been stolen. Chi Si realm? A high schooler at the Chi Si realm? Lu Xiong's eyes went wide, and he felt a wave of panic. He had planned to use this match as publicity for his own side, but now it looked like he was just handing number 2 high school all the glory. No matter how talented Su Yi was, there's no way he could cross an entire major realm in battle. This was like an adult bullying a child. In the stands, the twin-tailed girl's cherry-pink lips trembled violently, her eyes wide with shock. Chi High Realm. A high school student at the Chi High Realm? It was simply unbelievable. Beside her, a middle-aged man swallowed hard, his expression turning odd. "We're really witnessing history here. I never expected this match to take such a turn." The group from Bayan number 2 high exchanged glances, the corners of their mouths twitching. They had seen this coming. On the dueling stage, Su Yi's fingers gripped his sword hilt so tightly his knuckles turned white. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, dripping steadily. His mind was a tangle of confusion and anxiety. How could this boy in front of him be at the Chi High realm? Defeating him was almost impossible. "Damn it, what's going on?" Su Yi muttered under his breath, his composure beginning to crumble. He had predicted that Chu Sheng would make a few breakthroughs soon, but he never imagined Chu Sheng would already be at the Chi High realm. This was far more dangerous than had anticipated. Even with his companion spirit sword, Su Yi's strength was formidable enough to face opponents at the 7th level. But Chu Sheng now stood a full major realm above him. As Su Yi's legs began to tremble uncontrollably and he hesitated over whether to concede, Chu Sheng spoke coldly. "What's wrong? This is the only time in your life you'll share a stage with me. Are you really going to give up so easily?" His voice dripped with provocation and disdain. Su Yi jerked his head up, the fear on his face replaced by a faint smile. He tightened his grip on his sword, his gaze growing resolute. In the way of the sword, only by pressing forward can one become truly strong. In that instant, clarity washed over him. His companion's spirit sword buzzed, as if urging him to rise to the challenge. A moment ago, he hadn't dared hope for victory, but now he felt his chances had risen at least 20%. He straightened his back, his white robes as pristine as snow, his sword gleaming with a deep blue light. In that moment, he looked every bit the legendary sword immortal. "Then let's do as you wish," he said calmly, eyes blazing. "I hope you don't blink." The atmosphere in the arena instantly intensified. No one had expected Su Yi to draw his sword and fight against a Chi High realm monster. That kind of courage was a mark of true strength, a sign of limitless potential. With a single push, Su Yi sent a surge of blue light rippling from his sword. The air grew sharp and tense as his spirit sword shot forward with a crack like splitting silk, distorting the air in its wake. While everyone was still reeling from the sheer power of the move, something unexpected happened. Chu Sheng caught the spirit sword effortlessly in his hand. With a slight squeeze, the blade snapped in half. "That's it." Chu Sheng sneered, his tone laced with contempt. "Did you really think this sword could match me? It's just a sword born of talent, no different from any common weapon. Its weakness is obvious. One snap, and it's done." Su Yi's face drained of color, his eyes going blank. Before he could recover from the shock, a dull thud sounded, followed by a sharp pain in his chest. Thud. Thud thud, thud thud thud. Blood burst from his mouth like a fountain, until he could barely stop himself from retching. His companion's spirit sword was his only hope. As his cultivation advanced, it could unlock new powers or even be reforged, but that was all in the future. Now, with his sword broken, his talent was utterly destroyed. His life force surged chaotically, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed heavily onto the stage. Just as his vision faded, he caught sight of a girl in the distance holding a cup of lemonade. Blood gushed from his mouth once more as he finally blacked out. Winning an unfair match and destroying the opponent's tool, justice points 400. The system's prompt echoed in his ears like a hammer blow, delivering the final strike. The arena fell silent, the air heavy with tension. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted on the stage, sending up a cloud of thick smoke that blocked everyone's view. 3 shadowy figures darted out from the stands, rushing straight towards Su Yi. No one expected that, in the chaos, Chu Sheng, the even greater prodigy, would intercept them. If the explosion hadn't been enough to kill someone at the Qi Hai realm, these 3 had no choice but to reveal themselves, prepared to eliminate this extraordinary young man with their own hands. The sudden turn of events saw Long Liang shooting toward the martial stage like an arrow. When he saw that Chu Sheng was completely unharmed after the explosion, he was utterly shocked and found it hard to believe. But Chu Sheng's next words made his eyes widen even more. This is the martial stage. The fight isn't over yet. Let me handle it. He spoke directly, his eyes filled with determination. The aura of the 3 enemies only indicated that they were at the Qi Si realm, with the strongest among them merely at the 5th level. They posed no real threat. Chu Sheng had no reason to hold back, especially since these enemies represented justice points. How could he let such an opportunity slip by? Long Liang was still a bit hesitant, but the confidence and resolve in Chu Sheng's eyes were unmistakable. Are you serious? Long Liang finally asked. Of course, Chu Sheng replied calmly, his tone steady and full of strength. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the spectator stands. The twin-tailed girl and the middle-aged man from the Jingwu Bureau rushed toward the 3 enemies. However, they hadn't anticipated the enemy's coordination. 2 of them held off the girl and the man, while the strongest, the 5th-level Qi Si realm foreigner, headed straight for the martial stage. Just as he prepared to leap onto the stage, he was suddenly struck by an overwhelming sense of oppression, as if some terrifying presence had locked onto him. Before he could react, he heard the sound of wind slicing through the air, followed by the crackle of lightning. Thick smoke billowed upward as a violent current surged through the air, making the entire battlefield tremble. Boom! A purple dragon-like figure descended from the sky, its presence so powerful that the surrounding bricks and smoke were instantly reduced to ash, and even the air outside the arena began to ripple violently. The ground of the martial stage shook violently, and the swirling force quickly turned the smoke into a black vortex. The foreigner at the 5th level of the Qi Si realm didn't even have time to react before being blasted away by the intense power. At the same time, the twin-tailed girl charged into the smoke like a cannonball, attempting to drive back the enemy. But the next moment, it was as if she had been hit by a speeding truck. She was sent flying, crashing to the ground and struggling to breathe. The young lady is here, everyone. Ugh. Screw you. She spat out through gritted teeth, her mouth full of blood, her pain plain to see. Chu Sheng paid no attention to these minor details. With his thunder sky holy body and the strength of the Qi Si realm, he completely dismissed the threat of his enemies. Even within the thick smoke, his battle instincts were at their peak. In just a few exchanges, the 5th-level Qi Si realm foreigner was smashed to the ground, his aura fading fast. Bang! With a merciless stomp, Chu Sheng ended the enemy's life. Justice points 1500. Chu Sheng's heart skipped a beat. 1500 points would normally take him a day or 2 to earn in the abyss. There was a deeper story and more bloodshed behind that single blow. Meanwhile, the other 2 foreign enemies outside the arena had already been dealt with by the middle-aged man. If Long Liang hadn't been holding him back, the man would have rushed onto the stage long ago. This is a Jingwu Bureau operation. Why are you blocking me? Are you with them? He demanded. If Long Liang's aura weren't so unfathomable, the man wouldn't have wasted words, he thought, his tone a bit sharper. Whatever's going on inside, Chu Sheng can handle it himself. You don't need to interfere, Long Liang said coolly. But that was a 5th-level Qi Si realm, the man said, his voice tense but not wavering. So, Long Liang replied simply, sounding unconcerned. Chu Sheng jumped down from the martial stage and casually tossed the foreigner's corpse to the middle-aged man, who stared in shock. How long did that take? This kid actually took care of that enemy already? The twin-tailed girl walked over, clutching her chest and gasping for breath. That kick just now had nearly knocked her out. When she saw Chu Sheng holding the enemy's body, her eyes widened in disbelief. You're the one who kicked me just now? She managed to ask, her voice full of shock and confusion. Yeah, I thought you were with them. Chu Sheng replied calmly, his demeanor unbothered, as if everything that had just happened was effortless for him. The girl was left speechless and could only shake her head in resignation. The middle-aged man no longer cared about Long Liang's identity. He picked up the enemy's body and prepared to leave. But Long Liang suddenly spoke up. Wait, you're from the Jingwu Bureau, right? We'll go with you. What for? The man replied coldly, still wary. Long Liang pointed at Chu Sheng. Take him to take up his post. The middle-aged man and the twin-tailed girl were both stunned, their gazes falling on Chu Sheng in disbelief. The girl could hardly trust her ears. Did I hear that right? You want him to take up a post? Him? He's just a high school student. The expressions of the two Jingwu Bureau members froze instantly. This was a huge problem far beyond what they had imagined. They already knew a newcomer had pulled some strings to get in, but they never expected it would be a teenager who hadn't even graduated high school. Aside from barely meeting the minimum cultivation requirements, he didn't fit any of the other criteria. The explosion at the martial arena brought the entire exchange competition to an abrupt halt. Principal Lu Xiong's face was ashen. His usual confidence was nowhere to be seen. He knew that not only had their advertising efforts and recruitment plans gone up in smoke, but even his own position as principal was now at risk. The issue of foreign bloodlines was secondary. The real headache was figuring out when and by whom the explosive device had been planted. The Jingwu Bureau's investigation was bound to follow him relentlessly. Looking at Su Yi, who was barely clinging to life on the stretcher, Lu Xiong recalled how the boy had boasted just the day before. Even if he reaches the 7th stage of KMI, I still have an 80% chance of winning. Lu couldn't help but force a bitter smile. Who could have predicted his opponent would leap straight into the Chi-Hai realm? Not only had he lost the match, but his life now hung by a thread. If someone else had crippled Su Yi's talent, Lu Xiong would never have let it go. But the other party was not only a prodigy who had broken into the Chi-Hai realm at 18, but also had the backing of Longwu Academy. With such a promising future ahead, Lu didn't dare make any rash moves. Back at Bayan Second High, Wu Qingshan jokingly asked the principal if they wanted to continue the competition. The principal just waved it off. One crushing defeat was enough. Had been worried that, apart from Chu Sheng, the other four might lose, but the outcome was decided in a single round. The result far exceeded his expectations. On the way back, when they learned that Chu Sheng was about to enter the Jingwu Bureau, everyone became acutely aware of the insurmountable gap between them. While they were still grinding for the college entrance exam, he had already been specially recruited into a government agency. They were living in completely different worlds. In the car returning to the Jingwu Bureau, the twin-tailed girl, Bai Wei, introduced the middle-aged man as Sun Yi, a bronze inspector at the 6th level of the Chi-Hai realm, while she herself was a bronze inspector at the 5th level. Then she eyed Chu Sheng suspiciously. Are you really at the 1st level of Chi-Hai? That kick of yours almost knocked the wind out of me. Is there a problem? No, you're just too strong. You nearly busted my freshly enhanced chest, Bai Wei joked. Huh. Chu Sheng was startled. Haha, just kidding. It's all natural, Bai Wei laughed. But both Chu Sheng and Long Liang could tell her use of the word enhanced was pretty accurate. Bai Wei then turned serious. But I have to remind you, joining the Jingwu Bureau isn't that easy. You still have to pass the assessment. Do me a favor, and let's call it even for that kick earlier. As she spoke, she rubbed her chest, pretending to be in pain. Chu Sheng didn't even hesitate. No way. I haven't even told you what I want you to do yet. Bai Wei's almond-shaped eyes widened, revealing 2 tiny tiger teeth. She looked just like a little wildcat whose tail had been stepped on, her voice brimming with obvious annoyance. And what? Am I supposed to just let that kick slide? Chu Sheng merely glanced at her, his tone as calm and still as a dead lake. What else? As members of Jingwu Bureau, you failed to notice 3 familiars right under your noses. If it had been someone else, they could have succeeded already. By my count, I don't owe you anything. In fact, you owe me a favor. Bai Wei froze, her earlier bravado instantly fading. Her tone softened at once. There were so many people at the training ground, how could we keep track of everyone? Xiaowei, that's enough, Sun Yi interrupted firmly. Chu Sheng's right. This was our mistake. If not for him, someone could have been seriously hurt today. After those words, the carriage fell into an awkward silence. No one spoke again. When they finally arrived at Jingwu Bureau, Long Liang couldn't help but break the silence. These are your future colleagues. Are you sure it's wise to start off on the wrong foot? If maintaining relationships means sugarcoating the truth, then I'd rather not. That goes against my sense of justice, Chu Sheng replied without hesitation. Long Liang gave a wry smile and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. I can see you've got a strong sense of justice. I hope you never lose it. After checking in at the gate, Long Liang led Chu Sheng through the front doors of Jingwu Bureau. Word of the newcomers' arrival spread through the bureau like wildfire. As soon as they entered, the two were separated. Chu Sheng was guided toward the assessment area, while Long Liang was taken to Director Lu Weiman's office. Judging by Chu Sheng's earlier display of strength, Long Liang wasn't too worried about the assessment. Outside the testing room, a crowd had already gathered. Some, upon learning that Chu Sheng only needed to pass a skills test to join, felt a surge of envy. Back when we joined Jingwu Bureau, it was like going through 81 trials just to get in. Some people are born to be workhorses, others are born with a silver spoon. Chu, I don't remember any established Chu family in Daxia. If he's getting in through connections, why bother with this show? Just give him the job already. This test is probably just for appearances. If it's not as tough as ours was, they'll file an anonymous complaint. Anonymous? If you send that letter, they'll trace your family tree 8 generations back, believe me. Just as the chatter reached its peak, a cool female voice cut through the crowd. The director isn't that kind of person. Everyone turned in surprise. Hong Zhao? Weren't you out on that level mission? Why are you back? As the only member of Jingwu Bureau to earn a silver inspector's badge with only a Chi C-level cultivation, Lin Hongzhao was a legend. Everyone knew her name. Because I've taken on something even more important, she said calmly. I'm here to oversee the assessment for Jingwu Bureau. While the crowd puzzled over her words, she strode straight into the testing room. Only then did everyone realize she was today's examiner. Recalling Lin Hongzhao's flawless record, no one had ever passed an assessment she had overseen. The crowd suddenly understood. The director was still the same as ever, and rumors of special treatment were baseless. This Chu Sheng had no chance of passing. Bai Wei was among the onlookers. She pursed her lips, a hint of smugness curling at the corner of her mouth. What's everyone so smug about? Just wait, Chu Sheng's about to teach you all a lesson. Though her voice was low, the people standing next to her heard every word. Everyone was well aware of the ongoing feud between her and Lin Hongzhao. Outside the Jingwu Bureau's assessment room, the onlookers were deep in discussion, puzzled as to why Bai Wei would make such bold claims when she clearly knew Lin Hongzhao's strength. Bai Wei, have you seen what this kid can do? Someone finally asked, unable to contain their curiosity. Chi Realm, first level, Bai Wei replied bluntly. But he's very strong. Her words were met with laughter. Everyone knew that the minimum requirement for Jingwu Bureau was exactly Chi Realm. First level. This boy had only just passed the bare minimum. So you really think he'll pass the test? Someone mocked. Bai Wei nodded without hesitation. Of course. Chu Sheng's kick earlier was already at the peak of Chi Realm. Who knows what else he's hiding? He's definitely going to pass. And if he gives Lin Hongzhao a lesson while he's at it, even better. Her confidence only fueled the laughter. Someone even declared, if he passes, he'll walk upside down across Chishi. People shook their heads. If even experts at the 4th level of Chi Realm had failed, how could a rookie at the 1st level possibly get through Lin Hongzhao's assessment? Inside the room, Lin Hongzhao stepped up to face Chu Sheng. The moment she saw his face, her eyes widened in shock. How old are you? 18. I wasn't asking about your size. I didn't say anything about size. Lin Hongzhao was deeply shaken. 18 years old, and already at the 1st level of Chi Realm? With talent like that, why would he come to Jingwu Bureau? Regaining her composure, she said seriously, I'm Lin Hongzhao, your examiner. The rules are simple. If you can touch me within 3 minutes, you pass. I won't leave this room. Seeing the confusion on Chu Sheng's face, Lin Hongzhao smirked. That's right, it's that simple. I actually have high hopes for you. Maybe you'll be the first to make it. We can start now. Before her words had even faded, a streak of purple lightning split the air. Chu Sheng closed the distance in an instant, the force of his movement rushing toward her. Lin Hongzhao instinctively leaned back, only to see a whip kick sweeping toward her. She twisted her body just in time to dodge. It all happened in a flash. By the time the spectators realized what was going on, the two were already facing each other again. The crowd was stunned. This boy could actually keep up with Lin Hongzhao in terms of speed. Suddenly, Bai Wei burst through the door, shouting, Master Chu, go for her legs. But the two in the arena paid her no mind. Lin Hongzhao nodded in approval. That must at least be a heaven-ear movement technique, right? Too bad you're still not fast enough to escape my eyes. Still, with that kind of speed, you have my respect. Chu Sheng frowned slightly. You really like showing off, don't you? I get it. If I can't win with speed, they'll just overpower you. In the next instant, thunder shatters the darkness. Ultimate skill, Laissez, director's office. Lu Huaimin sat behind his spacious desk, wearing an unusually warm smile. I always keep my promises. As long as he passes the assessment, I'll arrange for him to join us right away. Although he normally despised people who tried to use connections, sometimes in the world of officialdom, you simply had no choice. Lu Huaimin already owed Longwu Academy a favor, and now that the academy had pulled strings with the higher-ups, there was no way he could refuse. Long Liang, what exactly does the assessment involve? Long Liang frowned. He's just a student. He has no experience handling real cases. Don't worry, old friend, I know what I'm doing. Lu Huaimin patted his chest confidently. It's just a basic strength test. The kid looks like a naturalist, clearly gifted. This will be a breeze for him. Despite the smile on Lu Huaimin's face, Long Liang felt a strange sense of unease. He couldn't shake the feeling that something might go wrong, so he insisted, I want to take a look at the assessment site. Come on, it's a simple test. It'll be over soon. Just wait here for the good news. Lu Huaimin waved him off. As soon as he finished speaking, a deafening boom rocked the building. Boom. The entire Jingwu Bureau shook violently. Decorations fell from the walls, dust rained down from the ceiling, and the alarms blared to life. Even the smoke detectors and sprinkler system went off, spraying a fine mist from above. An attack. Lu Huaimin's expression changed instantly. That was his first reaction. He rushed out of his office, only to see his secretary hurrying toward him, face pale with terror. Director, something's happened. The assessment room it's exploded. Long Liang's face changed as soon as he heard this. He grabbed Lu Huaimin by the collar. What kind of assessment did you arrange? Lu Huaimin looked completely baffled. How could any assessment blow up the whole room? That's unheard of. The two of them hurried down the hallway toward the assessment room. When they arrived, they found the area shrouded in thick smoke, debris scattered everywhere, and the walls covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Bloodstains dotted the floor, and several staff members were tending to the wounded. Chu Sheng, Chu Sheng, Long Liang called out anxiously, searching through the ruins. A calm voice answered from behind him. I'm here. Long Liang spun around to see Chu Sheng standing there, completely unharmed except for a bit of dust on his clothes. He breathed a sigh of relief. But when he saw the soot-covered, tattered figure Chu Sheng was dragging, he couldn't help but ask, what happened? Just saving someone. Chu Sheng shrugged, as casually as if he were talking about the weather. I forgot about my talent and didn't control my strength. It turned out that after receiving the boost from the Lei Xiao sacred body, Lei Zhe's power had multiplied several times over. Even though Chu Sheng had only used half as much force as usual, it was still far too much. The assessment room was left in ruins, and even the spectators outside hadn't escaped unscathed. Thankfully, most people suffered only minor injuries except for Lin Hongzhao, who had it the worst. When Lei Zhe unleashed his attack, she was still trying to dodge, not realizing it was a massive area effect strike. No movement technique could save her. She was struck heated. Even Bai Wei, who had been cheering for Chu Sheng from a distance, was seriously hurt. Behind them, Lu Huaimin was furious. Lin Hongzhao? Lin Hongzhao. He assumed she was behind the commotion and wanted to know what had happened. That's your director. Long Liang introduced him to Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng dragged the charred figure over to Lu Huaimin. Here she is. Lu Huaimin stared at the barely conscious, blackened figure in Chu Sheng's grip for a long moment before finally recognizing her. That's Lin Hongzhao. He was about to say more when his eyes suddenly widened. Where are her clothes? Lin Hongzhao was almost completely naked, her body covered in soot except for a few scraps of fabric preserving her modesty. Lu Huaimin, knowing her personality well, realized that if she found out she'd been carried around like this, she'd be mortified. His secretary quickly took off his own jacket, wrapped Lin Hongzhao up, and rushed her to the medical room for treatment. Once the fire was extinguished and the cleanup finished, Lu Huaimin led the two of them back to his office. Standing in front of the desk, Chu Sheng looked at him expectantly. So, does this mean I passed the assessment? Lu Huaimin's mouth twitched slightly. He had already heard the details from Chu Sheng. This kid knocked Lin Hongzhao out in less than 30 seconds. Forget about lasting 3 minutes. It was a complete and utter rout. If that didn't count as passing, what would? Of course. On behalf of the Jingwu Bureau, welcome aboard, Inspector Chu. Since there was no point in resisting, Lu Huaimin simply accepted the outcome with good grace. Outside the Jingwu Bureau building, Long Liang was saying goodbye to Chu Sheng. Originally, he had planned to protect Chu Sheng until the college entrance exams were over, but after witnessing Chu Sheng display power on par with the peak of the Qi realm, there was no longer any need for him to stay. Make sure to keep that badge with you at all times, Long Liang reminded him. Even a 6th-tier Divine Palace realm expert would have a hard time breaking the formation embedded in it. As long as people know your identity, unless they have a life-and-death vendetta, they won't dare bother you. He continued, his tone serious. If you run into trouble, just go straight to your chief. You got in through his recommendation, so don't be afraid to ask for help. And one more thing. Long Liang's expression turned stern. I know you have a strong sense of justice, but sometimes it's better to show some restraint. You can't wipe out all the bad guys, and there's no need to make too many enemies. This last point was what concerned Long Liang the most. In just a few days, he had noticed that Chu Sheng was the sort of person whose righteousness could easily tip into extremism. People like him were prone to causing trouble and making enemies, and if they ever lost their moral compass, their idea of justice could destroy everything, even the world itself. Besides, Chu Sheng's talent was simply too extraordinary. After Long Liang left, Chu Sheng stood in place, lost in thought. Can you really never get rid of all the bad guys? He let out a cold smile. Maybe that just means not enough have been dealt with yet. Soon after, accompanied by Lu Huaimin's secretary, Chu Sheng began his onboarding process. The secretary gave him a thorough introduction to the Jingwu Bureau's organizational structure. All members of the operations department were called inspectors, divided into 3 ranks: bronze, silver, and gold. As a newcomer, Chu Sheng naturally started at the lowest rank, bronze inspector, or simply bronze. The base monthly salary was 30,000 federal credits, with full benefits and additional rewards for completing assignments. After picking up his badge and uniform, a staff member handed him 2 documents, one outlining disciplinary regulations and a thicker one detailing enforcement rules. Chu Sheng frowned slightly. This meant he would not only be monitoring others, but his own actions would be strictly regulated as well. As he got to know the different departments, word quickly spread throughout the Jingwu Bureau. A remarkable young man had arrived, and on his very first day, he blew up the assessment room. Finally, the secretary asked for Chu Sheng's phone to help him download the Jingwu Bureau's app. Noticing Chu Sheng's wary look, she chuckled. Don't worry, it's not for online loans. It's for picking up assignments. Once all the formalities were complete, Chu Sheng immediately checked the task list. Most assignments available to bronze inspectors were routine security, patrol, or guard duties, but one task quickly caught his eye: investigating the disturbance caused by foreign-blooded affiliates at Shenzhen No. 3 High School. It was a D-level mission, offering a reward of 100 merit points and 30,000 federal credits. Having witnessed the incident firsthand, Chu Sheng accepted the task without hesitation. Ding! It wasn't the system, just a notification on his phone. Chu Sheng had just signed up for the D-level mission. As a bronze patrol, he wasn't allowed to take on assignments alone. At least 2 people had to team up. Soon, a new message popped up in the app. The other volunteer was Sun Yuya. When Sun Yuya saw Chu Sheng's name, he was taken aback. Had never seen a newcomer jump into a mission so quickly. He couldn't help but wonder. Do you even understand all the regulations at the Jingwu Bureau? Have you memorized the enforcement and penalty codes? Sure, there are rewards for completing tasks, but if you fail, it leaves a mark on your record. Too many failures can stall your promotion or worse, get you kicked out of the bureau for good. Newcomers really have no fear. Fine, I'll take you under my wing this time. He tapped his phone and called Chu Sheng. They agreed to meet outside the Jingwu Bureau building. When Sun Yuya saw Chu Sheng, he couldn't help but frown. The young man had just been wearing his competition outfit, but now had already changed into his enforcement uniform. The switch was faster than flipping a page. Chu Sheng, have you memorized the enforcement regulations? Sun Yuya asked. I haven't had time to look at them yet. Chu Sheng replied with a shrug and a smile. Anyway, I'm an enforcer. As long as I can tell when someone's breaking the law, isn't that enough? Sun Yuya sighed inwardly. Just as I thought. The Bureau is getting stricter about law enforcement, especially with the federal legal requirements. You really should make time to learn those rules. So can we head out now? Chu Sheng pressed. No, this isn't an undercover mission. You need to be in uniform and wear your badge, Sun Yuya replied, leading Chu Sheng toward Shenzhen No. 3 High School. The issue with the school's martial arts stage still hadn't been fully investigated. The identities of the 3 associates were still being checked by the information department, and they'd be notified when there was news. For now, their only lead was the tampering with the stage. This had clearly attracted attention within the school. If someone could meddle with the stage without being discovered, it meant there might be insiders involved. As they entered the school, Principal Lu Xiong hurried over to greet them. Had already heard that people from the Jingwu Bureau were coming, and his expression was tense. But when he saw Chu Sheng among them, he was momentarily stunned. This morning, Chu Sheng had come for the competition. Now, he was here in uniform to investigate. That was one quick change of roles. As they walked toward the martial arts arena, Sun Yuya asked in a serious tone, Principal Lu, you know why we're here, right? Lu Xiong nodded quickly. Yes. Director Gao is in charge of checking the stage. I've already sent someone to get him. Not long after they arrived at the arena, a portly middle-aged man hurried over. Seeing Sun Yuya's stern expression, his own face turned a shade paler, and he looked distinctly nervous. When Sun Yuya questioned him, he started to tremble and wiped the sweat from his forehead. I did check the stage before the competition. I didn't find anything unusual, Director Gao stammered. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Sheng suddenly let out a cold snort. The sound cut through the air like a blade, startling everyone present. Lies, Chu Sheng said sharply, his gaze fixed on Director Gao. Sun Yuya paused, turning to Chu Sheng. You're saying he's lying? How can you tell? Chu Sheng didn't answer directly. He chuckled softly, his tone calm and even. I may not have seen many sophisticated lies, but you can always spot the little details. Just now, he touched his nose, avoided eye contact, and his body was tense, all classic signs of lying. Sun Yuya said nothing, but his eyes drifted back to Director Gao. Sure enough, Gao's face was pale, his body trembling, and even his voice was shaky. Chu Sheng's smile turned cold, his tone more resolute. Besides, I have a talent for detecting lies. He was lying just now. What? Sun Yuya was stunned. A talent for detecting lies. Had never heard of such an ability in martial arts. But seeing Director Gao's violent shudder, he realized Chu Sheng might just be telling the truth. Impressive young people really do think on their feet. One bluff, and he gave himself away. A flicker of admiration flashed in Chu Sheng's eyes, but his expression quickly turned cold. No wonder the director gave you special approval to join the Jingwu Bureau. It all makes sense now. He turned sharply, his gaze icy as it locked onto Director Li. His voice was as cold as steel. It seems you haven't been honest. In that case, you'll have to come back to the Jingwu Bureau with us. What? Director Gao's legs gave out at those words, and he nearly collapsed. Cold sweat soaked through the back of his shirt. No, I can't go to the Jingwu Bureau. He'll tell the truth. I didn't even inspect the martial arena. His voice trembled as he rushed to explain. Actually, I meant to check it, but Teacher Bai called me away at the last minute. Then people from Bayan No. 2 High showed up, and I figured what could possibly go wrong with the arena? so I just skipped the inspection. Lu Xiong chimed in at just the right moment. Bai Jia. She's a Chinese teacher for our senior class. What did she want with you? Chu Sheng narrowed his eyes. Director Gao's lips moved as if searching for words, his gaze evasive. Before he could come up with an excuse, Chu Sheng grabbed him by the collar, nearly choking him. Enough. He's about to lie again. Let's just bring him back to the Jingwu Bureau. He'll talk. It was about a man and a woman, those kinds of things. Director Gao broke down completely, sobbing as he confessed. She just happened to get interested in you right when you were supposed to check the arena? That's quite a coincidence. Chu Sheng sneered. Where is she now? She should be teaching class 5 at this hour, Director Gao answered truthfully. In the classroom of senior year class 5 at Shenzhen number 3 high school. Yuan sat in the front row, her eyes red as she stared at the now warm cup of lemon water on her desk. The condensation had long since disappeared, leaving the drink tepid. Yet even so, Su Yi hadn't had a single sip. His talent had been destroyed, and had nearly been blown up afterward. As his girlfriend, Yuan had only one thought in her mind. The person responsible must apologize to Su Yi. And who was to blame? Of course it was Chu Sheng, the one who crippled Su Yi's talent. He was obviously so powerful, yet he chose to toy with Su Yi and even ruined his abilities. It was infuriating. Lost in her anger, Yuan was startled by a gentle voice beside her. What are you thinking about? You seem so lost in thought. She turned to see an almost ethereal beauty. Bai Jia's looks were so striking that even Yuan, as a girl herself, couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Bai Jia's natural elegance was simply unmatched. Bai Jia furrowed her delicate brows slightly and gently patted Yuan's head. You must be worried about Su Yi. Seeing how tense Yuan was, Bai Jia continued to comfort her. Don't be so anxious. It's not just you, everyone is worried about him. But I believe that good fortune will protect him. He'll get through this. Those few simple words instantly struck a chord with everyone in the class. It's all Chu Sheng's fault. With the spirit sword there, Su Yi would never have been hurt so badly. He was right next to Su Yi when the explosion happened, and he just stood there and watched. So cold-blooded. If you ask me, he did it on purpose. He's jealous that Su Yi awakened his talent. Chu Sheng's already at the Qi Si level. He can't awaken a talent even if he wants to. Bai Jia let everyone vent without interrupting. When they finished, she finally spoke, her tone calm. Good deeds are rewarded, and evil gets its due. Someone who refuses to do good will eventually face the consequences. As soon as the words left her mouth, boom, a deafening crash shook dust from the walls. The classroom door was struck by a powerful force, flying off its hinges and shattering against the back wall. A young man strode in, each step radiating an undeniable pressure. His eyes were as dark as an abyss, lightning flickering within them like silver serpents, and his entire presence was suffocating. His voice was icy, a cold smile on his lips. You've got some nerve spreading slander and cursing the law enforcement officers of the Jingwu Bureau. Do you realize that's a crime? Sun Yuya coughed lightly, intending to remind Chu Sheng that Bai Jia hadn't actually broken any laws with her words. But he hesitated, realizing it might not be appropriate to undermine his colleague in front of everyone. Just then, Yuan's gaze fell on Chu Sheng, and she immediately recognized him. Her anger was so intense that her cheeks flushed red, making her look like a ripe apple. Her voice trembled with indignation, sounding both fierce and adorably soft. Ah, it's you. You're such a jerk. The students of Class 5 burst into laughter at the scene, finding it irresistibly cute. Bai Jia, however, remained calm and unhurried as she said, whatever you plan to do, can you at least wait until I finish this lesson? She made a polite gesture, as if to imply, with so many students here, do you really dare to use force? Surely you wouldn't. But Chu Sheng's response took her completely by surprise. Just as Bai Jia was about to lower her hand, Chu Sheng grabbed her wrist with a grip like iron, making it impossible for her to break free. With a sudden motion, he pressed her against the wall, resulting in a dull thud. Thud. Stars danced before Bai Jia's eyes as a sharp pain shot through her nose, blood spurting out almost instantly. The pain was so intense, she could barely breathe. Internally, she fumed at Chu Sheng's lack of restraint. How could someone like him be qualified to teach? Disciplining a third-level body tempering foreign affiliate. Justice points 200. Chu Sheng was momentarily stunned by the system's prompt. He hadn't expected this, so just doing this could earn him justice points? Was the system always running in the background? But his actions had clearly frightened the entire class. Sun Yuya was also stunned, anxiety rising in his chest. Wait, we haven't even finished the investigation. We don't know if she's innocent. You acted too soon. Hasn't anyone ever filed a complaint against you? Chu Sheng, unfazed, hoisted Bai Jia up, ready to take her away. Suddenly, someone blocked his path. Yuan stood in front of him like a little tiger cub bristling with anger, her small fangs barely visible as she glared at him. What did Ms. Bai ever do to you? How can you treat her like this? Let her go right now, or else I won't go easy on you. Her voice was soft, but carried a surprising firmness. For a moment, Chu Sheng was disarmed by her cuteness and almost blurted out, let me explain. But Yuan resolutely put her hands on her hips, clearly not interested in hearing any explanations. Chu Sheng's patience snapped, a trace of annoyance flashing in his eyes. I don't owe you an explanation. You're not even worth it. With that, he slapped Yuan aside. What's your problem? Chu Sheng scoffed. Interfering with official business? Lucky for you. You're just a student and don't know the law, or I'd have to take you in too. He showed no mercy to anyone obstructing him, dealing with her in a matter-of-fact way before letting her go. Justice points 200. Minor punishment administered, great mercy shown. With a loud crash, Yuan was sent flying, tumbling over a few desks. The commotion didn't draw much attention. The toppled desks lay scattered, but no one seemed to care. Now, every student in Class 5 stared at Chu Sheng in shock and fear. Even Sun Yuya was dumbfounded. Regret flashed through his mind. How could I have been so foolish? I thought Chu Sheng was clever, but now he's turned violent out of nowhere. Sun Yuya finally realized had gotten himself into serious trouble. Being on this assignment with Chu Sheng meant there was no way to escape responsibility. At this rate, Lu Weiman's phone would be ringing off the hook, and the complaint box would be overflowing. There was no way they'd avoid disciplinary action this time. Let's go, Chu Sheng said coldly, dragging Bai Jie behind him. We'll take her back to the station for questioning. As he passed Sun Yuya, the latter snapped out of his daze. Wait, take her back? But we still don't know if she's actually involved in any of this. Trust me, I've got this. Although Sun Yuya was still a bit hesitant, he saw the confidence on Chu Sheng's face and eventually gave his silent approval. Chu Sheng strode over to the stunned Lu Xiong, patted him on the shoulder, and spoke in a threatening tone. Principal Lu, I'm sure you wouldn't want the school's dirty laundry aired in public, right? So, you know what you need to do. Lu Xiong stared at him, wide-eyed, trying to say something, but Chu Sheng didn't give him the chance. He was already dragging Bai Jie away. Watching their retreating figures, Lu Xiong clenched his teeth. In anger, was this guy really an officer from the Jingwu Bureau? Not only was he making a scene on Lu Xiong's own turf, but he was also leaving him to clean up the mess. He felt like he was dealing with a thug. He spun around and glared at Director Gao. This is all your fault. Facing the angry students from Class 5, Lu Xiong understood that the school would have to pay a heavy price this time. Dealing with ordinary students was easy enough. A few mid-grade qi and blood pills, and the threat of expulsion usually did the trick. But Yuan's case was much more troublesome. A beautiful girl, and she had lost more than a dozen teeth from a single slap. Chu Sheng must have a heart of stone. In the end, Lu Xiong could only promise to cover all of Su Ye's medical expenses and even pull some strings to have her transferred to the provincial hospital. Only then did Yuan agree not to file a complaint with the Jingwu Bureau. On the way back to the Jingwu Bureau, Bai Jie gently rubbed her nose, looking pitiful. Can you tell me what exactly I did wrong? We suspect you're connected to those 3 foreign affiliates from this morning, Chu Sheng replied with a cold sneer. What? Bai Jie's eyes widened in disbelief. That's impossible. You must have the wrong person. Although Chu Sheng was sure Bai Jie was one of the foreign affiliates, interrogation wasn't his specialty. But that didn't matter. A Jingwu Bureau's interrogation team had their own professional methods. She looked so innocent that Chu Sheng felt a moment of doubt, but he didn't hesitate. He punched her in the stomach. Instantly, the system notification popped up. You have disciplined a 3rd-level body refining foreign affiliate. Justice points 100. Only 100? Chu Sheng muttered to himself. Still, this confirmed that Bai Jie was indeed a foreign affiliate, just not a strong one. Sun Yuya, who was driving, couldn't help but advise, Chu, maybe you should stop hitting her. I'm getting a little worried. If something comes up during the interrogation, that's one thing, but she's almost unconscious now. What if we've got the wrong person? When they returned to the Jingwu Bureau, they immediately handed Bai Jie over to the interrogation team. But within just 10 minutes, the results were in. After reading the statement, Sun Yuya looked completely bewildered, and Chu Sheng was even more shocked. We got the wrong person. According to the confession, there was both good news and bad news. The good news was that Bai Jie was indeed affiliated with a foreign tribe. The bad news was that she had nothing to do with the 3 people from that morning. She followed a tribe called Tilu, whose unique ability was to make its followers more beautiful and irresistibly charming. Because the Tilu tribe required offerings of pleasure, she experienced 7 or 8 bouts of heightened desire each day. As for Director Gao, it really was just a coincidence that she ran into him. So, we caught the wrong person, Sun Yuya said with a frown, then turned to Chu Sheng. Xiao Chu, how did you figure it out? Chu Sheng smiled calmly. I have an eye for these things. Sun Yuya didn't press further. Now wasn't the time to get hung up on details, especially since the trail at the school had gone cold. Fortunately, the information department had some good news. The identities of the 3 suspects were starting to become clear. The moment he saw the files, Sun Yuya's frown deepened. Chimin Society, west of Shengzi City, in Black Street. If you asked anyone where the most chaotic place in Shengzi was, this was it. The area was far from the city center and bordered the wilderness. It was a haven for many wild hunters, which had turned it into a lawless zone. Here, it wasn't unusual for someone to kill over a disagreement and then vanish into the wild. Officers from the Jingwu Bureau seldom set foot in Black Street. But this time, because of the mission, Sun Yi had no choice but to bring Chu Sheng along. They stopped outside a three-story building streaked with dark red rust. Old neon tubes, crooked and flickering, spelled out Cheemin Society in big characters, giving off an ominous vibe. Xiao Chu, they'll go in and negotiate. You just wait out here, Sun Yi said, his tone serious. It wasn't that he didn't want to bring Chu Sheng in, he just didn't dare. The Cheemin Society ran this place, and their boss, Chen Feng, was a top-tier Qi cultivator with powerful connections. If things went wrong, it could get very ugly. Chu Sheng frowned. Is that really necessary? Why not just arrest the whole gang and be done with it? On the way over, Sun Yi had already briefed him on the Cheemin Society. Gambling, loan sharking, fake medicine, human trafficking, those were their main businesses. In short, they were as bad as it got. The only reason they'd survived this long was because they had people in high places and plenty of city officials in their pocket. Even if they were arrested, they'd be released in no time. Sun Yi hurriedly covered his mouth. Keep your voice down, will you? The area is crawling with their lookouts. You can't just say things like that. Just wait here. They'll handle the negotiations. We're only here about those 3 followers. Don't stir up any more trouble. Before heading inside, he glanced back and saw Chu Sheng obediently waiting in the car, which was a relief. At least the kid listened to his elders. While he waited, 2 Cheemin Society guards drifted over to the car. The leader, a young man with bleached yellow hair and a cigarette dangling from his lips, wore a mocking grin. Hey kid, did I hear you calling us gangsters? Planning to arrest us or something? Yellow hair blew a stream of smoke straight at the car window. The other, a burly middle-aged man in black with a thick gold chain, shouted, did we break the law? Huh, did we do anything illegal? This was Black Street. Jingwu Bureau officers rarely showed up, and when they did, they kept their heads down. No one would risk trouble over something so trivial, especially for a rookie obviously left to wait in the car while the real business was handled inside. The guards figured it was a good opportunity to teach this naive youngster a lesson. Chu Sheng hadn't expected these people to have such a poor sense of the law. Left with no other choice, he decided to teach them a lesson. He pushed open the car door and walked up to the 2 men. Shrouded in the darkness, Chu Sheng said coldly, you're deliberately making noise in a public area and disturbing the peace. What's more, my colleague is handling a case upstairs. Your actions are already interfering with official duties, which is a serious offense. The blonde-haired man in the lead burst out laughing, but his laughter quickly turned into a cry of shock. Chu Sheng grabbed him by the head and slammed him onto the car hood. With a loud bang, the hood instantly caved in and blood splattered everywhere. Lifting the man's head, Chu Sheng sneered, I'm not joking. Obstructing official duties is a serious crime. Still feel like laughing? Or were you just born with a smile stuck on your face? The other man, a middle-aged man in black, roared and threw a punch, but Chu Sheng blocked it with ease. With a quick yank, he slammed the man's head onto the car as well once, twice, 3 times until both men lost consciousness. Only then did Chu Sheng toss them aside. After dealing out harsh punishment to these criminals, he earned 1,000 justice points, bringing his total to 3,900. Clearly, justice sometimes requires a heavy hand. These men were members of a gang. Chu Sheng thought for a moment and made a tough decision. He had to squeeze some justice points out of these thugs, otherwise, what was the point of wearing this uniform? Outside the building, the 2 remaining guards stood frozen in shock, exchanging nervous glances. He actually dared to make a move. Go tell the boss the police are wrecking the place. One of them said, about to run, when suddenly a purple streak shot toward him. With a thunderous kick, the man was knocked out cold. The last guard stared in terror, his whole body trembling. You're finished, kid. The boss won't let you off. Chu Sheng scoffed. You're right about that. I don't plan to let him off, either. He's got people on the inside, right? Every time he gets arrested, he's out in no time. So why bother? I might as well take care of him myself. Peak Chi stage. He was actually looking forward to testing himself. Upstairs, Sun Yi was surrounded by the members of the Cheemin Society. Directly in front of him stood a middle-aged man in a tang suit, the society's boss, Chen Feng. I've made myself clear. I don't know these 3 people, and they have nothing to do with the Cheemin Society, Sun Yi protested. But what about their tattoos? Chen Feng replied coldly. You said yourself their tattoos have been removed, which means they're no longer with us. And even if they had tattoos, what does that prove? If I tattooed you, would that make you a member of the Cheemin Society? The room erupted in laughter. Good idea, boss. There's another kid downstairs, why not give him a tattoo too? We'll have 2 new enforcers for the Cheemin Society, someone joked. He's not even worthy, too scared to come upstairs. No way I'd take him, another chimed in. If you're not taking him, neither am I, someone else agreed. Sun Yi's eyelids twitched as he listened, thinking, is Chu Sheng really a coward? The truth is, I'm just afraid he'll stir up trouble. If he were here to hear this, he'd definitely lose his temper on the spot. Just then the door was suddenly flung open. Sun Yi jumped, but when he saw it was someone from the Cheemin Society, he let out a sigh of relief, realizing he'd scared himself for nothing. Chen Feng shot Sun Yi a cold look, his tone stiff. That's all I have to say. I won't see you out. Please leave. Sun Yi was about to speak when a mocking voice cut in from the side. Not leaving? Want us to give you a tattoo or something?" The room immediately erupted in laughter. Just then, a chilling voice rang out from outside the door. "You little punk, what the hell are you laughing at?" The sound hit Sun Yuya like a thunderclap, making his hair stand on end. He spun around and saw a figure that filled him with both surprise and relief: Chu Sheng. Instantly, the room fell silent. Sun Yuya hurried over to Chu Sheng, his voice anxious. "Didn't I tell you not to come up here? Did you get any answers?" "No." Seeing how Sun Yuya had just been treated, Chu Sheng sneered. "Then let me try me way. To deal with scum, you have to use their own methods." A man with a scar on his face stepped forward, rubbing his ear with a menacing grin. "Kid, I didn't quite catch that. Mind saying it again?" Chu Sheng didn't spare him a glance. He simply told Sun Yuya, "Let me handle the negotiations. You go downstairs." "Wow, look at that getting ignored, huh?" Scarface mocked, shaking his head. But his expression turned dark before he could finish. The next second, Chu Sheng grabbed him and slapped him hard. "Had enough yet?" Smack. "Who said you could interrupt when I'm talking to my colleague?" Smack. "Still putting on an act for me." With a final punch, Scarface's ribs shattered, blood spraying from his mouth. The others in the room were stunned. This was the third-ranked member of the Red Gate Society, already at the 6th level of Chi Si. Yet this teenager, who was only at the 1st level, took him down with ease. "Aren't you leaving yet?" Chu Sheng glanced at Sun Yuya. Sun Yuya snapped out of his daze and quickly made his exit. He finally understood Chu Sheng had the powerful backing of Jingwu Bureau. The Red Gate Society was no match. And if he could take out someone at the 6th level so easily, why worry about anyone at the peak? Just as Sun Yuya ran out of the building, a deafening explosion shook the street. Blinding flashes of lightning lit up the entire dark alley as the Red Gate Society's stronghold was blown apart. From the ruins, Chen Feng struggled to his feet. His body charred. Gone was his former arrogance. Chu Sheng closed in on him. "Ready to talk now?" "I have nothing to say," Chen Feng forced out. Chu Sheng gave a scornful laugh, grabbed his head, and slammed it into the ground, then stepped on his face. "How about now?" Chen Feng's eyes burned with rage. The humiliation was worse than death. "So you think Jingwu Bureau can do whatever it wants? I'm telling you, you're dead." Chu Sheng couldn't help but laugh. "Me? Abusing my authority? I've done nothing but follow the law. As for those 3 people, it doesn't matter anymore." Chu Sheng's eyes turned sharp. "Because the real culprit is standing right in front of me. I get it now. You refuse to give up their identities because you're all in this together. So am I right?" Chu Sheng pressed down with his foot, pinning Chen Feng so tightly that he couldn't even cry out for help. To Chu Sheng, Chen Feng's silence was as good as an admission of guilt. "You people refuse to surrender and even dare to fight back and attack me. Is it because you're being manipulated by outsiders?" Chu Sheng questioned coldly. When Chen Feng still didn't answer, Chu Sheng sneered, "Still not talking? That's as good as admitting it." Chen Feng's face turned purple from the pressure. Only when Chu Sheng eased up slightly did he finally explode, screaming, "You're dead. Your whole family is dead." Chu Sheng leaned in, a cruel smile tugging at his lips. "Whether I die or not is up for debate. But you? You're definitely going to die. You can't do this." Chen Feng shouted in terror. "I haven't even broken any laws. What right do you have to kill me? Gambling dens, loan sharking, selling fake medicine, human trafficking, do you call all that legal?" Chu Sheng listed out, his tone icy. "If you kill me, the people backing me will never let you go," Chen Feng threatened, blustering to hide his fear. "Idiot. Right now, you're suspected of colluding with outsiders. Backers? If those people find out I've killed you, they might actually thank me. Ever think of that?" The words hit home. Chen Feng's face froze in shock. "They'll talk. They'll talk." He finally broke down. "Those 3 showed up from the wilderness 2 months ago. I saw they were strong, so I invited them to join the Red Gate Society. How was I supposed to know they were tied to outsiders? That's all. That's all. I swear that's all." Chen Feng pleaded desperately. Chu Sheng seemed convinced and lifted his foot slightly. But just as Chen Feng was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Chu Sheng stomped down hard again. "Someone like you would have been executed 10 times over in my previous life," Chu Sheng thought to himself, feeling no guilt. The dead make the best scapegoats. Right on cue, the system notification chimed. Eliminated a notorious crime boss. Justice points, 3,000. Current justice points, 11,200. Seeing his justice points break 5 digits for the first time, Chu Sheng smiled in satisfaction. Not a bad haul for his first day with the Jingwu Bureau. The future looked promising. Sun Yuya, standing nearby, was dumbfounded. "Dude, is this what you call negotiation? Who negotiates like that?" Chu Sheng walked over and patted him on the shoulder. "Call the bureau and have them send someone to make arrests." "On what charges?" "Colluding with outsiders." Chen Feng already confessed. When the news reached the Jingwu Bureau, even the dispatcher was in disbelief. "Let me get this straight. The Red Gate Society collaborated with outsiders, you took down their headquarters, and now you're requesting backup to make arrests." The message eventually reached Director Lu Huaimin, sending a chill down his spine. Most rookies were fetching tea and running errands, but Chu Sheng had already taken out the Red Gate Society's base. But on second thought, Lu Huaimin couldn't help but grin. This might actually be a good thing. Had wanted to get rid of a cancer like the Red Gate Society for ages, but the tangled web of power in Shenzhen City made it tricky. Now, with Chu Sheng, someone backed by Longwu Academy, taking action, why not let him handle it? If anything went wrong, Longwu Academy would be there to cover it. Heh, I really am a genius, Lu Huaimin thought to himself with satisfaction. When they arrived at Black Street, Lu Huaimin immediately called Chu Sheng and his companion over and questioned them with a furrowed brow about what had happened. Chu Sheng was well prepared and calmly recounted the entire incident. According to his account, it was members of the Timid society who started the provocation, and Chen Feng had also admitted to colluding with an alien clan. The evidence matched up perfectly, and more importantly, the key figure, Chen Feng, was already dead, leaving no one to dispute the story. He had the nerve to do that? Lu Huaimin looked puzzled. A mere henchman, daring to work with those alien clans? If his boss found out, he'd have his whole family killed. Exactly, Chu Sheng agreed. Even after all that, he still tried to ambush me. That's why I didn't hold back and finished him off. Lu Huaimin glanced over the two of them and then sent Sun Yiyo away. Once they were alone, he patted Chu Sheng on the shoulder in a friendly manner. Now that it's just us, tell me honestly, was that business with the alien clan real? It's true, Chu Sheng replied firmly. Lu Huaimin stared at him for a few seconds before finally relaxing his expression. Good. Remember what you signed no matter who asks. That's the story. Let Sun Yi handle the report, and you show him how to write it. Chu Sheng pondered in silence. It was clear that Lu Huaimin saw through his lie, but instead of exposing him, he chose to go along with it. Was he planning to use this as an excuse to deal with the Timid society? Or perhaps even target the people behind them? Either way, it worked in Chu Sheng's favor, and he was more than happy to go along with this brand of justice. Back at the Jingwu Bureau, both of their phones buzzed with notifications that the mission was complete. In addition to the basic reward of 100 merit points and 30,000 federal credits, Lu Huaimin also gave them an extra 300 merit points and 100,000 credits. Merit points could be exchanged for elixirs, equipment, and martial arts techniques. Chu Sheng set his sights on a blade technique called 9 Forms of the Great River. This technique was divided into 3 parts, each with 3 forms, and could be learned separately. The first 3 forms could be practiced at the Qi Si realm and were equivalent to a mid-grade Earth-level technique, while mastering all 9 forms would rival a top-tier heaven-level skill. However, even just the first 3 forms required 5,000 merit points, far more than he currently had. In the Jingwu Bureau's training room, Chu Sheng began to improve his cultivation. Ding. Spent 3,300 justice points. Martial cultivation advanced to Qi Si realm, 2nd level. Ding. Spent 3,600 justice points. Martial cultivation advanced to Qi Si realm, 3rd level. Ding. Spent 1,000 justice points. Purple Sky's dragon soaring technique has reached perfection. Current justice points remaining, 3,300. He activated the Purple Sky's dragon soaring technique again. Purple lightning took the shape of a giant dragon, its eyes glaring in arcs of electricity crackling along its coiled body, enveloped in a violet glow. In a flash, Chu Sheng had already appeared dozens of meters away. With the Thunder Sky's sacred body, his physique was already comparable to the very peak of the Qi Si realm. 15,200 kilograms. The number on the display brought a satisfied smile to Chu Sheng's face. He had just unleashed the Zishao dragon technique, landing a punch on the test dummy that registered power at the 2nd tier of the True Essence realm. With a weapon in hand, he could probably go toe-to-toe with even 4th or 5th tier True Essence experts. In Shengze base city, which was only a 4th tier city, anyone at the True Essence level stood at the very top. Now, a high school student had reached that level, something nobody would believe if they heard it. After all, just over 20 days ago, Chu Sheng had only been a 3rd tier body refinement student in an ordinary senior class. Cheating feels great. As long as I keep cheating, ITLL always feel great, Chu Sheng muttered to himself, savoring the thrill of his rapidly growing strength. The sense of gradually taking control of his own fate was intoxicating. News of the Timid society's destruction swept through Shenzhen City like a storm. While the society itself wasn't much, everyone knew it was backed by the Jung family. The Jingwu Bureau, supported by the federal government, had nothing to fear, but the patrol officers involved in the case might not be so lucky. Early the next morning, Zheng Dongming, head of the Jung family, was furious when he heard the news. Third brother, go to the Jingwu Bureau and find out who's behind this. Whoever dared to move against the Timid society must have a death wish. At the same time, inside the Jingwu Bureau, Chu Sheng was walking down the hallway when a young man suddenly blocked his path. This was Li Bin, a friend of Lin Hongjiao's. Having heard that Lin Hongjiao was injured during yesterday's assessment, he was seething with anger. Relax, kid. I'm not looking for trouble, Li Bin said. Sure, you're just being annoying, Chu Sheng replied coolly. If you've got something to say, just say it. Blocking someone's way for no reason, that's not being annoying? Do we even know each other? Li Bin flushed as people around them tried to hide their laughter. You're pretty cocky, huh? Well, I guess you can afford to be, since you got in through connections. People like me can't touch you. Chu Sheng was reminded of his old classmate, LV Cha. So what? Are you upset because you don't have the same connections? If I have a back door to walk through, why shouldn't I use it? Let's be honest. You're just jealous because you don't have one. If someone gave you an in, you'd be over the moon. The words hit a nerve, and Li Bin's face turned crimson. He shouted, Chu Sheng, are you brave enough to fight me in the sparring arena? You took down the Cheemin Society, didn't you? I'm only at the peak of the Chi Si realm. Don't tell me you're scared. As Chu Sheng paused, Li Bin looked even more pleased with himself. But in the next moment, Chu Sheng pulled out his phone, leaving everyone stunned. Hey, uncle, there's a guy here calling me out in front of everyone. Fire him for me, and make sure he's never hired again. What's his name? Hold on, I'll ask. Li Bin was utterly stunned. He never expected that Chu Sheng would not only openly admit to pulling strings, but would also brazenly threaten to have him fired right to his face. How could someone be so blatant about such things, without even trying to hide it? What's your name again? Chu Sheng asked condescendingly, his tone dripping with disdain. Li Bin lowered his head, his face flushed red, and kept silent. His fingers clenched and loosened involuntarily, bitterness welling up inside him. It had taken him so much effort to get into the Jingwu Bureau in the first place. If he lost this job, it would be a devastating blow. A hint of satisfaction flickered in Chu Sheng's eyes as he smirked. He turned back to the phone and said, It's fine, uncle. After hanging up, he faced Li Bin, his gaze as sharp as a blade. I wanted to treat you all like regular people, but look what I got in return, nothing but disrespect. Chu Sheng sneered. I won't pretend anymore. Yes, I have connections, and I'm not hiding it. Consider this your warning. If there's a next time, you're out. Li Bin nodded stiffly, his body trembling as he turned to leave. Wait, Chu Sheng's voice called out again. It's not out of kindness that you're keeping your job. Remember to say thank you. Thank you. The words were squeezed out between Li Bin's teeth, each syllable cutting into his pride like a knife. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Bin hurried out the door, his steps unsteady, almost stumbling as he fled. Once he was alone, he leaned against a wall, his chest aching so badly he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. The bright red stains on his palm were a stark reminder of the humiliation had just suffered the worst in his entire life. Rage and frustration boiled within him, impossible to vent. Damn it. All he knows is how to bully others with his background. One day, I'll make him kneel and beg me. Li Bin muttered through gritted teeth, slamming his fist into the wall until his knuckles turned white. He cursed for more than 10 minutes before he finally felt a little better. Not long after, he heard some good news that immediately brought a glimmer of hope to his eyes. Someone from the Jung family had arrived. There were plenty of people named Jung in Shengzi City, but when people spoke of the Jung family, they meant only one household in the east part of town. The old family head, Zheng Jun, was a genuine 4th stage, 5th level Jinyuan master. The current head, Zheng Dongming, was at the 2nd level of Jinyuan. His daughter, Zheng Xiurong, was the personal disciple of the Moon Fragrance sect's leader. Even the city lord had to show the Zheng family some respect. It was clear why the Zhengs had come. The Cheemin Society was their cash cow. Now that it had been wiped out, how could they just stand by? And it was said that the most hot-tempered of the Zheng brothers, Zheng Hu, was the one who had come. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Li Bin's lips, his eyes burning with the anticipation of revenge. Chu Sheng, you think you're well connected? Let's see just how powerful your backers really are. Inside the Jingwu Bureau's main hall, Zheng Hu stood with a dark expression, his black clothes making him look even more imposing and intimidating. He grabbed a passing staff member with such force that the person was nearly lifted off the ground. Who was responsible for what happened to the Cheemin Society last night? Zheng Hu's voice was low and commanding, brooking no argument. The staff member froze, his face turning pale before he shook his head frantically. It wasn't me, I don't know anything. He escaped as if had been granted a pardon. Zheng Hu questioned another person, but got the same answer. No one dared say a word. After all, Chu Sheng had just demonstrated what it meant to have serious backing. Turning him in now would be asking for trouble. As Zheng Hu questioned a third person, a sudden voice rang out from the crowd. It was Chu Sheng. Everyone turned to look, but the speaker had already vanished, leaving only the echo of their words behind. Chu Sheng? Zheng Hu released his grip, his eyes narrowing in confusion. He quickly searched his mind for the name, his brow furrowed. There's no one named Chu in the ranks of the Silver or Gold Patrol at the Jingwu Bureau, he muttered. Where is he? The people around him fell silent against him, buried themselves in paperwork. Others simply walked away. No one dared answer. Meanwhile, Li Bin, who had slipped away after causing the commotion, was also searching the hall, scanning every corner for Chu Sheng. But after looking around, he still couldn't spot him. Just as he was silently cursing Chu Sheng's luck for escaping unscathed, a voice behind him nearly made his soul leave his body. Looking for your daddy, are you? Li Bin jumped in fright, his whole body trembling as he turned to see Chu Sheng standing there with a cold smile, his eyes full of mockery and murderous intent. His heart nearly stopped from sheer terror. Forcing himself to steady his breathing, Li Bin managed an awkward smile and tried to keep his composure. What are you talking about? That makes no sense at all. Before he could finish, Chu Sheng's fist shot out, the terrifying force sending Li Bin flying. What kind of nonsense is this? I let you off once, and now you dare show off in front of me? Chu Sheng sneered, his eyes sharp as blades. The deafening commotion immediately drew everyone's attention. Li Bin crashed heavily to the ground, shock written all over his face. He clearly hadn't expected Chu Sheng's punch to be so powerful, far beyond anything someone at the first stage of Qi Si should possess. Struggling to his feet, Li Bin realized he had truly crossed Chu Sheng this time. He might not even be able to stay at Jingwu Bureau any longer. Glaring with hatred, he pointed at Chu Sheng and gritted his teeth. So you're Chu Sheng. You're the one who wiped out the Red Gate Society. At those words, Zheng He's eyes lit up. He immediately turned to Chu Sheng. You took down the Red Gate Society? Where did you get the nerve? Chu Sheng couldn't be bothered to answer and instead asked someone nearby in a low voice. Who is this idiot? Is he one of ours at Jingwu Bureau? The people around exchanged glances, about to explain, but then hesitated. They realized that no matter how they put it, Zheng He's background couldn't be glossed over. The Jung family was a force in Shengzi City that everyone bowed Tate weren't someone an ordinary inspector could afford to offend. Wherever Zheng Hu went, he carried an oppressive presence that was impossible to ignore. The power of an influential family like his could make anyone disappear without a trace in countless ways, even within the city. At worst, they could easily find a scapegoat to take the blame. That was why Zheng Hu could act so arrogantly, with no one daring to stand up to him. But what was strange was that, under normal circumstances, the bureau chief would have shown up by now. Why hadn't he appeared today? A flash of anger passed through Zheng He's eyes, and he couldn't help but laugh. I'm not afraid of a single bronze inspector, or even a gold one. Sure, I'm useless over 50 and still haven't formed my Qi Si, but I have the Zheng family behind me. Who would dare touch me? He turned to Chu Sheng, his face full of contempt. You dare call me an idiot? They'll make you pay for that today. Oh, and what's your last name? Chu Sheng's eyes narrowed, his voice thick with sarcasm. What are you trying to pull? Pretending to be some big shot? Zheng Hu was about to reply when, out of nowhere, a surge of energy like a dragon made of purple lightning swept toward him. Boom. Zheng He's bulky body was kicked straight into the air, slamming against the wall like a sandbag. The sickening crunch of breaking bones mixed with the heavy thud, echoing through the room. He slid down the wall, crumpling to the floor as blood trickled from his mouth, and nausea, truly gruesome sight. And that was with Chu Sheng holding back. If he hadn't, that kick would have torn Zheng Hu to pieces. I don't care what your name is. Were you about to ask who my father is? Chu Sheng sneered, his words laced with undisguised mockery. Suddenly, a memory flashed through his Minda figurehead met in the depths beneath Bian City, a young man who always liked to act mysterious and show off. Chu Sheng couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. If you've got connections, just say so. Not that ITLL save you from a beating. How much? Chu Sheng stared at the system notification, stunned. Just one kick, and had earned 1,000 justice points? He remembered last night, when had beaten up members of the Chimin Society. Even the top experts at the Kaimai level had only gotten him 500 points at most. So how did this one kick earn him 1,000? That scheming frog really was a villain through and through. Chu Sheng muttered to himself, thinking this guy was even more vicious than those gang members, absolutely not worth worrying about. The people around were still in shock at the power behind Chu Sheng's kick. Suddenly, Zheng Hu coughed up a mouthful of blood, breaking the silence. Zheng Hu had been hit, and nearly beaten half to death with just one kick? Chu Sheng was seriously tough. Li Bin was the first to rush over, helping Zheng Hu up with a smug, gloating grin. Then he shouted, Chu Sheng, you're finished. He's from the Zheng family, they'll never let you off for this. Hearing that, Chu Sheng just sneered, his gaze cold. I've offended him, so the Jingwu Bureau won't protect me anymore? Fine, I quit. He acted as if he didn't care at all about the strange looks from the crowd, looking completely unconcerned. After all, this was the perfect chance to win favor with the Zheng family. If he could use this opportunity to join them, it'd be far better than staying in the Jingwu Bureau. Being helped up, a flash of malice passed through Zheng He's eyes as he spat out. What happened with the Chimin Society? Just wait. You'll pay for this. But Chu Sheng walked right up to him, sneering, his voice low and filled with authority. You want me to leave? Who said you could go? As for the Chimin Society, I wasn't even going to mention it. But since you brought it up, let me remind you. The Chimin Society colluded with outsiders, tried to sabotage the third highest tournament, and nearly destroyed Daxia's young talents. Luckily, I was there to stop them. He fixed Zheng Hu with a sharp gaze. Turns out the Zheng family was the real mastermind behind it all. Looks like you're the real threat here. Chu Sheng's words hit like thunder, leaving everyone present stunned. Especially Lu Huaimin, watching from the surveillance room, never seen anyone so bold. Not only had Chu Sheng implicated the Chimin Society, but had dragged the Zheng family into it as well. Zheng Hu had practically walked right into a trap. Did you even bother to find out how the Chimin Society got taken down? Are you crazy, bringing that up first? Someone in the know, Sun Yuya, glanced over and suddenly spoke up. Yeah, Su Yi, with that level talent, got crippled. But do you know who did it? Zhang, who was so furious his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Usually, they were the ones framing others. Now someone dared to frame the Zhang family? Yu Zhang, who started to speak, but ended up coughing up another mouthful of blood. That's enough. Don't die here, Chu Sheng said coolly, waving his hand. Someone, get him treated. Once he's recovered, send him to the interrogation department for a proper investigation. Even though Chu Sheng was just a bronze inspector, every word he spoke carried the weight of law. Several inspectors stepped forward immediately, taking Zheng Hu away. Li Bin was left frozen on the spot, unable to believe what Head just witnessed. Head planned to send Zheng Hu home and use the chance to curry favor with the Zheng family. But now what could he do? Chu Sheng gave a slight, contemptuous smile and muttered, pathetic, before turning to leave. The people around shook their heads and started to disperse. Watching this, Li Bin's friends all mentally labeled him a clown. In the director's office, Lu Weiman's eyes were full of approval. He said loudly, good. That's the spirit of the Jingwu Bureau. Sit down. Chu Sheng took a seat, his expression calm, quietly listening to Lu Weiman's praise. He said nothing more, lost in his own thoughts. So, you've been watching all along? Chu Sheng looked directly at Lu Huaimin, his tone carrying a hint of probing. Lu Huaimin leaned back in his office chair, fingers tapping lightly on the desk, a faint, ambiguous smile playing at his lips. What's wrong? You're the director of the Jingwu Bureau, and you're actually afraid of the Zheng family? Afraid? Lu Weiman's smile widened, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Zheng Jun is only at the 5th level of the true essence realm, while I'm at the very peak. Why would I be afraid of their family? He leaned forward, lowering his voice. But the Zhengs aren't the only influential family in Xingzi City. Touch one, and the rest will react. If I make a move against the Zhengs, the other families will start raising a fuss. Whether I can keep my position would become uncertain. Chu Sheng narrowed his eyes, thinking it over before nodding. So, you want me to go after them? Because I have Longwu Academy backing me? Lu Huaimin nodded at first, then quickly shook his head, his expression turning sly. No, that's not it. It's not what I want, it's clearly what you want. I'm not forcing you. He spread his hands in mock innocence. Even if you just hang around here, living off your monthly stipend, I wouldn't say a word. Chu Sheng fell silent, absent-mindedly tapping the armrest of his chair. Having a bureau chief like this wasn't necessarily a bad thing for him. At least their goals were aligned, and Lu Huaimin wouldn't trip him up. The only thing that worried him was whether the Longwu Academy's backing was really as useful as it seemed. Top-tier academy, you have no idea, Lu Huaimin said, as if reading his mind. Their connections run deep. And behind them is the Long family of Dongyan Prefecture. The more talented you appear, the stronger your background gets. You get what I mean? Chu Sheng nodded, a look of realization crossing his eyes. So his background was even more impressive than Head thought. SS-level talent. Qi realm, at 18, how much more of a prodigy could he be? Even if his SS-level talent was made public, it wouldn't matter anymore. Had already surpassed the limits. Now, what he needed to focus on was how to catch criminals more efficiently. At the thought, Chu Sheng felt a surge of motivation, his gaze brightening as he unconsciously sat up straighter. Lu Huaimin, swept up by his energy, slammed his hand on the desk in excitement. Bang, the desk shook, files jumped. Do whatever you want, I'm behind you all the way. I'm going to make some arrests. Chu Sheng's eyes shone, his voice resolute. Bang, another loud smack. That's the spirit. You're a crime-busting machine. I'm going to the Zheng family to make arrests. Chu Sheng stood up, clenching his fists. Bung, a third slam. No, that's not going to work. Lu Weiman's excitement vanished in an instant, replaced by a serious expression. All the witnesses in the Qimin Society's collusion with the foreign clans are dead. There's no way to pin anything on the Zhengs. At most, you can summon them for questioning, but there's no grounds for an actual arrest. Then he'll summon them for questioning. Chu Sheng compromised, a crafty gleam in his eyes. There was plenty of room to maneuver here. A prestigious family like the Zhengs wouldn't just roll over. This would be the perfect opportunity to give them a lesson in the law, and maybe rack up some justice points along the way. Had already looked into the Zheng family's details. The strongest among them was only at the 5th level of the true essence realm, and he was more than 100 years old. If it came to a fight, they wouldn't be a match for him. Besides, they'd have to dare to act first. Attacking a Jingwu Bureau officer was a death sentence for their whole family. Lu Huaimin didn't quite see the point, but after a glance at Chu Sheng's determined expression, he didn't ask further. Instead, he issued a summons as requested. With the summons in hand, Chu Sheng pushed open the doors of the Jingwu Bureau, squinting as sunlight hit his eyes. Had barely taken a few steps before he stopped short. Didn't have a car, and he didn't even know where the Zheng family lived. Remembering Sun Yuya's number in the records, he pulled out his phone to call, only to find had been blocked. There's always a way, Chu Sheng muttered to himself, quickly coming up with an idea. He opened the Jingwu Bureau app on his phone, picked a random assignment, and signed up. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Ding. A crisp notification sounded from the system. Task matched successfully. Click to view details. Hearing the alert, a young woman excitedly pulled out her phone and tapped the notification. But when she saw the details of her matched partner, her expression shifted from joy to shock. then to outrage. 400 merit points. First level of the Qi realm, she stared at the screen in disbelief. Are you kidding me? My profile clearly says I need someone strong to carry me. About 20 minutes later, a woman with long hair tied back stood in front of Chu Sheng. She looked him up and down, a trace of confusion flickering in her eyes as she took in this unfamiliar young face. So you're Chu Sheng? When did you join the Jingwu Bureau? She asked. Yesterday, Chu Sheng replied curtly. Su Qing nodded. Since she hadn't been back for 4 days, it was understandable that she didn't know the newcomers. In the future, you'd better take a closer look at the tasks before you accept them. Are you trying to tell me how to do my job? Chu Sheng shot her a cold glance. Didn't you read the mission briefing? Do you have any idea how tricky this assignment is? I didn't read it. I don't need to. Chu Sheng's tone was calm. For him, the main goal was to find someone to take him to the Jung family. The task itself was just a side matter. Whenever intelligence wasn't enough, he believed brute force could solve the problem, and that happened to be his specialty. Su Qing was momentarily taken aback, then quickly noticed something off. Wait, you only joined the Jingwu Bureau yesterday. Where did you get 400 merit points? I completed a level task and took down the Timid society along the way. Got an extra 300 points as a reward. With that, Chu Sheng got straight to the point. Can you drive? For a moment, Su Qing was dazed, doubting her own ears. A rookie who wiped out the Timid society? He sounded as casual as if he were telling someone to go grab lunch. But the merit records couldn't be faked, which meant she might really be dealing with a top-tier expert. Yes, I can drive, she nodded repeatedly. Let's go. Drive to the Jung family estate. The Jung family? Su Qing was puzzled. What are we going there for? And what about the Timid society? Don't worry, I just need to deliver something. Since he put it that way, Su Qing didn't press further. On the way, she briefed Chu Sheng on the mission details. The criminal they needed to capture was named Gu Chang'e, a Qi stage level 3 cultivator with formidable strength, had once killed a master at the peak of the Qi stage. So that's why no one wanted this assignment? Chu Sheng asked. Not exactly. The real issue is his last name Gu. The Gu family has already issued a letter of forgiveness. If we accidentally kill him, we'll be making enemies with the Gu family. Hold on. Chu Sheng frowned. You said the Gu family issued a letter of forgiveness? Su Qing then explained Gu Chang's background in detail. He was the son of Gu Rohai, head of the Gu family, and had only been found and brought back to the family 2 years ago. To make up for his lost years, the family treated him with extra care. However, he seemed to suffer from paranoia, constantly claiming his family abused him. Half a year ago, on a rainy night, he went mad and killed his 2 sisters and brother, then disappeared. As he fled, he was shouting things like Supreme Bone. Hearing this, Chu Sheng's brow furrowed. It wasn't until the word Supreme Bone came up that he suddenly understood. Case closed. He's been reading too many Western fantasy novels. This kind of plot was a classic template for over-the-top villains in those stories. But right now, the most pressing issue was that you had gone missing. Did he really have to go and look for him? He wasn't good at finding people, and it was a waste of time. As he was filled with doubt, Su Qing seemed to sense his worry and explained calmly. There's reliable information that Gu Chang'e was seen at a chasm in the wilderness 3 days ago and hasn't come out since. That's fine then. They'll deliver the goods first and check on it afterward. He breathed a sigh of relief, his anxiety easing a little. Meanwhile, at the Jung family estate in the eastern part of the city, the atmosphere had suddenly grown tense. Li Bin stood before everyone, carefully reporting the recent events at the Jingwu Bureau. As soon as he finished, everyone's expressions changed, especially when he mentioned that Zheng, who had been seriously injured by Chu Sheng and was being held at the Jingwu Bureau. The mood became even heavier. Outrageous. How dare a mere bronze inspector humiliate the Zheng family like this? He must be tired of living. One family member roared in anger. And accusing us of colluding with outsiders? Absurd. Even Lu Huaimin wouldn't dare make such claims. And yet an inspector tramples on us so brazenly? We can't let this go. If we don't get rid of him, how will the Zheng family survive in Qingzi City? Another added, his eyes blazing with fury. Zheng Dongming listened to the outburst and raised his hand to interrupt. Enough. Calm down. We can't act rashly before we know more about Chu Sheng. After all, anyone who can get into the Jingwu Bureau through the back door and is strong enough to rival a peak Qi practitioner is no one to underestimate. He paused, his tone steady. Even our Zheng family couldn't manage that. If we act recklessly, we might just end up getting ourselves hurt. Seeing this, Li Bin's eyes lit up and a smug smile appeared on his face. He had expected this reaction and seized the opportunity. Patriarch, I know all about that kid at the Jingwu Bureau. That Chu Sheng's just the bureau chief's nephew. I heard the chief himself call him uncle right in front of me. I'm absolutely certain of it. Li Bin's eyes gleamed as he continued. And it's not just me, plenty of people at the bureau know about it. If you don't believe me, you can check for yourself. At these words, the Zheng family fell silent. Zheng Dongming looked surprised. The chief's nephew? And he still dares to act so recklessly? How could Lu Huaimin allow this? Isn't he afraid of exposing himself? Li Bin patted his chest confidently. I guarantee it's true. If you have doubts, send someone to investigate. Given the current situation, This is the perfect time for the Jung family to act. He spoke with a cold glint in his eyes. That kid will never see our retaliation coming. A look of approval appeared on Zheng Dongming's face. He patted Li Bin's shoulder. Well done, Li Bin. You're smart. The Zheng family needs people like you. Don't stay at the Jingwu Bureau any longer. Why not come work for us? Li Bin was secretly delighted but feigned hesitation. After a moment, he finally agreed. Thank you, Patriarch, for your trust. I'll resign from the Jingwu Bureau today and hope you'll look after me in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, someone rushed in to report, Patriarch, people from the Jingwu Bureau are here. They've summoned you. The Zheng family members turned pale. Summoned the head of the Zheng family? What is Lu Huaimin up to? Everyone looked uneasy and confused. As the tension mounted, Li Bin saw his chance and smiled smugly. Delivering summons had always been a job for temporary staff, could resolve this with just a few words. With a slight smile, he turned to Zheng Dongming and said, Patriarch, don't worry. I still have some influence at the Jingwu Bureau. Leave this to me. Zheng Dongming nodded, signaling him to handle it. A sly gleam flashed in Li Bin's eye. She finally had a chance to prove his worth. Outside the Zheng family residence. Why didn't you tell me you were delivering a summons? Su Qing stood outside the Zheng family's grand estate, her face pale with regret, practically tying herself into knots over her mistake. She shot a glance at Chu Sheng beside her, her voice squeezed through gritted teeth. First you take down the Red Gate Society, and now you're here to serve Zheng Dongming a summons. Aren't you just putting the Zheng family on the spot? Chu Sheng shrugged, seemingly unfazed. You never asked. Besides, what else could I possibly be delivering? A funeral bell? As he spoke, he checked his watch, frowning slightly. It's almost been 5 minutes. If no one comes out soon, I'm going in to find them myself. That's what the law requires. The two Zheng family guards exchanged glances, thinking they must have misheard. Then, with a smirk, they stepped aside, their expressions mocking. If you're not afraid to die, go ahead and try, one of the guards sneered. Do you know where you are? The Zheng family, with two genuine Xinyuan-level masters inside. And you are just a lowly patrol officer, daring to make trouble here? Before they could finish, Chu Sheng strode confidently toward the entrance. The two guards immediately tensed, their hands flashing to their waists, blades half drawn. Just then, Chu Sheng abruptly stopped. The guards thought he had lost his nerve, but when they turned, they saw someone emerging from the courtyard. It wasn't just Chu Sheng who was surprised. Li Bin, who had just walked out, froze as well. Chu Sheng was the one delivering the summons? This guy won't be easy to fool, Li Bin thought to himself, but then realized this could be the perfect chance for payback. If he could provoke Chu Sheng into making a move here, he'd be finished. With that thought, Li Bin's lips curled into a smug smile, a calculating glint in his eyes. You've got connections, sure, but so do I now. He walked up to Chu Sheng, chin raised slightly, eyes full of scheming intent. In those brief seconds, had already mapped out a whole plan to force Chu Sheng into action. But before he could open his mouth, Chu Sheng suddenly lashed out with a punch. It was lightning quick. Li Bin never saw it coming. One moment he was standing, the next he was sprawled on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, still too stunned to process what had happened. The punch left both guards and Su Qing behind them in shock. No one expected Chu Sheng to knock Li Bin down without even a word. Looking down at Li Bin, Chu Sheng's voice was icy cold. This is the third time. You really have a death wish, don't you? The reason Li Bin was here was obvious. Thrown his lot in with the Zheng family. In Chu Sheng's eyes, that was more than just pathetic. Disciplined, an evildoer aiding the wicked. Justice points 500. Li Bin scrambled to his feet, wiping the blood from his mouth, and shouted furiously, Chu Sheng, how dare you hit me? I'm working for the Zheng family now. So what? Chu Sheng replied coldly. You call yourself a Jingwu Bureau officer? Attacking someone in public, though, you really think you'll get away with this? He'll make sure you pay for this. Li Bin threatened through clenched teeth. Chu Sheng chuckled. Idiot. You're not with the Jingwu Bureau anymore. At most, this is an internal issue. Maybe you'll get a warning. I already resigned. Li Bin yelled. Is the Jingwu Bureau somewhere you can just quit whenever you want? Did you file the paperwork? Did the chief approve it? Chu Sheng shot back, glancing at his watch. The 5-minute waiting period was off. Was free to go in and find his target. He shoved the still stunned Li Bin aside and strode confidently into the estate. What do you think you're doing? The two guards finally reacted, quickly raising their blades to block his path, the sunlight glinting off the steel. Chu Sheng stopped, his gaze sharp as lightning. Do you know what you're doing right now? Obstructing law enforcement. In front of the courtyard gate, the two guards exchanged glances, a mocking smile curling at their lips. After years of working for the Zheng family, they had never seen anyone so brazen. A mere boy, daring to threaten them? If you can walk away alive after making trouble here, they'll take your surname. One of the guards sneered. Before he finished speaking, a streak of blue-white lightning suddenly tore through the sky. With a deafening crack, a bolt of thunder crashed down. Boom. The explosion shook the area, blinding light and wild arcs of electricity engulfing the entrance. For a moment, it felt as though the world itself had been split open. People inside the Zheng residence, and even neighbors nearby, were startled by the noise. poking their heads out to see what had happened. The Jung family rushed outside, only to freeze in shock at the sight. The gate and part of the surrounding wall had been reduced to a blackened ruin, bricks shattered, smoke billowing into the air. 3 guards lay on the ground, their bodies charred and twisted, barely clinging to life, eyes unfocused. At the center of the chaos stood a black-haired teenager, proud and unyielding, sparks of lightning still flickering around him. He looked like a god of thunder, here to punish evil and uphold justice. Severely injured 3 evildoers aiding a tyrant. Justice points 2000. The young man slowly turned, his gaze calm as he scanned the crowd. Who is Zheng Dongming? Hey, race your summons. Tomorrow at 8 a.m. Report to Jingwu Bureau for questioning. Zheng Dongming's face darkened as he stepped forward, glaring at the youth. Who are you? How dare you barge into the Zheng residence and act so arrogantly? Chu Sheng, the teenager replied, his voice clear. As for being arrogant, you're mistaken. They interfered with official business, and I gave them a fitting punishment completely within the law. The crowd gasped, many drawing sharp breaths. So this was Chu Sheng, the one bold enough to challenge the Zhengs, and had actually shown up. Arrogant brat. How dare you cause trouble at my house? Take this. A furious shout interrupted the murmurs. A young girl burst from the crowd, her face flushed with anger, sword leveled at Chu Sheng. She moved with lightning speed, thrusting straight at him. No. Zheng Dongming's expression shifted as he tried to stop her, but it was too late. Chu Sheng raised an eyebrow, then with a swift motion, slapped her aside. The girl coughed up blood and tumbled through the air like a broken kite, crashing hard to the ground. He glanced down, dusting off his sleeve. She looked promising for her age, but she's only at the 2nd level of Qi, opening one whole stage below me. How dare you? Zheng Dongming roared, stomping hard enough to crack the ground. A surge of energy erupted around him, making the air tremble. You've injured my guards, and now my familito, you really think I won't kill you? But Chu Sheng just grinned, his eyes lighting up with anticipation. Now for my favorite part, laying down the law. He straightened up and pointed to his Jingwu Bureau uniform. Take a good look. I'm an officer. She just attempted to attack an officer. That slap was just a warning. They'll be taking her in, and by my estimate, shall be detained for 3 years. He turned to the guard who had threatened him earlier. And what you said just now counts as threatening an officer. It's not too serious, so we'll let it slide this time. Disciplined an offender for assaulting an officer, educated the Zheng family on the law. Justice points 1000. Enough. Zheng Dongming thundered, his energy surging as he advanced on Chu Sheng, ready to strike. Just as the situation was about to explode, a commanding voice cut through the tension. Stop. Zheng Dongming froze, turning to look behind him. It was the Zheng family patriarch, Zheng Jun. He walked over calmly, surveying the scorched ruins and the battered guards before finally focusing on Chu Sheng's uniform. Take the summons, and let him take Xiaoyu. There's no need to make a spectacle for outsiders. Zheng Dongming was jolted back to reality, realizing how much attention their commotion had drawn. The crowd outside was growing, countless eyes fixed on the Zheng family. His anger faded, replaced by a sense of dread. Chu Sheng cursed inwardly. As expected, the old man wasn't so easy to provoke. Had hoped this incident would drag the Zhengs down, but it wasn't enough. He picked up Zheng Xiaoyu, ignoring the glares from the Zheng family as he strode away. Before leaving, he turned back with a final reminder. Be at the Jingwu Bureau on time tomorrow. If you're late, they'll come and bring you and myself. As he passed the 2 guards who had mocked him earlier, he flashed a teasing smile. My surname's Chu, don't forget it. What are you standing there for? Let's go. It wasn't until Chu Sheng walked right up to her that Su Qing snapped out of her daze, as if waking from a dream. She glanced at the Zheng family members, and was both surprised and puzzled. They'd always been overbearing. So when did they become so easy to deal with? Thinking back to the moment Chu Sheng blew up the Zheng family's main gate, Su Qing was convinced he was going to get her killed. But things turned out completely differently. Not only did they leave unscathed, they even took a hostage with them. What was even more shocking was that, despite their numbers, no one from the Zheng family dared to stop them. Back at the Jingwu Bureau, the incident caused an immediate stir. First, Zheng, who had been crippled, and now they'd swaggered out of the Zheng family with someone in tow. As Su Qing recounted the story in vivid detail, everyone's impression of Chu Sheng changed completely. This wasn't just about strength. He was clearly some well-connected young master. While her colleagues all envied Su Qing for being partnered with Chu Sheng, she secretly wished someone else could take her place. Lacking any powerful connections herself, she was constantly worried she'd get dragged into trouble. Before long, Chu Sheng returned. Let's go. It's still morning, we've got plenty of time. He wanted to quickly track down Gu Chang'e, who had been poisoned by reading the novel Foreign Tomatoes. The 2 of them drove out of the city and didn't reach their destination until evening. Unlike the one in Bian City, this abyss had no Xinyuansi officers guarding it. With so many abysses across the Federation and not enough official manpower, some of the more remote ones were managed by civilian organizations. This one, for example, was under the care of the Min family from Shengzi City. Above the abyss was a small, fortress-like settlement. Though it had plenty of entertainment, being in the wilderness meant order was kept solely by force and money. murder, or arson. As long as you paid a fine to the Min family, it was all taken care of. When the guards at the entrance saw the two of them in uniform, they immediately put on friendly smiles. Well, this is a rare occasion. Officers from the Jingwu Bureau visiting our humble place. Has someone caused trouble? Su Qing handed over the entrance fee and replied with a smile. Just a minor case. Nothing to do with your settlement. The guard reminded them, there are rules here. You can make arrests, but don't break the rules, or you'll make things difficult for everyone. Once inside, Chu Sheng asked about the rules, and Su Qing explained, pretty much the same as outside fighting, killing, or arson. Behind them, the guards whispered to each other. One shivered. That guy's eyes are creepy. Gives me the chills. If he runs into someone with a bad temper, there'll be trouble for sure. The others nodded in agreement. Chu Sheng and Su Qing's Jingwu Bureau uniforms stood out in the settlement, drawing plenty of attention. Just then, a sleazy-looking man sidled up. Here on a case, are you? Need a bodyguard? We've got experts from Chi High Stage Level 5 all the way to the peak fair prices. Chu Sheng paused. You need bodyguards even in this place? The shifty-looking man's eyes gleamed with cunning as a knowing smile curled at his lips. This place is crawling with all sorts, plenty of fugitives with blood on their hands. Who knows who you're after? If they get desperate and gang up on you first, well, things could get ugly. Chu Sheng couldn't help but chuckle. So it's a den of thieves after all. Thanks for the heads up. With that, he turned to leave. But just then, the sly man hurried forward, blocking their path. Hold on, sir. Since you've asked for my help, that'll be 10,000. Seeing their puzzled expressions, he smirked and explained, you just asked me a question. Around here, that means you owe me. Planning to skip out on the fee? Chu Sheng's lips curled into a faint smile. Not at all. The sly man seemed about to beam with delight, but Chu Sheng continued. But you also asked me a question just now. That's 100 million. After deducting your 10,000 and giving you a little discount, you still owe me 90 million. The man's retort was cut short as Chu Sheng kicked him, sending him flying more than 10 meters. Trying to extort law enforcement? Who do you think you are? The scene stunned everyone nearby. A bald man jeered. You're done for now. He's with the Min family. Su Qing's face paled. This is Min family territory. They've got a true essence master here. Need to get out of here now? The sly man struggled to his feet, his face twisted with rage. Behind him, four guards pushed through the crowd, each one a 5th-level Chi-Si cultivator. Leading them was a burly middle-aged man. This was their usual trick: intimidate with village rules, then pressure people to pay up. The middle-aged man spoke coldly. Fighting is forbidden here. Break the rules, and we break your limbs. That's how things work. I object, Chu Sheng replied calmly. The man paused. Oh, you think the rules are unfair? They're fair, but they're not legal. Chu Sheng met his gaze. Setting up your own court and punishments? That's against the law. The guards burst out laughing. The leader sneered. Sure, we're breaking the law. What are you going to do about it? Enforce it yourself? Exactly. Before anyone could react, Chu Sheng stepped forward. In a flash, purple lightning roared forth like a dragon. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in shock, but before he could move, Chu Sheng's fist landed squarely on his chest. With a sickening crack of ribs, he spat blood and was hurled backward. The remaining 3 guards fell in quick succession, all completely disabled. Chu Sheng approached the terrified sly man, who stammered, Don't do anything crazy. The Min family's got a 2nd-level true essence master here. Chu Sheng backhanded him, sending him sprawling. He's 2nd level, I'm 3rd. Why don't you ask him if he's afraid of me? Why don't you ask him if he fears me? As soon as these arrogant words were spoken, the room fell into dead silence. Everyone exchanged glances, their eyes full of disbelief. A boy at the 3rd level of the Chi-Si realm was actually provoking a master at the 2nd level of the True Essence realm? Just then, a cold female voice cut through the silence. And what if I say I do not fear you? The crowd parted like a tide, making way for a woman in a long, blue robe. Her beauty was striking, but there was a sharp, icy aura about her. This was Min Yu, the mistress of the stronghold and a formidable cultivator at the 2nd level of the True Essence realm. Cousin, he's causing trouble on our turf. Teach him a lesson. The sleazy man beside her shouted. Min Yu's eyes swept over the injured guards on the ground, her gaze growing even colder. Before she could speak, Chu Sheng interrupted in a frosty tone. You're harboring criminals and allowing your subordinates to set up illegal torture chambers. That's a crime as well. Oh, Min Yu's lips curled into a mocking smile. So, do you plan to arrest me too? Before her words faded, a purple dragon of lightning shot toward her. Min Yu's heart skipped a beat so fast. As she moved to dodge, a blade of blue energy swept across her path. The terrifying force left her no room to remain composed. Unbelievable. Was this boy truly just at the 3rd level of the Chi-Si realm? Min Yu unleashed a burst of blue divine light, but the tremendous impact still forced her back several steps. The power behind that strike was not just on par with the 2nd level of the True Essence realm, it even surpassed it. Panic surged in her heart. Since when did the Jingwu Bureau produce such a monstrous talent? Now that he was an enemy of the Min family, he could not be allowed to live. Min Yu drew her cold jade sword and unleashed a low-tier Earth-rank technique, Misty Waves. A sea of true energy surged forth, swallowing up Chu Sheng. This was the terror of the true essence realm, true energy as dense as liquid, its quality more than 10 times that of the Qi Si realm. Su Qing's heart clenched. Even someone at the peak of the Qi Si realm would struggle to withstand such an attack. But soon, the crackle of lightning eased her worries. The purple lightning dragon tore through the torrent of true energy, while a blade of blue energy crashed down like the splitting of heaven and earth. With a thunderous roar, the blue ring on Min Yu's hand shattered, and her protective divine light vanished in an instant. Min Yu's expression changed dramatically. 2 strikes had destroyed her 4th-grade defensive treasure, the rock ring, if those blows had landed directly. In a split second, Min Yu produced a talisman. A beam of purple ghostly light shot toward Chu Sheng's Foradada mind-disrupting talisman, meant to cloud his senses. At the same time, her cold jade sword thrust for his heart. But to everyone's surprise, Chu Sheng was completely unaffected. Thanks to his unblemished blade heart, such mental attacks meant nothing to him. Facing Min Yu's clumsy sword, he needed only a single move, mountain-splitting blade. Clang! The Han Yu sword shattered the moment it collided, leaving only a bare hilt in Min Yu's hand. Across from her, cracks snaked across the surface of Chu Sheng's azure blade, on the verge of breaking apart completely. This was the inevitable result of the difference in weapon quality. The Han Yu sword, though top tier among 3rd-grade weapons, had already reached its limit. Unwilling to give up, Min Yu tightened her grip on the hilt and lunged at Chu Sheng's chest. With no blade left, the hilt was more like a blunt weapon, nothing but a futile struggle in Chu Sheng's eyes. You! Min Yu's eyes widened, but before she could finish, Chu Sheng slammed his fist into her chest. Blood spurted violently from Min Yu's mouth. Her once proud chest caved in instantly, several ribs snapping with a sickening crack. Please, stop. I surrender. Min Yu cried out in agony, her voice trembling with fear she had never felt before. A cold smile curled at Chu Sheng's lips. Surrender? Since when has the price for breaking the law been so low? You just resisted arrest under serious circumstances. That's punishable by death. His gaze was icy. You drew your weapon. That's as serious as it gets in my book. Min Yu's face went deathly pale. You wouldn't dare? I'm from the Min family. If you kill me, the Min family will. Boom. Chu Sheng didn't let her finish. Another punch landed, deepening the dent in her chest until it looked more like a ravine than a plain. The crowd around them stared in shock. No one expected Chu Sheng to defeat Min Yu, let alone that head try to kill her right in front of everyone. Chu Sheng. Su Qing shouted anxiously, trying to stop the carnage. But Chu Sheng ignored her. In his eyes, Min Yu had just tried to kill him. She had crossed his line. If someone wanted him dead, why should he show mercy? So, today, Min Yu had to die. Punch after punch landed. With each blow, Min Yu's body convulsed violently until all life left her. Chu Sheng tossed her lifeless body aside like a piece of trash. A system notification rang out in Chu Sheng's mind. You have eliminated a notorious criminal. Justice points 5,000. Current justice points, 12,600. Perfect. With this, I can level up 3 times in a row, Chu Sheng thought to himself. There are still about 10 days before the college entrance exam. Maybe I can reach the peak of the Qi Si realm before then. If that happens, is there even a point in taking the exam? He decided he needed to talk it over with Long Liang. Chu Sheng stood up, his cold gaze sweeping over the silent crowd. His voice was icy as he said, "This is the price of breaking the law. I hope you all take this as a warning. Don't make the same mistake." Most people in the crowd looked terrified, but a few remained unconvinced. So you killed Min Yu? How arrogant. When the Min family gets here, who knows if you'll live or die? Su Qing hurried to Chu Sheng's side, panic written all over her face. Chu Sheng, you were way too impulsive. Now that Min Yu's dead, the Min family will definitely come for us. We can't finish this mission. Let's get back to Shingza City, quick. What's there to be afraid of? Chu Sheng waved her off dismissively. No matter how many people the Min family sends, can they outnumber our Jingwu Bureau? Su Qing paused, confused. What do you mean? Are you really that well connected at the Jingwu Bureau? But you just got here. It's all about background, not connections, Chu Sheng sneered. Connections only matter within your own circle. They might help in small situations, but when it comes to the big leagues, they're useless. That's when background counts. With that, Chu Sheng pulled out his communicator and dialed Lu Huaimin directly. After a brief, clear report, he said, "That's the situation. I need backup from the Bureau." Su Qing stared in disbelief. "You called the director directly? And he agreed so easily? Just what kind of background do you have?" After hanging up, Chu Sheng remained calm. "Let's go. It takes a while to get here from Shingza City. We should find Guchanga first." They quickly made their way to the entrance of the abyss. The guards had already fled. They took the elevator down to the bottom and began searching for any sign of Guchanga. Meanwhile, at the Min family estate in Shingza City, a gathering for revenge was underway. Min Xiong stood at the center of the courtyard, his gaze as sharp as a blade as he looked over the crowd below. 20 martial artists, all at the 5th level of the Qi Si realm or higher, were assembled, each one radiating murderous intent. This lineup could easily overwhelm most factions. Someone dared kill my sister. If I don't avenge her, I'm no man. Min Xiong growled through gritted teeth. Not even God himself could stop me. I mean it. Shenzhen City, North Gate. The Min family's entourage departed through the city gate with great fanfare, drawing the attention of the guards. Such a large procession had something major happened? I heard there was a disturbance at their camp. Quite a few people were injured, one guard whispered. That's not all, another guard added in a hushed tone. The latest news is that Min Yu, who was at the second level of the True Essence realm, was killed. And it was done by a bronze inspector from the Jingwu Bureau. A bronze inspector? That powerful? The guard beside him exclaimed in shock. But the Min family brought so many people this time. That bronze inspector is finished. Half an hour later, the roar of engines shattered the silence. In the distance, a motorcade even larger than the Min family's came into view at the city gate. Every vehicle bore the Jingwu Bureau insignia, 30 vehicles in all, with over 100 people in the convoy. This spectacle left everyone astonished. Never before had the Jingwu Bureau mobilized on such a scale. Not even during the citywide hunt for the Illuminati had they deployed such force. So many people, what on earth is going on? Someone gasped. Could they be going to rescue that bronze inspector? Rescue him? No way. Why would the Jingwu Bureau make such a fuss over a mere bronze inspector? Another scoffed. Maybe he has powerful connections. I heard someone pulled strings to get into the Jingwu Bureau, and that's why this whole mess started, another voice murmured. The Jingwu Bureau's movements quickly sent shockwaves through Shenzhen City. Meanwhile, inside the Jung family estate, the atmosphere by Li Bin's sickbed was suffocatingly tense. Zheng Dongming's face was ashen, his anger still simmering. You're telling me Chu Sheng is Lu Weiman's nephew? He practically roared. Li Bin struggled to speak. Yes, I heard Chu Sheng call him uncle myself. When I heard that, Nonsense. Zheng Dongming bellowed, his fury shaking the room. Would he really go this far just for a nephew? Seeing the fury in Zheng Dongming's eyes, Li Bin fell silent, realizing it was pointless to say more. Just as Zheng Dongming was about to erupt again, the second eldest of the Zheng family burst into the room. Big brother. Headquarters of the Jingwu Bureau has replied. A flicker of hope appeared in Zheng Dongming's eyes. What did they say? After Chu Sheng left, our family called to file a complaint, reporting his connection to Lu Huaimin, the second son said cautiously. Their reply said that, after investigation, Chu Sheng has no relation to Lu Huaimin. Zheng Dongming was stunned for a moment, then sneered. And what else? They also said Chu Sheng was specially approved by the government to join the Jingwu Bureau. If we have questions, we should take it up with the Long family, the second son said, his eyes full of doubt. The Long family? Zheng Dongming's face changed dramatically, his gaze suddenly sharp as if he'd realized something. His pupils contracted, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his Adam's apple bobbed as he struggled to speak. After a while, he finally managed. The Long family of Dongyan Prefecture? Yes, the second son nodded. Damn. Zheng Dongming shot to his feet, his face pale with rage and a hint of despair in his eyes. How did the Long family get involved in this? He turned to Li Bin on the bed, his eyes blazing. What did the Zheng family ever do to you for you to drag us into this mess? Without waiting for a reply, Zheng Dongming grabbed Li Bin and tossed him out of the room without hesitation. Throw him out as far as possible. Li Bin's eyes remained wide with disbelief. Only then did he realize that the situation he was caught in was far more complicated than he had ever imagined. So this is Chu Sheng's true background. Scenes from the past, his relentless pursuit, day after day flashed through his mind, suddenly seeming utterly ridiculous. He had devoted 3 years and 6 days of effort, all for a single smile from Lin Hongzhao, only to end up with nothing. In the end, the person he'd been chasing after had never been worth it. And you, my friend, do you understand now? The system's sudden prompt caught Chu Sheng off guard. He raised his hand to scratch his head, looking utterly confused. Justice points 500? What on earth does that mean? He turned to look at Su Qing, only to see her still lost in thought, her eyes complicated, seemingly unaffected by what he had just done. Chu Sheng raised an eyebrow, puzzled by the situation. What exactly is going on? What did I do this time? The deep abyss was empty and cold in the late night, so quiet that not even the sound of wind could be heard. Chu Sheng and Su Qing had been searching in this pitch-black place for over half an hour, but there was still no sign of Gu Chang'e. Their patience was wearing thin. Just then, Su Qing suddenly pointed ahead, a spark of excitement flashing in her eyes. It's someone from the Gu family, she whispered. Following her gaze, Chu Sheng saw several figures standing in front of a dimly lit cave, their presence unmistakably carrying the Gu family's aura. Su Qing had already looked into the Gu family before taking this assignment, so she immediately recognized the woman as Gu Chang's Aunt Gu Fong. Gu Fong frowned slightly upon seeing Chu Sheng and Su Qing, clearly surprised. When they mentioned Gu Chang'e, her expression turned cold in an instant. We've already found him. Once we're back in the city, we'll take him to the Jingwu Bureau ourselves. You don't need to trouble yourselves, she said coldly, her tone leaving no room for argument. Chu Sheng's face darkened at her words, and he sneered. Hold it right there. Are you out of your mind? He's a murderer. We're here to arrest him. What does this have to do with you? Why would we need you to deliver him? Gu Fong shot him a disdainful look and scoffed. You two copper patrols think you can make an arrest? I'd like to see if you can even find him. What did you say? Chu Sheng's eyes sharpened, his voice low and threatening. Do you know what it means to be an accessory to a crime? Concealing a serious offender and failing to report it has a felony. Minimum 2 years. Huh. Gu Fong froze for a moment, her face changing instantly. But before she could react, Chu Sheng slapped her hard across the face, sending her flying to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Su Qing's eyes went wide at the scene. She had never seen anyone handle things so decisively. Looking at Chu Sheng, there was a hint of shock in her eyes. This man was like a walking legal encyclopedia. Even she had never met someone who knew the law this well. Gu Fong scrambled to her feet, her face full of confusion and fear, clearly flustered. Sir, please, I'll take you to him. I'll take you to see Gu Chang'e right now. Chu Sheng gave a cold smile and nodded. Lead the way. Gu Fong didn't dare argue anymore and quickly turned to lead Chu Sheng and Su Qing forward. The entire way, Gu Fong kept her head down, not daring to meet Chu Sheng's eyes, until they reached a dim cave entrance. Several members of the Gu family stood outside, led by a middle-aged man whom Chu Sheng immediately recognized as Gu Chang'e's father Gu Rahai. Gu Rahai glanced at them, a faint, mocking smile tugging at his lips. 2 copper patrols? Seems the Jingwu Bureau doesn't care much about this case. Good thing I never counted on them, he said coolly, showing no regard for Chu Sheng or Su Qing. He turned to Gu Fong and spoke coldly. I asked you to bring food, and you come back with 2 useless people. Gu Fong hurried to explain. Big brother, they forced me to bring them. I was even slapped by him. Oh. Gu Rahai's brow furrowed, his expression darkening, a cold glint in his eyes. But Chu Sheng didn't give him a chance to react and sneered. Oh really? You old fool. Do you realize you're insulting law enforcement from the Jingwu Bureau? That's a crime. The whole scene fell silent at his words. Everyone from the Gu family was stunned. Even Gu Rahai's expression froze for a moment. Several seconds later, laughter erupted from the Gu family members. An elderly man with white hair circled Chu Sheng, laughing heartily. Interesting, very interesting. I've never seen a copper patrol this bold. But have you forgotten where you are? Still laughing, he circled behind Chu Sheng, then suddenly clapped a heavy hand on his shoulder, making Chu Sheng pause in surprise. Kneel, the old man said in a low, threatening voice. The air grew increasingly still. After a few seconds, Chu Sheng remained unmoved, as steady as a mountain, while the old man's face flushed deep red, veins bulging on his forehead as his breathing grew labored. You useless old fool. Chu Sheng sneered, raising an eyebrow. He twisted his body, his arm bones vibrating violently as his muscles tensed in an instant. With a sudden burst of force, he launched a brutal punch at the old man's chest, as fierce and unstoppable as a cannonball. Everyone watching was stunned, their pupils contracting in shock. He even dared to strike an elderly man? Boom. With a deafening crash, the old man was sent flying more than 20 meters, hitting the ground hard and lying motionless, like a sack of flour. At that moment, the system prompt chimed in, eliminated a troublemaker who deliberately provoked conflict. Justice points 1500. Eliminated. Dead. Chu Sheng scoffed. The old bastard couldn't take a single hit. All talk and no skill, he got what he deserved. Gu Fong hurried over to check on the old man, then let out a heart-wrenching scream. Third uncle is dead. The members of the Gu family glared at Chu Sheng, their faces grim. If Gu Rahai hadn't held them back, they would have rushed at him already. But right now, Gu Rahai was too shocked by the strength Chu Sheng had just revealed. The old man, though elderly, was actually at the 7th level of Qi Si realm. Even those at the same level would struggle to kill him in a single blow. This meant the young man before them, whose aura was only at the 3rd level of Qi Si realm, actually possessed power on par with the peak of that realm. What kind of monster is this? Gu Rahai thought, stunned. He's every bit as talented as Chang'e. Why are you all looking at me like that? Chu Sheng's eyes were full of disdain. He attacked first and tried to assault a law enforcer from the Jingwu Bureau. I was defending myself. One punch was already merciful. This only made the Gu family even angrier. Gu Rahai's voice was icy. Are you here to investigate or to kill? Is there a difference? Chu Sheng replied with a faint smile, then pointed toward the cave ahead. Is Gu Chang'e in there? So what if he is? There's a raging thunderstorm in Sedito, you dare go in. Thunderstorm? Chu Sheng was secretly delighted. That was practically tailor-made for him. With the Thunder Sky's sacred body, lightning couldn't harm him in the slightest. He turned to Su Qing and said, wait here for me. He'll go in and bring him out. With that, he strode confidently toward the cave. The Gu family members were left speechless. Even Gu Ruhai found himself looking at Chu Sheng in a new light. He thought to himself, this young man is on par with Chang'e, but can he actually catch him? Chang'e has already reached the 4th level of Qi Si realm, and at this level, the gap between top-tier talents is like a chasm. The reason they were willing to write a letter of forgiveness for Gu Chang'e was because his talent was extraordinary. He had survived on the streets in his youth, scavenging just to get by, yet still managed to reach the peak of body tempering. After returning to the Gu family, in just 2 years, had advanced rapidly to the 3rd level of Qi realm. The family had given him every resource, and his 2 sisters cared for him in every possible way. Even his younger brother willingly gave up his own cultivation resources to support him. Yet, he never appreciated any of it. He met everyone with cold indifference, always suspicious of others' motives, and even accused his own brother of being a hypocrite. The Gu family's past was like a nightmare that refused to fade. Whenever things didn't go his way, Gu Chang'e would threaten to run away, even claiming he wanted to sever all ties with his family. His relatives took him to see a doctor, and the diagnosis came back as paranoid delusion. But the treatment only made his symptoms worse. Everything changed on that fateful night. His younger brother, Gu Zile's 18th birthday. A violent murder shattered their world. After killing someone, Gu Chang'e fled the house in a frenzy, muttering strange phrases like belated concern, supreme bone, and demon god. At this moment, Chu Sheng was strolling through a cave filled with raging lightning currents. What would be deadly to most people seemed to him like nothing more than flashing decorations. Not far in, a familiar voice echoed. The path of double pupils needs no borrowed bones. Who cares for belated concern? I choose the demon god's life. Watching Gu Chang'e mutter to himself, Chu Sheng couldn't take it anymore. Sorry to interrupt, but I'm an inspector from the Jingwu Bureau. I'm here to arrest you. This immediately enraged Gu Chang'e. He hated nothing more than being interrupted during his monologues. He spun around, glaring at Chu Sheng, murderous intent in his eyes. You've crossed the line. Oh, and what of it? Chu Sheng replied calmly. Are you planning to resist arrest? Sizing up the much younger-looking Chu Sheng, Gu Chang'e frowned and replied coldly. If you're not at least at the 4th level of the Qi realm, they'll be very disappointed and that won't end well. What a hassle. Chu Sheng sighed and opened his system panel. With a flash of blue light, he instantly boosted himself to the 4th level of the Qi realm. For swirling auras inside his dantian burned like blazing suns. Seeing Gu change's stunned expression, Chu Sheng leveled up again 5th level, then 6th. The surge of power sent Gu Chang'e flying. 3 levels in 5 seconds? You're cheating. Gu Chang'e shouted in disbelief from the ground. Chu Sheng walked over. 6th level now. Happy? Gu Chang'e nodded, bewildered. Ready to die without regret? Another nod. Then die. A blue blade flashed. In an instant, Gu Chang'e was sliced in 2, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. The system prompt sounded. Eliminated a murderer who killed his own kin. Justice points 2000. Chu Sheng had considered sparing him, but since Gu Chang'e was so unwilling, he made the choice for him. After all, letting a villain live was just a waste of air. With that final blow, Chu Sheng's azure blade snapped in half. He didn't care about the first-tier weapon, tossing it aside as he thought it was time to find a better one. Outside the cave. Hey, you come here. I have something to ask you. Gu Rahai's sharp gaze fell on Su Qing as he beckoned her over. How is it that your colleague possesses such strength, yet I've never heard of him before? Su Qing approached cautiously. She didn't dare show the slightest disrespect in front of the head of the Gu family. There was a dangerous glint in Gu Rahai's eyes. Not only was he curious about Chu Sheng's identity, but he also wanted to know if this man had any powerful backing. If not, it wouldn't matter. But if he did, then Su Qing herself might not be allowed to leave. After all, Gu Chang'e was one of their own, and if Chu Sheng had powerful supporters, they might blame the Gu family for his death. He just joined Jingwu Bureau yesterday. Su Qing replied honestly. She had no backing and couldn't afford to offend the Gu family. I don't know much else, except that he seems to have quite a background. Oh, Gu Rahai's eyes narrowed, and he leaned forward slightly. Quite a background, you say? How does it compare to the Gu family? I only know that he can call our bureau chief directly with a single phone call. As for the specifics, I'm not sure. At this, Gu Rahai fell silent. The director of Jingwu Bureau, Lu Huaimin, was a top expert at the peak of the true essence realm. If Chu Sheng was connected to him, things could get complicated. Gu Rahai weighed his options. After all, this was the Min family's territory. If trouble arose, he could always shift the blame to them. Just as he was squinting and preparing to make a move, Su Qing added, but I've never seen anyone as strong as him. He might even be from Zhongzhou. Oh, a hint of disdain curled Gu Rahai's lips. He felt it was time to teach this girl a lesson. I admit, he's at the 3rd level of the Qi, yet his power rivals those at its peak. That's impressive. But my son Chang'e is every bit his equal. What does Zhongzhou have to do with any of this? Master Gu, there's something you might not know, Su Qing said, her voice trembling slightly. Just now, he killed Minyu with his own hands outside. The faces of everyone from the Gu family froze at her words. Gu Rahai, in particular, shot to his feet in shock, the color draining from his face. Nonsense, he shouted. Minyu was at the 2nd level of the true essence realm. How could he possibly kill Minyu? Unless he had some kind of high-grade treasure? No, he only used 2 strikes and a few punches, Su Qing replied, shaking her head firmly. It wasn't just met here were plenty of witnesses outside. Seeing that Su Qing didn't seem to be lying and that she had no reason to Gu Rahai's attention snapped to the cave, a sense of foreboding rising in his chest. If someone could kill a second-level true essence expert, then what about Chang'e? At that moment, footsteps echoed from inside the cave. Chang'e, Chang'e, are you alright? Gu Rahai called out anxiously, his voice betraying a trace of fear. Nothing serious. Chu Sheng emerged from the cave, dragging the corpse of Gu Chang'e, which had been cleaved in two. With a blank expression, he tossed the body in front of the group, blood pooling darkly on the ground. Though he does seem a bit dead, Gu Rahai's face contorted, his eyes blazing with fury. You beast! 2-inch. His voice faltered as he shouted. Reason quickly overtook his rage. This young man had killed Min Yu, who was on par with himself if not stronger. Did he really stand a chance? It was unlikely. Even going all out, he might not win. Look at you, losing your temper again. Chu Sheng strolled forward, his tone casual. It's not like I wanted to kill him. He attacked me first. What was I supposed to do? I just defended myself. Don't think this is over. I will avenge Chang'e. Gu Rahai hadn't finished his sentence when there was a sharp crack. Chu Sheng slapped him, sending him flying like a rag doll into the cave wall. The people around were left stunned. Have I not given you enough respect? Chu Sheng's eyes flashed coldly. First you call me a beast, then you talk about revenge for Chang'e? Who do you think you are, threatening me? Out of respect for your loss, I was willing to let things go. Well, that's it. Twice now you've insulted officers of the Jingwu Bureau, and you've added verbal threats on top of that. Chu Sheng narrowed his eyes, a cold edge to his voice. Hey, you go restrain him for me. Once we're back at the Bureau, lock him up for 3 months as a warning to others. You? He repeated. Su Qing glanced around, only then realizing Chu Sheng was talking to her. A wave of frustration hit her, couldn't even remember her name. Don't you dare. Gu Rahai shot to his feet, glaring furiously at Su Qing. But inside, his mind was racing, replaying what had just happened. The aura Chu Sheng revealed when he struck was unmistakably at the 6th level of the Qi realm. The realization sent a chill through him. This guy had been hiding his strength all along. Even the 2nd level of the true essence realm might not be his limit. Chu Sheng smiled as he walked up to Su Qing and patted her on the shoulder. Go on, restrain him for me. Then he turned to the rest of the Gu family, flashing a chilling smile. Let me make the law clear. If you resist arrest, I have the right to execute you on the spot. Su Qing hesitated, about to speak, but met Chu Sheng's warning gaze. Seeing the unmistakable authority on her superior's face, she gritted her teeth and walked toward Gu Rahai. Patriarch Gu, please cooperate. Gu Rahai's face flushed a deep red, almost as if he might bleed. In the end, he lowered his proud head and allowed Su Qing to restrain him. The sight made the eyes of the Gu family members redden with anger and shame. Watching their patriarch humiliated was worse than death. I can't take this anymore. Gu Feng suddenly shouted. Just as everyone thought he was about to lash out, he turned and ran. A system notification chimed at just the right moment. You have subdued a criminal who insulted and threatened law enforcement. Justice points 500. Feeling the hostile stares from the Gu family, Chu Sheng gave a cold snort. I don't like the way you're looking at me. Keep staring like that, and it's provocation disturbing the peace. This is your first warning. The second time, I'll use force. The Gu family flinched at his words, immediately lowering their eyes. On the way to the elevator, not even Gu Rahai dared show the slightest hint of defiance, despite their simmering resentment. But in their hearts, they were already plotting. Min Yu's death wouldn't be resolved so easily. She was the beloved younger sister of Min Xiong, the head of the Min family. There was no way he would let this go. Min Xiong was a 4th-level true essence realm expert once he arrived. This arrogant upstart would be in serious trouble. By the time Chu Sheng and the others returned to the surface, it was already the early hours of the morning. The moonlight was bright and cold, and a chilling sense of murderous intent hung in the air. Directly in front of the entrance to the abyss, a burly man stood with a broadsword planted firmly in the ground. He was as imposing as a small mountain, his gaze fierce and menacing, radiating a suffocating sense of oppression. Behind him, 20 figures stood like specters on either side, each exuding a lethal aura. The cold gleam of their swords and blades flashed beneath the moonlight. Gu Rahai immediately recognized the burly man as Min Yu's older brother Min Xiong. A surge of hope rose in his heart, and he secretly thought that salvation had arrived. He had no real connection with the Min family, but Chu Sheng was their enemy. If Chu Sheng died here, it would not only avenge Gu Chang'e, but also give Gu Rahai a chance to regain his freedom. So you're the one who killed my sister? Min Xiong spoke coldly, his voice rough as sandpaper scraping across steel, each word laced with bone-chilling menace. You're from the Min family? Chu Sheng replied without a hint of emotion. Min Xiong's grip tightened on his broadsword, his knuckles turning white as a surge of overwhelming power erupted from within him, making the very earth tremble. Answer me. Was it you who killed my sister? Chu Sheng simply nodded, calm and collected. You've come at just the right time. Saves me the trouble of looking for you. His tone suddenly shifted to official business. Let me make this clear. This stronghold is illegal. This is Daxia, and only Daxia's laws apply here. Setting up private punishment halls is against the law, and harboring criminals is an even more serious offense. I'm giving you 3 days to make corrections. If you don't comply, the Jingwu Bureau will forcibly shut this place down. Everyone was stunned, their faces filled with utter confusion. Even Min Xiong, who had been seething with rage, was momentarily at a loss, a flicker of bewilderment in his eyes. He wanted to ask Chu Sheng if he was joking. Did he not understand his current predicament? One of his men leaned in and whispered, "Boss, he's messing with you." Min Xiong raised his broadsword, its edge glinting coldly in the moonlight. But before he could strike, urgent shouts came from behind. It was the guards Min Xiong had stationed outside to keep watch. "Boss, something's wrong. There's a huge crowd coming, at least 100 people." The guard called out, unable to hide the fear in his voice. Min Xiong froze, shouting in disbelief. Where did an army of 100 come from? Just then, a calm, confident laugh echoed from the darkness. "Master Min, you're exaggerating. It's just 100 people, hardly an army." Clanked broadsword slipped from Min Xiong's grasp, crashing to the ground with a sharp metallic ring. He instantly recognized the voice and turned in shock. Lu Huaimin strode out from the shadows, dressed in the Jingwu Bureau's custom black and gold uniform, with a cloud-devouring white tiger embroidered on the shoulder and arm, and the words Jingwu outlined in gold thread just visible beneath its claws. In the moonlight, his face was calm and commanding. Behind him, 100 officers marched like a river of steel through the darkness, their synchronized footsteps shaking the night. All wore the Jingwu Bureau uniform, their badges glinting coldly in the moonlight, like blades of ice slicing through the shadows. The ground trembled. Everyone from the Min and Gu families began to shake uncontrollably. Some even took a few steps back without realizing it. Was the Jingwu Bureau powerful? Absolutely. It was an organization strong enough to crush any family in Shingzi City. But as a government agency, it rarely intervened in family affairs. Normally, the great families would unite and not fear them. But when faced alone, only then did they realize how terrifying the Jingwu Bureau truly was. Director Lu Huaimin stood at the peak of the Jinyuan realm. Under his command were 2 gold-ranked inspectors at the 4th level of the Jinyuan realm, 5 silver-ranked inspectors between the 1st and 3rd levels, and over 100 bronze-ranked inspectors at the Qihai level. When they all mobilized together, they were nothing short of a juggernaut. But the real question was, what in the world was going on here? Why had the entire bureau turned out in force? Gu Rahai couldn't figure it out, and Min Xiong was even more bewildered. Even Su Qing, an inspector from the Jingwu Bureau herself, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. As they approached, Lu Huaimin raised his hand slightly. The 100-plus inspectors immediately halted in perfect unison, standing tall as they shouted in chorus, "Young Master Chu." Chu Sheng was taken aback. It took him a moment to realize they were addressing him. Honestly, he was just as baffled as everyone else. What on earth is Lu Huaimin up to? Everything was fine. So why has he suddenly distanced himself from the people and become some sort of young master? Still, Chu Sheng was startled. Then a thoughtful look flickered across his face. This feeling, it was truly something different. Chu Sheng nodded slightly and turned his gaze to Min Xiong. His eyes were as sharp as blades. "Pick up the sword." Min Xiong froze, his face drained of color, nerves almost paralyzed with fear. The long blade in his hand trembled, threatening to slip from his grasp at any moment. Chu Sheng let out a cold snort. "I told you to pick up the sword." With a jolt, Min Xiong snapped back to reality and hurried to snatch the sword from the ground. The blade quivered in his grip, a clear reflection of the terror and anxiety churning inside him. Chu Sheng's voice rang out again. "Let me ask you, what were you trying to do just now?" Sweat poured down Min Xiong's face as he struggled to hold onto the sword. In his mind, a terrifying image kept surfacing, a man who could take on all of them single-handedly, including Lu Huaimin and even the entire Jingwu Bureau. That man was none other than Chu Sheng. He could kill them all in an instant, maybe without even lifting a finger. But what truly chilled Min Xiong was that single phrase, "Young Master Chu," a title even the director of the Jingwu Bureau had to use with respect. Who could imagine just how terrifying Chu Sheng's background was? If they accidentally angered him, even the Min family could be wiped from existence in a heartbeat. But Chu Sheng gave him no time to ponder. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Answer me, were you about to attack me with that blade?" "No, I wouldn't dare. Min Xiong's mind raced desperately. Suddenly, a memory from watching Romance of the Three Kingdoms as a child flashed through his mind, recalling those scenes of wit and cunning. Damn it. He cursed silently. Why was he thinking of that now? Then, with a jolt, he remembered what the guards had said about Chu Sheng's remarkable swordsmanship. He glanced at Chu Sheng, then at the family heirloom sword in his hand. In a split second, he made a decision that went against generations of tradition. "Young Master Chu, I heard my sister accidentally disturbed you. I am deeply sorry. I've long heard of your unmatched swordsmanship, so I've brought the Min family's ancestral sword as an offering. I hope you'll accept it." The moment he finished speaking, silence fell. Everyone was stunned, especially the Min family members who had come with him. Suddenly, The tension in the air seemed to ease, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. If anyone ever questioned their master's intelligence again, this would be the perfect rebuttal. Who could say their family head was foolish? He was clever indeed. Yet, Chu Sheng's response left everyone momentarily speechless. He smiled lightly, a trace of mockery in his tone. I see. It seems I misunderstood you. He waved his hand. Very well, bring the sword here. Let me take a look. Min Xiong hurried forward with a fawning smile, about to present the treasured blade, but suddenly he hesitated, panic flashing in his eyes. Had just realized a fatal oversight. What's wrong? Are you reluctant to part with your family heirloom, or do you think I'm not worthy of it? Chu Sheng's voice turned even more mocking, his gaze razor sharp. Min Xiong tensed up instantly and quickly handed the sword over. Chu Sheng accepted it, his eyes scanning the blade with keen interest. The sword was long and slender, its surface shimmering with a cold, blue light. The edge was thin as a cicada's wing, yet its luster betrayed the weight of countless hours of forging, a clear sign that this was no ordinary weapon. He couldn't tell what it was made of, but he could sense its extraordinary quality. What's this? Chu Sheng frowned slightly, feeling something unusual. This sword is heavy. He weighed the blade in his hand, fully aware that despite its slim appearance, it easily weighed over 1,000 kilograms. To anyone else, it would have been impossible to wield. Yet Chu Sheng only frowned for a moment before gripping the hilt effortlessly and giving it a light swing. Hand it over, he said quietly. The sword was indeed heavy, but Chu Sheng had no trouble controlling it. As a cultivator at the 6th level of Qi Si, with the added power of the Thundercloud Saint physique, his body was as strong as a master at the true essence level. Holding the blade, he suddenly felt the urge to test its capabilities. With a single motion, a surge of energy exploded from the blade, like sunlight breaking through clouds. His mastery of the spirit wind blade technique was on full display even before the blade itself moved. The sound of it slicing the air was like 1,000 iron arrows tearing the sky. The blue energy swept across the ground, carving a deep trench several meters long, and sending debris and spiritual energy spiraling into a tornado that shot toward the heavens, shaking everyone present. The onlookers stared in shock and awe. Was it possible for someone at the Qi Si stage to wield such power? But no one was more stunned than Lu Huaimin. 6th level of Qi Si? Unbelievable. Chu Sheng nodded in satisfaction. What's the name of this sword? Zhanyu. It's a top-grade weapon of the 4th tier, Min Xiong replied respectfully. Chu Sheng smiled faintly. Since you've offered it with such sincerity, I'd be rude to refuse. But remember, this isn't a bribe. It's compensation. He sheathed the sword and turned to leave. Remember, 3 days from now, if this fortress hasn't been reformed, don't blame me for tearing it all down. With that, he walked away, his gaze icy and resolute. Though inwardly he was still pondering. Just what is Lu Huaimin up to? Director Lu of the Jingwu Bureau was personally driving what an occasion. In the dim evening, Chu Sheng lounged lazily in the leather seat, his fingers idly tracing the blade of his newly acquired Zhanyu sword, eyes gazing out the window at the road ahead. At the wheel, Lu Huaimin held a cigarette in one hand and skillfully steered with the other, occasionally flicking ash out the window. It's an honor to drive for you, young Master Chu, Lu Huaimin said with a teasing smile, glancing at the rearview mirror. Chu Sheng frowned slightly. Come on, what are you up to this time? Since when did I become a young master? What, you don't like the title? Lu asked, still amused. It's not that I don't like it, but it just doesn't feel right, Chu Sheng replied quietly. He might have the backing of Longwu Academy, but as just a student, he hardly felt qualified for such a title. That was something reserved for the true heirs of noble families, and he knew he didn't fit the bill. Lu Huaimin took a deep drag on his cigarette. I only found out today that your way into the Jingwu Bureau isn't just because of Longwu Academy. The higher-ups keep a tight grip on recruitment, especially with the age restrictions. At just 18, getting in on the Academy's connection alone wouldn't have been possible. What's so special about being 18? Chu Sheng asked, puzzled. Is it just that they think someone that young can't handle the job, or is there some kind of history behind it? Headquarters called today, Lu Huaimin said slowly. Turns out, the Long family pulled some strings for you. Strictly speaking, you got in through their back door. Chu Sheng immediately caught on to what Lu Huaimin was implying. Being a special recruit from Longwu Academy might not be enough, but with the Long family backing him, everything changed. The Long family of Dongyan Province was one of the most powerful in the Federation, with an ancient bloodline and a history that included producing the Federation's very first leader. When the alien races first descended from the stars, it was she who led the charge to drive them back. Chu Sheng could still recall the image from his textbooks of the colossal dragon blocking out the sky, golden blood coursing through its veins. Are you sure the Long family is willing to let me use their name? They won't come after me later, will they? Lu Huaimin shook his head emphatically. Of course I'm not sure I'm not along. But if they do want to make trouble, they'll come after you, not me. I'm just trying to curry favor here. They wouldn't bother with me over something so trivial, right? He flashed a self-satisfied grin. They might. You know, Chu Sheng said, waving his phone. I've been recording for the last 10 minutes since I got in the car. You sneaky devil. Lu Huaimin laughed awkwardly. Come on, delete it. I was just messing with you. The Long family wouldn't care about something like this. Besides, as such an outstanding student from Longwu Academy, maybe they'd actually be happy to claim you. Ignoring him, Chu Sheng dialed Long Liang's number. It was late, but if this was good news, he figured Long Liang wouldn't mind the interruption. Who are you calling? Lu Weimin's voice carried a hint of unease. Long Liang, the teacher from Longwu Academy, who brought me here. Lu Huaimin slammed on the brakes, the car jolting as he turned to Chu Sheng in disbelief. Are you kidding me? The phone rang for just 2 seconds before the call connected. Chu Sheng gestured for Lu Huaimin to be quiet, pressing his finger to his lips. What happened? On the other end, Long Liang's voice was alert. Had specifically told Chu Sheng to call if anything came up. This late at night, it had to be something serious. It's nothing major. I just advanced again and was so happy I wanted to share the news, Chu Sheng replied casually. Long Liang instantly perked up, wide awake. Second level? Sixth level. I expect to reach the peak of the Chi Si stage before the college entrance exam. A long silence followed. Honestly, Long Liang wanted to ask if Chu Sheng was drunk, calling in the middle of the night with this kind of nonsense. It had only been 4 days since had broken through to the first level of Chi Si. 6 levels in 4 days? If that's true, I'll eat my hat. Lu Huaimin couldn't help but interject from the front seat. Brother Long, I can vouch for him. Chu Sheng isn't lying. On the other end, Long Liang's breathing grew heavy. Chu Sheng was one thing, but now even Lu Huaimin was backing him up. So it was real? Got it. I'll apply for a guardian from the academy to ensure your safety, Long Liang said seriously. Do you prefer male or female? Any age or marital status requirements? A guardian? Chu Sheng's eyes lit up. Had never had one before, but from the name alone, it sounded like getting a personal bodyguard. That was perfect. What's a young master without someone to protect him? Male. Physically and mentally male. The older the better ideally, someone ancient, Chu Sheng answered without hesitation. Women were too much trouble. A female bodyguard would probably turn into some messy harem subplot. As for wanting someone older, it simply fit the image of a young master with a loyal old servant. Oh what? Long Liang was clearly stunned. Had arranged guardians for prodigies before, and they always wanted young, pretty, unmarried women. But Chu Sheng wanted an old man. If not ancient, someone with teeth is fine too, Chu Sheng added when he sensed hesitation. No problem. At most 3 days, and your guardian will be in place. 3 days, the same amount of time it took to get from Longwu Academy to here. Chu Sheng nodded, satisfied with Long Liang's efficiency, then ended the call. Lu Huaimin let out a long breath, rubbing his forehead with both hands. You scared me. I thought you were going to report me. I haven't been exposed yet. If I am, I'll let you know, Chu Sheng said, leaning back in his seat. There was one point Lu Huaimin made that Chu Sheng agreed with. His talent was so extraordinary that the Long family might claim him as their own. But he wasn't quite qualified yet after all. You're not a prodigy until you've truly made your mark. If he was straightforward about it, Long Liang, no matter how much he valued Chu Sheng, would have to report to his family. The Long family might even clarify things right away. But if he kept it under wraps, and the Long family found out, they might just turn a blind eye. With talent like his, sometimes silence was the best acknowledgement. Chu Sheng's call to Long Liang was meant to prove his extraordinary talent, increasing the odds that the Long family would look the other way. It was like a story Head heard in his previous life about borrowing a defibrillator from an ambulance. If you ask openly and record it, don't blame them for following the rules. They can't risk punishment or losing their job for you. But if you just take it, the medical staff can't really do anything about it. It's unfair to ask others to take a risk on your behalf. Of course, Chu Sheng had no intention of taking that risk himself. That's what Lu Huaimin was for. If you do get exposed, what will you say? Lu Huaimin asked curiously. Chu Sheng waved his phone, the screen glowing faintly in the dark. I've got a recording. They'll just say you forced me. Damn it. Lu Huaimin gritted his teeth. On the road, Lu Huaimin suddenly remembered an amusing story Head heard. I heard that when the Jingwu Bureau was first established, they had rules about surnames. Guess what? They wouldn't take anyone named Chu. So you're basically maxed out on bad luck. After waiting a while with no response, he glanced into the rearview mirror and saw Chu Sheng already asleep, slumped against the seat with a faint smile on his lips. After running around all day and into the early hours, Chu Sheng was exhausted. By the time they reached Shengzi City, it was already morning. Sunlight streamed through the car window onto Chu Sheng's face, waking him with a jolt as the car braked suddenly. In a daze, he heard a woman's sobbing nearby. Please, sirs, help my son get justice. He didn't kill himself, was driven to it by his classmates. What's going on? When Chu Sheng opened his eyes, he saw Lu Huaimin lazily lighting a cigarette, his gaze calm and distant as he looked out the window. Several people from the car behind had already gotten out and were driving away, a middle-aged woman blocking the road. Injustice? Blocking the road to make a complaint? Chu Sheng frowned. That's not our business. Lu Huaimin exhaled a smoke ring. The Jingwu Bureau only handles cases involving martial artists above the Chi High level. Ordinary people and low-level martial artists aren't our concern. Chu Sheng watched the mother and daughter. The woman was crying and shouting desperately, her clothes disheveled from struggling, but she didn't seem to notice. Next to her, a girl who looked no older than 10 stood timidly, and her eyes happened to meet Chu Sheng's through the slowly lowering car window. The boy's sharp, knife-like gaze made the girl instinctively turn away, missing the trace of sympathy that flashed in his eyes. It shouldn't be like this, Chu Sheng said quietly. What's the matter? Young Master Chu, are you thinking of getting involved? It's not worth using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. It might be a small matter to us, but to them, it could mean everything. A crowd had started to gather, whispering among themselves. Some thought the woman was just desperate, while others suspected she wanted media attention. One person, claiming to be a neighbor, spoke in a low voice. Her son killed himself at school last month. They say the pressure was too much for him. This news shocked the onlookers. None of them had heard about it before. Lu Huimin, growing impatient, honked the horn. If you have a grievance, report it to the Jingwu Bureau. The motorcade then slowly drove away. The woman collapsed on the ground, the last glimmer of hope fading from her eyes. A young woman nearby helped her up. Auntie, let's go home. The Jingwu Bureau never cares about ordinary folks like us. This is the last time, the woman murmured. He told me to file a report at the Jingwu Bureau. I recognized him as the director. Auntie, that's just his excuse to get away, the young woman said, shaking her head. Let me try one last time, the woman pleaded, her voice full of desperation. It was unclear whether she was speaking to the girl or begging the heavens. Half an hour later, the three of them stood in front of the Jingwu Bureau. The woman looked at the imposing security guard at the entrance, opened her mouth as if to speak, but froze in place, unable to take that first step. Her heart tightened with anxiety, afraid she would hear the dreaded words, "You can't go in," from the security guard. More than anything, she feared that this sliver of hope would be crushed in an instant. Taking a deep breath and mustering her courage to speak, she was caught off guard when the guard spoke first. Are you the ones who blocked our chief's car and want to file a report? The three of them froze, exchanging nervous glances before nodding. The guard gave them a slight smile. Go on in. The sudden change left them stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief as they looked at the guard. They were led into the main hall of Jingwu Bureau, where the same guard who had driven them away that morning was now waiting for them. Follow me. I'll take you to see young Master Chu. Young Master Chu? The girl froze in place, terror flooding her face. No, we don't want to see him. We won't file a report anymore. She grabbed the woman and the girl, trying to turn around and leave. The woman looked at her in confusion. Xiao Qiang, what's wrong? The girl replied anxiously. Auntie, let's talk about it when we get home. Please, let's go back now. The woman frowned, still unable to understand why she was so scared. The guard looked at them, puzzled. What's the matter with you? Young Master Chu isn't some kind of monster. He grabbed the girl, not giving her a chance to refuse. It's too late. Now that you're inside Jingwu Bureau, it's not up to you whether you file a report or not. Come on, young Master Chu has been waiting for you. The girl's face went pale, her eyes rimmed with tears, her heart pounding so hard she could barely speak. Can you tell Chu Yunfei that we won't be filing any reports anymore? She pleaded, her voice trembling. The man raised his eyebrows and scratched his head. Chu Yunfei? Never heard of him. The person you're meeting is Chu Sheng, young Master Chu. With that, the three of them were led into a room. Inside, a young man sat at a desk. He looked a little weary, as if he hadn't slept well the night before, but his sharp eyes were cold and intimidating, sweeping over the three with a force that could not be ignored. Young Master Chu, they're here, the guard announced before closing the door behind them. Seeing them frozen in place, Chu Sheng tapped the table lightly, motioning for them to sit. After a moment's hesitation, they sat down. Chu Sheng stared at them, his tone cold. Go ahead. What do you want to report? The woman and the girl exchanged looks, clearly surprised that someone so young would be handling their case. Don't bother staring, Chu Sheng said coolly. If I can't handle your case, then no one in Jingwu Bureau can. But before we start, let me remind you, Jingwu Bureau only deals with cases involving martial artists at the Chi High level or above. That's the rule, and nobody can break it, not even me. So think carefully. They looked at each other again, knowing the rule. But their case involved nothing of the sort. There were no Chi High level martial artists involved. The girl's unease began to fade as she looked at Chu Sheng. His tone wasn't harsh, even rather calm, and she started to feel a bit braver. She straightened her back, indignation in her voice. You talk about rules and procedures, but if you really wanted to help us, why get so hung up on regulations? Honestly, it feels like you just don't want to help at all. Before she could finish, Chu Sheng's hand shot out, delivering a heavy slap that sent her flying across the room and crashing hard against the wall. With a dull thud that echoed through the room, the guards outside burst in, alarmed. Seeing the girl curled up on the floor, blood at the corner of her mouth and her face deathly pale, Chu Sheng closed the door with an expressionless face. Relax, you startled me. I thought we had an assassin, he said calmly. The girl struggled to get up, fear and pain written all over her face. Chu Sheng spoke with chilling indifference. Now, Can we have a proper conversation? The young girl covered her face, her heart filled with fear. Although Chu Sheng appeared to be about her age, the terrifying aura he had just unleashed reminded her of a crucial fact: the entry requirement for Jingwu Bureau was reaching the Qi realm. Such a level of cultivation was far beyond what even the most talented of her peers could achieve. Even the top prodigies at her school were nowhere near his level. I asked you a question. I don't want to repeat myself. Chu Sheng's voice was cold as ice. Two can talk. The girl stammered, nodding anxiously. Then, together with the woman beside her, she began recounting the events. A month ago, the woman had received an urgent call from her son Chui Hao's homeroom teacher, saying something had happened at school. By the time she arrived, people from the Wind Enforcement Hall were already there. They told her that Chui Hao had died and that his body had been sent for examination. Later, at the Wind Enforcement Hall, she was informed that it was a suicide case. What was even more baffling was that, due to so-called staff error, the body had already been cremated. When she finally saw her son again, all that remained was a cold urn of ashes. The woman clearly sensed something was wrong. She was certain her son would never commit suicide. But as an ordinary person with no power or connections, she couldn't even enter the school. She was also warned not to damage the school's reputation, or else she would be detained by the Wind Enforcement Hall. With nowhere else to turn, she reached out to her neighbor's daughter, Wang Qiong, the girl now sitting before Chu Sheng and a classmate of Chui Hao's. Although Wang Qiong didn't know the details, she mentioned that Chui Hao seemed to have offended someone with considerable influence. Sir, the woman said, wiping tears from her eyes, if I don't seek justice for him, who else will? Should I just let him die without knowing the truth? Chu Sheng didn't answer immediately. Instead, he pressed further. The person Chui Hao offended, what level are they? Do they have a bodyguard? Think carefully before you answer. That Chu Yunfei is only at the 4th level of the open meridian realm, Wang Qiong quickly replied. But I heard he has a bodyguard at the Qi realm. So, you suspect it was the bodyguard who did it? Yes. The woman's eyes lit up with hope as she realized the implication. Chu Sheng stood up, his tone resolute. This case will be handled by the Jingwu Bureau. Go home and wait for news. Thank you, sir. Thank you. The woman bowed repeatedly. The fear on Wang Qiong's face had vanished. Although she didn't fully understand what handling the case meant, her mother's reaction told her that this seemingly stern young man was truly a man of justice. As they were leaving, Wang Qiong hesitated. She wanted to ask how long the investigation would take. After all, the college entrance exam was only a week away. A month ago, Chu Yunfei was at the 4th level. By now, he might have advanced to the 5th. If he performed well and was admitted to a top academy, it would be nearly impossible to pursue the case any further. Yet, faced with Chu Sheng's icy gaze and recalling the slap earlier, she couldn't bring herself to ask. Director's office. The young master of Chu truly is exceptionally clever. Since there's a Qi High realm martial artist involved, we have no choice but to take on this case. Lu Huaimin continued. But where do you plan to start investigating? The main problem right now is that Chui Hao's body has disappeared, and the Fengji Hall has already closed the case. Digging any deeper is going to be extremely difficult. Chu Sheng had already made up his mind on the way there. Fengji Hall, he said calmly, as if he had anticipated all of this. Fengji Hall? Lu Huaimin was momentarily surprised, then quickly understood Chu Sheng's intention, a look of amazement flashing in his eyes. But they're under the jurisdiction of the city administration, and we're from different departments. Our paths don't usually cross. You'll have a hard time investigating there. Chu Sheng smiled slightly. So what? Lu Huaimin immediately realized what Chu Sheng was planning. This young master had no intention of confronting Fengji Hall head, and he was going to use his influence to get what he wanted. Lu couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. As expected of young Master Chu. You adapt so quickly. Just promise me, if things go sideways, don't drag me into it. Don't worry, you'll be in the clear, Chu Sheng replied offhandedly. Soon after, a special drank mission appeared on the Jingwu Bureau's app. The mission brief read, uncover the true cause of death of a high school student and bring the culprit to justice. On the surface, it seemed simple, but there was something unsettling about it. What was even more surprising was the final requirement. Must be bold. This is interesting. Why would a minor case require guts? Is there some supernatural element involved? Gao Chong muttered. He had his own philosophy about cases like these. The bigger the waves, the bigger the fish. He never believed in superstitions, thinking others might hesitate because of the mission's strange undertone, but he signed up without a second thought, convinced it was just another straightforward case. However, when he saw who his partner was, his expression froze. Chu Sheng? These days, everyone in the Jingwu Bureau knew about Chu Sheng's close ties to the Long family in Dongyan Prefecture. Partnering with Chu Sheng meant safety was pretty much guaranteed. With that in mind, Gao Chong's worries disappeared. When they met outside the Jingwu Bureau, Gao Chong had already gone over the mission details. Young Master Chu, are we heading to number 1 high school to investigate? He assumed that starting at the school would be the logical approach. Chu Sheng shook his head. No rush. We're going to Fengji Hall first. Fengji Hall? Gao Chong was taken aback. Chu Sheng didn't answer, just gave him a look. Suddenly, Gao Chong understood and blurted out, Fengji Hall. He couldn't help but admire Chu Sheng's strategy, and even started to wonder if Chu Sheng had already pulled some strings inside Fengji Hall. Only later did he realize he was only half right. Chu Sheng did plan to approach Fengji Hall, but not in the way he had imagined. Meanwhile, in the director's office on the third floor of Fengji Hall, Xiao Yin sat at his desk, calmly sipping tea. She's just a peasant woman from the countryside, doesn't even know the real culprit, yet she dares to block the road and cry injustice. An agent reported, someone saw that woman enter the Jingwu bureau. She was there for over 20 minutes. Xiao Yin smiled, unconcerned. It doesn't matter. Even if the Jingwu bureau wants to get involved, they have no grounds to do so. Just then, Xiao Yin's trusted aide, Sun Ming, came in and reported quietly, Director, 2 bronze-ranked investigators from the Jingwu bureau are here. They say they're investigating a case. Xiao Yin was taken aback, a flash of anger in his eyes. He said coldly, just a couple of bronze investigators? Send them away. If their director has a problem, he can take it up with the city governor. Xiao Yin had no idea that his words would soon be thrown right back in his face, and his anger only grew. The main hall of the Jifeng Bureau was abuzz with curiosity. How unusual it was for agents from the Jingwu Bureau to show up here investigating a case. No one had ever heard of such a thing. I know, right? I'm starting to think they might be imposters, one detective whispered. Look at the one on the right, can't be more than 20. Doesn't the Jingwu Bureau require a degree from Wuda and at least 5 years of experience at Jifeng before you can even get in? How could someone that young make the cut? Standing off to the side, Gao Chong listened to the murmurs, growing increasingly uneasy. He had assumed Chu Sheng had already paved the way, but after waiting for quite some time, not only had the director failed to appear, there wasn't even an official to greet them. Something was definitely off. Just then, Sun Ming hurried back, a formulaic smile plastered on his face. Sorry to keep you waiting, he said, stopping in front of them. Our director says that the Jingwu Bureau and Jifeng Bureau operate under different systems. If you want to investigate a case here, your director needs to notify the city lord first. With the city lord's special approval, then we can cooperate. As soon as he finished, the other detectives in the hall exchanged knowing looks. They had all expected this outcome. If a gold inspector had shown up, or even a silver one, the director might have given them some face. But 2 bronze inspectors? They weren't even worth a proper greeting. Sun Ming gestured toward the door, his smile turning impatient. But to his surprise, Chu Sheng didn't budge. Instead, he straightened his posture, standing even taller. I think there's been a misunderstanding, Chu Sheng said calmly. When did I ever say we were here to investigate a case? Sun Ming froze, a frown creasing his brow. What do you mean? Didn't you just say you were here about a case? Chu Sheng nodded, his gaze sharp. That's right, but what I meant was we're here to make arrests. The case handler for Chui House suicide, the coroner, and the staff member who accidentally sent the body for cremation. These 3 need to come with us to the Jingwu Bureau. The entire hall fell silent. Every detective stared at Chu Sheng in disbelief, as if had just announced something impossible. Wait, it's one thing to come here to investigate, but arrests? Are you serious? Sun Ming, after a moment of shock, let out a mocking laugh. What gives you the authority to arrest people in our bureau? Arrests? Sun Ming continued. Sure, go back and have your director talk to the city lord first. He stood firm in front of Chu Sheng, blocking the way. As one of Xiao Yin's trusted aides, Sun Ming knew some of the inside story about Chui House suicide. Letting them investigate was out of the question, and arresting people? That was even less likely. Seeing how young Chu Sheng was, Sun Ming immediately saw an opportunity, a smug smile creeping onto his face. Or, he said provocatively, you could try to force your way in if you dare. He figured this young man would have a short fuse. If he could provoke him into making a scene, things would escalate, and then even the director of the Jingwu Bureau would have to get involved to bail them out. Would they still be able to pursue Chui House case after that? The thought made Sun Ming smile even more smug. Solving a problem for the director was sure to come with its rewards. Master Chu, let's head back and talk to our director first, Gao Chong urged anxiously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. But Chu Sheng shook his head, locking eyes with Sun Ming, his gaze as sharp as a blade. So, you're obstructing official business? This is your first warning. If there's a second, they'll have no choice but to use force. As he spoke, Chu Sheng released the full force of his 6th level Qi cultivation. An invisible pressure filled the hall, making it feel as if an unseen hand was gripping everyone's throat. Even the most seasoned detectives, who had only reached the 3rd level of Qi, were frozen in place, struggling to breathe. The newer agents were even weaker, barely reaching the 7th or 8th level of open vein cultivation. A 6th level Qi cultivator, and he's not even 20? The agents from the Wind Enforcement Hall stared in disbelief at the young man before them, shock written all over their faces. Despite the overwhelming difference in strength, Sun Ming maintained a calm facade. He was just about to issue a second warning when Chu Sheng made his move. In a flash, a terrifying surge of energy erupted. Chu Sheng threw a punch, and the air exploded with a deafening boom. Sun Ming didn't even have time to react. His pupils shrank in shock as the force hit him squarely, sending him flying like a cannonball into the counter behind him. With a thunderous crash, the counter shattered, sending with splinters and shards of glass everywhere. Amid the roar, the sickening crack of breaking bones stood out sharply. Sun Ming's body crashed through several more counters before finally coming to a stop, twisted in an unnatural position. He struggled to breathe, each gasp more difficult than the last. The room fell into a dead silence. Not only were the Wind Enforcement Hall agents stunned, but even Gao Chong, known for his boldness, stood frozen. Had expected Chu Sheng might make a move, but not with such lethal force, especially not against law enforcement in a government office. As Chu Sheng advanced, Sun Ming, lying on the ground and coughing up blood, instinctively curled up and tried to crawl away. See, when it comes to real action, you're not so tough. Still want to keep showing off next time? Chu Sheng sneered. The agents finally snapped out of their daze and closed in on Chu Sheng, faces full of anger. But they didn't act recklessly. They knew they were no match for someone at the 6th level of Qi Si, but at the same time, they couldn't let this young man walk away unscathed. Just then, Director Xiao Yin rushed in after hearing the commotion. His anger flared instantly at the chaotic scene and the sight of the severely injured Sun Ming. But when he got a clear look at Chu Sheng's young face, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Someone this young couldn't possibly be a graduate from Wuda's normal program. Suppressing his anger, Xiao Yin demanded, "Kid, I need an explanation." "Not interested. You're not worth my time," Chu Sheng replied coldly. "You have 3 minutes to hand over the person I want. Otherwise, you might as well quit your job as director right now." Xiao Yin was completely stunned. After Gao Chong whispered Chu Sheng's true identity to him, his expression shifted from anger to shock, and then to a cold sweat. Meanwhile, Sun Ming, helped up by others, was still shouting, "Director, help me get revenge." Smack! Xiao Yin slapped him across the face. "How dare you? Being struck by young Master Chu is an honor. Revenge? Why don't you try flying to the heavens while you're at it? The Long family of Dongyun Prefecture, what a colossal force." Xiao Yin frowned slightly, skeptical but far from reckless. He genuinely looked down on gamblers, considering them beneath sympathy. To him, those who gambled were never worthy of pity. Winning this bet brought him little real benefit, other than putting this arrogant young man in his place. Losing, however, would bring unimaginable consequences. As soon as Xiao Yin finished speaking, everyone around him widened their eyes in shock, and the air seemed to freeze. Sun Ming, in particular, went pale as if the sky had collapsed. Chu Sheng's lips curled into a faint smile, his tone calm and unhurried. "Director Xia, I'm not here to watch you discipline your subordinates. Bring me the people I asked for." Someone quickly leaned in to whisper Chu Sheng's previous request in Xiao Yin's ear. Upon learning that Chu Sheng wanted to see the people involved in the Cui Hao case, Xiao Yin's eyes sharpened, but he immediately replaced his expression with a formal smile and respectfully invited Chu Sheng to his office for a detailed discussion. Once the three had left, the Wind Enforcement Hall agents burst into heated discussion. "Master Chu? Could he be from the Chu family in the city? Are you out of your mind? Does the director really need to fear them? This young man must have quite the background. How powerful could he be? I heard the city lord personally called to inquire about this case. Can he possibly outrank the city lord? Well, who knows? We'll see soon enough if he can really take those people away." Inside the director's office, Xiao Yin got straight to the point. "Young Master Chu, to be honest, this case is rather complicated. The city lord is involved behind the scenes." Chu Sheng's face remained calm, but his gaze was sharp as a blade. "So, are you trying to scare me off?" "No, I wouldn't dare." Xiao Yin waved his hands frantically, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "If you insist on taking them, then by all means. I'm just worried about how the city lord will react. I'm only here to do my job." Chu Sheng interrupted, his tone carrying an unmistakable threat. "If that offends someone, that's not my concern. There are people who will take care of it for me." Chu Sheng smiled inwardly. With the Long family's backing, why hide it? He might as well make full use of it. If the city lord wanted to move against him, he'd have to think twice about the power behind him. Xiao Yin didn't argue further. He simply picked up the phone, said a few brief words, then hung up, ordering the 3 agents to come. The 3 agents from Wind Enforcement Hall walked over, puzzled about the sudden summons. The only thing they could think of was the Cui Hao case from a month ago. But that case had long been closed, the body was gone, the evidence had disappeared, and they had nothing to fear. When they entered the office and saw Chu Sheng, their faces were full of disdain. The Jingwu Bureau was like an outsider in Shengzi City, and relations with the local families were always tense. "Director, why did you call us here?" the lead agent asked, his tone stiff. Xiao Yin's voice was low. "The Jingwu Bureau wants to look into the Cui Hao case. You'll need to cooperate." "What?" The 3 of them looked shocked. The lead agent turned to Chu Sheng, his eyes full of contempt. "The Cui Hao case is already closed. Even if it weren't, it falls under our jurisdiction, not yours. What does this have to do with you?" Chu Sheng let out a cold, icy laugh. "You'll find out once you get to the Jingwu Bureau." "We're not going," the man said, standing tall. "We have other assignments. If you want to investigate, do it yourselves." "I see," Chu Sheng replied. a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. His superhuman intelligence told him it was time to use his extraordinary strength. With a faint smile, he advanced slowly. Then suddenly struck like lightning, his knee shot up and delivered a precise, forceful kick. Crack! The sound of breaking bone and a muffled groan exploded in the office. The man's right shin snapped instantly, and he collapsed to his knees, letting out a wretched scream. Aya? Punishing a rogue agent who refuses to cooperate with official duties. Justice points 500. Maybe something Director Xia said led to a misunderstanding. When we talk about cooperation, we mean you surrender without resistance, not that you play tricks. As for Jingwu Bureau, you're going whether you like it or not. Chu Sheng's kick was so powerful that it left the three men stunned. No one expected someone from the Jingwu Bureau to use force, especially in the office of the chief of the Wind Enforcement Hall. It was a blatant challenge to Xie Lian's authority. Yet, to everyone's shock, Xie Lian didn't react at all. That was what truly terrified them. Chu Sheng turned to the remaining two, his gaze icy. What about you two? Are you going to cooperate? Yes, yes, of course. The two nodded frantically, fear obvious in their voices. The five of them swaggered out of the Wind Enforcement Hall, the last man limping badly, clearly having taken quite a beating. But the most shocking part was the chief himself personally seeing them off. This scene left the agents of the Wind Enforcement Hall stunned. Had they really taken those men away? This young man, who looked like a high school student, had such an impressive background that people couldn't help but obey his every word. Some people are destined to toil their whole lives, while others can command respect with a single move. The difference is enough to make anyone envious. Back at the Jingwu Bureau, the interrogation team got all the information Chu Sheng needed from the three men in less than 10 minutes. While they waited, Gao Chong was surrounded by curious colleagues eager to hear what it was like working with Chu Sheng. Gao Chong looked more serious than usual, still a bit shaken. Since joining the Jingwu Bureau, had faced plenty of life-and-death situations, but none as intense as this one. This time, the danger seemed to come looking for them, the pressure more overwhelming than ever before. In the past, crises happened to them. This time, they triggered the crisis themselves. It felt completely different. What kind of place is the Wind Enforcement Hall? Chu Sheng had dared to attack someone there, and with such ruthless force. Anyone else would have been lucky to get out alive who would dare try something like that. Yet he walked out confidently, even escorted by the chief himself. It gave Gao Chong a strange sense of satisfaction, as if everything was under control. He couldn't help but laugh. It felt amazing, really satisfying, and incredibly safe. You all should try it sometime. You won't regret it. After reviewing the statements, Chu Sheng's expression turned steely. As expected, the so-called suicide was a complete lie. Cui Hao had been beaten to death, his internal organs ruptured. His body was covered in bruises and shoe prints, with traces of urine. Every tooth had been shattered, and even his lower body had been brutally injured. The autopsy found traces of urine in his stomach, just the tip of the iceberg. A chill ran through Chu Sheng. He was used to assuming the worst about people, but Cui Hao's death reminded him of school bullying cases he'd seen in his previous life. The emotional torment was even more agonizing than the physical wunsa kind of slow torture, the pain perhaps of final despair before death. Yet, no matter how severe, the perpetrators often received little or no punishment. Is this fair? Is this justice? Anger surged in Chu Sheng's heart. Gao Chong's face darkened after reading the autopsy report. An 18-year-old, just about to take his college entrance exams, had been killed in such a humiliating, brutal way. It was outright torture. Gao Chong took a deep breath and turned to Chu Sheng. I understand. Young Master Chu, what are you going to do? Uphold the law and seek justice. There was a determined glint in Chu Sheng's eyes as he said in a low voice. This is only the beginning. The three simply followed orders, labeling Cui Hao's death as a suicide, but they knew nothing about the specific details of the incident. The case still required further investigation. That afternoon, Chu Sheng and another colleague headed straight to Shenzhen No. 1 High School, renowned for having the highest college admission rate in the city. The electronic screen at the school gate was displaying a countdown. Only 8 days left until the college entrance exam. The glass facade reflected Chu Sheng's slender figure. If not for his Jingwu Bureau uniform, he would have fit right in among the students. Since it was school hours, students passing by cast curious and even suspicious glances at him. Is he cosplaying? One student whispered. But pretending to be someone from the Jingwu Bureau is probably illegal. Another student shook their head. No way. That uniform looks way too real. He doesn't seem like an ordinary person, either. Not just anyone can get into the Jingwu Bureau. Don't be silly. To join the Jingwu Bureau, you have to be a college graduate and have 5 years experience at the Windcatcher Hall. How old do you think he is? Another boy remarked casually. Chu Sheng's youthful appearance only fueled more questions from those nearby. No one believed he was an inspector from the Jingwu Bureau. Just as the atmosphere was growing awkward, a kind-hearted girl approached and whispered, Hey, cosplaying as law enforcement is against the law. Which class are you from? Want to exchange contacts and go to a convention together next time? At that moment, a familiar figure appeared in front of Chu Sheng. It was Wang Qiong, who had accompanied Cui Hao's mother to the Jingwu Bureau earlier. Even after half a day, The slap mark on Wang Qiong's face was still clearly visible. She was momentarily stunned to see Chu Sheng, clearly not expecting the Jingwu Bureau to act so quickly. Little did she know, Chu Sheng had already obtained statements from the 3 suspects through the Windcatcher Hall. What happened to your face? The girl who had been sitting with Wang Qiong asked in surprise. I bumped it, Wang Qiong replied softly, her gaze flickering as she quickly pulled the girl away. Why are you dragging me off? We finally ran into a cute guy who's into cosplay. We not talk to him more? The girl protested. He's not cosplaying. He's from the Jingwu Bureau, Wang Qiong replied, sounding exasperated. What? The girl was stunned. He looks about our age. How could he be from the Jingwu Bureau? You really don't know where I went this morning? Wang Qiong said quietly as they walked. Besides, he's got status at the Jingwu Bureau, so don't say anything reckless. The 2 girls laughed and chatted on their way back to class, the girl's voice of disbelief echoing down the hallway. Mr. Chu, sorry to keep you waiting. Gao Chang finally managed to park the car and hurried over to join Chu Sheng. Noticing Chu Sheng staring at the countdown on the electronic board, he smiled. Only 8 days left until the college entrance exam. With your abilities, Mr. Chu, I bet you'll get a top score, right? Chu Sheng shook his head. Maybe, but we'll have to wait until after the exam to know for sure. With that, he walked straight towards the security office. Gao Chang stood frozen for a moment. Shocked. Wait, he'll only know after the exam? He hasn't even taken the college entrance exam yet. Gao Chang knew Chu Sheng was young, but he hadn't realized he was still in high school. Inside the security office, once the guards learned why they were there, they immediately notified Principal Zheng Ziyuan. Although the incident with Cui Hao had been suppressed, the security guard understood its significance for the school. If it had been anyone else, they would have been turned away, just like the woman who had caused a scene with her young daughter earlier. Meanwhile, after receiving the news, Principal Zheng quickly summoned Ho Yong, the senior year director. Hearing that the Jingwu Bureau was involved and that it was about Cui Hao's case, Ho Yong's expression immediately turned grim. That damn woman just won't give up, will she? Ho Yong said with disdain as he sat in the principal's office. He tapped his fingers on the desk and continued. Cui Hao was just a powerless student with no connections. He didn't have any friends and certainly no influential relatives to stir up trouble. It's been a month since the whole thing happened, and only his mother is still clinging to it. I thought once we settled things with the Jifeng Hall, everything would be fine. But who would have guessed she'd go to the Jingwu Bureau? Seeing the worry on Principal Zheng Ziyuan's face, Ho Yong gave a confident smile. Don't worry, Principal. Cui Hao's boat is long gone, and I've already taken care of everyone who knew anything. No one's going to talk. The Jingwu Bureau only acts on evidence without it. What can they do to us? Just leave this to me. Hearing this, Zheng Ziyuan's tightly furrowed brow eased just a bit. As a figurehead principal, had always been content to let others handle things, and he was no match for Ho Yong when it came to scheming. Besides, this whole mess was Ho Yong's responsibility to clean up, was just reaping some benefits on the side. After leaving the office, a sneer appeared on Ho Yong's lips. In his eyes, Zheng Ziyuan was a coward and utterly useless, the perfect scapegoat. If anything went wrong, the principal would take the blamino, one would go after a grade director. Even when dealing with Cui Hao, had done it all under Zheng Ziyuan's name. He walked to a quiet spot and dialed a number. Mr. Chu, that mother and daughter are a risk. Now that they've even gone to the Jingwu Bureau, I suggest we deal with them once and for all. At the school gate, Ho Yong put on a show of being out of breath. Sorry to keep you waiting, officers. The principal is swamped, so he asked me to meet you. I'm Ho Yong, the senior year director. I know a bit about Cui Hao's case. He was a promising student, just a little weak emotionally. It's a real shame. As he spoke, he watched Gao Chang's expression closely. But to his surprise, Gao Chang turned to look at the young man beside him, who wore a cold smile. Cui Hao had a weak mind. Chu Sheng sneered. Interesting. His mother said he was always sensible and mature, hardly the type to be fragile. Ho Yong wiped away non-existent sweat and explained awkwardly. Maybe that maturity was just an act. The pressure for college entrance is tough these days. We really haven't done enough with psychological counseling. At Chu Sheng's request, Ho Yong led them toward Cui Hao's classroom. On the way, Chu Sheng suddenly asked, You claim Cui Hao killed himself, but why are people saying he was bullied to death? That's pure slander. Ho Yong denied frantically. So the rumors about him being bullied aren't true either? Well, Ho Yong's heart raced as he rushed to explain. He was a bit of an outsider, but it was just harmless teasing among classmates. Besides, it takes two to fight. If there was any conflict, both sides were involved. Chu Sheng nodded, then suddenly raised his hand and slapped Ho Yong across the face. Since Ho Yong said it takes 2 hands to clap, Chu Sheng figured he might as well test that for himself. A sharp slap echoed through the hallway. Ho Yong was knocked off his feet, sent flying backward until he crashed into the wall and landed heavily on the floor, rolling several meters before coming to a stop. The students in the classroom immediately noticed the commotion, staring in shock. Even the cultural studies teacher at the podium was stunned. What just happened? Did something huge just fly past? Was it a rat? No, it looked like a person. Wait, wasn't that the grade director? The students began whispering among themselves. Moments later, Ho Yong's agonized scream rang out, piercing the silence. Aya, damn it, it really is him. How dare he hit me like that? Whose subordinate is he? Who would dare lay a hand on the grade director? Could it be Chu Yunfei? Someone whispered. But he's supposed to be at the Martial Arts Academy for special training. Why would he show up at school? Out in the hallway, Ho Yong scrambled to his feet, furious and trembling, his face livid as he pointed at Chu Sheng. How dare you hit me? You actually dared to hit me. Chu Sheng's lips curled into a cold smirk. What's wrong? Didn't you say it yourself? Director Hoa slap can't make a sound on its own. Personally, I think that one was pretty loud. And maybe you should ask yourself why I hit you and not someone else. Ho Yong's face turned beet red, his jaw clenching in rage. I'm going to report you for violent misconduct. Just you wait. We can talk about your complaints later, Chu Sheng replied calmly. Right now, I suspect you of accepting bribes, falsifying evidence, and covering up for others. You're coming with us to the Jingwu Bureau today. Ho Yong's confidence faltered, his face draining of color as his eyes darted nervously. That's nonsense. You're slandering me. You don't have any proof. Before he could finish, Chu Sheng stepped forward, raising his hand threateningly. Ho Yong immediately recoiled, falling silent, not daring to utter another word. Although he was a martial artist at the 8th level of the Kaimai realm and considered strong within the school, he was no match for Chu Sheng. The force of that slap had nearly knocked him out, and the pain still lingered. And you call yourself a grade director? Chu Sheng sneered. Don't you know students are supposed to be quiet during class? Ho Yong's anger only grew, his voice trembling with fury. No way. I'm going to report you. I'm heading to the Jingwu Bureau right now. Just as he turned to leave, Chu Sheng stomped down hard on his leg. The distinct sound of bones cracking echoed in the air. Ho Yong staggered, nearly passing out from the pain. Chu Sheng didn't give him a chance to cry out. He yanked Ho Yong to the ground and stomped on his face, his voice icy. You should know what happens to those who try to run from me. Ho Yong struggled desperately, his eyes wide with fear. He couldn't break free from Chu Sheng's grip, feeling utterly helpless, like a frightened child. In that moment, he realized just how much Chu Sheng's strength and presence exceeded anything had imagined. You bastard. He'll ruin you. He'll make you kneel and beg for forgiveness. Ho Yong snarled, defiant despite his predicament. Chu Sheng raised an eyebrow, his gaze turning cold. Still threatening me? He glanced around, his eyes sharp. This isn't the place for this. Take me to Cui Hao's class. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Ho Yong spat. You're dreaming. I'm going to the Jingwu Bureau right now to report you. Chu Sheng grabbed him by the collar, yanking him up with a barely concealed smirk. Let's go. Lead the way. With Ho Yong stubbornly insisting, Chu Sheng said nothing more. He dragged the despairing grade director along, heading straight for their destination. Ho Yong's expression changed dramatically, as if he hadn't quite registered what he'd just heard. Do you in? What kind of place was that? His mind went blank for a moment, and he quickly asked, Aren't you supposed to take me back to the Jingwu Bureau? Chu Sheng's smile was gentle, but there was a chilling edge to it. His eyes glinted with a sharpness that couldn't be hidden. What do you think? Ho Yong hesitated. Then his face grew tense as he quickly changed his attitude. Wait, don't do this. They'll take you what is due in anyway. He walked ahead anxiously, his voice trembling. There are no cameras there. Hardly anyone goes there. People are so used to violence that even murder doesn't surprise them. Chu Sheng's eyes were icy as he smirked, showing no intention of responding to Ho Yong's words. Instead, he said coolly, I actually like that arrogant side of you just now. Ho Yong forced a smile, limping along at the front, his heart heavy with dread. The pain from that slap, and from having his leg crippled, felt like a deep, unhealed wound. The humiliation had suffered in front of the class burned inside him, and he was already plotting his revenge. After the three of them left, the classroom was silent. It took a while before the students finally snapped out of their shock. That was seriously awesome. A trembling voice broke the silence, and it was as if a fuse had been lit. The room instantly erupted into a buzz of whispers. The atmosphere shifted in a heartbeat, filled with the restless energy of adolescence. Chu Sheng stood there, his gaze cold as ice, sweeping over the students around him. He was about their age, but already a patrol officer from the Jingwu Bureau. Dressed in a crisp uniform, his stern face and aloof presence made him impossible to ignore. What excited the students most was that he had done what they all wanted to do, but never dared had given Ho Yong a brutal lesson. Ho Yong's reputation at the school was notorious. As the self-important, ruthlessly ambitious dean, he usually commanded absolute authority. But today, Chu Sheng hadn't just slapped him, crippled his leg, and Ho Yong hadn't been able to fight back at all. That was so satisfying. A group of boys pounded their desks in excitement, voices raised, Adam's apples bobbing. Some of the girls blushed as they whispered to each other, nervously twirling their hair, clearly captivated by what they'd just witnessed. At the podium, the teacher stared in disbelief, murmuring to himself, Kids these days, unbelievable. Class 10 of the senior year was originally Cui Hao's class, and the sudden arrival of Chu Sheng and the others had instantly shattered the monotony of the lesson. Ho Yong limped up to the podium, trying to regain his air of authority as the dean, but when his eyes swept over the students, There was an unmistakable fury burning in them. These two are inspectors from the Jingwu Bureau. They're here about Cui Hao, Ho Yong said coldly, his gaze sharp. Let me warn you all. Warn your own mother. Chu Sheng interrupted with a mocking laugh. He leapt forward, grabbed Ho Yong by the collar, and threw him out of the classroom. Ho Yong crashed to the ground, humiliated once again, his anger boiling inside him like a wild beast. But soon, he began plotting his revenge. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number, his voice laced with malice. Hello, Captain Zhu? This is Ho Yong. There are people causing trouble at our school. I suspect they're pretending to be Jingwu Bureau inspectors. On the other end, Gao Chang's voice was cool and dismissive. It doesn't matter who you call. Young Master Chu even dared to take on people from Jifeng Hall. What makes you think a mere dean like you is worth anything? Ho Yong gritted his teeth and pressed on. I'm sure of it. That kid acts like a thug, and he's way too young's definitely an imposter. He glanced to the side, his tone growing more determined. Send more people, as many as you can. I think he's at the Chi High level. After hanging up, a vicious smile appeared on Ho Yong's face. He wasn't sure if Chu Sheng really was from the Jingwu Bureau, but he knew Chu Sheng was trouble. No matter what, he had to get even. Besides, he was well aware that going head-to-head with Chu Sheng would only end badly for him, so he'd create a new conflict and make sure this incident spiraled out of control. You think you're so tough? Ho Yong thought to himself. Let's see if you dare to take on people from Jifeng Hall. In the classroom, Chu Sheng's gaze was as sharp as a blade, sweeping slowly over the students below, all about his own age. He didn't need to force his authority. The natural aura in his expression was enough to plunge the whole room into a suffocating silence. Even the noisy cicadas outside seemed to quiet down on their own. You've already heard why we're here from your grade director, Chu Sheng said, his voice calm and commanding. After investigation, Cui Hao did not commit suicide, was tortured to death. Now, I need your cooperation. Tell us everything you know. As his words faded, the classroom fell into absolute silence. Every student sat up straight, as if facing a strict teacher about to call on them. Cui Hao's tragic death was warning enough. No one dared to speak, each afraid of becoming the next victim. I know you're scared, afraid of retaliation, Chu Sheng continued, his tone serious. But I promise you, the Jingwu Bureau will guarantee your safety. Still, no one spoke. Outside the classroom, Ho Yong wore a smug, satisfied smile just as had expected. None of these students dared say a word. Chu Sheng shook his head in disappointment. Maybe I'm in the wrong place. Cui Hao wasn't even from this class. Cui Hao was in our class. A boy with glasses finally spoke up, his voice timid. A hint of sarcasm curled on Chu Sheng's lips. So I overestimated you all. One of your classmates is dead, and not a single person has the courage to speak up? His words sliced through the silence like a knife. Faces in the room flushed with shame. Suddenly, the boy with glasses stood up, frustration in his voice. What's the point of us talking? Would you even dare arrest anyone? Yang Wei, Ho Yong shouted from outside the classroom. Sit down and shut up. Yang Wei flinched, and his brief surge of courage faded instantly. Good question, Chu Sheng replied, smiling as he signaled to Gao Chang. Gao Chang immediately understood, dragging the struggling, shouting Ho Yong into the classroom. Chu Sheng took hold of Ho Yong and looked out at the students. You think I don't dare arrest anyone? Without waiting for a reply, he clamped his iron-like hand around Ho Yong's neck and slammed him against the blackboard. Bang, shock, dust flew, and the dull thud sent a wave of shock through the room. Didn't I warn you not to threaten witnesses? Bang. Are you ignoring my words? Bang. Are you still going to threaten them? With every blow, blood splattered. The students stared in stunned silence. Only when Gao Chang reminded him, young Master Chu, any more and hell die, did Chu Sheng finally toss the barely conscious Ho Yong back to Gao Chang. Now, let's go back to your question, Chu Sheng said calmly. You asked if I would dare arrest anyone. I think I've given you your answer. Yang Wei's gaze became resolute. Through clenched teeth, he said, it was Chu Yunfei. During lunch break that day, he dragged Cui Hao into the bathroom. Cui Hao kept struggling, and later we heard he'd committed suicide in there. One after another, more students stood up to testify. That's right, I was in the classroom then too. I saw Cui Hao's body. He was covered in injuries. There's no way it was suicide. And May heard Cui Hao shouting for help, someone added. At last, Chu Sheng's frown eased, and a trace of satisfaction appeared on his face. This meant they could finally take action. Which class is Chu Yunfei in? Someone asked. He hasn't been at school for a while. I think he's been training at a martial arts gym, another student replied. I know where Leitang martial arts gym. I saw him coming out of there when I passed by last time, another voice chimed in. Chu Sheng nodded, and then turned to Gao Chang. Call the bureau. Have a few people sent over to protect these students who testified, he said firmly. Since we promised, we have to follow through. Gao Chang nodded in understanding, and together they left the classroom. The remaining students began whispering among themselves, sharing their doubts. Do you think he can really get justice for Cui Hao? One student asked. I doubt it. Chu Yunfei's from the Chu family, and the city lord is his uncle. He's got powerful connections, someone replied. The Chu family has money and influence. If they want, they can get someone else to take the fall. There's nothing we can do about it, another student added. Hearing this, The faces of those who had just testified turned pale. Even though Chu Sheng had promised to protect them, if things were really as everyone said, once the case was closed and the bureau withdrew, would Chu Yunfei let them off the hook? Regret began to set in. Only now did they understand what justice comes at a price truly meant. Cold sweat dripped down Yang Wei's forehead. He glanced at his fellow witnesses, his eyes full of worry and remorse. When he noticed their accusing looks, he steeled himself, suddenly stood up, and walked out. Yang Wei, class isn't over. Where are you going? The teacher called from behind. I'm going to find them, Yang Wei muttered without looking back. Meanwhile, Ho Yong was being dragged out of school. He forced his eyes open, realizing he was covered in blood. His mind was spinning, and after a brief blackout, he managed to regain consciousness. Chu Sheng's voice sounded beside him. Not bad. You came to pretty quickly. Ho Yong shuddered involuntarily, his eyes filled with fear. Remembering what had just happened, how Chu Sheng had slapped him across the room, and then crippled his leg, and knew that another wrong word could cost him his life. They had just reached the school gate when a familiar voice rang out. Where are the two people pretending to be from the Jingwu Bureau? It was Zhu Dan from Jifeng Hall, who had arrived with his team. When Zhu Dan saw Ho Yong being dragged along, his eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected anyone to dare impersonate Jingwu Bureau officers and cause trouble at number 1 high school. After all, the Bureau never handled cases like this. But when Zhu Dan caught sight of Chu Sheng, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Had witnessed Chu Sheng knock out Sun Ming with a single punch that morning, and then saw the Bureau chief personally escort him out. Although the chief hadn't explained Chu Sheng's identity, Zhu Dan was no fool, already guessed that Chu Sheng was a person of considerable status. As Chu Sheng and Gao Chong approached, Ho Yong clung to this last hope and cried out desperately, Captain Zhu, it's them. They're pretending to be from the Jingwu Bureau. Shut up, Zhu Dan barked, cutting him off. He immediately turned to Chu Sheng, his tone turning fawning. Young Master Chu, please forgive me. This fool made it sound so serious on the phone, saying there was trouble here. I was careless and believed him. Luckily, I didn't offend you. Ho Yong and Yang Wei, who had just arrived, were both stunned, left speechless by this sudden turn of events. Chu Sheng looked at Yang Wei, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Is there something else? Yang Wei swallowed hard and blurted out. Sir, you'll definitely bring Chu Yunfei to justice, won't you? Chu Sheng chuckled, his tone full of certainty. Don't worry. I guarantee it. Thunder Martial Arts Academy. Thunder Martial Arts Academy, one of the top 3 private martial arts schools in Shingzi City. Anyone who trains here is either wealthy or comes from powerful families. At the reception desk in the lobby on the first floor, Inyan once again scared off a pair of ordinary parents who wanted to enroll their child, simply by quoting the sky-high tuition fees. Watching the disappointed couple walk away, a trace of disdain curled at the corner of her lips. She immediately pulled out her phone and began venting to her best friend on WeChat. I really don't get these people. Do they ever look at their own circumstances? Is this really the place for their child? Her slender fingers flew over the screen. Besides, with their kids' abilities, accepting them would only ruin our reputation. Dragons beget dragons. Phoenixes beget phoenixes. Child of a rat is only fit to dig holes. They still dream of their child being a success? They should know their place. Ironically, Yin Yun herself was a talentless cultivator, with no hope of ever breaking through the open meridian stage, and her family was just as ordinary. Yet, the people she dealt with every day were all influential and wealthy. Over time, in her eyes, people from her own background had become as insignificant as ants. After sending her message, she absent-mindedly scrolled through Zaihongshu. The first post that popped up caught her attention. How to treat my partner's diabetes. There were already plenty of replies below, one of which bluntly said, Girl, don't even think about treatment. Just break up now, or you'll be dragged down for your whole life. Sticking to the code of sisterly support, Inyun quickly clicked into the reply box and added her own comment in agreement. But soon, the original poster responded, I'm a guy. Inyun paused, frowning slightly. How could that be? She immediately replied again. Don't worry, this illness is treatable. Right now, she needs you the most. As she focused on composing her comment, the doors to the Martial Arts Academy were suddenly flung open. A cold gust swept in, carrying 2 figures with it. Their imposing presence filled the lobby in an instant. Leading the way was a tall, upright teenager. His sharp brows slanted toward his temples, and his narrow, phoenix-like eyes were half lowered, their gaze sharp and piercing. He wore a uniform and carried a sword at his waist, his posture as straight as a pine tree. Get your head instructor out here. We have questions for him. The young man's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. Wait a minute. Inyan didn't even look up, her fingers still tapping away at her phone. She hadn't finished her comment yet. A flash of coldness glinted in the teenager's eyes as he raised his voice. I don't want to repeat myself. Bring out your instructor. Now. Ugh, can't you wait a... Before Inyan could finish, she let out a piercing scream. The teenager Chu Sheng grabbed her by the hair and lifted her clean off her seat, slapping her hard across the face. The sharp sound of the slap echoed through the lobby. Inyan wailed. her cheeks swelling up instantly. How dare you hit me? You actually hit me. Ever since she'd taken the receptionist job, she'd never suffered such humiliation. In a frenzy, she lunged at Chu Sheng, her nails aiming straight for his face. Chu Sheng looked at her coldly, a faint sneer on his lips. Obstructing official duties and attacking an officer? You're just asking for trouble. The next moment, boom, the entire academy shook with the impact. The ground trembled, the walls quaked, and dust rained down from the ceiling. When people rushed in to see what had happened, they found the usually solemn lobby shrouded in dust and smoke. The blue brick floor was cracked like a spider web, the fissures radiating outward from the center. Yin Yun was curled up at the heart of the cracks, her face deathly pale. No one could tell if she was alive. Standing before her, the young man remained perfectly straight, his expression cold, his eyes utterly unmoved, as if he had just crushed an ant. Severely punished a lawbreaker. Justice points 300, Chu Sheng muttered under his breath. Someone's challenging the academy? That was everyone's first reaction. But when they saw the uniform the young man wore, their eyes widened and their breaths grew short. He's from the Jingwu Bureau, someone gasped. A burly, bear-like middle-aged man stepped out from the crowd and approached Chu Sheng. He was nearly 2 meters tall, his muscles bulging, and every step he took seemed to make the floor tremble. Sir, the man said, struggling to contain his anger. What did my employee do that warranted such a heavy hand from you? If you don't have a good reason, I'll have to report this to your director. Chu Sheng couldn't be bothered to explain. Are you the head instructor here? The man's aura surged, his strength at the peak of the Chi-Si stage pressing down like a tidal wave. I'd appreciate an answer first, officer. Chu Sheng scoffed, completely unfazed. Who do you think you are? The Jingwu Bureau doesn't owe you any explanations. Peak Chi-Si stage? So what? No, not at all. Chu Sheng has already defeated someone at the second level of the True Essence realm. Why would he be afraid of him? These words hit the middle-aged man like a hammer, and his face instantly turned bright red. Humiliated in front of so many students, he could no longer suppress his anger. Even if you're from the Jingwu Bureau, you can't just do whatever you want. You barged into my martial arts school and hurt my staff. This is an abuse of power. Aren't you afraid I'll report you to your director? No, I'm not, Chu Sheng replied calmly with a nod. Just then, a cold voice cut through the air. Not afraid, huh? But are you afraid of me? The middle-aged man turned around, and his eyes lit up when he saw who it was. Zhang Su, you're just in time. Call Director Zhang right now. Let him see for himself how his people are running wild. This is ruining the reputation of the Jingwu Bureau. Zhang Su looked every bit the wealthy young master, with sharp brows and striking eyes, his every move exuding an air of refinement. Everyone in the martial arts school recognized him was the only son of Zhang deputy director of the Jingwu Bureau's operations department. As Zhang he's subordinate, the inspectors naturally answered to him as well. We're in the clear now. With Zhang Su here, those 2 inspectors are in for it. He was acting all arrogant, but now he's going to pay. He clearly doesn't know whose turf this is. Does he even have any connections? The crowd buzzed with whispers. Zhang Su strode forward and waved dismissively. There's no need for my father to get involved in this. He raised an eyebrow at Chu Sheng. You might not owe our head instructor an explanation, but you certainly owe me one, don't you? Chu Sheng turned to Gao Chong and asked, who's this idiot? Gao Chong was just about to explain Zhang Erhe's identity, but was suddenly at a loss for words. How was he supposed to answer that? Wouldn't that basically admit the guy was an idiot? Did you just insult me? Zhang Zu's eyes widened in anger. My father is Zhang. Seeing Chu Sheng hesitate, Zhang Su grew even more smug. The Jingwu Bureau really will let just anyone in these days. Before he could finish, Chu Sheng clamped a hand on his shoulder. It looked casual, but the sickening crack of bone made everyone's blood run cold. Aya! Zhang Zu's screams echoed through the martial arts school. Zhang right? I think I remember him's our deputy director of operations, Chu Sheng said coldly. Is this what he taught you? To insult law enforcement officers from the Jingwu Bureau? That's a crime, you know that? Zhang Su collapsed to the floor, trembling as he fumbled for his phone, only for Chu Sheng to snatch it away. Don't chicken out now. Let me call my dad. You're finished. He won't let you get away with this. No problem. They'll call him for you. Chu Sheng sneered, putting the call on speaker. I'd love to see exactly how he plans to deal with me. The call connected quickly, and Zhang Erhe's voice came through. Son, what's going on? Aren't you supposed to be at the martial arts school right now? What happened? Dad. Dad. Zhang Su screamed, clinging to hope. Come quick. Someone from the Jingwu Bureau came to Thunder Martial Arts School and broke my shoulder. On the other end, there was the sound of something heavy slamming onto a desk, followed by Zhang Erhe's furious roar. Who the hell did this? Put him on the phone. I want to see if he's got a death wish. Everyone at the Leitang Martial Arts School had expected to see some drama unfold, but Chu Sheng simply smiled and said, It's me, Chu Sheng. What's wrong, Minister Zhang? Are you trying to kick me out of the Jingwu Bureau? There was a long silence on the other end of the line. Chu Sheng's reputation was well known throughout the Jingwu Bureau. Even Director Lu Huimin treated him with the utmost respect. Clearly, Zhang was frightened. After a while, Zhang finally spoke, his voice tinged with embarrassment. Young Master Chu, did my son offend you in some way? No, it's nothing. Go ahead and teach him a lesson, just make sure you don't kill him, Chu Sheng replied coolly. His words, broadcast on speakerphone, echoed through the room. Everyone was wide-eyed with disbelief. The change in attitude was so dramatic, it was hard to believe it was the same person speaking. How could a deputy minister of the operations department be so afraid of a mere inspector? Zhang Su swallowed nervously, shock written all over his face. He wasn't stupid, but this scene left him completely bewildered. Even when reporting to the director, Zhang Er had never acted so submissively. Come on, we're law enforcers, not gangsters. Your son didn't offend me. He broke the law. He attacked an inspector from the Jingwu Bureau, so I had to deal with him. Honestly, I only went easy on him because of your position. Normally, a crime this serious would never be let off so lightly. On the other end, Zhang Er thanked him profusely, showering Chu Sheng with praise and even calling him a great benefactor. After hanging up, Chu Sheng tossed the phone to Zhang Su, his expression icy. Zhang Su immediately dropped to his knees, bowing his head repeatedly in gratitude. Thank you, young Master Chu. Thank you. Chu Sheng ignored him and turned to the burly middle-aged man. All right, can you answer my question now? The man, startled by Chu Sheng's piercing gaze, quickly collected himself and nodded. Sir, I'm the head of this martial arts school, Leda High. May I ask what brings you here? Is there a student named Chu Yunfei in your school? Chu Sheng asked coldly. He's a suspect in a major criminal case. Call him out, we need his cooperation for an investigation. Leda High was stunned, his face darkening. Head thought Chu Sheng was here to cause trouble for the school, but it turned out they were only looking for a student. What shocked him even more was that Chu Yunfei wasn't even here. Chu Yunfei took leave and went home about an hour ago, Leda High explained helplessly. Chu Sheng felt a bit exasperated, silently cursing that this trip had been a waste. Still, it wasn't a total loss, at least had earned over 1,000 justice points. He glanced at Yin Yun, still writhing on the floor, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Yin Yun wasn't dead, but nearly every bone in her body was shattered. Even if she survived, she'd be better than for Lifia living corpse. She was beautiful and attractive, which was probably why she worked at the front desk. But she broke the law, and Chu Sheng had no intention of showing mercy. Leda High, just pull up the surveillance footage and all be clear. Next time, don't let your staff get involved in shady business. At least make sure they know the basics of the law. With that, Chu Sheng turned and left without looking back. The people inside the martial arts school finally breathed a sigh of relief. Leda High immediately ordered someone to check the surveillance. Watching Yin Yun's aggressive outburst on the screen, everyone's emotions were complicated. Yin Yun hadn't just ignored Chu Sheng after being slapped, she had fought back with reckless abandon. Her courage was both admirable and shocking. She actually had the guts to stand up to someone as untouchable as him. Sis, you really are something else, one of the students murmured quietly. It was late at night as Chu Sheng and Gao Chong sped down the road toward the Chu family estate. Neon lights flickered on both sides of the street, and the heavy night air felt tense, like a pot about to boil over. Suddenly, Chu Sheng's phone buzzed. Lu Huimin was calling. Hey, young Master Chu, busy? Lu Weimin's tone was casual. No kidding. I'm on my way to the Chu family to make an arrest, Chu Sheng replied coldly. Actually, you don't need to go. The suspect just turned himself in, came the unexpected news from the other end. He turned himself in? Chu Sheng was momentarily stunned, his eyes flashing coldly. He knows when to give in, huh? Lu Huimin chuckled. Come on, don't you know what you've done today? First, you caused a scene at the Jifeng Hall, then you stirred things up at number 1 high school. Now, who in the entire city of Shengza hasn't heard your name? His words were slow but sharp. Sure, the Chu family has some influence in the city, and they're connected to the city lord. But your background? It's practically untouchable. Who dare stand against you? What choice do they have but to surrender? Wait for you to show up and wipe them out? Chu Sheng was silent for a second, then patted Gao Chong on the shoulder. Turn around. Head back to Jingwu Bureau. Chu Yunfei has surrendered. Gao Chong immediately swung the car around, the tires screeching sharply on the asphalt. On the phone, Lu Huimin cleared his throat awkwardly. The one who turned himself in wasn't Chu Yunfei. It was his bodyguard. He confessed to the crime and insisted he acted alone, refusing to implicate anyone else. Someone saw Chu Yunfei drag Cui Hao into the restroom himself. He can't just walk away from this, Chu Sheng said, his voice icy. Yeah, the bodyguard mentioned that too. But he claims Chu Yunfei only yelled at Cui Hao, and that heating on impulse beat him to death. Lu Weimin's voice grew somber. So we just take his word for it? Chu Sheng's tone suddenly darkened, deadly serious. Chu Yunfei needs to be interrogated as well. Before he finished speaking, he ordered Gao Chong again, turn around. We're going to the Chu family. The tension in the car spiked. Headlights cut a bright arc through the darkness. I think this is enough, Lu Huimin said quietly, choosing his words with care. The Chu family's already backing down. The case is closed, and you can give the mother and daughter an answer. He paused, sounding both helpless and persuasive. You still have to live and work in Shingza City. Taking things one step at a time is safer. If you go all in and burn every bridge, your future here will be much harder. Chu Sheng stared out the window, the city lights reflecting in the glass. But his eyes were cold enough to freeze the bustling scene. A life for a life. Debts paid in full, that's how it should be, he said, each word deliberate and firm. Why should the rich and powerful get away with murder? Why should they trample on the law and justice while ordinary people are crushed under their feet? His voice rose, each word spat out through gritted teeth. Most importantly, it wasn't an accident. It was torture, pure and simple. They treated him worse than an animal. Do you think I took this case just to answer to someone? His fists clenched, veins bulging. I want blood for blood. The air in the car seemed to grow hotter with his anger. Who are they, anyway? Why should I pretend to play nice with them? Chu Sheng's gaze grew even colder, though his voice was calm like a volcano about to erupt. And that's not even mentioning my ties to the long family of Dongyan province. From the start, I've had the biggest card to play. He tapped his knee, each beat like a war drum. I can awaken memories of my past life, reclaim those lost dreams. If there's anything else, talk to me, the one who stands at the pinnacle of martial arts. There was a long silence on the other end before Lu Huimin finally sighed, saying nothing more. Had seen young men like Chu Sheng before, fiery and unyielding. Persuasion wouldn't work. People like this had to learn the hard way, through blood and bruises, that some walls in this world can't be knocked down by passion alone. Fortunately, Chu Sheng had the Long family behind him, and the protectors from Long Martial Academy would arrive soon. Nothing too serious should happen. But as for the Chu family, they were in for real trouble. In the Chu family council hall, the atmosphere was as heavy as iron. On both sides stood the Chu family men, arranged by age, each wearing a grave expression. At the head seat, the family patriarch, Chu Zhenjiang, stroked his graying beard. A dangerous glint flickered in his cloudy eyes as he fixed his knife-sharp gaze on the young man kneeling in the center of the hall. The young man wore a fitted martial uniform, with the bold characters, Leitang Martial Arts School, emblazoned across his chest. His knees pressed against the cold floor. This was Chu Yunfei. Ever since he had been hastily summoned home that afternoon, he hadn't even had time to change clothes, and had been kneeling here, awaiting the family's judgment. Chu Zhenjiang spoke slowly, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. Yunfei, do you know what you did wrong? Chu Yunfei lowered his head, his voice trembling slightly. Grandfather, my mistake was killing someone. Wrong. Completely wrong. Chu Zhenjiang slammed the table, his tone full of bitter disappointment. It was just a commoner, so what if you killed him? There were 100 ways to make him vanish without a trace, and no one could have traced it back to you. But you chose the stupidest way possible. His voice was sharp and angry. If it weren't for the family, you'd already be locked up in the Jingwu Bureau by now. A middle-aged man nearby Chu Yunfei's father, Chu Daza, cautiously interjected, Father, Yunfei is still young. It's easy for him to get carried away. You keep quiet too. Chu Zhenjiang roared, cutting his son off. He's young, but are you? The deed is done. Is this how you clean up after him? And that woman, are you planning to let her live and become a witness? Chu Daji hurried to explain. I've already sent someone to take care of her. Hearing this, Chu Zhenjiang's fury only grew. He grabbed a nearby tea table and hurled it at Chu Daji. The table arced through the air and crashed heavily into him. You brainless idiot. Chu Zhenjiang roared. You think the problem is solved just because she's dead? You should have had her daughter brought in first. Only when everything is settled should you deal with her. Chu Daji, knocked to the ground, scrambled back up despite the pain, shock written all over his face. Father, you mean the matter isn't over yet? But didn't we already find someone to take the blame? Chu Zhenjiang sneered. You think everyone else is a fool? What if that kid refuses to let it go? He has the Long family behind him, force won't work. That just might be his only weakness. A shrewd light flashed in the old man's eyes. Going to such lengths to seek justice for an ordinary person, it's clear he's a young man blinded by his sense of righteousness, living out some hero fantasy. People like that fear nothing. Chu Zhenjiang revealed his plan. The only way is to trap him in a moral dilemma. He wants justice? But what if getting justice means another innocent will die? What will he choose? Chu Daji wiped blood from the corner of his mouth, unconvinced. Father, aren't you overthinking it? We've already handed someone over. If he still won't let it go, he's just looking for trouble. If he was going to come, he'd have done it by now. You're worrying over nothing. As soon as he finished, a guard rushed into the council hall, sweat beading on his forehead. Master, there are 2 inspectors from the Jingwu Bureau at the door. They say they're here to take young Master's son for questioning. At these words, Chu Zhenjiang's anger nearly exploded. He glared at Chu Daji, as if he wanted to slap him. Not only are you brainless, but your mouth is cursed too. Only then did Chu Yunfei truly feel fear. His face went deathly pale. He clutched at Chu Zhenjiang's robe, his voice shaking. Grandfather, I can't go to the Jingwu Bureau. Please, save me. Chu Zhenjiang shot Chu Daji a furious look. Call that man now. Have him grab that woman's daughter, and force her to beg Chu Sheng to close the case quickly. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. And warn her, if this case isn't dropped, she'll never see her daughter again. His voice was low and menacing. The interrogation division at the Jingwu Bureau is notorious for their methods. Chu Yunfei will never withstand it'll spill everything the moment he gets there. Finally, Chu Zhenjiang glanced at his kneeling grandson, a trace of helplessness in his tone. It's only because Chu Yunfei is my direct grandson, and he's already at the 5th level of meridian opening, with a real chance at getting into a top academy. Chu Zhenjiang had never intended to risk offending Chu Sheng. He should have just handed Chu Yunfei over to the Jingwu Bureau. After all, Chu Sheng had the powerful Long family of Dongyan Prefecture behind him. No one would dare provoke him unless forced into a corner. You stay here and keep kneeling, Chu Zhenjiang ordered, sweeping his gaze across the room. The rest of you come with me. We need to stall for time. Before Yunfei is taken to the Jingwu Bureau, that wretch must get inside first. This was the only solution he could think of at the moment. Just as the group stepped out of the council hall, a thunderous crash erupted from the front courtyard. Lightning flashed at the gate, the sound shaking the entire compound. Chu Zhenjiang's eyelids twitched as he remembered what happened to the Jung family. Yesterday their gate had been destroyed, and 2 guards were seriously injured. Head watched the spectacle then, never expecting disaster would strike his own family the very next day. Father, please let me challenge him on Yanon. As soon as Chu Daji spoke, the faces of the Chu family members twisted into odd expressions. Chu Zhenjiang shot him a look as if he were an idiot and sneered. Fine. I hear he's only at the 6th level of the Chi Si stage, and you're at the peak of the Kai Mai stage. You should have a great chance of winning. Huh. Chu Daji was stunned. But didn't you say he's only 18? Is your 18 the same as his 18? Useless fool. I must have done something wrong in a past life to end up with such a stupid son. Father, that kind of talk hurts both sides. Get lost, you idiot. Chu Zhenjiang kicked Chu Daji, sending him flying. When the group reached the front courtyard, they ran right into Chu Sheng and his companion. The young man looked barely more than a boy, but his gaze was as sharp as a blade, so piercing it hurt to meet his eyes. There was no question this had to be Chu Sheng. Chu Zhenjiang immediately put on a humble demeanor. I had no idea young Master Chu would grace us with your presence. Please forgive me for not welcoming you personally. He didn't even dare ask why Chu Sheng had blasted open the gate, too afraid of giving him any excuse to lose his temper. But Chu Sheng only sneered. Old man, you pretend to be smart, but you're playing dumb with me. Where's Chu Yunfei? Tell him to come out and come with us. Old man. A flash of anger crossed Chu Zhenjiang's face. Young Master Chu, is this how your family taught you to speak to your elders? Cut the nonsense. They'll count to 3. If Chu Yunfei isn't out by then, they'll consider you all accomplices for hiding a suspect, and the whole family will be hauled to the Jingwu Bureau for questioning. Chu Sheng started counting. 3. He was completely unfazed by the dark looks from the Chu family, and kept counting. 2. Chu Zhenjiang clenched his fists, but before Chu Sheng could say 1, he finally gave in. Young Master Chu, please wait just a moment. They'll have Yunfei brought out right away. Chu Yunfei was a bit bewildered. Weren't they supposed to be buying time? Hadn't even a minute passed? It should have taken at least that long just to walk from the council hall to the courtyard. Yunfei, go with young Master Chu to the Jingwu Bureau. Remember, don't lose your temper. You must cooperate. Chu Zhenjiang was terrified Chu Yunfei would give Chu Sheng an excuse to cripple him. He hurriedly sent the 3 of them off. Pointing at the shattered gate and the unconscious guards on the ground, Chu Zhenjiang couldn't help but ask, Young Master Chu, we've handed him over. Don't you owe us an explanation? I don't feel like explaining. If you have a problem, go ahead and file a complaint. With that, the 3 of them got into their car and left, leaving Chu Zhenjiang so furious he nearly coughed up blood. The atmosphere inside the car was heavy. What does it feel like to bully someone? Chu Sheng asked bluntly. Sir, I don't know what you're talking about. Chu Yunfei pressed his lips together, clearly unwilling to cooperate. He had already decided to keep his mouth shut after all. His family had assured him they would protect him no matter what, and that he just needed to focus on getting to the Jingwu Bureau. Then do you know what it feels like to be bullied? Sir, I really don't know anything. Please, stop asking me. Chu Sheng gave him a meaningful smile and didn't press further. Seeing this, Chu Yunfei breathed a sigh of relief and felt somewhat smug just as he thought. If he said nothing, they couldn't do anything to him. It would be the same once he got to the Jingwu Bureau. But halfway through the drive, Chu Yunfei suddenly sensed something was wrong. Sir, this doesn't look like the way to the Jingwu Bureau. You idiot. Who said we were taking you there? Chu Sheng sneered. Then where are you taking me? Chu Yunfei's face changed instantly. Number 1 high school. Chu Sheng replied with a cruel smile. We're going to reenact the crime scene. A real, one-tune reenactment so you'll truly know what it feels like to be bullied. Chu Yunfei's scalp tingled with fear. Sir, you must be joking. That's illegal. Oh, so you do know what's illegal? Where was that awareness when you bullied Cui Hao? On the way to the Chu family home, Chu Sheng had already asked Gao Chong about similar cases and their sentences. Since Cui Hao was only a body-tempering novice and Chu Yunfei was a full martial artist at the vein opening stage, the most he'd get was 10 years. With good behavior and some help from the Chu family, he could be out in 3 or 4. That outcome made Chu Sheng furious. What infuriated him even more was that the Chu family was trying to find someone to take the blame. If the law couldn't deliver real justice, he'd take matters into his own hands. After all, there were no cameras in the restroom at worst. He could claim Chu Yunfei attacked an officer. Staring at the car door, Chu Yunfei gritted his teeth, ready to smash the window and jump out. But Chu Sheng saw right through him. Go ahead. If you run, that's resisting arrest. They'll kill you right here. Sir, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Chu Yunfei immediately started begging. I killed Cui Hao. Please take me to the Jingwu Bureau. He'll confess. I want to be tried by the law. You're not admitting guilty or just scared for your life? Chu Sheng scoffed. If you turned yourself in at the start, maybe I couldn't have touched you. But you couldn't even face a few years in jail, so why bother? Just die. Sir, I'm at the 5th level of vein opening, a top student with a bright future. For the sake of Daxia, please spare me. Chu Yunfei was on the verge of begging on his knees. What a coincidence, I'm at the 6th level of Qi Si, a special recruit at Longwu Academy. I'm already considered a prodigy. Whether it's you or me, it makes no difference for Daxia. Soon, the three of them arrived at the entrance of number 1 high school. It was late at night. Chu Sheng told Gao Chong to notify the security guard, then grabbed Chu Yunfei tightly by the neck and dragged him toward the school. No matter how much Chu Yunfei struggled or tried to call for help, he couldn't make a sound. Just as they reached the teaching building, Chu Sheng's phone rang. It was Lu Huimin again. What now? Weren't you supposed to be arresting someone from the Chu family? Why aren't you back yet? Almost done. They'll head back as soon as I wrap things up, Chu Sheng replied, his finger already hovering over the end call button. Wait, don't hang up yet. Lu Weimin's voice came through urgently. The woman who reported the case just showed up. She wants to withdraw her complaint. Withdraw it. Chu Sheng frowned. She may not know the law, but don't you? You can't just withdraw a criminal case. On the other end, Lu Huimin let out a helpless sigh. Sigh. I'll let her talk to you directly. After a bit of static, a woman's voice came on, choked with tears. Sir, we don't want to report it anymore. Please, I beg you, don't investigate any further. Chu Sheng's grip on Chu Yunfei's head tightened unconsciously, his knuckles turning white. What happened? Nothing happened, the woman said, her voice trembling. I just found Hao Hao's suicide note at home. He really did take his own life. You came to Jingwu Bureau on your own? Chu Sheng suddenly asked. The woman paused, clearly caught off guard. Yes, sir, I came by myself. And your daughter? She's at home. The woman's voice turned panicked, as if she'd been caught off guard. Lies, Chu Sheng sneered. There's no way a mother would give up seeking justice for her son unless someone was threatening her life. The only explanation is that someone is using her daughter to force her hand. Has someone kidnapped your daughter? The woman stammered on the other end, only begging Chu Sheng not to pursue the case any further. Right now, Chu Yunfei's life is in my hands, Chu Sheng said coldly. He'll count to 3. If you don't tell me the truth, he dies here and now, and no one will be able to save your daughter. No, please. The woman's voice broke with fear. Please, sir, don't kill him. If you do, Xiaomi will die. I understand. After hanging up, Chu Sheng slowly released Chu Yunfei's head. Call your family right now and tell them to let her go. Rubbing his sore neck, Chu Yunfei had already guessed what was going on. That wretch's mother must have made it to the Jingwu Bureau. He felt a wave of relief. If had been any later, he might not have made it out alive. He put on an innocent face and forced a laugh. I'm not sure what you mean, sir. Chu Sheng grinned, baring his teeth like a beast about to devour its prey. Don't understand? That's easy to fix. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Sheng grabbed his head again, squeezing so hard that Chu Yunfei's face went pale. Dragging him toward the bathroom, the heavy thud of his shoes echoed on the floor. With a kick, Chu Sheng slammed open the bathroom door and shoved Chu Yunfei's head into a urinal without hesitation. The stench filled Chu Yunfei's nose instantly. He struggled desperately, but couldn't break free from Chu Sheng's iron grip. Do you get it now? I'm asking if you get it. Chu Sheng's voice thundered in the small bathroom. After a few minutes, Chu Yunfei's struggles grew weaker, his legs buckling beneath him. Only then did Chu Sheng toss him aside and land a hard kick to his stomach, making him curl up and cough uncontrollably. I really don't get what you people are thinking. Chu Sheng looked down at him. Do you really think I'm some kind of saint? Why should I care about anyone else's life or death? You think threatening me with a life means anything? How many justice points do you think I'd get for saving her? Killing you would earn me 10 times more. Chu Yunfei was stunned, filthy water still dripping from his face, terror in his eyes. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. And that last line from Chu Sheng left him even more confused. Justice points? What did that mean? Please, stop. Sir, please don't hit me anymore. Chu Yunfei finally pleaded, his voice cracking. They'll call my family right now. At the Chu family's council hall, not only were all the men present, but even the women from the inner quarters had gathered. The sudden upheaval had left the atmosphere thick and stifling, as if the very air had frozen. Chu Zhenjiang hung up the phone, his whole body seeming to relax, as if he'd just shed a suit of heavy armor. He leaned back in his chair, his voice tinged with relief. Don't worry. That woman has been sent to Jingwu Bureau. Yunfei will be fine. In fact, I bet he'll be calling us any minute now. No sooner had he finished speaking than Chu Daji's phone rang sharply. His eyes lit up, and he called out eagerly, "It's Yunfei." Chu Junjiang smiled, a hint of confidence in his eyes. "Answer it," put it on speaker. "Let's hear what he has to say." The moment the call connected, Chu Yunfei's anxious and urgent voice came through. "Dad, you have to tell them to let that girl go." Chu Junjiang's expression darkened instantly, anger surging inside this useless grandson, just like his foolish father. How could he say such things in front of everyone? Suppressing his fury, he gave a low order, "Tell him to put Chu Sheng on the phone." Chu Daji relayed the message, but Yunfei's panicked voice came back. "He won't talk. Please, just let her go. I'm about to get beaten to death. Ow, ow, ow." A gut-wrenching scream followed, filled with terror and desperation, sending chills through everyone in the hall. The Chu family members exchanged stunned glances. "Seriously? Is this even reasonable?" Someone murmured under their breath. "We've got a hostage too." As he lost his mind, Chu Junjiang's fury boiled over. He slammed his hand on the table. "No. Cut off that girl's arm and send it to Jingwu Bureau. I refuse to." Before he could finish, a dull thud came from the phone, the sound of a heavy blow landing, followed by Chu Yunfei's agonized scream. "Eh? My arm. Dad, let her go if you don't. He's really going to kill me." Chu Junjiang shook with rage, veins bulging on his forehead as he roared. "And this is supposed to be a Jingwu Bureau inspector? Chu Sheng, I know you can hear me. Release Yunfei, and he'll let her go right now." But if you heard him even a little, he was cut off by another heavy impact, and then an even more desperate wail. "Eh? My leg. Grandpa, help me. He never took me to Jingwu Bureau, just wants to kill me." In that moment, Chu Junjiang's anger gave way to outright terror. He had never encountered someone this reckless. "Chu Sheng, are you really not afraid he'll kill that girl?" A cold voice answered from the other end. "Old fool. Is your head full of crap? What makes you think you can threaten me with an ordinary person's life? Do you really take me for some kind of good guy?" The entire hall fell silent at those words. Even Chu Sheng himself couldn't understand why anyone would still see him as a reasonable man. It felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over Chu Junjiang's head. He froze, silent for a moment, suddenly realizing why did he ever think this man would play by the rules? Stand up for ordinary people? Who knew what his real motives were? Or if he just wanted to use the Chu family as a target? He had only been in Shengzi City for a few days, and already, the body count was high. Now, the Chu family had become his next target. With that in mind, Chu Junjiang's tone softened immediately. He spoke quietly. "Young Master Chu, if you promise to spare Yunfei's life, they'll let her go right now. Otherwise, no one is leaving." There was a brief pause. Then Chu Sheng's calm voice came through. "Fine. Let her go. I won't kill him." At those words, everyone in the Chu family finally let out a collective sigh of relief. The weight had lifted, and a few even wiped cold sweat from their brows. No matter what, Yunfei's life was safe now. Though he was badly injured, the Chu family had the resources and methods to help him recover before the martial arts exam. As long as he made it into a top academy, this crisis would be over for the Chu family. Chu Sheng weighed his options carefully. With Chu Yunfei backed by a top academy, this situation needed to be handled with caution. A few minutes later, Chu Junjiang's voice came through the phone. "Young Master Chu, as agreed, we've released the hostage. She's right outside the Jingwu Bureau. Now it's your turn to keep your promise and let Yunfei go, isn't it?" "I always keep my word. Do you really think I'd go back on a deal?" Chu Sheng replied coolly, then immediately called Lu Huaimin to confirm. Once he got word that the girl had indeed been released, he turned to Chu Yunfei, who was slumped on the ground. Without warning, Chu Sheng stepped forward and crushed Chu Yunfei's phone underfoot with a loud crack. The sudden move made Chu Yunfei flinch, thinking Chu Sheng might go back on his promise. "Get up," Chu Sheng said flatly. "I gave your family my word. If I said I'd let you go, I'll see it through." Trembling, Chu Yunfei struggled to his feet and forced himself to appear calm. "Thank you, young Master Chu, for sparing my life." Despite his efforts to hide it, Chu Sheng still caught the venomous hatred in his eyes. "Take care," Chu Sheng replied with a faint, gentle smile. Once Chu Yunfei had left, Chu Sheng immediately called Gao Chang. "Listen up. The suspect is on the run. Stay by the teaching building and take him out if you see him." Gao Chang was startled by the sudden order. "Young Master Chu, I can't do that. What if the Chu family finds out?" "They'll find out for sure." Chu Sheng cut him off coldly. "That's even worse. Young Master Chu, I haven't even gotten married yet. Do you want to work for me or not? Kill him, and you're one of mine. Think it over." With that, Chu Sheng hung up. Outside the teaching building, Gao Chang squatted on the ground, anxiously smoking as he weighed his options. Killing someone would offend the Chu family, but it also put him in Chu Sheng's good graces. If he didn't do it, he'd be on Chu Sheng's bad side, and no one would thank him for it. With the Long family backing Chu Sheng, even the bureau chief had to show some respect. The answer was obvious. Soon, Chu Yunfei appeared in sight. Gao Chang immediately stubbed out his cigarette and stood up. "You're alone? Where's young Master Chu?" "He's still upstairs. He let me go himself." "Nonsense. You must try to slip away when he wasn't looking." Gao Chang grabbed him by the shoulder. "If you have questions, Ask him yourself, Chu Yunfei replied disdainfully. Still putting on an act when you're about to die? Running away is a death sentence. Gao Chang snarled, punching Chu Yunfei hard in the chest. Just then, a system notification sounded. Successfully rescued the kidnapped girl. Justice for Cui Hao achieved. Justice points, 3,000. Chu Sheng stared at the notification in surprise. An unexpected bonus. Looks like he'd be able to level up again soon. Outside the Chu family residence, a law enforcement vehicle from the Jingwu Bureau slowly pulled up. When the Chu family saw the familiar car, their tense nerves finally relaxed, and relieved smiles appeared on their faces. He's back. Someone murmured. That kid personally brought him back. Whispers spread through the courtyard. We can't just let this go. We should report Chu Sheng's abuse of power to the Jingwu Bureau headquarters. Not so fast, a steady voice interrupted, quieting the others. Let's check Yunfei's condition first. There's no need to provoke that troublesome kid unless we have to. Better to wait until after the martial exams. If Yunfei actually gets into a top academy, then we can settle the score. The law enforcement vehicle came to a stop at the gate, and the proud expressions on the Chu family's faces lingered. But as soon as the car door opened, their smiles froze. The seats were empty. There was no sign of Chu Yunfei. Young Master Chu, where's Yunfei? Someone asked cautiously. He's in the car, Chu Sheng replied casually as he stepped out, a faint, unreadable smile on his lips. Chu Zhenjiang's heart tightened. Stop joking. Where is Yunfei really? Without another word, Chu Sheng walked to the back of the car, opened the trunk with a click, and unceremoniously dragged out a corpse, tossing it in front of everyone. Isn't he right here? When have I ever lied to you? A piercing scream shattered the night. Yunfei! You killed Yunfei! A middle-aged woman lunged at Chu Sheng in a frenzy. A flash of cold light cut through the air. In an instant, the woman's body was split in two, blood spraying like rain and drenching everyone nearby. How dare you? Chu Sheng sneered. Attacking a Jingwu Bureau officer? Good thing I was prepared. Eliminating a criminal who assaulted law enforcement. Justice points, plus 300. My wife. Chu Daji roared and tried to charge forward, but Chu Zhenjiang held him back with all his strength. Nobody move. Despite losing his grandson and daughter-in-law in quick succession, the elder, hardened by years of hardship, forced himself to suppress his overwhelming fury. He knew all too well that Chu Sheng was just waiting for them to make a move, so he could slaughter them with impunity. Even though, as a first-level true essence realm cultivator, he was confident he could subdue Chu Sheng. What, then? Would the Long family let the Chu family go? Chu Sheng. Chu Zhenjiang's voice trembled. Don't make baseless accusations. My daughter-in-law was just an ordinary person. You're a Qi Si realm martial artist claiming she tried to kill you? Where's your conscience? Sorry, Chu Sheng shrugged. She rushed at May, thought it was an assassination attempt. Being a true essence realm martial artist isn't easy either. If you have a problem, take it up with our director. What about Yunfei? Chu Zhenjiang could barely breathe. You promised not to kill him. You go back on your word. How despicable. Hey, that's not fair, Chu Sheng replied, feigning innocence. I let him go, but my colleague didn't know. He tried to escape, and well, accidents happen. Let's leave it at that. I won't pursue the kidnapping charges against you. Let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better not lay a finger on that mother and daughter, or on anyone at the school who testified for Cui Hao. Whatever happens to them, they'll hold you responsible. For every one of them that gets hurt, they'll kill 10 members of your family and you'll be the first to go, old man. I keep my word, and my methods are completely legal. If you don't believe me, you're welcome to try. As soon as Chu Sheng finished speaking, he turned and got into his car without hesitation, the engine roaring as he sped away. The Chu family was left in utter shock, as if a thunderbolt had struck them. Father, uncle, patriarch. Cries of alarm erupted like a tidal wave. Chu Zhenjiang suddenly coughed up a mouthful of dark blood and collapsed to the ground. At that moment, had reached the end of his strength. If it weren't for his determination not to fall for their trap and give Chu Sheng an excuse to act, he would have collapsed long ago. Help me back to my room, he gritted out, his face ashen. No one is to make a move without my orders, and don't even think about revenge. As soon as he finished speaking, darkness closed in, and he finally lost consciousness. At dawn, the first rays of sunlight shone on the gray and white building of Jingwu Bureau. Chu Sheng strode into the lobby, his presence cold and sharp as a blade. Sir, you're finally back. The woman hurried over with her daughter, her eyes red and swollen. The young girl, Wang Qiong, had also arrived at some point, looking at him with a complicated expression. I've already come to terms with what happened to Hao Hao, the woman said, her voice trembling. What matters most is the living. But is there any chance for justice? Nonsense. Chu Sheng cut her off, his tone hard. Your son's justice has already been served. The woman froze, stunned in place. She had assumed Chu Sheng had compromised to save her daughter, but, sir, did you arrest Chu Yunfei? Wang Qiong's eyes lit up with surprise and hope. No. Chu Sheng shook his head, his expression unchanged. He escaped from me. The light faded from Wang Qiong's face, but before she could say anything, Chu Sheng continued. But he didn't get far. My colleague here took care of him. Then he turned to Gao Chang and said, Go back to the school and tell the students in class 10 that I didn't keep my promise. Apologize to them for me. With that, he left, instructing Gao Chong to escort the three of them back, while he headed off to see Lu Huaimin. The suspect may be dead, but the case still needs to be closed properly. He'll have to pull some strings, he muttered to himself as he walked, his face calm as ever. In the car, Gao Chong's cheeks turned red from the woman's repeated thanks. He lowered his voice and explained, "Don't thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank young Master Chu, he's a good man." The light in the director's office at Jingwu Bureau had burned all night. Lu Huaimin sat in his chair, having waited the whole night, his eyes full of both anticipation and exhaustion. What he wanted most was to find out what earth-shattering thing Chu Sheng had done this time. "I heard you took out Chu Yunfei?" he asked eagerly. "And right in front of the entire Chu family. You even killed his mother?" "That's right," Chu Sheng replied calmly. Lu Huaimin immediately gave him a thumbs up. "Impressive. Only you could pull that off, young Master Chu. Anyone else, and Chu Junjiang would have acted long ago." But Chu Sheng shook his head. "It's a pity he didn't. Having too much backing isn't always a good thing." Lu Huaimin was taken aback. "A pity? If Head really dared to make a move, I'd have had the perfect excuse to go on a killing spree." Chu Sheng's tone was even, but every word landed with weight. "You could say the rule of law saved the Chu family at least for now." He let out a cold laugh. "But only for now. Are you complaining you haven't killed enough?" Lu Huaimin muttered under his breath. After Chu Sheng left, Lu Huaimin leaned back in his chair and couldn't help but sigh. He really is a living king of hell. Other people solve cases by catching suspects. He just beats them up if he can't catch them, and if that doesn't work, he kills them. Back in the single dorm room Lu Huaimin had arranged for him, Chu Sheng didn't rest right away. Instead, he sat on the edge of the bed and began his daily cultivation and leveling up. Ding, 5,000 justice points consumed. Your martial cultivation has advanced to Qi Si realm, level 7. Current justice points, 3,200. He frowned. After working all day, had only advanced a single minor level, which left him dissatisfied. Restless, he tossed and turned all night, and even had a nightmare that jolted him awake. A nightmare about the future. Chu Sheng dreamed that during the martial arts examination, he was completely overshadowed by a prodigy at the 7th level of the Kai Mai realm. The feeling was terrifying. When he woke up, it was already noon. Although he had only slept for 5 hours, martial artists were naturally energetic. 5 hours was more than enough to leave him feeling more refreshed than most people after a full night's rest. Chu Sheng stretched lazily and got out of bed with ease. He picked up his phone and called Gao Chong, asking him to pick out a few simple tasks on the Jingwu Bureau app. The kind of tasks that were straightforward, with clear objectives, and required little thinking. Those were perfect for him. Although Chu Sheng's extraordinary intelligence was one of his greatest strengths, at times like this, he trusted his physical strength even more. After all, in the world of martial artists, power was the most direct measure of ability. "Gao Chong, help me pick a task." "Something easy," Chu Sheng said casually. A little over 10 minutes later, Gao Chong's voice came through the phone. "Mr. Chu, how about this one?" Chu Sheng took the phone, opened the task page, and read through the details carefully. The mission was to investigate a suspected enclave of foreign-blooded retainers, posted earlier that morning. It was a 5-person team assignment, and there were still 2 open spots. Even though it was only a drank mission, the rewards were flexible. If it really turned out to be a stronghold, the reward would be adjusted based on the number and strength of the retainers found. This was the kind of opportunity he couldn't pass up. "Sounds good?" Chu Sheng nodded, confirming his registration. He was especially skilled at identifying clues related to these foreign-blooded retainers. Words could lie, but fists never did. His formidable strength would always reveal the truth. Just then, Gao Chong sounded surprised. "What the?" "Mr. Chu, I didn't even see who the teammates were before I got kicked out." "Kicked out?" Chu Sheng raised an eyebrow, a bit surprised. "Seriously? There are team leaders now? I thought pulling some strings would give me some privileges." "That's not how it works," Gao Chong explained helplessly. "Only silver and gold inspectors have the authority to pick their teammates. It's not really kicking people out, they just get to choose who joins them, since their abilities speak for themselves." "I see," Chu Sheng mused, nodding to himself. "If those people are interested, that place must really be a foreign-blooded stronghold. Otherwise, they wouldn't bother with such a low-level mission." While Gao Chong continued to analyze the situation, Chu Sheng grew increasingly curious. How many retainers were actually hiding in that stronghold? If there were more than a dozen, had really hit the jackpot. After signing up for the mission, Chu Sheng turned to Gao Chong. "Send me the details, and let me know about the team." Meanwhile, inside an armored vehicle parked outside the Jingwu Bureau, the atmosphere was calm and unhurried. The vehicle's body was polished to a mirror finish, radiating a cold metallic sheen, with arrays of runes etched across the faceplates. On both doors, the silvered Jingwu Bureau emblem gleamed simple, yet commanding. Inside, a man in uniform, with a calm and confident demeanor, was recounting his exploits to the 2 women seated behind him. He was one of only 5 silver inspectors in the Jingwu Bureau famed as the flirtatious sword, Gao Yizhou. When his phone chimed with a notification, Gao Yizhou glanced at the screen. Seeing that it was a male applicant, he removed him from the team without hesitation. For him, team selection was simple, women only. This is the first time I've come across a 5-person group mission like this, so of course I want to enjoy being surrounded by beautiful women, he thought with a smirk. But just as he kicked Chu Sheng from the team, his eyes caught the name Chu. His heart skipped a beat. In the entire Jingwu Bureau, there were only 3 people with the surname Chu. A 1 in 3 chance? There's no way we'd be that unlucky, right? A woman in the back row murmured skeptically. What's so unlikely about it? Gao Yizhou replied with a laugh. Still haven't found enough people for the team? This task actually seems pretty decent. Why hasn't anyone signed up? I'm not sure. Maybe everyone thinks it's dangerous. Before he could finish, his phone suddenly rang. Meanwhile, after being kicked out of the team, Chu Sheng stormed straight into Lu Weiman's office. Upon hearing what happened, Lu Weiman's face darkened, his voice tinged with helplessness. This mission was set by headquarters. There's nothing I can do about it. Maybe you could talk to Long Liang, ask him for another favor, and get promoted straight to Gold Patrol? Chu Sheng glared at him. Are you out of your mind? Or am I? I'm sure plenty of people have already called headquarters to complain about me. If he finds out I'm using the Long family's connections and asks about it, they'll be done for. Then there's not much I can do. At best, I can talk to dispatch, have them call the person who kicked you out. But honestly, who in the bureau is gutsy enough to pull something like this? Lu Huimin sighed. Just then, Gao Yizhou's phone rang sharply. As soon as he answered, an anxious voice blurted out, "Damn it. This is just my luck." Chu Sheng and Gao Yizhou quickly met up outside the Jingwu bureau. Gao Yizhou was already waiting, and as soon as he saw Chu Sheng, he hurried over. "Mr. Chu, over here." Chu Sheng shot him a cold look. "Care to explain why you kicked me? It was just a slip of the hand. Even if you gave me 10 more chances, I wouldn't dare kick you out on purpose." Gao Yizhou replied, sounding aggrieved. "You're pretty quick with your hands, aren't you?" Chu Sheng said quietly, glancing at their 2 teammates and immediately seeing through Gao Yizhou's plan. He was clearly trying to put together a harem team. "Nice car," Chu Sheng commented offhandedly. "Heh, it's from the bureau. If you like it, you're welcome to ride with me," Gao Yizhou replied cautiously. "But what if I find it a bit cramped?" Chu Sheng said, feigning contemplation. "Well, how about you drive Gao Chang's car yourself, and you'll ride with Gao Chang in this one." Gao Yizhou's expression shifted awkwardly, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. "What, you don't want to?" Chu Sheng smiled faintly. No, I'm fine with it." Gao Yizhou stiffened, then quickly nodded. As the car headed toward their target, the atmosphere grew tense. The 2 women in the back sat in silence, their faces dark. Clearly, Chu Sheng's 3 ground rules had rubbed them the wrong way. Without emotion, Chu Sheng reminded them, no self-sacrificing heroics. "I mean, it off all things, that's the one I can't tolerate." The women exchanged glances, one of them frowning. "You have the nerve to lecture me?" she muttered. "You 2 are the weakest on the team, 1 3rd level, 1 4th level Chi C stage. I can live with you holding us back. But if you start putting your teammates' safety at risk, that's another story." Chu Sheng's tone was anything but light. As they approached their destination, the team switched to plain clothes and continued on foot to avoid raising suspicion. They melted into the shadows of the night. Their target was a small, cleverly disguised furniture workshop, where something secretive was underway. Inside, a plainly dressed middle-aged woman was giving quiet instructions. "The day after tomorrow, the exchange delegation will arrive in Shengzi City. Remember, hit the first few vehicles. The delegation will cover for us by insisting on a thorough investigation. Once the job's done, we'll receive the divine blood and then we'll truly become members of the Winged Clan." She had barely finished when the lookout burst in, breathless. "Bad news, 5 people are heading this way. They look like Jingwu Bureau agents." The woman paused, a sharp glint in her eyes, but kept her composure. "Don't panic. If they were sure of who we are, they wouldn't just send 5 people. They're probably just here to confirm. As long as we don't give ourselves away, we should be fine. They'll deal with them. You all keep doing what you're supposed to, don't slip up." Her words radiated confidence and calm, as if she had everything under control. The others nodded in silent agreement and returned to their places. Soon after, Chu Sheng and his team reached the workshop and stood outside the door. Without hesitation, Chu Sheng kicked the door open with a loud bang, instantly raising the tension in the air. Bungo Woman was sent flying by a kick, her body thrown half a meter through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The suddenness of Chu Sheng's attack left everyone around stunned, their eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. At that moment, the system notification sounded, "Punished a level 6 Chi C realm foreigner's follower, justice points 100. Chu Sheng nodded with satisfaction, quietly marveling at how reliable his cheat remained. The woman lay dazed on the ground, her face a mask of shock. Had she been exposed? She couldn't believe it. Her disguise was flawless, and everyone else seemed completely normal. There was no way she should have been discovered. As she wondered what went wrong, a woman's voice sounded nearby. "How can you just hit someone like that? We're not even sure if they're foreigners' followers." Relief washed over the woman. So, they were just trying to trick her into revealing herself. She almost fell for it. Chu Sheng's kick hadn't actually been that hard. Even an ordinary person would have been fine, and she barely felt a thing. Still, She knew she had to keep up the act, so she curled up on the ground, moaning in pain. Ow, he hit me. Someone called the Jifeng Hall. Chu Sheng turned and glanced coldly at the woman who spoke. Did you forget what I said on the carriage? I remember. But you can't just go around hitting people, she replied anxiously. Chu Sheng nodded, his tone flat. I see. So, even if I say they're foreigners' followers, you still won't believe me, will you? The woman was about to argue, but another quickly tugged at her sleeve. Lu Dai stopped talking. Lu Dai shook her hand off and frowned. Why shouldn't I speak up? Do these people look like followers of foreigners to you? They're clearly just ordinary people. Chu Sheng, this is abuse of power. At that moment, several people from the workshop started to gather around. Chu Sheng glanced at them. Then, without hesitation, grabbed Lu Dai and tossed her aside. She yelped in surprise, but fortunately, nothing serious happened, and one of the burly men nearby rushed to help her up. Are you all right, miss? I'm fine, thank you, uncle. Looking at the man's honest face, Lu Dai felt even more certain Chu Sheng was just making things up. How could these people possibly be foreigners' followers? She was convinced this was all just an act on Chu Sheng's part. Don't worry, we're from the Jingwu Bureau. I won't let him do anything reckless. Gao Yizhou stepped forward, worry in his voice. Young Master Chu, are you sure you're not mistaken? After all, you can't identify followers like this just by looking. Chu Sheng ignored Gao Yizhou. Instead, he pulled out his Zhanyu blade from his storage ring, sneering as he walked up to the woman. By now, she had pulled out her phone and was recording him. What are you doing? I'm recording this. Before she could finish, Chu Sheng brought down his blade. In an instant, she vanished from the world, never understanding how she had been exposed. Even in her final moment, she thought Chu Sheng was bluffing. Ah! Lu Dai screamed. Chu Sheng, you. But before she could finish, a sharp pain shot through her abdomen. She looked down to see a cold iron spike piercing through her stomach. We've been exposed. Kill them. The woman, now furious, shouted. The burly man beside her yanked out the iron spike, kicked Lu Dai aside, and charged at Chu Sheng and the others. The attack happened so quickly that, aside from Chu Sheng, no one else could react in time. Even Gao Yizhou, who had doubted Chu Sheng, was stunned by the turn of events. But now, he was completely convinced, his trust in Chu Sheng stronger than ever. Everyone stay back. Leave this to me. Chu Sheng ordered coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Chu Sheng stepped forward with his blade, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. There was no way he was going to let anyone else take these justice points. Scanning the area, he saw that the strongest opponent was only at the 6th level of Qi Si realm. One level below him, this was practically a gift. Lightning crackled beneath his feet as he shot forward like a bolt. His long blade swept through the air in an arc like a river of stars, each strike accompanied by a thunderous roar as if mountains were collapsing. Wherever his blade flashed, blood and flesh flew, and broken weapons clattered to the ground. It was the first time everyone had witnessed Chu Sheng in action, and his brutality far exceeded their expectations. Even more shocking was his overwhelming strength. Cutting down opponents of the same realm was as easy as slicing vegetables. The system notification chimed. Eliminated 6 foreign clan followers. Justice points 5,000. Chu Sheng sighed inwardly. So this is the price of becoming stronger? He remembered that back at Shingza No. 2 high school, a single 5th level Qi Si realm follower had earned him 1,500 justice points. Now, even with 6 people, one of them at the 6th level, he only got this much. Clearly, it was because his own strength had increased. Host, I suggest you stay at your current level and farm justice points. 10-mile slope, sword god forever. The system suddenly chimed in. Shut up, Chu Sheng replied, already used to the system's random outbursts. Stay at his current level? How could he uphold justice that way? What he enjoyed most was crushing his opponents with sheer power. Just then, a woman rushed to Lu Dai's side to check on her, noticing that her blood was turning black. Alarmed, she said, that iron spike was poisoned. She needs treatment immediately. Lu Dai clung to the woman's arm, her voice weak and trembling. Save me. Please, save me. Chu Sheng sneered and shook his head. Didn't you say these were all ordinary people? Since when could an ordinary person poison a martial artist? I don't buy it. Hearing this, Lu Dai's face turned ashen, panic in her eyes. I know I was wrong. Please save me. I don't want to die. She whimpered, full of regret. If you don't want to die, why did you want others to? If I hadn't come today, how many people do you think would have died? Chu Sheng's tone was icy. Everyone fell silent, lost in thought. These enemies had hidden themselves well. If Chu Sheng hadn't been there, their own carelessness could have led to disaster. You're all adults, you should think about the consequences before you act. You didn't trust your teammates, but you believed an outsider instead. I really wonder what you were thinking. Consider this a lesson. You should be thanking me. Thank you. Lu Dai managed to choke out. The system chimed in at just the right moment, demonstrated the dangers of being overly compassionate with a real-life example. Justice points, 300. All right, take the bodies and head back for now. Gao Chang and I will stay here and see if we can find any more clues, Chu Sheng said, turning to the mission data. This furniture workshop has been hiding here for years. There's no way they don't have a bigger plan. If we can root out a few more enemies, I might be able to break straight through to the peak of the Qi Si realm. Young Master Chu, weren't we supposed to be looking for clues? There's no rush. I suddenly had some insights during the battle. Just now I think I'm about to break through. In front of Chu Sheng, a brilliant blue light screen suddenly unfolded. With a crisp chime, his martial cultivation soared to the 8th level of the Qi Si realm. The instant the system notification sounded, the atmosphere became tense. He spent 5,500 justice points, leaving him with 3,100. At that very moment, the air around Chu Sheng began to twist violently as spiritual energy surged toward him like a whale devouring water. In his dantian, the Qi Si that had lain dormant all morning erupted like a volcano. The once gentle true Qi instantly transformed into a raging galaxy, surging through his meridians like crashing waves, shaking every inch of his body. His aura skyrocketed, and in the blink of an eye, Chu Sheng's cultivation stabilized at the 8th level of the Qi Si realm. Gao Chang was utterly stunned by what he saw. 8th level? Wasn't he just at the 6th level yesterday? Memories flashed through Gao Chang's mind, even recalled that when Chu Sheng first visited the Jingwu Bureau 4 days ago, he was only at the 1st level of the Qi Si realm. 7 levels in 4 days, this was simply impossible. Gao Chang could hardly believe his eyes. It defied all logic. Chu Sheng slowly opened his eyes. The pressure of an 8th level Qi Si realm cultivator rippled outward, sending dust swirling from the ground and making the steel prefab building creak and groan under the force. This was far beyond what an ordinary 8th level Qi Si realm could cause, almost unimaginable. You're a legend, young Master Chu. Gao Chang's voice trembled with excitement and awe. He was so overwhelmed with admiration that he nearly dropped to his knees. If he hadn't worried about looking ridiculous, Chu Sheng would have seen him kneeling right then and there. Now I realize, I didn't just tie up any ordinary boat, I've lashed onto a starship. Gao Chang thought to himself, fully aware of Chu Sheng's extraordinary potential. He no longer noticed any of Chu Sheng's flaws. Instead, his vision of Chu Sheng's future grew even brighter. The Long family's connections? Now, Chu Sheng's talent alone was enough to make every noble family compete for him. Even without any ties to the Long family, they would undoubtedly favor him. No top family would stand idly by. Listening to Gao Chang's slightly over-the-top praise, Chu Sheng's lips curled into a faint smile. He actually enjoyed it. He didn't mind this kind of flattery. After all, only strength could truly earn people's respect and admiration. Still, I don't think it's necessary to find some deserted place just to break through, Chu Sheng said with a slight, profound glint in his eyes. That's just fooling yourself. If you could hide forever, maybe it'd work, but most of the time, we level up quietly, then show off the next day in front of a beautiful woman by beating up the bad guys and stealing the show. Yeah, who am I kidding about being impressive? Chu Sheng thought, recalling his nightmare from that morning with a self-deprecating shake of his head. He turned to Gao Chang, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Gao Chang, do you think, with my current strength, there's any chance some genius could still beat me at the martial arts exam? Gao Chang froze, his mind going blank. He could hardly believe his ears. Was Chu Sheng joking? The top scorer in the exam would at most be at the 7th level of the Open Vein realm. Qi Si realm level 8, surpassing the 7th level of the Open Vein realm? That's just impossible. Not even the most far-fetched novels would dare to write something like that. It get flamed to death. With your current strength, young Master Chu, you could easily handle all the other students, probably take them all on at once. Gao Chang replied cautiously, trying to keep his tone as natural as possible. But I still feel it's not safe enough. What should I do? Chu Sheng pondered for a moment, his brow furrowing. Then maybe you should keep advancing? Gao Chang suggested hesitantly. Chu Sheng nodded, determination flashing in his eyes. Yeah, even the peak of the Qi Si realm might not be enough. It'd be best to break through to the true essence realm. That's the only way to be truly secure. Deep down, Chu Sheng always had a lingering fear of not having enough firepower. 1 realm ahead wasn't safe. 2 realms ahead was the only way to be sure. Next, it was time to look for clues. Although Chu Sheng wasn't very familiar with this kind of work, Gao Chang knew that as soon as the equipment moved, he'd be able to spot anything unusual right away. Sure enough, they made a surprising discovery beneath a bluestone slab on the ground, not a speck of dust. This was highly unusual. Gao Chang immediately lifted the slab, and the sight beneath it made him gasp. A strange symbol, like a crescent moon cradling a pair of wings, was carved into the stone. Prince Chu, come take a look at this symbol. I don't think I've seen it before, Gao Chang said as he tried to recall every emblem of the rival clans that had ever opposed Daxia, but nothing matched. He sent a photo back to headquarters, and soon the information department confirmed its origin. When Gao Chang learned it was the symbol of the Winged Clan, he felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. Prince Chu, I think you killed the wrong people. That's nonsense. Chu Sheng shot back immediately. These people were all affiliated with foreign clans. There's no way I got the wrong targets. They are affiliated, yes, but with the Winged Clan, Gao Chang explained urgently. The Winged Clan, the ones with wings, have always maintained a friendly relationship with Daxia. Some people here even carry their bloodline, but that doesn't make them traitors. Chu Sheng let out a cold laugh. Friendly? Please. Anyone who's not one of us is a potential threat. They're not even human, how can there be real friendship? And if they're so innocent, why were they hiding? That was a fair point. Gao Chong frowned, thinking it over. If they'd openly admitted to being with the Winged Clan and cooperated with the Bureau's investigation, they would have been released. Why go to such lengths to hide, even attacking us? Unless. His expression grew serious. Unless they had something else to hide and couldn't risk being investigated. As they returned to the Bureau, they overheard a commotion. What's going on? Gao Chong asked as he approached. The director just put out a notice. The Winged Clan's delegation will be stopping in Shengzi City the day after tomorrow, and we're assigned to protect them, a colleague explained. The Winged Clan. Gao Chong's alarm bells went off. They had just wiped out a group of the Winged Clan's affiliates, and now a delegation was arriving? This was no coincidence. Prince Chu, something's off about this. Of course it is. Didn't I say anyone who's not one of us can't be trusted? Let's go talk to the director, Chu Sheng said, seeing right through the situation. In the director's office, Lu Huaimin explained with a serious expression, this delegation definitely has ulterior motives. They're after the spots in Daxia's Ling Wang's secret realm. The thousand-feather spirit phoenix that lives there sheds feathers that can help awaken the lower-ranked Winged Clan bloodlines. But what's even more worrying is that they might be after the spirit phoenix itself. After hearing their report, Lu Huaimin immediately ordered the information department to investigate the suspects' phones. They'll report this to the higher-ups. You two have done a great job. So is the delegation still coming? Chu Sheng asked the most important question. They probably will. Why do you ask? Chu Sheng's lips curled into a sly smile. Simple. If they want to put on a show, we'll play along. We'll just swap out a few of the actors. After hearing Chu Sheng's plan, Lu Huaimin couldn't help but sigh to himself, this kid really lives up to his name. Not only was he plotting against the Winged Clan, but he was also scheming against the Chu family. Lu had originally thought that after killing Chu Yunfei and his mother, Chu Sheng would let the Chu family off the hook. He hadn't expected that Chu Sheng was just waiting for the right moment to make his move. Mr. Chu, this is serious. I have to report it to my superiors, Lu Huaimin said cautiously. Report what? Don't bother. Chu Sheng waved him off impatiently. If anything goes wrong, they'll take responsibility. I'm just worried you might not be able to handle it, Lu Huaimin frowned. If someone else had said this, he might have felt reassured, but Chu Sheng was a different story. Whether he could handle it or not was one thing. If something really happened, Lu was sure Chu Sheng would have no problem throwing him under the bus and letting him take the fall. Oh, by the way, Chu Sheng suddenly cut in. I forgot to mention I've just advanced again. I'm now at the 8th level of the Qi realm. You'll need to update that information. Hearing this, Lu Weimin's eyes widened in shock, and he leaned back instinctively. Again? Are you even human? So what do you think? Can I handle it or not? Chu Sheng raised an eyebrow. Lu Huaimin hesitated for a moment, then pulled his phone from his pocket. Hold on a sec. Mind if I record this? Later, you can pretend you forced me. After leaving Lu Weimin's office, Gao Chong finally felt a weight lift from his shoulders. His biggest worry now was retaliation from the Chu family. When Chu Sheng had threatened the Chu family yesterday, he called everyone out by name except for Gao Chong. That omission had made Gao so anxious that he coughed several times. But unfortunately, Chu Sheng hadn't paid him any attention. I thought you'd let the Chu family off the hook, Gao Chong probed carefully. Not a chance. Chu Sheng's gaze was icy. I want rest until they're wiped out. The Chu family has pushed me too far, time and again. In his mind, there was only one way to resolve things: total eradication. The next day, good news came from Lu Huaimin. The tech team had completely cracked the encrypted communications between the woman and the Winged Clan, and had also pinpointed the exact time and place they planned to act. Through information analysis, the technical department determined that the woman's group was just one of the teams involved. There was another group that would be moving with them. This was an excellent turn of events for Chu Sheng. It meant that this time, the Winged Clan would have no way to defend themselves. You like putting on a show, don't you? Chu Sheng sneered. Fine. They'll give you a real performance. Let's see how you handle that. What's that? You want to investigate? Go ahead, but ITLL have to be the Jingwu Bureau leading the investigation. Chu Sheng wasn't on assignment today. Instead, he was discussing tomorrow's plan with Lu Huaimin. Just as they finalized the details, a raspy old voice suddenly interrupted. You two idiots, I thought you'd come up with something clever. With a plan like this, even a dog would shake its head. Both of them instantly tensed up, their hair standing on end. They looked toward the voice, nerves tightening somehow. An old man with a balding head had appeared out of nowhere, standing there with his hands behind his back, and a look of utter disdain on his face. Did you really think there aren't any experts in their delegation? The old man scoffed. Honestly, you two must have brains made of stone. Chu Sheng and Lu Huaimin exchanged a quick glance, instantly understanding each other's thoughts. Who is this blunt old warrior, anyway? It wasn't until the old man grinned, revealing a missing front tooth, that Chu Sheng finally remembered something. You're my guardian? Chu Sheng asked with a frown. Guardian? Don't be so formal, The old man dismissed him with a wave. Just call me Grandpa from now on. Screw you. Chu Sheng shot back without hesitation. Instead of getting angry, the old man looked amused. No wonder they sent me. You've got guts most people wouldn't dare mouth off to their own guardian. ITLL take someone special to keep you safe. Let me introduce myself. My surname is Long. Yes, that's right, you guessed it. I'm from the Long family of Dongyan Prefecture. The old man stood before Chu Sheng, his face full of pride and his eyes glinting with arrogance. He lifted his chin slightly, looking down at Chu Sheng from above. How about calling me Grandpa? If you do, the Long family will truly have your back from now on. As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell into a heavy silence. The air seemed to freeze, and no one dared to break the awkward tension. Until, Grandpa, please have a seat. Young Master Chu is a bit inexperienced, but what do you think of me? Someone nearby hurried to flatter him, their face plastered with a fawning smile. Get lost. The old man spat out the word coldly, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Once the old man finally sat down, Chu Sheng cut straight to the point and asked the question that concerned him most. I don't care how sharp your tongue is. What matters is your strength. Don't assign me another 4th or 5th tier protector, they won't last 2 months before I surpass their level. So just how powerful are you? Chu Sheng looked the old man in the eye. About 7 or 8 floors high. The old man replied casually. So, 7 floors 7th tier. Barely acceptable. The old man glared at him, his wrinkles tightening. Young man, don't get cocky. Ever heard of the #1 martial emperor of Daxia? After the 5th tier, martial artists have honorary titles. 5th tier martial king, 6th tier martial sovereign, 7th tier martial emperor, 8th tier martial saint. What about the 9th tier? Chu Sheng pressed. There is no 9th tier on Jining Star, the old man said firmly. The #1 martial emperor of Daxiao is second only to the martial saint. So, are you the #1 martial emperor of Daxia? Chu Sheng asked, his tone full of skepticism. No. Then why are you bragging? But I'm on par with her, the old man said offhandedly, as if it were no big deal. Chu Sheng didn't push the issue further. Had done his research. Most protectors were 5th tier, 6th tier was considered top talent, and a 7th tier protector showed just how much Long Martial Academy valued him. When asked his name, the old man actually looked a bit embarrassed, his gaze shifting. Just call me Grandpa. My name isn't important. If he could win in a fight, Chu Sheng would have loved to smack him. He thought to himself, forget it. He'll just call this old guy Old Biden from now on. So, what's this about a master in the exchange group? Chu Sheng changed the subject. I heard the strongest among them is only 4th tier. The 4th tier among the other races is equivalent to the true Yuan realm for us, the old man explained, a glint in his eye. But that's a lie. There's actually a 5th tier in the group, so this plan of yours is pointless. Not only will you fail to kill anyone, but you'll all get trapped, and the winged clan will use it as an excuse. Chu Sheng frowned deeply, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Then they really deserve to die. Looking at the old man, Chu Sheng quickly had an idea, his eyes lighting up. You don't have anything urgent tomorrow, do you? What could I possibly have going on? The old man waved his hand, showing a mouthful of crooked yellow teeth. As long as you don't do anything reckless, I'm free as a bird. Great. Then help me take out that 5th tier tomorrow, Chu Sheng said bluntly. Can't kill him. That guy has connections in the winged clan. Killing him would cause a lot of trouble. The old man shook his head, then added. But I can help you knock him out. Chu Sheng hadn't expected him to agree so easily. In his mind, killing or knocking out made little difference, as long as it made things easier. Noticing Chu Sheng's slightly suspicious look, the old man grinned, revealing a missing front tooth. The winged clan can't make a move without me knowing what they're up to. How do you think I found out there was a 5th tier in the exchange group? Hearing this, Chu Sheng's impression of the old man improved dramatically. Still, his appearance really didn't match Chu Sheng's expectation. She just looked too sleazy. What's with your tooth? Chu Sheng noticed that all the old man's other teeth were fine, except for the missing front tooth. The old man gave him a disgruntled look. You picked it, idle. So you pulled it out just now? Obviously. The old man rolled his eyes, but a faint smile tugged at his lips. The next morning, at the north gate of Shengzi City, news of the Wing tribe's diplomatic delegation had spread throughout the city, drawing a massive crowd so large it could only be described as a sea of people. Located in the southeast of the Great Xia, Nan's prefecture was usually overlooked, with even its capital, Jinlan City, classified only as a 2nd-tier base city. Compared to 1st-tier and special-tier base cities, Nan's prefecture seemed especially remote and underdeveloped. On most days, city residents could only catch glimpses of the Wing tribe online, so the chance to see real members in person today had everyone excited and eager. Among the crowd, some had more calculated motives. They hoped to use this opportunity to forge closer ties with the Wing tribe. The Chu family was one such group. Chu Zhenjiang sat in a wheelchair, his face contorted from a stroke, drool running from the corner of his mouth. The previous night, a single remark from Chu Sheng had angered him so much had suffered a stroke and nearly died. The rest of the Chu family sat nearby, whispering among themselves. Word had it that the delegation included the son of a Wing tribe council elder. If they could establish a connection, perhaps the Chu family could regain some justice. I heard he's interested in human women, but unfortunately, there's no one suitable in our family. Otherwise, we might have a chance to win him over, one Chu family member whispered. If only we could stir up trouble between the delegation and the Jingwu Bureau. With that guy's temper, he's bound to cause a scene. Chu Zhenjiang, dazed, suddenly frowned. Damn, why do I feel like someone's talking about me? Meanwhile, among the welcoming crowd, Chu Sheng of the Jingwu Bureau felt a sudden surge of irritation. He scanned the crowd, and his gaze landed on Chu Zhenjiang and the other Chu family members watching him intently. Chu Sheng let out a cold laugh. Still staring? You'd better watch yourselves. At that moment, a middle-aged couple, surrounded by a small entourage, approached the Jingwu Bureau group. The man began chatting with Lu Huaimin, while the woman glared daggers at Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng was puzzled. It never offended her. So why such hostility? Who are they? Gao Chang asked quietly. That's Cui Lai, the lord of Shengzi city, and his wife, Chu Lingyan. By the way, Chu Yunfei is her nephew. Chu Sheng nodded. He was upholding justice, yet she looked at him with nothing but hatred. He sneered. Chiefing Hall is sheltering Chu Yunfei, and she's involved behind the scenes. No doubt about it, villains will be villains. A thought flashed through his mind. If the chance arose, Chu Lingyan should be dealt with as well. At the same time, Chu Lingyan noticed Chu Sheng's cold stare, which only fueled her anger. But she knew well that Chu Sheng's background was formidable. Cui Lai had already warned her not to act rashly. For now, all she could do was glare at Chu Sheng, her eyes full of resentment. Seeing this, Chu Sheng didn't back down. Instead, he decided to confront her heat. He strode toward Chu Lingyan with Gao Chang at his side, his steps resolute. The conversation between Lu Huaimin and Cui Lai came to an abrupt halt as they turned to look at Chu Sheng, confusion in their eyes. Cui Lai stepped forward with a polite smile and a gentle tone. You must be young Master Chu. Truly, heroes emerge from the young at just 18. You've already reached the Qi Si realm. It's only a matter of time before you become a martial saint. Chu Sheng didn't respond. He fixed his cold gaze on Chu Lingyan, his eyes filled with unmistakable contempt. Judging by your look, you want to kill me, don't you? He let out a cold laugh. Before his words had even faded, he suddenly drew the long blade from Gao Chang's waist and tossed it at Chu Lingyan's feet without hesitation. You have two choices, turn your head away, or pick up the blade and kill me. The crowd was stunned by the scene. Arrogant. Unbelievable. She was the wife of the city lord, standing right next to Cui Lai, and yet he dared to act so brazenly? Chu Lingyan's face turned ashen. She glared at Chu Sheng, fury burning so hot it nearly consumed her reason. She looked down at the blade on the ground, trembling with rage. Cui Lai's expression darkened, and he stepped slightly forward. Sensing this, Chu Sheng spoke coolly. You misunderstand, young Master Chu. My wife was just. This has nothing to do with you. Chu Sheng interrupted sharply, his gaze cutting across Cui Lai. Chu Sheng interrupted the other person coldly, then turned to Chu Lingyan with a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. As expected, you're not from the same family, not cut from the same cloth. Useless, just like your nephew. The words hit Chu Lingyan like a heavy blow, leaving her frozen in place. She bent down, her trembling hand reaching for the long sword on the ground. Seeing this, Cui Lai's eyes flashed coldly, and without hesitation, he slapped her hard across the face. A sharp smack echoed in the air, and the crowd instantly held their breath. The force of the slap knocked Chu Lingyan out cold. Cui Lai immediately called for the guards. Take Madam back to the manor and keep an eye on her. Don't let her out again. They'll handle things when I get home. He then turned to Chu Sheng with a placating smile. Young Master Chu, I truly apologize. My wife watched that nephew grow up. I hope you can understand. No problem. Chu Sheng replied offhandedly with a wave of his hand. I'm famous for not holding grudges. With that, he strode away, looking every bit the picture of nonchalance. Lu Huaimin, standing nearby, almost rolled his eyes. Oh, sure, you never hold grudges. Then let me ask you, will the Chu family make it through today? Everyone from the Chu family had witnessed the scene. Anger burned in their eyes, but they could only swallow it, powerless and afraid to act. Just then, a mocking voice rang out. Come on, old Chu, aren't you all a bit pathetic? Time to toughen up. The speaker was from the Jung family, the same clan that had been put in their place by Chu Sheng before. The Chu family immediately shot back. And you have the nerve to talk? At least we dared to fight back. Who ran to the Jingwu Bureau like a lapdog to be interrogated the other day. I still have a video of your patriarch grinning like a fool on my phone. Surprisingly, the Jung family members weren't angry. Instead, they wore scornful smiles. Patriarch Zheng Jun stroked his beard and said leisurely, a little hardship is nothing. Starting today, the Zheng family is moving up in the world. As soon as he finished, a streak of emerald light appeared on the horizon, the signature spirit-winged airship of the winged tribe. The vessel hovered overhead and lowered its ladder. A young man dressed in a gilded robe descended first, dazzling golden wings on his back marking him as a pure-blood noble. Right behind him was a human girl, Jing Shuerong of the Zheng family. She had been cultivating at the Yuexiang sect, but now she stepped forward and took the golden-winged youth's arm, her face brimming with pride. Only then did the crowd realize why the Jung family was so pleased with themselves today. They had clearly aligned themselves with the powerful winged tribe. At that moment, Gao Chong heard Chu Sheng mutter something beside him and quickly asked, "Young Master Chu, what did you say?" "I said, what a fine bitch," Chu Sheng replied, just loud enough for everyone nearby to hear. The words dropped like a stone into a still pond, plunging the crowd into a stunned silence. Everyone thought to themselves, this guy really doesn't hold back. Father. As soon as the gangway was lowered, Zhang Xuerong eagerly waved to Zheng Jun, unable to hide the pride on her face. However, she quickly noticed that the Zheng family's expressions were nothing like what she'd expected. No one seemed happy for her. Instead, everyone looked awkward. To her confusion, the people around her weren't envious at all. Instead, they looked as if they were struggling not to laugh. What's going on? Zheng Xuerong thought, utterly baffled. Are these people crazy? What's so funny? Shouldn't they be jealous of me? After all, she was now the girlfriend of the winged clan elder's son, a position of real prestige. How could anyone dare to mock her? As the winged clan delegation finished descending the gangway, Chu Daji suddenly had an idea and called out loudly, "Chu Sheng, if you've got the guts, repeat what you just said in front of everyone." In an instant, all eyes turned to Chu Sheng, including every member of the winged clan delegation. Chu Sheng gave a dismissive laugh, his eyes full of contempt. Without hesitation, he said, "I said she's nothing but a bitch." Zhang Xuerong was still confused, but when everyone's gaze shifted to her, the realization hit her like a bolt of lightning. Chu Sheng was insulting her. "What did you say? How dare you insult me?" Zhang Xuerong's face flushed with anger. "At least you have some self-awareness," Chu Sheng sneered. "Yeah, I insulted you. Go ahead, report me to the Jingwu Bureau." Before the winged clan delegation could respond, a federal official who was accompanying them spoke up, his face darkening in anger. "Lu Huaiming, is this how you discipline your people? How dare you offend the delegation? Slap yourself now?" Lu Huaiming waved his hands helplessly. "If you want someone slapped, you do it. I wouldn't dare." The official was so furious he could barely speak. A young man from the winged clan, standing beside Zheng Xuerong, narrowed his eyes with a hint of amusement. "It sounds to me like you're insulting us indirectly." Chu Sheng shook his head and replied in an exaggeratedly polite tone, "Not at all. I'm insulting you directly. You're the dog I'm talking about." Surprisingly, the young man didn't get angry right away. Instead, he asked calmly, "Do you know who I am?" With that, two golden wings unfurled behind him, shining brilliantly in the sunlight and lighting up the air around him. Chu Sheng shrugged, looking utterly unimpressed. "Stop showing off. Around here, only dogs brag about their bloodline. All you're doing is showing off your fur like a dog." The whole place fell silent. Everyone was amazed by Chu Sheng's boldness. He was openly provoking the winged clan. The young man's expression finally changed from disdain to shock, and then to fury. He finally understood Chu Sheng wasn't jealous. He just genuinely looked down on the winged clan. "What did you say?" Furious, the young man was about to lash out, but a regal-looking woman from the winged clan stopped him. "Yufeng, don't be rash," she said coldly. "The people from the Jingwu Bureau are at least tier 3. You're no match for him." She was Yu Yao, the nominal leader of the delegation and the young man's aunt. She stepped forward, her gaze sharp as a blade as she looked around at everyone present. "Is this how Shingza City treats its guests? It seems we made a mistake by deciding to rest here for a day." Before Mayor Cui Lai could explain, Chu Sheng rolled his eyes and said bluntly, "Stay if you want. If you don't like it, just leave." He knew perfectly well that the show was just beginning. The winged clan wouldn't leave so easily. Yu Yao was taken aback, a flash of anger in her eyes. But remembering her orders from above, she forced herself to stay calm and ignored Chu Sheng's provocation. She said coldly, "He might be arrogant now, but soon enough the Jingwu Bureau will have to pay the price. If anything happens to our delegation, they won't be able to escape responsibility. By then, we'll make sure this arrogant kid cries his eyes out." Seeing that things had calmed down for the moment, Cui Lai immediately put on a warm smile and hurried forward. "Welcome, welcome. The people of Shingza City are actually very honest and friendly." A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the accompanying Federation official as he shot a fierce glare at Chu Sheng. Had already decided that once they reached their destination, he would report this reckless Jingwu Bureau inspector to his superiors and have him arrested and interrogated thoroughly. The winged clan and Daxiao were supposed to be on good terms, but this guy was clearly trying to sabotage their relationship. Might even be a spy planted by another tribe. As Yufeng walked past Chu Sheng, his eyes were filled with hostility, and he spoke in a low, menacing voice. "You think you're so tough? Listen, I'm only 18. Give me 3 years, I'll be back, and I hope you won't chicken out then." At just 18, Yufeng had already reached the 8th level of the 2nd tier, and with his powerful bloodline, his actual combat ability was on par with a first-level Qi Si realm expert among humans. He was certain that in 3 years, he'd reach the peak of the 3rd tier, and when that time came, he'd make sure this arrogant human paid the price. Chu Sheng simply replied, "Idiot." As far as he was concerned, If he couldn't reach the golden body martial saint level in 3 years, he'd consider himself worthless. Zhang Xuerong refused to back down, straightening her back and threatening. I'm from US Shang sect. My master is a martial king. Just you wait till, make sure she helps me get justice. Chu Sheng curled his lip, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Trying to threaten me? They'll deal with you soon enough. He found this woman even more annoying than the Winged clan. Chui Lai had arranged for their accommodations in the inner city, requiring a car ride. When the Federation official saw that the Jingwu Bureau had prepared only a few ordinary cars, he immediately demanded, "Why aren't we using armored vehicles? If something happens, can you take responsibility?" "It's fine. We're already in the city, what could possibly go wrong?" Yu Yao waved him off. In truth, she was secretly pleased. Ordinary vehicles suited her plan perfectly. If they used armored cars and nothing happened, she wouldn't have an excuse to cause trouble and create leverage for the negotiations. During the escort, Yu Yao and Yu Feng rode in the back car, while Zheng Xuerong was assigned to another vehicle since they had things to discuss. "Aunt, are we really going to give them divine blood?" Yu Feng asked in a low voice. Even though he knew about the staged ambush, the thought of granting humans the blood of the gods made him uncomfortable. He could accept humans being infused with ordinary Winged clan blood and gaining some of their abilities, but he couldn't stand the idea of those lowly humans becoming true members of the Winged clan. Yu Yao's lips curled in a mocking smile. Of course not. Divine blood is far too precious to waste on them. We only said that to make sure they stay loyal and do our bidding. Hearing this, Yu Feng felt much better and couldn't help but laugh. Humans really are fools. And promising to protect them, that's a lie too, right? Naturally, Yu Yao replied coldly. Dead men tell no tales. They betray their own kind for a little profit. How could I possibly trust them? Soon, the convoy was about to leave the outer city. This was the exact spot they'd chosen for the ambush. Yu Yao had already instructed that only the people in the front vehicles were to be targeted. Those were their expendable pawns from the Winged clan. And not just any pawns, but ones with some status. Get ready, the show's about to begin. Just as Yu Yao finished speaking, a deafening explosion shook the ground and flames shot up ahead. Explosives? Yu Yao was completely stunned. This wasn't part of her plan at all. And with such a powerful blast, those had to be military-grade explosives. Where on earth did those people get them? Flames shot skyward, engulfing the night and leaving the hidden Winged clan followers in shock. The explosion caught them completely off guard. Not only were the first few vehicles blown apart, but almost half the entire convoy was devastated. There wasn't supposed to be any explosives. Someone whispered in disbelief. Do they even need us to ambush them after this? Shut up. The divine blood is what matters. The leader snapped. Inwardly, he said these people were going overboard. They weren't even direct competitors, yet they'd staged such an elaborate show. Clearly, the woman's group was trying to outdo them. Move. Target the first two vehicles, and take out as many Jingwu Bureau agents as you can. He barked. These desperados harbored deep hatred for the Jingwu Bureau, none more so than their leader, Ping. He had been put on the wanted list just for forcing himself on a few ordinary women. It infuriated him. As a Qi realm martial artist, he considered it a blessing for those women to catch his eye. But as they prepared to attack, a colossal dragon woven from countless bolts of lightning roared toward them. Activating his eagle eye ability, Ping spotted a young figure standing atop the dragon's head. With a thunderous crash, the lightning dragon slammed into the ground. The shockwave hurled everyone back, and shards of electrified rock rained down like a storm. Ping staggered to his feet, his eagle eye freezing the scene before him. A cage of lightning, with a black-haired youth in a Jingwu Bureau uniform standing in its center, a chilling smirk on his lips. What? That kid looks like a villain, but he's with the authorities? Ping was stunned. Surrender, or die, the boy said coldly, then smiled with dark amusement. Just kidding. Surrender, and you'll die anyway. This youth, Chu Sheng, believed human traitors were worse than the Winged clan, so he had chosen this team as his target. In the next instant, a sea of lightning crashed down. At the same time, another group of experts launched an assault on the Winged clan delegation. Seeing the strength of these attackers, Yu Yao broke out in a cold sweat. The weakest among them was at the peak of the Qi realm, and there were even 3 true Essence realm fighters. These were definitely not her people. Fifth Elder. She cried out desperately as she leapt from the vehicle. A golden-winged elder from the Winged clan soared into the air. When he saw Yu Yao frantically shaking her head, he immediately realized they had fallen into a trap. Still, with their strongest only at the 4th tier, he wasn't concerned. But just then, a shadow streaked past like an arrow, and the 5th elder suddenly felt his strength draining away and his vision distorting. 6th tier? Or even 7th? That was his final thought. As he hovered on the verge of consciousness, the 5th elder whispered in disbelief. How? How is this possible? Before he could finish, he collapsed to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut, falling without warning. Yu Yao hadn't seen what happened at all. She only saw the 5th elder's overwhelming presence suddenly vanish, then saw him topple forward. At that moment, She no longer cared about the attack on the winged clan. Her heart was pounding with worry as she rushed to the elder's side, anxiously checking his condition. Meanwhile, Zheng Xuerong finally struggled free. Staring at the devastation around her, she was filled with shock and disbelief. Someone actually dared to attack the noble winged clan. Did these people not understand the consequences of angering them? The winged clan represented the Federation's honor. Provoking them could bring annihilation. As she stood frozen in shock, a deafening thunderclap shook the air. Lightning flashed overhead, and in the midst of the storm, a young man strode forward, his figure outlined by crackling arcs of electricity. Zheng Xuerong's eyes narrowed as she recognized him at once. It's you. Aren't you with Jingwu Bureau? What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be helping? If any of the winged clan die, the Federation will hold you responsible. The Jingwu Bureau will be in serious trouble. Chu Sheng curled his lip, not bothering to respond. He simply said, I don't understand you. I'm a martial officer. Before the words had even faded, a blue light flashed in his hand, and an indigo sword beam slashed down. 3 minutes later, the attackers had been completely driven off, leaving behind only devastation and ruin. Of the more than 30 members of the winged clan's delegation, fewer than 10 remained. The Jingwu Bureau had also suffered heavy losses, with many members seriously injured. Even Lu Huaimin had his arm broken by Old Dragon. If you're going to put on an act, make it convincing. Only then did the Federation officials dare to show themselves. When they saw the chaos before them, their faces turned deathly pale. Negotiations with the winged clan were underway at that very moment. If news of this incident got out, the winged clan would never let it go. The situation would spiral out of control. It was over, completely over. Lu Weimin's face was dark as he cursed under his breath. Lu Huaimin, look at what you've done. As a non-combatant, Lu Huaimin was powerless to intervene. All he could do was signal Chu Sheng to smooth things over. Young Master Chu. Smack. Chu Sheng slapped him without hesitation, snapping, what are you looking at? Can't you see we've done everything we could? Those were 3 true essence-level fighters, plus some unknown powerhouse. What more do you want from us? Stunned by Chu Sheng's outburst, the officials were silent for a moment before one erupted in anger. How dare you hit me? What? Are you going to report me? At that moment, several people carrying the bodies of the bandits Chu Sheng had killed walked over. Lu Weimin's eyes flickered as he ordered, take the bodies back to the Bureau for examination. I suspect these people are retainers of other races, deliberately trying to sabotage our relationship with the winged clan. No, the bodies stay here. Yu Yao stepped forward, her eyes wary and distrustful. I don't trust you with this. We'll handle the bodies ourselves. And who do you think you are? This is Daxiaxing's city, is our jurisdiction. How dare you interfere with the investigation? One official sneered, his gaze full of contempt. Yu Yao stood her ground, radiating authority. Your laws? In with the winged clan. Before she could finish, Chu Sheng suddenly drew his blade, blue light flashing. I don't care if you're from Moer, it doesn't matter. With that, he slashed mercilessly toward Yu Yao, the sword tearing through the air as if to cut down her defiant stance as well. Chu Sheng swung his blade, and the air exploded with a deafening boom. The indigo energy, crackling with lightning, tore through the sky from the edge of his Zhanyu saber, its power overwhelming. Yu Yao, who had already reached the peak of the 4th tier, turned pale at the sight. She knew all too well that the force behind this strike was far beyond the limits of a 3rd-tier martial artist. Even an ordinary 4th-tier expert would struggle to walk away unscathed from such an assault. In that critical instant, the air around Yu Yao trembled violently. Countless pale blue strands of wind converged from all directions, gathering before her to form a semi-transparent barrier of wind. The moment the indigo energy struck the barrier boom, it was as if thunder had exploded overhead. A terrifying shockwave swept out like a hurricane, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. When everyone's vision cleared, they were shocked to see the once pristine wind shield now covered in a web of fine cracks. What the hell is this thick shield? Break for me. Chu Sheng roared, pouring his powerful energy into the Zhanyu saber. The blue energy along the blade surged to twice its previous strength. Under his relentless pressure, the wind barrier could no longer hold. With a crisp pop, the pale blue barrier shattered like a punctured bubble, its spiritual energy bursting into countless streaks of light that quickly faded away. Yu Yao let out a muffled groan, stumbling back 2 steps, her face pale with shock. Her Wind Guardiana bloodline gift she had always been proud of, capable of easily blocking a full-force attack from an equal, had actually been broken by a mere 3rd-tier human? It was simply unbelievable. In the distance, a Federation official who had witnessed the whole scene screamed, "This is insane. You're all insane. What the hell are you doing?" His voice trembled. That kid even dared to attack the leader of the exchange delegation. This is beyond reckless, a complete lunatic. The entire exchange is ruined, and he's finished. Nearby, Lu Huaimin cast a sympathetic glance and said in a low voice, what he does doesn't matter. What matters is who he is, backed by the Long family from Dongyan Prefecture. The official was startled. The Long family from Dongyan Prefecture? Isn't the Long family representing Daxia at the negotiation table right now? So, this whole thing was orchestrated by them. He didn't fully understand, but he quickly realized that if it was the Long family's doing, it was no longer his problem. Director Liu, you should have told me earlier. I was scared out of my mind. The official's demeanor changed instantly. I remember this young man's surname is Chu, right? Young Master Chu truly embodies the spirit of Daxia's youth. Honestly, I can't stand these winged clan people either. They act so superior, just because they have an extra pair of wings. So what? They're not half the man young Master Chu is. As he spoke, Lu Huaimin gave him a strange look. Are you a kindred spirit? May I ask your name and position? My surname is Duo Long, Deputy Director of the Ceremonial Institute. Duo Long's eyes also brightened as he looked at Lu Huaimin. Director Lu, since fate has brought us together. Lu Huaimin quickly replied. Why don't we become sworn brothers today? You as the elder, and I as the younger. No, brother Duo. As a director, you should be the elder brother. I'm just a local bureau chief. You can't say that. You're closer to young Master Chu. Watching Yu Yao's shocked expression, Chu Sheng sneered, then ordered the Jingwu bureau members to take the body back to headquarters. Yu Yao stood frozen, her face shifting through various emotions before she finally set her sights on Duo Long in the distance. She didn't know why had suddenly gone quiet after shouting just now, but from their interactions over the past few days, she could tell he was spineless. Maybe, if he stepped in, things could still turn around. Hey you, is this how you people in Daxia treat your guests? Yu Yao demanded coldly, her eyes flashing with distrust. If you want, let us investigate. I'm afraid I'll have to end this exchange right now. Duo Long strolled forward with a leisurely air, a playful smile tugging at his lips. Are you talking to me? You weren't like this before. Yu Yao stared at him in shock, her tone full of disbelief. Duo Long straightened up, his posture proud. This is Daxia. Our laws are absolute. Young Master Chu is right. If you want to investigate, go back to your own territory. As for ending the exchange, do as you please. We won't be serving you anymore. As he spoke, he shot a triumphant look at Chu Sheng, clearly fishing for approval. Chu Sheng ignored Duo Long's antics, simply instructing the Jingwu Bureau to take the bandits' bodies away. Wait. Suddenly, a sharp shout rang out. Yu Feng, his head distinctive and sharp, stared intently at Zheng Zurong's corpse. Tell me, how did Shurong die? A member of the Wing tribe immediately pointed at Chu Sheng and shouted, I saw it with my own eyes. She killed her. There's definitely a conspiracy here. We can't let you handle this case. The others quickly chimed in, and tension filled the air. It was true Chu Sheng had killed Zheng Shuerong openly, and even the Jingwu Bureau couldn't defend him. All eyes were now on Chu Sheng. She confessed to colluding with the bandits and resisted arrest. I had no choice but to execute her on the spot, Chu Sheng replied calmly. I don't believe you. Yu Feng roared. Want to go ask her yourself? Chu Sheng shot back with a cold smile, his blatant threat leaving Yu Feng momentarily speechless. That night, in the Chu family's council hall, the newly appointed patriarch, Chu Daji, was passionately analyzing the situation. The attack on the exchange delegation might be the perfect opportunity for our family to get revenge. The Wing tribe wants to investigate but has been denied, and they've suffered heavy losses, while the Jingwu Bureau came out nearly unscathed. Even stranger, those two golden inspectors didn't show up to welcome the delegation. For such an important event, would they really have other duties? Maybe they're the true culprits behind the attack. His words struck like a thunderbolt, leaving everyone in the room stunned, including Chu Zhenjiang in his wheelchair. Even the Jingwu Bureau agents surrounding the council hall were caught off guard. Chu Sheng, who was just about to kick the door open, froze mid-step, clearly surprised by the insight within the Chu family. Seeing the astonished looks on the faces of the Chu family, Chu Daji allowed himself a hint of a triumphant smile. Those who once mocked his name were now forced to reconsider this seemingly simple-minded young man whose wisdom had always been underestimated. Even his father, Chu Zhenjiang, sitting in his wheelchair, showed a rare glimmer of pride on his otherwise twisted face. I've said my piece. Who's in favor? Who's against? Chu Daji swept his gaze around the room, his eyes shining with confidence. Just as the family was about to voice unanimous agreement, a cold, sharp "I object" thundered through the hall. The doors were kicked open with a rush of wind. Night had fallen, and dark clouds pressed heavily over the city. Chu Sheng appeared at the entrance, his eyes sharp as blades as he scanned everyone present. The air grew tense and icy, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Chu Sheng strode to the center of the hall, his sword, Zhanyu, in hand. He planted the blade before him and spoke in a frosty tone. How dare you fabricate trouble and deliberately provoke conflict between the Xia and the Yi clan? Do you realize the crime of endangering the nation? His words hit like a hammer. Faces turned ashen, and a few timid relatives collapsed to the floor in fright. Chu Daji sprang to his feet, shouting in anger, Don't accuse me without reason. This was just my speculation. Don't we even have freedom of speech? He had just inherited the family heirloom, but already carried himself like a true head of the clan. Chu Sheng rubbed his chin and sneered, Sorry, but you really don't. At that moment, Gao Chong burst in, arms full of clothing. Young Master Chu, these were found in their rooms. It's what those attackers wore this morning. He spread out the clothes, pointing to a palm print. The director left this mark. Another person ran in, shouting, Young Master Chu, we found military explosives in their house. The Chu family was thunderstruck, barely able to react before Chu Sheng's killing aura exploded. His iron grip tightened on Zhan Yu, and the blade flashed through the air, aimed directly at Chu Daji's forehead. Now, everyone, on the ground, or you'll be executed on the spot. He'll only count once. 1. Before the words had even faded, Chu Sheng, wreathed in violet lightning, appeared before Chu Daji. With a single swing, Zhan Yu cut him to pieces, blood spraying across the hall. Screams filled the air. Get down, get down. People cried, scrambling to the floor. Only Chu Zhenjiang, still in his wheelchair, remained unmoved. Chu Sheng walked over to him and said, Haji Jiang, you're quite brave. Even now, you refuse to surrender. I have to respect your courage. Chu Zhenjiang struggled desperately in his wheelchair, his arms flailing weakly as terror filled his eyes. He tried hopelessly to crawl to the ground and beg for mercy, but it was already too late. In the next instant, Chu Sheng slashed down with his blade, cutting both man and wheelchair clean in half, blood splattering everywhere. The surrounding crowd cowered on the ground, trembling in fear. Chu Sheng swept his cold gaze over them and said in a deep voice, Anyone above the Qi realm, stand up. 5 people rose to their feet, trembling, their eyes full of dread. Chu Sheng's expression grew even colder. How dare you? Did you forget what I said? Anyone who doesn't stay down will be treated as resisting arrest. Struck by his words like a bolt of lightning, the 5 immediately knelt back down. 7 major criminals eliminated, the cancer of the Chu family wiped out, a great menace removed from Shengzi City. Justice points 15,000, Chu Sheng calculated silently. So the Chu family was nothing special after all. He didn't care much. Though with the justice points head gained earlier that day from killing the E-clan's followers, it was more than enough for him to break through to the 4th tier of the True Essence realm. News of the night's events quickly swept through all of Shengzi City. The great clans lay awake in fear, anxiety gripping everyone's hearts. Both the old and new heads of the Chu family, along with all their top fighters, had been killed. The rest were arrested for colluding with outsiders and treason. The Chu family was finished completely destroyed. The Jung family, who had originally planned to confront Chu Sheng about Zheng Zurong's death, now fell silent, too afraid to make a move. Everyone knew perfectly well that the charge of colluding with the E-clan to attack the exchange delegation was just a pretext. This was clearly Chu Sheng's revenge. With someone so ruthless and vengeful, who would dare provoke him now? Not long after the Chu family members were escorted back to the Jingwu Bureau, City Lord Cui Lai arrived with Chu Lingyan and a squad of personal guards, facing off against the Bureau. Although wary of Chu Sheng's background, Cui Lai felt compelled to step in after seeing how the Chu family was being treated. When the Jingwu Bureau presented their evidence, Cui Lai immediately saw through the flaws and was secretly delighted. He kept a calm face and took a humble stance. Young Master Chu, there must be some misunderstanding here. The Chu family may have offended you, and you've already taken your revenge. Why not show some mercy and let the others go? Chu Sheng snorted coldly. City Lord Cui, do you think I'm acting out of personal vendetta? Not hey broke the law. I'm simply enforcing justice. If you have any objections, feel free to report this to Jingwu Bureau headquarters. Cui Lai's brow twitched sharply, unable to hold back any longer. Young Master Chu, do you realize that all military-grade explosives are numbered? It would be very easy to trace their source. Do I need to spell it out any further? Chu Lingyan, standing to the side, instantly caught on to the hidden meaning in Cui Lai's words. Her face twisted with hatred, and her eyes burned with deep-seated resentment. I understand now the attack on the exchange delegation this morning was your doing. You're finished. The entire Jingwu Bureau is finished. Ill. Chu Sheng struck out with a sudden slap, shattering Cui Lai's arrogance in an instant. Falsely accusing the Jingwu Bureau, trying to sow discord between Daxia and the Winged clan. How many lives do you think you have to dare spout such nonsense in front of me? The slap landed so quickly that Cui Lai didn't even have time to react. All he saw was Chu Lingyan being sent flying, crashing to the ground, completely stunned. Cui Lai's face darkened, fury blazing in his eyes. How dare you treat me like this? Do you really think the position of City Lord of Shingza is just for show? He was shaking with rage, but still forced himself to hold it back. Even a clay Buddha can get angry. How could he, as City Lord, tolerate such humiliation? Chu Sheng. Cui Lai ground out through clenched teeth. You're far too confident this time. If it turns out this explosive came from your Jingwu Bureau, do you think your connections will save you? You dare offend the Winged clan and have killed so many Pioplito. You really think even the Long family could protect you? His words carried a clear threat, but Chu Sheng only sneered, his gaze icy. I don't understand, Chu Sheng replied coldly, glancing around before shaking his head. But you've reminded me, if it's so difficult to get military-grade explosives, how did the Chu family get their hands on it? It definitely didn't come from the Jingwu Bureau. which leaves only one possibility: the city garrison. His tone dripped with sarcasm. If I remember correctly, the city garrison answers to you, doesn't it, Lord Chui? Which means, most likely, the explosives came from either you or your wife. His words struck like a bolt of lightning, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Lu Huaimin, in particular, was shocked by the turn of events. In all his years, had seen plenty of frame-ups, but never such a direct and incisive counterattack. Chu Sheng was treating Chui Lai like a complete fool. What was worse, Chui Lai had no way to fight back. Even if Chui Lai tried to report this to his superiors, at the end of the day, it was the Winged clan who had suffered due to their own oversight. Chu Sheng would end up being commended, and besides, who would really want to pursue this matter any further? The Chu family had done Da Xiao a major favor, so it was likely the authorities would simply look the other way. In the end, the Chu family was just another ruthless clan. None of this might really be a problem. Nonsense. Chui Lai roared, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. You think you're the only one with connections? I will definitely report this to my superiors. Just you wait. His words were thick with threat. With that, Chui Lai prepared to leave with Chu Lingyan, but Chu Sheng coldly blocked their path. Wait, Chu Sheng said, enunciating each word clearly. Lord Chui, have you forgotten what I just said? We still haven't figured out whether it was you or your wife who supplied the explosives. You'll both need to stay here and cooperate with the investigation. Chui Lai was taken aback, then gave a disdainful smile. That's unnecessary. If you want to investigate, go check my armory. No matter how much is missing, you're free to look. If there's even the slightest discrepancy, do as you see fit. I won't go, Chu Sheng replied firmly. Today, one of you must stay here. Of course, you're welcome to try and force your way out. Chui Lai was nearly driven mad with rage, but still managed to keep his composure. Seething, he took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth, Lingyan, wait here. They'll get you and everyone from the Chu family out of this. Once I confirm that nothing is missing from the armory, all of Chu Sheng's accusations will fall apart. A plan formed in his mind. After all, he hadn't become city lord of Shengze without powerful backing. When the time came, not only could he openly take Chu Lingyan away, but he could also make sure the higher-ups knew just how lawless Chu Sheng had become. Chui Lai was curious to see how the Long family would be able to protect him in the end. On the way back, he dialed a number. Minister Gao, I apologize for disturbing you so late. If it weren't urgent, I wouldn't dare trouble you at this hour. Chui Lai's voice was low and sincere. You've probably heard about the Wing tribe exchange delegation. I happen to know some inside information. Our local Jingwu bureau has become far too reckless, completely disregarding the rules. After hanging up, a triumphant smile appeared at the corner of Chui Lai's lips. Not only did Minister Gao readily agree to step in, but he also promised to take swift and decisive action to resolve the crisis. After all, this matter involved diplomatic relations between Da Xia and the Wing tribe. If mishandled, it could easily spark an international dispute. But if handled properly, not only could conflict be avoided, it might even lead to a promotion for himself. For Chui Lai, this was undoubtedly a golden opportunity. Minister Gao didn't seem troubled at all. Instead, he actually thanked Chui Lai for providing all these leads. While Minister Gao was busy making arrangements through the night, Chui Lai didn't waste a moment either. He first went to the armory to confirm that all weapons were intact, which only boosted his confidence. Now, all he had to do was wait for Minister Gao's call, and then he could reclaim his authority at the Jingwu Bureau. As he waited, a guard hurried over and whispered, Lord Governor, the heads of more than a dozen prominent families like the Zhengs, the Mints, and the Shinsei are waiting outside the manor. They say they have urgent matters to discuss. Chui Lai smiled, already guessing their intentions. Urgent matters? More likely they're just scared out of their wits and want to ask me for advice. He let out a cold chuckle, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. I wonder how they'll feel when they find out I've already resolved everything on my own. Bring them to the main hall, he instructed. Tell them I'll be there shortly. In the main hall of the governor's residence, the heads of the major families looked grim. Some stood, some sat, all speaking in hushed tones as they discussed countermeasures. They had been waiting for half an hour, yet there was still no sign of Chui Lai. The atmosphere was growing more and more tense, and some were clearly growing impatient. What's the governor doing? It's been over half an hour, why isn't he here yet? Shouldn't he be more anxious than us? A burly, hot-tempered man finally burst out angrily. Forget it, I'm done waiting. I've decided we're moving. We'll pack up and leave tonight. Just as the situation was about to erupt, a soft cough broke the silence. Chui Lai walked into the main hall at a measured pace, hands clasped behind his back, every step calm and steady, as if everything was under his control. The hall fell silent immediately, all eyes turning to him. Governor, you're finally here. With Chu Sheng acting so lawlessly, if we don't come up with a plan, life will only get harder for us. An elderly family head spoke up, his tone laced with urgency. A faint, meaningful smile appeared on Chui Lai's lips. There's no need to panic. Just wait and watch the show, he said calmly. The crowd exchanged confused glances. A show? What show? Just then, Chui Lai's phone rang. The screen showed Minister Gao's name. Chui Lai gave a small laugh and answered, Gentlemen, the The show was about to begin. The drama was about to unfold. As soon as Chui Lai answered the call, his tone abruptly changed to one of respect. Minister Gao, hello? But before he could finish, Minister Gao exploded in a furious tirade. Chui Lai, are you out of your mind? Are you trying to get me killed? The outburst was so loud it felt like it would burst his eardrums. Even though Chui Lai hadn't put the call on speaker, everyone nearby could clearly hear the profanity. The shock in the room was palpable. What's so entertaining about getting chewed out? Do you have any idea how deep this goes? Minister Gao continued, his voice booming with anger. Is this something you should be meddling in? Is this even something I should be involved in? Chui Lai's throat went dry. Nervously, he swallowed and stammered. Minister Gao, what on earth has happened? He still didn't fully understand. Didn't you hear what I just said? Minister Gao snapped, his voice cold and sharp. This was the Chu family's doing. The military explosives came from your own armory, and the Jingwu Bureau had nothing to do with it. As for who took them, I don't care. Just make sure whoever it was turns themselves in to the Jingwu Bureau immediately. The attack on the exchange delegation must be closed tonight. Chui Lai's hands were trembling so badly he could barely hold his phone. Minister Gao, what about Chu Sheng? What about young Master Chu? Minister Gao was almost beside himself with rage. He killed 6 bandits in broad daylight, tracked down their hideout that night, took out another group himself, and helped capture the rest. He solved the case in a single day. He's a hero of the Great Xia. Even the senior leaders of the Wing tribe are praising him. Who do you think you are to criticize him? Chui Lai's face went completely pale, and he fell silent for a long time. Even after the call ended, he was still in a daze, as if struck by lightning. The people around him began to whisper, unable to contain their curiosity. Lord Mayor, what's the big show you were talking about? Are we going after Chu Sheng? We have to see this for ourselves. I knew the mayor would have a plan. So, what's next, Lord Mayor? Where do we go? Chui Lai glanced at the eager crowd, but inside, he felt nothing but despair. His face was etched with helplessness. He had finally pieced together the truth. Although it was actually the Jingwu Bureau behind the attack on the exchange delegation, the Great Xia would never admit it. So, they'd found a scapegoat, the Chu family. And now, as mayor, he was the one who had to clean up the Jingwu Bureau's mess and help the Great Xia cover up the truth. What baffled him was that the Wing tribe, despite knowing the truth, hadn't used it as leverage. Instead, they seemed to have reached an understanding with the Great Xia, working together to bury the facts. What kind of power was backing Chu Sheng? Why was the Great Xia so desperate to cover this up? Almost unable to believe his own suspicions, Chui Lai began to wonder if Chu Sheng's background was far more formidable than he had ever imagined. If that was the case, what could he possibly do now? Not long after, Chui Lai returned to the Jingwu Bureau. Chu Lingyan was still being held in the interrogation room, stubbornly refusing to admit she had supplied the military explosives to the Chu family. When she saw Chui Lai walk in, Chu Lingyan immediately complained. It's just a trip to the armory, what took you so long? Any later, and they'd have started torturing me. Just tell them where the explosives came from already. Chui Lai's heart sank. He took a deep breath, a look of resolve flashing in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he said quietly, the explosives were stolen from the armory. I spoke to the guards, they said you visited 2 days ago and left carrying a package. He paused, then changed his tone, sounding a bit accusatory. Lingyan, I trusted you. Why would you do something like this? Don't you realize you've put me in danger? Chu Lingyan's expression froze, shock and disbelief flashing across her face. Her voice trembled. What did you just say? Chu Sheng walked slowly into the interrogation room, a faint smile curling at his lips. Lord Chui, we have you to thank for putting justice above family. Otherwise, who knows how long this case would have dragged on. His gaze swept over Chui Lai, a hint of mockery in his tone. Since you had no knowledge of her actions, we won't be investigating you any further regarding this matter. Chui Lai paused for a moment, then nodded gratefully. Thank you, young Master Chu. I'll take my leave. With that, he turned and left the interrogation room, his back bent as if burdened by an invisible weight, each step heavy with unspeakable sorrow. Chui Lai, Chui Lai. Chu Lingyan's desperate cries echoed through the empty room, but they soon faded. Chu Sheng dismissed all the interrogators and closed the door, leaving only the 2 of them inside. Taking a seat in the interrogator's chair, Chu Sheng met Chu Lingyan's furious, almost feral glare, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Do you hate me that much? He asked quietly. It was you. Chu Lingyan's voice trembled with rage and despair as she finally realized everything had been Chu Sheng's scheme. You monster! What did our Chu family ever do to deserve this? Why do you want to destroy us? Chu Sheng shook his head slowly, letting out a dry laugh. You really overestimate your family. You're not even worth my grudge. If anything, I simply returned your own methods to you. Call it karma. Chu Lingyan stared at him in shock. You mean that nobody in Fei killed? He was just an ordinary man. How could he possibly compare to our Chu family? Isn't that funny? Chu Sheng's tone turned cold. To me, your Chu family is just as ordinary. He was only one man, but you destroyed our entire family. He was just one person. But did you ever consider that without him, his family was ruined too? Though Chu Yunfei was dead, Chu Sheng believed that his wife would never escape that despair. Fear flickered in Chu Lingyan's eyes. What did you do to Cui Lai? Why is he like this now? Chu Sheng shook his head, expressionless. Nothing at all. He came here on his own. Simple, right? Even easier than when you pressured the chiefing hall. Now can you understand the despair they felt back then? You're a demon. Chu Lingyan's voice sounded as if it came from the depths of hell, every word a curse. You're a good judge of character. Plenty of people out there think him a good person, but that's just wishful thinking on their part. Chu Sheng stood up slowly, his gaze steely. I have no idea why they're so mistaken about me. I've never thought of myself as a good person. There's no such thing as absolute justice. Justice is whatever I believe it is. Do you know why I'm telling you all this? Chu Lingyan's voice trembled. You want to kill me? Chu Sheng sneered. This is an interrogation room, with cameras everywhere. I already had them turned off. I curse you. Chu Lingyan's voice was filled with despair and fury. Before she could finish, Chu Sheng slammed her head against the wall. I'm a little superstitious, and you're even wearing red. Sorry, but I'm not interested in your curses. At the temporary settlement of the winged clan, Yufeng clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with anger. Aunt, it's obvious that the Jingwu Bureau is behind this. Why should we just let it go? They have to pay for what they've done. A trace of helplessness appeared on Yu Yao's face as she sighed softly. Do you think I don't want to pursue this? The Jingwu Bureau wouldn't dare act like this unless they had the Federation's approval. They must have evidence of us staging the incident ourselves. If Daxiao uses this against us, we'll end up on the defensive. Damn it. Yufeng's veins bulged at his temples, his fists tightening with a cracking sound. These despicable humans, I swear I'll get revenge. Yu Yao lowered her voice, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes. Our chance will come. Among the Star Alliance, there are only 2 human 9th-tier powerhouses left, barely holding on. Once they're gone, do you really think the Alliance will care what happens to the humans on Jining Star? In fact, the higher-ups may even want humanity to be wiped out sooner. You mean the humans here have offended the Star Alliance leadership? Yufeng frowned. Exactly, Yu Yao continued. Don't forget, we're all outsiders. This planet originally belonged to Daxia. The Star Alliance's rules forbid any other race from settling on a member planet. If they hadn't angered someone important, why would we even be here? More importantly, the reason no one can reach the 9th tier on this planet is because the Star Alliance's mighty ones have sealed off the heavenly Tao. Without heavenly tribulations, no one can ever ascend to the 9th tier on Jining Star. Yufeng pondered. It sounds like the higher-ups are wary of humanity. I can't say for sure. Yu Yao shook her head. We've been here nearly 2,000 years. Who remembers things that far back? But as soon as the humans lose their 9th tier powerhouses, their extinction won't be far off. When that time comes, every grudge can be settled. After a moment of silence, a cold glint flashed in Yufeng's eyes. I can't wait that long. I want revenge now. The image of Chu Sheng flashed in his mind. I may not be able to defeat you yet, but how many human prodigies my age can stand against me? For now, I'll crush your so-called geniuses, and in 3 years, I'll finish you myself. Then you'll see that the winged clan cannot be humiliated. Aunt, we can't just go back like this. Yufeng's eyes shone with a fierce light. The human martial exams are about to start. I want to trample all their prodigies under my feet in the arena. As Yu Yao was deep in thought, an elderly voice suddenly sounded. It was the 5th elder, just awakened from unconsciousness. That's a good idea. The only reason the humans are still holding on is because they think they're on equal footing with us. It's time to show them the true gap between our clans. That way, they'll have no choice but to make concessions at the negotiating table. But Yufeng's strength. Yu Yao looked worried. The 5th elder waved his hand. This is Nan's prefecture, not Daxia Central State. The top candidate here has never been stronger than the 7th level of the 2nd tier. How could any of them be a match for Xiaofeng? Yu Yao nodded slowly, then asked. The 5th elder stroked his long beard and said gravely, the one who attacked me during the day must have been a martial saint from Daxia. His brows lifted slightly, eyes deep and thoughtful. I suspect he's likely at the 7th tier, but as you know, warriors care a lot about their reputation. To send out a martial saint like that, what a ruthless move. If it had been an ordinary 6th or even 7th tier, I, the 5th elder, could have held my own. He nodded with a touch of confidence. But honestly, they didn't play fair. They ambushed me, caught me off guard, and I didn't manage to dodge in time. That night, the 3 of them talked late into the night. Yufeng's mind was already at the martial exam grounds. He silently swore to himself, wretched humans, your winged lord is coming. You'd better know how to please me when the time comes. At the Jingwu Bureau's martial arts chamber, a crisp notification sounded. You've spent 10,000 justice points. Your martial cultivation has advanced to the 1st level of the true essence realm. Within a 10-mile radius, the spiritual energy froze for an instant, then surged in like a violent storm. The sky was suddenly blanketed with dark clouds, purple lightning snaked wildly, and thunder boomed as Chu Sheng's Dantian awakened, transforming into a swirling purple vortex. The roar of thunder echoed with a surge of energy radiating outward. This was the initial awakening of the true essence realm, a qualitative leap from the Qi realm. While warriors at the Qi realm could only store spiritual energy within their Qi, limiting the power of their techniques, those at the true essence realm had their spiritual energy compressed and refined, forming true essence like a vast ocean. A casual strike from such a warrior was several times more powerful than the peak of the Qi realm. Furthermore, recovery speed and endurance at the true essence realm far surpassed the previous stage. The difference between the two was like night and day. The sudden shift in spiritual energy drew the attention of the patrolling officers at the Jingwu Bureau, who stopped to watch, their faces filled with envy. Someone whispered, with this kind of commotion, it must be Lin Hongzhao breaking through to the true essence realm. No wonder we haven't seen her lately. She's been in seclusion. Another person disagreed. Seclusion? She was seriously injured by young Master Chu. She wouldn't have the strength for that. Someone immediately retorted, that was Zhou Li. He's been stuck at the peak of the Qi realm for 5 years. She's the most likely to break through. Come on. Another officer shouted, clearly annoyed. Are you trying to slander me? Let me tell you, Zhou Li. He waved his arms angrily, and the crowd burst into lively chatter. Meanwhile, Old Dragon's gaze shifted over, his brow furrowed. In his youth, he had been called a genius, but even he had never caused such a scene when breaking through to the true essence realm. Was there really a hidden dragon among them at the Jingwu Bureau? He was full of doubts, but couldn't help feeling a hint of anticipation. Just then, a loud sound came from the martial arts chamber's door where everyone had gathered. With a creak, the alloy door slowly swung open, and a wave of dense spiritual energy surged out, sweeping over the entrance. A black-haired youth strode confidently out, his expression bold and unrestrained, as if he didn't care about anyone else. Old Dragon was stunned when he saw him, his mind swirling with questions. Who is this? Why does he seem unfamiliar? The young man glanced at him, a faint smile playing at his lips, and called out, why so distant? From now on, just call me Grandpa. The next day, at Jingwu Bureau, a martial arts exam? Chu Sheng smirked. Are you kidding me? Seriously, have you seen yourself in the mirror? Just your looks are enough to give people a laugh. Old Long rubbed his temples, looking pained. He had always thought of himself as a seasoned military man, but in front of Chu Sheng, he felt like a clueless rookie. You're already at the Jinyuan stage. What's the point of you taking the martial arts exam? Are you really going to play along? Before he could finish, his phone rang abruptly. After listening to the call, his face turned a deep shade of purple. It looks like you really do have to go through with it, Old Long sighed. The Izu have requested a spot. They want to experience our Daxia's martial arts exam. It's that little mud of theirs, 2nd tier, 8th rank. Honestly, in all of Nan's prefecture, you're the only one who can handle him. They want to take part in our exam? Chu Sheng raised an eyebrow. What's he up to? Showing off, obviously. If a Izu prodigy beats all the local geniuses in Daxia, that's plenty of material for them to hype up. Well, looks like that brat really has a death wish. Old Long nodded in agreement. Go ahead and take him out. Yesterday's situation was complicated, so you couldn't make a move, but the martial arts exam is different. Injuries and deaths are to be expected. You just advanced to Jinyuan stage. If you accidentally kill him, it's understandable. There were only 4 days left before the exam. Nan's prefecture's martial arts test was split across 2 venues. Those below the Kai Mai stage would take the regular exam in their own cities, while those above had to travel to the elite exam center in Jinlan City, the prefectural capital. The thought of competing with the best in the region ignited a fire in Chu Sheng's heart. When Lu Huaimin heard Chu Sheng's reason for taking leave, he couldn't help but feel nervous for the other candidates. He remembered how, back when he was at the 5th level of Kai Mai, even facing a 6th level opponent felt hopeless. Now these candidates would have to go up against a monster at the Jinyuan stage. Jinlan City was the only place in Nan's prefecture with an airport, but since Chu Sheng needed to return to Bayan City to pick up his exam permit, they had no choice but to drive. He helped Gao Chong request leave and borrowed an armored vehicle. Ever since had ridden in Gao Yizhou's car, had been hooked on vehicles that were both practical and a symbol of status. They set out at noon and didn't arrive in Bayan City until late at night. Chu Sheng's old home was no longer fit to live in, so the 3 of them checked into a hotel instead. They had barely settled in when a team of wind enforcement agents knocked on their door. Old Long had already swept the whole city with his spiritual sense. The strongest person around was a Jinyuan 2nd tier whose vitality was already waning. He wasn't concerned at all. Chu Sheng could easily handle 10 of them. You're Chu Sheng, right? The lead agent got straight to the point. We suspect you're involved in a murder case. Please come with us. Chu Sheng rubbed his chin, struggling to recall which killing they were talking about. After all, had lost count. Besides, with his strength at the Jinyuan stage, enforcing the law against him was hardly within their jurisdiction. Who did I kill? Still playing dumb? Over half a month ago, you killed a young man in sunglasses and his 2 bodyguards in the abyss. That jogged Chu Sheng's memory. A storage ring he was wearing had come from that very man. Chu Sheng admitted to his actions without hesitation, leaving the investigators from the Wind Enforcement Hall momentarily stunned. Clearly, they hadn't expected him to so readily confess to murder, especially when they had no solid evidence, only the director's order to bring him in for questioning. Self-defense. The lead investigator sneered, a hint of contempt in his eyes. That's not for you to decide. Well, determined that after a thorough investigation, you'll have to come with us to the Wind Enforcement Hall. No sooner had he finished speaking than he reached out to restrain Chu Sheng. But before he could react, Chu Sheng struck him with a powerful slap, sending him flying and knocking several other investigators to the ground as well. Are you kidding me? Chu Sheng said coldly, his gaze sweeping over the disheveled investigators. Call your director. I want to see how he plans to handle this. At the Wind Enforcement Hall in Bayan City, Director Zhao Chuanlin frowned slightly as he listened to his subordinate's report. He turned to the two inspectors beside him. As you've heard, the suspect has confessed. He admitted to killing those 3 people and resisted arrest, even attacking my investigators. The man became visibly agitated and furious upon hearing this. The woman across from him, however, just let out a quiet sigh, a hint of worry in her eyes. That kid with the sunglasses is from the Jean family, the man said angrily. His father reported his son's murder 10 days ago, suspecting a martial artist at the Qi level. We weren't planning to get involved, but Song Gang insisted we couldn't let it go. Now that we're in it, there's no backing out. Also, the woman, Su Yan, added in a low voice. Our investigation confirmed that the wounds on the bodies were caused by someone skilled in lightning techniques. We discovered that a teenager had just awakened and shrank lightning talent. By the time we arrived in Bayan City, he had already vanished. All we could do was wait here. Meanwhile, Song Gang sat in his office, his brow furrowed, eyes cold and resolute. Chu Sheng was clearly no ordinary suspect. He had awakened and shrank martial talent and had been specially recruited by Longwu Academy. Song Gang had even heard about his recent breakthrough to the first level of Qi. But Song Gang knew that breaking the law was still breaking the law, especially when 3 lives had been lost at Chu Sheng's hands. This was not something that could be brushed aside. He has to die, Song Gang said with a cold smile. No matter how powerful Longwu Academy is, the law must be upheld. No one should get away with murder. Longwu Academy may have influence, but if he's guilty, are we supposed to just let it go? On top of that, resisting arrest and attacking Wind Enforcement Hall investigators, those are capital offenses. He turned to Su Yan, his determination unmistakable. That's right. By law, he must be dealt with. Even if Longwu Academy protests, it won't matter, we're just doing our jobs. Su Yan lowered her head in silence, worry clouding her heart. She knew that killing Chu Sheng would have serious consequences, but at this point, it seemed there was no better option. Director Song, are we really going to kill him? She asked softly. Song Gang gave a dismissive smile. Resisting arrest and attacking officers, those are capital crimes. What can Longwu Academy do? As long as we follow the law, no one can fault us. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Su Yan said nothing more. All she could do now was hope this storm would pass quickly. What's all that noise in the middle of the night? How's anyone supposed to get any sleep around here? Inside the hotel, Chu Sheng was busy lecturing the agents from Jifeng Hall, and the commotion from their scuffle was so loud that guests in the neighboring rooms poked their heads out to see what was going on. When they saw a group of agents in Jifeng Hall uniforms sprawled all over the floor, they quickly shrank back into their rooms, terrified. Who would dare take on Jifeng Hall agents? Whoever did this must be some kind of terrorist. Master Chu, what's going on? Gao Chong, awakened by the noise, stepped out of his room. He raised his eyebrows in confusion. They accused me of murder and wanted to take me to Jifeng Hall for questioning. I was just teaching them a thing or two about the law. Chu Sheng replied coldly, his expression calm. By now, the Jifeng Hall agents had realized just how powerful Chu Sheng really was. He was at the realm of true essence. Their squad leader was only at the peak of the meridian opening realm, and even their director, Zhao Chuanlin, was just at the 3rd stage of the Qi realm. They couldn't understand where they'd gotten the nerve to try and take on someone like Chu Sheng. Gao Chong glanced at the group, his eyes full of helplessness and disdain. Master Chu, go ahead and get some rest. Leave the rest to me. All right. When their director arrives, give him a good slap for me. I haven't had an easy time getting back, and now they're determined to ruin my mood. Chu Sheng said impatiently before turning and heading back to his room. Chu Sheng didn't intend to waste any more time on this minor incident. Since there was no justice to be gained here, he couldn't be bothered to argue with them any further. Leaning against the wall, Gao Chong waited as the squad leader finally spoke up, unable to hold back any longer. Sir, we really didn't know anything. The director just told us to come arrest someone, so we did. We had no idea Master Chu was at the realm of true essence. Please let us go. Wait until the director gets here and then decide. Gao Chong smiled faintly, a hint of mockery in his eyes. So, you really want me to slap your director? What else? Chu Sheng replied coolly as he walked into his room. When I say something, I mean it. If I don't slap your director, am I supposed to let him wake up and slap me instead? The squad leader was stunned. They'd thought Chu Sheng was just making empty threats, but now it seemed he really had the guts to go through with it. Sir, can I ask who exactly is Master Chu? One of the agents asked cautiously. Gao Chong just waved his hand. I don't know much myself. But let me put it this way, if he wants to slap your director in front of the whole city, Your director will have to stand there and take it, and even put on a smile. With that, the remaining agents felt like the sky was falling. The thought of their director getting slapped was unbearable, and they exchanged anxious glances, their nerves on edge. 20 minutes later, Song Gang and another colleague finally arrived at the hotel. First came the Ji Feng Hall agents, then the Jingwu bureau officers. The front desk clerk was stunned, hardly able to believe her eyes. She wondered to herself, what on earth is going on here? Why are there suddenly so many terrorists showing up? She was about to ask, but Song Gang shot her a cold glare. Jingwu bureau business. Don't ask questions you shouldn't. If you're that curious, watch the news tomorrow. With that, Song Gang and his colleague strode purposefully toward Chu Sheng's floor. Watching their backs, the clerk covered her mouth, her eyes lighting up with admiration. Song Gang's no-nonsense attitude was so impressive she had never seen anyone with such presence before. She told herself she had to get his contact information when he came back down. Meanwhile, Gao Chong was getting impatient in the hallway. Call your director again and tell him to hurry up and get over here for his beating. His words were overheard by Song Gang and his colleague as they arrived. Song Gang's expression darkened, and he let out a cold laugh. You really have no respect for the law, do you? I'd like to see just how Longwu Academy plans to protect you tonight. As he spoke, the two men appeared at the end of the hallway. When Gao Chong saw them, he paused for a moment, immediately realizing they were from the Jingwu Bureau, probably from Donglan City. He smiled and said, So you're colleagues too? What brings you here? At the mention of colleagues, Song Gang and his partner's eyes sharpened. Gao Chong, a bronze inspector from Jingwu Bureau, badge number 9528, responded coldly. If we're colleagues, then step aside. We're here to make an arrest. An arrest? Song Gang frowned. Don't tell me you're after young Master Chu. If that's the case, I suggest you turn back now. If you disturb him, you'll be in serious trouble. Young Master Chu? Song Gang's heart skipped a beat, conjuring up the image of an arrogant aristocrat. He hadn't expected even Jingwu Bureau officers could be bought off clearly. Chu Sheng's background was far more complicated than it appeared. Song Gang's sense of justice surged. He despised those entitled heirs who abused their family power. In Donglan City, he had already dealt with plenty of lawless aristocrats. No matter the case, there was only one end for the guilty death. Move aside. As a fellow Jingwu Bureau officer, you should know that obstructing official duties gives me the right to detain you on the spot. Song Gang's voice thundered, leaving Gao Chong momentarily stunned. He was all too familiar with that accusation. It was Chu Sheng's usual tactic. Wait, hold on, Gao Chong started, but before he could finish, Song Gang struck. His fist shot out like lightning boom. Even though Gao Chong reacted quickly and tried to block, the sheer force sent him stumbling back several steps. The impact knocked him off balance, slamming him into Chu Sheng's door. With a deafening crash, the door shattered, wooden splinters flying as Gao Chong tumbled inside in a sorry state. The agents from the Winchase Hall were stunned by the scene. Is this inspector really that fierce? They'd heard from Zhao Chuanlin that both men were at the 8th level of the Qi realm, but the person in that room was supposedly at the True Essence realm. Inspector Song, the lead agent, tried to intervene, but was cut off by Song Gang's icy command. Silence. Whatever you have to say, wait until I finish this case. With that, he strode straight into Chu Sheng's room. Suyin hesitated, unsure if she should follow. She had witnessed Song Gang's methods before. They were ruthless. Besides, Chu Sheng was just at the 1st level of the Qi realm. She doubted her help was needed. But in the next instant, her pupils shrank, and she froze as if spellbound. As soon as Song Gang entered, a young man grabbed him by the throat and dragged him out effortlessly. The youth's expression was unreadable, while Song Gang's eyes bulged, his face turning purple as he struggled to breathe. Su Yin recognized the boy as their suspect, Chu Sheng, but the aura he unconsciously emitted made her tremble. True Essence realm? The file said he was only at the 1st level of the Qi realm 10 days ago. How could the gap be this wide? As Song Gang's convulsions grew weaker, Chu Sheng finally let go, tossing him aside with casual indifference. Two Qi realm officers trying to arrest someone at the True Essence realm. Care to explain what you were thinking? Chu Sheng's voice was cold and emotionless. Song Gang coughed up a mouthful of blood, disbelief all over his face. True Essence realm? How is that possible? He had considered countless scenarios, but never imagined Chu Sheng could be at the True Essence realm. An 18-year-old at that level was unheard of. Using the last of his strength, he roared, "Break the law and you die. I don't care what realm you're in." Chu Sheng nodded. When Song Gang entered the room, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Clearly, their goal wasn't to arrest him. They were here to kill him. So it's kill, not capture? Chu Sheng's expression grew even colder. Attacking Jingwu Bureau officers is a serious crime. Su Yin quickly interjected. I suggest you come with us to the Bureau. With Longwu Academy's backing, you might still have a chance. Song Gang staggered forward, eyes blazing with desperation. Or you can kill us now. I'd like to see if you can really escape the law. His sense of justice flared, was ready to risk his life to bring Chu Sheng down with him. A provocation? Chu Sheng's lips curled into a contemptuous smirk, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his eyes. Tricks like this meant nothing to him. Have you ever considered that maybe I never intended to let any of you go in the first place? Before his words had even faded, Chu Sheng's figure flickered like lightning appeared right in front of Su Yan in an instant. The energy within him surged wildly, like floodwaters breaking through a dam, raging through every vein and muscle. Both fists gathered unstoppable power, roaring as they cut through the air. Boom! His punch landed with a deafening crash that seemed to shake the very heavens. The air itself was torn open by the force. Su Yan barely had time to react before the brutal blow slammed into her chest. Blood sprayed everywhere, flesh scattering like a torrential downpour. The entire area was drenched in crimson, the air thick with the sharp stench of blood. Idiots! You all came here to kill Mui, would I possibly spare you? Chu Sheng sneered, glancing coldly at the stunned Song Gang. Don't worry, your turn's coming. They'll show you exactly how your father gets away with murder. With that, Chu Sheng kicked open Old Man Long's bedroom door. The old man was huddled in bed, barely awake. He frowned at the noise, rolling his eyes in annoyance. Chu Sheng barked, Old man, quit sleeping. They've come to kill Mu. What kind of protection is this? Call the director of the Jingwu Bureau in Donglin City and ask how he manages his people. They dare come after me. I bet they're allied with the enemy. Old Man Long rolled his eyes again, then sat up lazily, muttering, I'm not your babysitter. Protect you? Give me a break. Just tell Mato you want me to clean this up, or not. Damn it, of course I do. What else are we supposed to do? Chu Sheng shouted, eyes wide, leaving no room for argument. We can't let this blow up, can we? What will people in Daxiao think of Chu Sheng after this? With a sigh, Old Man Long picked up his phone and made a brief call to a younger relative, explaining what had happened. Not long after, Chu Sheng's own phone rang in. The screen was Jia Chun, the director of Donglin City's Jingwu Bureau. On the other end, Jia Chun's tone was cautious. Young Master Chu, I apologize, I had no idea about this case. If I'd known they'd targeted you, I never would have allowed it to proceed. It's too late for excuses now. I just want to know what you intend to do. Chu Sheng let out a cold laugh, his voice icy. Go back now. They already tried to kill me, and you want to protect them? Maybe your people didn't explain things clearly, but I've already killed one of them. Jia Chun froze, breaking out in a cold sweat. He quickly replied, you misunderstand, young Master Chu. ID never protects scum like this. How do you want to handle it? Chu Sheng raised an eyebrow. I suspect they're working with the enemy. Gather the evidence for me and issue a warrant for their arrest. Jia Chun hesitated for only a moment. Then, hearing Chu Sheng's impatient grunt, immediately answered, no problem. They'll take care of it right away. Just 3 minutes later, the Jingwu Bureau issued arrest warrants. Song Gang and Su Yan were charged with colluding with foreign forces and treason. The process was swift and decisive, like a hammer blow. Ding. Song Gang's phone chimed. He opened the Jingwu Bureau's app, saw the arrest notice on the screen, and his face turned deathly pale. His legs buckled, he nearly collapsed. Chu Sheng chuckled. See how your father gets away with the law? Song Gang's lips trembled. You. Before he could finish, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining his face. Then, he burst into a wild, desperate laugh, a sound echoing from the depths of despair. Daxia. This is Daxia. I should have seen it sooner. Justice means nothing before power. It's because of people like you that Daxia has become what it is. Even without the foreign races, Daxia would still be doomed. Chu Sheng watched his crazed outburst with cold indifference. He stepped forward and ruthlessly kicked Song Gang to the ground, pinning his head under his foot. Did you forget? You're the ones who tried to kill me first, aren't you? Chu Sheng's voice was low, but it carried an unmistakable threat. Justice? I can't even claim to be fair myself, and you're even more of a hypocrite than I am. So what? Only your sense of justice counts as real justice? If any of you had bothered to ask me what actually happened before coming after me, maybe you wouldn't have ended up dead. Acting like you're some tragic hero, what a joke. I was just defending myself. The only reason you died is because you didn't use your brains while doing your job. Hearing this, Song Gang froze, stunned. Self-defense. Head considered the possibility, but judging by the corpses of those three, they'd been killed almost instantly. And with Chu Sheng attacking officers and resisting arrest, Song Gang had immediately assumed he was a ruthless thug who didn't value human life. That's why Song Gang had gone straight for the kill. I don't believe it. Song Gang screamed in anguish. He couldn't accept that Su Yan had died because of his own stupidity, or that had ended up on the wrong side of justice. I don't care what you believe, idiot. Chu Sheng stomped down, crushing his skull. For a warrior, had already said more than enough. Trying to justify himself any further was pointless. Eliminated 2 clueless Jingwu Bureau officers. Justice points 2,000. Old Man Long curled his lip. The rest isn't my problem. You guys deal with it yourselves. With that, he turned and went back inside to sleep. Gao Chong, standing nearby, was left in a daze until Chu Sheng walked up to him. What? Do you think they didn't deserve to die? Chu Sheng asked. Gao Chong shook his head firmly. Anyone who dares to threaten young Master Chu's life is asking for death. Chu Sheng slapped him across the face. What are you, a Tang Dynasty official? Enough with the melodrama. But that's not why I hit you if you're going to stick with me. Remember this. Don't try to play any tricks on me. Rubbing his cheek, Gao Chong said, Young Master Chu, I'll be honest. I don't think you needed to kill them. It was just a misunderstanding. They were just doing their job. If you just explained things, it would have been fine. Chu Sheng nodded. You've got a point, but that's only because you know how strong I am. Did you ever think about what would have happened if I wasn't stronger than them? If I was just an ordinary guy, would they have given me a chance to explain? Gao Chong thought back to the moment when Song Gang had stormed into Chu Sheng's room, full of murderous intent. If Chu Sheng hadn't been so powerful, Song Gang would have killed him without hesitation. Like I said, we're all adults here. You have to think about the consequences before you act. They wanted to kill me, so they should have been prepared for the possibility of being killed in return. I'm not obligated to play nice or talk things out. Life doesn't work that way. With that, Chu Sheng turned and headed back to the room. Young Master Chu, that's my room, Gao Chong reminded him. My door's been smashed in thanks to you. Where else am I supposed to sleep? Chu Sheng replied. Get someone from the Jifeng Hall to seal off the scene. The Donglin Jingwu Bureau will handle things tomorrow. The next morning, shocking news swept through every street and alley in Bian City. Two imposters pretending to be Jingwu Bureau officers had committed a crime in town and were killed on the spot by a real Jingwu Bureau inspector. Rumor had it that the inspector was just a teenager. Coincidentally, it was the day to pick up exam permits, and all the senior students were buzzing about it. Some hot-blooded youths even pictured themselves in the inspector's shoes solving a case, and then swaggering into school in a Jingwu Bureau vehicle. The mere thought had their imaginations running wild. That's so damn cool. Meanwhile, the hotel receptionist was left completely frustrated. What an idiot, acting all mysterious, telling me not to ask questions and to just watch the news tomorrow. What a waste of my goodwill. At the same time, Chu Sheng and his companions were already driving toward Bai No. 2 High School. The armored vehicle, like a steel beast, roared down the street, its engine shaking the ground and kicking up dust. Passers-by stopped in their tracks, staring in awe. Bian City was only a level 5 base city, and most people had only ever seen Jingwu Bureau armored vehicles online. With all the rumors going around, everyone thought something major was about to happen. Number 2 High School, Bian City. Morning sunlight streamed through the glass windows, spilling across the corridor floor. There was still a hint of coolness in the air, and the cicadas had yet to shatter the quiet of summer. At the end of the hallway, a red banner with bold yellow letters fluttered in the breeze, its message standing out clearly. 10 years of hard study for a single swords how your edge in the June battlefield. The college entrance exam is not the end, but a new beginning in life. Keep moving forward. Every extra point means surpassing thousands. Only 3 days remained until the college entrance exam. Classes had ended 4 days ago, and today was the day to collect admission slips. Around campus, boys laughed and joked, standing on tiptoe to hook their arms around their friends' shoulders. Girls strolled arm in arm, swaying gently as they chatted about recent events. Every so often, a burst of laughter would startle the gray sparrows napping in the trees. Son, I've advanced to the 8th level of body tempering. I'm set for a 3rd-tier academy. Your dad's got your back. But you should really aim for a martial arts college focus on martial skills, and you could become a teacher. What can you do with a 3rd-tier degree anyway? That's not necessarily true. I think a good martial arts academy isn't always better than a specialized college. Did you hear? Shu Li has reached the 3rd level of meridian opening. She's a lock for a top-tier academy. She might even get into one of the elite schools. Speaking of elite schools, you can't not mention someone from our class 4. As the crowd buzzed with conversation, the sudden roar of an engine cut through the air from a distance. The sound grew louder, the ground seeming to tremble with each passing second. Suddenly, the noise stopped, and every eye was drawn to the school gate. The engine fell silent, and the air outside seemed to freeze. With a hiss, the hydraulic door swung open, and an armored vehicle like a beast of steel came to a slow halt. As the door opened, a black-haired boy stepped out with steady strides, his silhouette outlined by the backlight. There was an intangible pressure about him, as if the air itself stilled in his presence. Everyone held their breath, eyes following his every move. It wasn't until he entered the campus that people recognized him. Chu Sheng. The students from class 4 knew him immediately. Though his appearance hadn't changed much, his aura was completely different. Chu Sheng now felt like a sharpened blade, so intense that even a glance felt like it could cut right through you. Who is that? Some hidden noble, maybe? He's finally decided to reveal himself? I know that emblem, that's from the Jingwu Bureau. Talk about making a statement, using an official car for this. No way is he the young inspector who took down 2 alien kin? Whispers rippled through the crowd, but then a single name rang out, bringing a moment of stunned silence. Chu Sheng. That's Chu Sheng. The shout was like a stone dropped into still water, sending waves through the crowd. Most people didn't know his face, but his name was legendary. A special recruit for Longwu Academy. A high schooler already at the Chi Si stage, Chu Sheng had become a legend at number 2 high school. Many had thought they'd never see such a figure in person. Yet here he was, reappearing in such dramatic fashion. Only when Chu Sheng disappeared from sight did the campus slowly return to normal, though even in those quiet moments, the the shock of his presence lingered. Li Qingxue, always proud and confident, had planned to greet Chu Sheng. But as she took her first step, her heart began to race, as if some invisible pressure was holding her back. She couldn't understand why her pulse was pounding, or why it felt like she had crossed some invisible line. Isn't he the same age as me? Li Qingxue wondered, her gaze unconsciously following Chu Sheng's fading figure. The Qi stage is impressive, but for girls, isn't the body tempering stage just as good? This overwhelming sense of shame was almost too much for Lin Chuan to bear. Standing at the edge of the crowd, he watched his childhood friend display an infatuated expression he had never seen before, sending his emotions into turmoil. A powerful urge made him want to curl up in some dark corner right away. Just then, his best friend, a chubby boy with an ever-honest face, rubbed his nose and tried to comfort him. Don't be discouraged, Chuanga. You'll definitely surpass him one day. Instead of helping, this only made things worse. Li Qingxue was the first to burst out laughing, and soon the rest of the crowd couldn't hold it in either. Although Lin Chuan's return to school a week ago, fully recovered and showing off his 7th-level body tempering skills, had been impressive, it was nothing compared to Chu Sheng. Besides, everyone still remembered how, during the elite class selection, his attempt to play the underdog ended with Chu Sheng knocking him off the stage in just 5 seconds. Now, hearing someone say he could surpass Chu Sheng, the crowd laughed even harder. Wasn't this just wishful thinking? Expecting someone at body tempering level 7 to surpass someone at Qi level 1 was even more ridiculous than trying to win at poker with a weak hand against a full house. Ark. Lin Chuan couldn't take it anymore and scrambled out of the crowd in panic. Meanwhile, Chu Sheng had unconsciously wandered to the entrance of Class 4, Grade 12. He was about to turn away after all. He was now a student in the elite class when he ran into his homeroom teacher, Li Ming. There was a look of satisfaction in Li Ming's eyes. It was clear he still considered Chu Sheng a part of the class. The effort he had put into securing a monthly cafeteria subsidy of 1,000 yuan for Chu Sheng had finally paid off. What are you doing just standing there? Go on in, Li Ming said with a smile. Your exam admission ticket is with the principal. He was worried you might go to the wrong classroom, so he specially called me about it. He'll let him know and have it brought over. Chu Sheng nodded and walked toward his old seat. In just a month, both he and his classmates had felt a world of difference. Ding Lan, who used to joke with him all the time, now didn't even dare look him in the eye, as if they belonged to different worlds. Farther away, Lu Cha kept sneaking glances in his direction. In these final moments, she decided to mend her relationship with Chu Sheng. Summoning her courage, she walked over with a sweet smile and tried to sound casual. Hey Chu Sheng, long time no see. Where have you been making your fortune lately? Get lost? Ugly, Chu Sheng replied coldly. Lu Cha knew he was still holding a grudge about being falsely accused of stealing class funds. Trying to stay calm, she said, Wow, aren't you supposed to be a guy? Why are you so petty? You even slapped me back then, and I didn't say a word. We're about to graduate, why not just let bygones be bygones? Faced with this condescending forgiveness, Chu Sheng, a true warrior, could only respond with a cold stare. At this point, it was impossible to guess what he might do next. Chu Sheng slapped him hard without hesitation. A crisp smack echoed through the classroom. Lu Cha flew across the room like a broken kite, crashing into a trash can at the back of the class, her legs comically sticking up in the air. Petty? You wronged me, and still expect me to forgive you easily. Chu Sheng stood coldly in place, his gaze sharp as a blade. You mess up and think it's over just because you say so? Who do you think you are? The whole class was stunned into silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, jaws practically hitting the floor. Ahem. Li Ming coughed awkwardly, his eyes darting around. If it were anyone else, he'd probably have said something. But this was Chu Sheng, what could he possibly say? Besides, Li Ming had heard about Chu Sheng being falsely accused, and he agreed with what Chu Sheng said. Why should the person who did wrong get to ask for generous forgiveness? Are honest people just supposed to take the blame? All right, everyone, back to your seats. It's time to hand out your exam admission cards. Li Ming quickly changed the subject and began distributing the documents in his hand. Halfway through, Wu Qingshan personally brought Chu Sheng his admission card, his face plastered with a flattering smile. Knowing Chu Sheng was already at the first level of the Qi realm and was a shoo-in for the top scorer in Nan's prefecture, Wu Qingshan couldn't stop grinning. Everyone else looked on with envy, stealing glances at Chu Sheng. Just having the qualification to enter the elite testing venue meant a spot in a second-tier academy was almost guaranteed. Of the 5 students in the class who signed up for the martial arts exam, only one even dreamed of getting into a third-tier martial arts academy. The rest just hoped to get into a vocational martial arts college. A vocational martial arts college mainly focused on students' martial talent rather than cultivation level, and most graduates ended up teaching martial skills at middle schools. When Wu Qingshan handed Chu Sheng his admission card, he frowned slightly, sensing something off about Chu Sheng's aura. He couldn't get a read on it at all. Second level of Qi realm? Wu Qingshan asked tentatively. No. Chu Sheng replied calmly, shaking his head. Wu Qingshan's expression didn't change. This was about what he expected. The Chi-Si realm was much harder to advance in than the body tempering realm. Even with great talent and resources, it usually took months to move up a level. 10 days was far too short even for a genius like Chu Sheng. It seemed impossible. Well, the first level of Chi-Si realm is more than enough. The top spot is definitely yours, Wu Qingshan said with a smile. Why all the fuss? I'm actually at the true essence realm now, Chu Sheng replied, his tone flat, as if he were stating the most ordinary fact. The moment he spoke, the room fell utterly silent. Everyone froze, forgetting even to breathe. Wu Qingshan let out an awkward laugh, about to joke that Chu Sheng must be kidding. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure swept over him like a tidal wave. In an instant, Wu Qingshan's legs nearly gave out, almost dropping him to his knees as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Although the rest of Class 4 didn't feel the full force of the pressure, they could still sense a dramatic shift in Chu Sheng's presence. Still, it was hard to believe. Reaching Chi-Si realm at 18 was barely acceptable, but entering the true essence realm at 18? If word got out, no one would believe it. It was like hearing that an 80-year-old had earned a medical doctorate and performed surgeries for 2 years. Who could believe that? Wu Qingshan's throat worked soundlessly, as if an invisible hand were choking him. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. The true essence realm was really at the true essence realm. It had only been 10 days, and Chu Sheng had jumped an entire major realm. Thinking back to the elite class selection, Chu Sheng had only been at body tempering level 9. In less than a month, he had advanced 3 major realms? Pigeons, are you even human anymore? The moment that mocking voice fell, Gao Chong entered the classroom with 2 others in tow. Wu Qingshan glanced at the newcomers, and when he saw the middle-aged man with a goatee on the left, he froze as if struck by lightning. It was Jia Chun, the director of the Jingwu Bureau in Donglan City. Young Master Chu, Director Jia from Donglan City, is here. He said he wanted to thank you in person for helping them root out the traitorous spies in the Jingwu Bureau. Gao Chong introduced respectfully. Jia Chun immediately put on a flattering smile, but before he could say anything, Chu Sheng calmly gestured. You all wait outside for a bit. Once again, Class 4 was left speechless in shock. The director of the Donglan Jingwu Bureau came to thank him personally, and said Chu Sheng uncovered 2 enemy spies? That meant last night's rumors were true. It was really him. He was the legendary young inspector. The boys looked at Chu Sheng again, their eyes filled with envy and longing, wishing they could trade places with him. This effortless display of coolness was almost lethal. The girls' reactions were even more complicated. Li Ming glanced at their expressions and shook his head helplessly. It's true, you really shouldn't meet someone this outstanding when you're young, Li Ming thought to himself. If all the girls in our class start using Chu Sheng as their standard for a boyfriend, they'll probably be single for life. Suddenly, Li Ming noticed Meng Tai staring at Chu Sheng with an unusual look. Well, looks like he charms everyone, Li Ming added in his mind. After handing out the exam admission cards, Chu Sheng looked up at Li Ming on the podium. Is there anything else besides the admission cards? For regular students, the homeroom teacher would usually go over exam rules and reminders. But for someone like Chu Sheng, who was already at the true essence level, none of that mattered. Was basically above all restrictions. No, if you have things to do, go ahead, Li Ming said, waving his hand. As Chu Sheng reached the classroom door, Li Ming suddenly remembered something. By the way, we're taking graduation photos on the 15th. Will you be free then? Before Chu Sheng could answer, Wu Qingshan quickly added, just tell us what works for you. The school will adjust the date to fit your schedule. Whatever is best for you. The 15th is fine. Shouldn't be anything important for me that day. Chu Sheng replied simply, striding out. Sunlight streamed in as the young man walked toward it, his steps scattering broken patterns of light across the floor until he disappeared around a corner where light and shadow met. Everyone watched him go with a sense of loss, realizing they had just witnessed the rise of a legend. Maybe they wouldn't cross paths with Chu Sheng again, but he would forever be a topic of conversation for them. Oh, you think you're impressive? Are you as impressive as Chu Sheng? We were classmates. You know we got along pretty well back in school. Son, when it comes to making friends, you should learn from your old man. Ever heard of Chu Sheng? He's my buddy. Please, after being protected by a lion, why would a woman settle for a stray dog? You're not even on the same level as Chu Sheng. There's no need to thank me. It was simply my duty, Chu Sheng said to Jia Chun. Jia Chun was a bit taken aback. From their phone call yesterday, had expected Chu Sheng to be hard to deal with, but he turned out to be surprisingly easygoing. If there's ever anything you need from me, just say the word, Jia Chun offered, preparing to take his leave. Wait, don't put it off. I need your help right now, Chu Sheng said directly. Bayan City falls under your jurisdiction, right? Do you know a family by the name of Sun? Are you referring to the Sun family of Sun Jianting? Yes, Chu Sheng nodded. I heard they've committed quite a few crimes. I assume the Bureau has evidence against them? Jia Chun hesitated for a moment. Did they? But since Chu Sheng asked, of course they did. Yes, we do, young Master Chu. What kind of evidence are you looking for? The kind that proves they colluded with enemy forces. They'll go prepare it right away, Jia Chun replied immediately. No rush. I have to make a trip to Jinlan City first. They'll pick it up on my way back. Chu Sheng hadn't forgotten that the Sun family had sent people to try to kill him in the abyss. For those who wanted him dead, he wasn't about to show any mercy. Accusing them of collaborating with the enemy and wiping out their family was only fitting. And it wasn't baseless was the pride of Daxia. And if the Sun family wanted him dead, they might as well be traitors. Done. With his admission card in hand, Chu Sheng didn't plan to stick around. He set off straight for the South Zhejiang Prefecture capital Jinlan City, the only second-tier base city in South Zhejiang. Jinlan City, North Gate. The Jingwu Bureau and the city guard stood in two neat lines stretching hundreds of meters from the city gate, creating an imposing sight. The uniformed officers stood at attention, solemn and dignified, forming a majestic human wall. Passers-by had never seen such a display before. Many stopped in their tracks, whispering curiously to one another. The Jingwu Bureau and city guards together? What's going on? A middle-aged vendor asked as he set down his load, turning to those nearby. I heard an important figure is coming here to welcome them. A young man replied, excitement shining in his eyes. In the crowd, a lanky man sneered, all for show. Tell me, aside from us and Daxia, do any other races bother with this? Wouldn't it be better to actually do something useful? Who knows who they're welcoming? Hopefully, it's not another Tianlong. When will Daxia ever treat everyone equally like the other races? Zhang Hui said with a look of disdain. As soon as he finished, people around him immediately turned, their eyes wary. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Other races? How much do you really know about them? You think everyone's equal outside Daxiao? A burly man stepped forward, his voice low and threatening. Zhang Hui didn't back down. I know more than you think. Mind your own business. He sneered, clearly unimpressed. See? The foundations here are just too solid. Someone murmured quietly in the crowd. As the debates continued, a small dot appeared on the horizon. Growing larger, a sleek, flying vessel glided in, its golden patterns gleaming in the sunlight. Zhang Hui started again. Why not just take a car or a plane? Why show off with something so flashy? Typical Tianlongle ways, putting on a show. Idiot, that's a winged clan airship, a young man shouted, his voice brimming with excitement. I remember, now the winged clan delegation is in Nan's province. They've come to Jinlan City, and this whole procession is to welcome them. Huh. Zhang Hui froze, his expression stiffening. Oh, that explains it. No wonder this airship looks so impressive, definitely not something we could make. Makes sense if it's from the winged clan. Weren't you just calling it useless? Now it's impressive? Someone immediately called out his contradiction. Zhang Hui awkwardly rubbed his hands together. Sorry, I didn't get a good look before. My mistake. Could we even build something like this in Daxia? Idiot. Half the parts on that airship are made in Daxia? If they're so great, why do they need our components? A what? Zhang Hui was left speechless, his usual arguments completely shut down. And about that racial equality you mentioned, did you know the winged clan is all about bloodlines? They even have a nobility. Zhang Hui was stunned again, sweat beading on his forehead. Seriously? He tried to quietly slip away. Just then, the airship landed smoothly. Its gangway lowered, and a young man with golden wings and a pointed head stepped out. A powerful aura radiated from him, shaking the very air around. Wow! Incredible! Gasps of awe erupted from the crowd. No wonder the winged clan values bloodlines. Now that's real talent. So what if they have nobles? If you have the strength, why shouldn't you have privileges? Unable to hold back any longer, people surged toward Zhang Hui. You bastard, you worthless scum. Are you shameless or what? Just answer me, are you shameless? Beat that traitor to death. Fists and kicks rained down on Zhang Hui. He curled up on the ground, using his arms to shield his head. Seeing this, officers from the Jingwu Bureau rushed over to break it up. Stop it. We're in the middle of a welcome ceremony. What do you think you're doing? A few guards quickly pulled Zhang Hui out of the crowd. The winged clan delegation filed down the gangway, and both Qi Jinshan, the director of the Jingwu Bureau, and Ji Xiao, the city lord, hurried forward to greet them, respectful smiles on their faces. Seeing the grand reception, the winged clan delegation exchanged satisfied glances, silently thinking, this is how it should be. As envoys, they deserve such honors. The folks in Shengzi City didn't know the first thing about hospitality, especially that boy Chu Sheng, who acted more like a bandit chief. No, worse than a bandit chief. Yu Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. Did they really think a few polite smiles would solve everything? He was determined to vent all the frustration had endured in Shengzi City. On the way back to the inner city while escorting the winged clan's delegation, a series of deafening explosions suddenly erupted on both sides of the road. The members of the winged clan panicked instantly, and chaos swept through the entire group. In the lead vehicle, Qi Jinshan burst out laughing as he watched the surveillance footage, slapping his thigh and throwing his head back. Huh. These idiots nearly got scared to death by fireworks. This is hilarious. Ji Xiao pointed at one of the monitors. Look, that kid was so terrified, he even spread his wings. On the screen, Yu Feng had instinctively flared out his wings at the first blast, his face a picture of bewildered panic. Qi Jinshan roared, bunch of fools. Did they really think we're scared of them? If we weren't messing with them on purpose, who would ever bother to greet them in person? Ji Zhixiao grinned. You think Yufeng actually believes he can step all over the talents of Nan's province? I can't wait to see his face when he meets young Master Chu at the exam. Chu Sheng's participation in the martial exam is top secret. In the whole of Jinlan City, no one knows except the two of us, Qi Jinshan said, rubbing his chin with mock seriousness. He'll probably be stunned into spreading his wings, too. Huh. The two of them broke into fresh laughter. Chu Gongzi will arrive tomorrow morning. Should we organize another welcoming party? Ji Zhixiao asked with a hint of disdain. Qi Jinshan shook his head. That wouldn't be appropriate. After all, Chu Gongzi is just a bronze patrol from the Jingwu Bureau. If we greet him personally, doesn't that make us look desperate? People would laugh their heads off if they found out. It took a while for the winged clan members to calm down after realizing the explosions were just fireworks. The last time they were attacked in Shengzi City, the casualties had been severe. If something similar happened again, they might not make it out alive. The thought filled them with anger and humiliation. They did it on purpose, no doubt about it. Yufeng clenched his fists so tightly his nails dug into his palms, his fingers trembling. To get so spooked by fireworks that I lost control of my wings, how humiliating. I swear I'll make them regret this. He decided that simply defeating a few of the human prodigies wouldn't be enough. He would teach them a lesson on the college entrance exam field, making them pay 100-fold for the shame had suffered. The next morning, at Jinlan City's North Gate, the mood was solemn and dignified. The Jingwu Bureau and the city guard lined up in two neat rows. Qi Jinshan straightened his collar with a chuckle. Old Qi, you're something else. You said you wouldn't come to greet Chu Gongzi, but here you are with all these people. Maybe you care more about his status than you let on? Hypocrite. Ji Zhixiao teased. You're just hoping to cozy up to Chu Gongzi because of his connections and strength, aren't you? They shared a knowing laugh. Then Qi Jinshan glanced around and lowered his voice. Chu Gongzi is here mainly to protect the top talents of Nan's province, especially the students of Jinlan City. As the city lord, I'd feel guilty if I didn't come to welcome him. But what about you? Why did you show up? Ji Zhixiao smirked. They'll be honest, I'm here for his background, plain and simple. In the distance, more and more onlookers gathered, the crowd even larger than the day before, all eyes fixed on the approaching motorcade. Zhang Hui stood out in the crowd, feeling quietly smug. Yesterday was the Winged Clan. There's no way it's another delegation today, right? He sneered to himself. Just then, an armored vehicle rolled up, imposing and unstoppable. Zhang Hui was momentarily stunned, a trace of reluctance in his eyes. Such a grand display, could it be the Tianlong people? He thought sarcastically. He looked around, sizing up the impressive group. Had thought he could always put others in their place, but today he found himself needing to hold back. After all, while the Tianlong people prided themselves on their bloodline, the nobility they projected was genuine, undeniable, and right in front of him. As the roar of the armored vehicle gradually faded, the hydraulic door slowly opened. The crowd craned their necks, eager to catch a glimpse of the distinguished guest who warranted such an extravagant welcome from Jinlan City. But when the door finally swung wide, it revealed a striking young man with flowing black hair, dressed simply yet sharply. I thought it'd be some big shot. The Tianlong clan sure gets special treatment. Zhang Hui called out mockingly from the crowd. Who's going to say everyone's equal now? This is blatant privilege, plain and simple. His words resonated with those around him. After all, mobilizing so many resources just to welcome a teenager was hard for anyone to accept. Still, Qi Jinshan and Ji Zhixiao quickly stepped forward. Compared to the day before, their enthusiasm now seemed genuinely heartfelt. Young Master Chu, you must be tired from your journey. Chu Sheng had known there would be a welcome ceremony for him in Jinlan City, but the scale still caught him off guard. This level of special treatment felt pretty good. Yet the noise from the crowd behind made him frown slightly. That Winged Clan kid yesterday actually deserved this kind of welcome. Zhang Hui grew more agitated. He's got real talent, might even become an 8th-tier powerhouse someday. And this guy? He's just lucky to have a powerful father. If he's so great, let him compete with that Winged Clan boy. Ai Chishi. Before he could finish, Zhang Hui sensed the atmosphere suddenly freeze. Following the crowd's alarmed gazes, he turned to find Chu Sheng standing right behind him, flashing a chilling smile. You like eating shit, don't you? Chu Sheng turned to Qi Jinshan. The people's demands should always be met. Take him to the Jingwu Bureau and feed him shit fresh. Sir, I was just joking. Zhang Hui stammered, but Chu Sheng sent him flying several meters with a single slap. Joking? You think you're worthy of joking with me? Chu Sheng said coldly. Struggling to his feet, Zhang Hui protested. Even if I wasn't joking, that Winged Clan kid is already at the 8th level of the 2nd tier. Chu Sheng sneered and unleashed the terrifying aura of a 4th-tier Jinyuan realm cultivator. Everyone present, including Qi Jinshan and Ji Zhixiao, was stunned into silence. According to their information, Chu Sheng was only at the 6th level of the Qi Si Realm. No one expected had already broken through to Jinyuan. He's 2nd tier. I'm 4th. Why would I need to avoid him? Chu Sheng's voice dripped with sarcasm. Instead of acting like a decent person, you'd rather be a lackey for some foreign race. Dogs like to eat shittin' since you do too. They'll make sure you get your fill. Take him back to the Jingwu Bureau and feed him 10 jin of food every day for a month. If he's still alive after that, let him go. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Hu's face turned ashen and his legs went weak. He broke down, begging for mercy and crying out in desperation. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he stammered out an explanation, admitted that had once tried this kind of challenge just to get attention, but after only a couple of bites, had ended up in the hospital that very day. Lasting a whole month was out of the question. He couldn't even make it through a single day. At first, the crowd had murmured disapproval about Chu Sheng's heavy-handed approach, but once they learned that this young man had already reached the Jinyuan realm, all dissent vanished instantly. The discussions revealed a common understanding. Someone this young and talented, who had already achieved such a level of power, was entitled to be a bit domineering. What people really disliked were the so-called Tianlongren, those with only connections and no real skill. In their eyes, a true prodigy deserved certain privileges. Anything less wouldn't make sense. In the end, this was treatment Chu Sheng had earned through his own strength, and Zhang Hui had only himself to blame. Although Chu Sheng's arrival caused a stir, it was soon overshadowed by even bigger news in Jinlan City. The hottest topic among the locals was that a young member of the Winged clan would be taking the upcoming college entrance exam. This was the first time a non-human candidate would participate in the Daxiao exams, and what made it even more remarkable was that this youth had already reached the 8th level of Tier 2 strength. However, this headline was soon eclipsed by an even more explosive piece of news. Li Yifei, hailed as the top prodigy among the 4 geniuses of Southern Zizhou and already at the 7th level of the Kaimai realm, announced he would take part in this year's martial arts exam. The announcement drew widespread attention, since Li Yifei had already been specially admitted to the Jingwu Academy a month earlier, making the exam technically unnecessary for him. Social media was flooded with praise, hailing him as a hero fighting for the honor of Southern Zizhou. While the public was abuzz with speculation, a single photograph dropped like a bombshell, sending shockwaves throughout Southern Zizhou. The picture showed a young woman holding onto the arm of a Winged clan youth, clearly taken at the martial arts exam check-in site. Su Yanqing, isn't she Li Yifei's girlfriend? Is she cheating on him? No way, the Winged clan kid's only been here 2 days, and he's already got her? I can't believe this. Poor Li Yifei. No wonder he wants to take the exam. He probably wants to teach Su Yanqing a lesson in front of everyone. This is ridiculous. They're just dating. It's not like they're married. Even if they were, what's the big deal? People should be free to pursue a better future, right? No cilantro martial exam. See you on Route 206 at 8 tonight. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite of the Jinlan Hotel, a young man and woman were lounging on the couch, scrolling through their phones and occasionally snickering at the latest gossip. Finally, the young man put down his phone, stood up to rub his nose, and let out a wry smile. It really proves the saying, small temple, lots of mischief, shallow waters, plenty of crocs. A so-called genius at the first level of the Qihai realm, a Winged clan candidate, and now this melodramatic love triangle Southern Zizhou sure knows how to put on a show. The girl waved her phone in amusement, feigning annoyance. So what? I love gossip. Tomorrow, you're not allowed to do anything until I've finished catching up on all the drama. The young man gave her his signature helpless smile. Fine, I can stay out of their business for now. But if I run into that Qihai realm guy, you can't expect me not to step in, right? I really can't stand people who show off like that, and at just the first level of Qihai realm, too. If I don't put him in his place, they'll be itching all day. The girl tapped her chin, giving him a warning look. You'd better not go overboard. If you really mess him up, your family will have to clean up after you again. He grinned. Come on, you know me. As long as he doesn't show off in front of me, they'll just teach him a minor lesson at most. And if he does, then he'll make sure he learns his lesson. I'm not about to let a show-off get away with it. In Daxia, taking the college entrance exam in a different province is no easy feat, especially for the Zhong siblings. Their background is anything but ordinary. Zhong Xian and Zhong Rui live in Xianjing City, Zhongzhou. While the Zhong family name may not be the most renowned, their Jidao martial arts school is almost universally known. With a legacy spanning thousands of years, the school has never once broken its lineage, having been founded even before the establishment of the Federation. Every powerful family in Daxia holds it in awe. Even the mighty Long family, with its deep roots and vast influence, dares not underestimate Jidao martial arts school. As for why these prominent families fear the school so much, opinions vary. Some say it's because of its profound heritage, built over millennia. Others believe it's due to legendary figures of unparalleled strength who once emerged from its ranks. The most popular rumor, though somewhat fanciful, credits a certain legendary student of the school. While the first explanation commands respect, it lacks deterrent force. The third seems more like wishful thinking. Nowadays, most families don't bother with the reasons, they simply follow the ancestral rule. Never cross Jidao martial arts school. With such a powerful backing, Zhong Xian and Zhong Rui had no trouble planning to take the exam in Nan's province. Their reasons for traveling so far went beyond their distaste for the Izu flaunting their power in Daxia. They were also drawn by an intriguing rumor a so-called Qi High Stage first-layer senior student had appeared in Bian City, Nan's. To Zhong Xian, a high school senior at the Qi High Stage first layer was laughable. Such a thing might be possible in Zhongzhou, but certainly not in an unremarkable place like Bian. Zhong Xian scoffed at the idea. If he really reached the Qi High Stage by soaking in medicine, fine, it'll just rough him up a bit. But if not, it'll ruin him. Who does he think he is, trying to show off? Though Zhong Xian was only at the 8th layer of the Kaimai stage, he had mastered 4 top-tier martial arts techniques and stood on the foundation of a powerful family. With his abilities, he could easily take on a Qi High Stage first-layer expert. Just then, Zhong Rui mentioned, "But I heard that guy's surname is Chu." Chu. Zhong Xian sneered. "So what? Those old family rules are outdated. They'll take him down anyway." Even as he spoke, a hint of impatience flickered in his eyes. Who knows what kind of luck the Chu ancestors had, helping out our family once, and now we're stuck with this stupid rule. When I become the head of the school, I'm getting rid of it for good. Meanwhile, at the Jingwu Bureau in Jinlan City, Chu Sheng stood before a corpse and calmly ordered, "Throw the body into the cesspit." He seemed completely indifferent to the person's death, as if everything had been arranged ahead of time. "It's already done," his subordinate replied. Only then did Chu Sheng glance up at Qi Jinshan, the director of the Jingwu Bureau in Jinlan City. Though his position was similar to that of the director in Shengzi City, Jinlan was the capital of Nan's province and a second-tier base city, granting Qi Jinshan far more power and status. Yet none of this seemed to disturb Chu Sheng's composure and calmness. Seeing the respectful look on Qi Jinshan's face, and recalling how eagerly he had invited him to visit Jingwu Bureau, Chu Sheng narrowed his eyes and got straight to the point. "Director Qi, is there something you want to discuss?" Qi Jinshan immediately leaned forward, his face breaking into a fawning smile. "Young Master Chu, you truly live up to your reputation as a modern-day Zhuge Liang. I really can't hide anything from you." His flattery was so direct that Gao Chang and the old man Long exchanged odd looks. The old man sneered, curling his lip. "A dignified director of the Jingwu Bureau, groveling before a youngster like this? Aren't you worried about disgracing the law enforcement of Daxiao?" The words were like a bucket of cold water. Qi Jinshan instantly stiffened, the smile freezing on his face. He looked warily at the old man. "And you are?" "My protector," Chu Sheng replied carelessly, waving his hand. "Just call him old Bai Deng." "Protector?" Qi Jinshan's mind raced, his eyes flickering. With Chu Sheng's ties to the Long family, his protector was likely an elder from that clan. Since Chu Sheng was already at the Jinyuan level, his protector couldn't possibly be just 4th or 5th tier, and even 6th tier might not be enough. Most likely, he was 7th tier. The Long family, 7th tier, and that disheveled appearance. These fragments quickly pieced together in Qi Jinshan's mind. Suddenly, his pupils contracted, and his voice trembled with shock. "Wait, are you the legendary Elder Long who fought the first martial emperor of Daxia to a standstill for 3 days and nights, 30 years ago?" At these words, the old man immediately straightened his back, a signature Nike grin spreading across his face. "Oh, I'm surprised you remember me. Your reputation precedes you, sir," Qi Jinshan said quickly, bowing even more respectfully. "You might not know this, but I once made a special trip to the site of that famous battle, and it was there that I had an epiphany and broke through to the Jinyuan level." The old man beamed, grinning from ear to ear. But his joy was short-lived. "Wait a minute," Gao Chang interrupted with a frown. "I remember our first martial emperor was only officially recognized 10 years ago. 30 years back, she was just at the 6th level." Chu Sheng also reacted, eyes widening. "Old Bai Deng, you're saying you reached the peak martial emperor level over 30 years ago, and you only managed to draw with her even though you had 3 levels on her? That's your idea of an even match? Are you some kind of time assassin? If you challenged her 30 years earlier, would the first martial emperor have ended up as just another of your defeated foes?" The old man kept a straight face, maintaining a calm and collected demeanor. "Why not? Just admit it, two fought to a draw." Chu Sheng rolled his eyes, not bothering to argue with the shameless old man any further. Seeing this, Qi Jinshan cleared his throat and steered the conversation back on course. A few days ago, Jingwu Bureau raided a stronghold belonging to alien sympathizers. From the clues left at the scene, we suspect they may have infiltrated the team of invigilators for the upcoming martial exams. I've heard you have a knack for rooting out these traitors, so I was hoping you could help us identify them. Chu Sheng was momentarily surprised, a flash of astonishment in his eyes. This wasn't so much a request for help, it was more like Qi Jinshan was doing him a favor. But he quickly adjusted his expression, pretending to hesitate. "Director Qi, I can help, but you know geniuses like me are already targets for these aliens. If word gets out that I have this ability, won't they be plotting to assassinate me every day?" Qi Jinshan froze, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, clearly realizing he hadn't thought things through. For a genius like Chu Sheng, even the slightest risk was unacceptable. "I understand," he said gravely. "No, I don't think you do," Chu Sheng replied, the corners of his mouth lifting in a meaningful smile. What I mean is, it'll help but you'll need to pay extra. Chu Sheng didn't have high demand, she simply wanted this mission to be classified as S-level. S-level missions came with generous rewards. Upon completion, he would not only receive 2,000 merit points, but also a bonus of 1 million Federation credits. Normally, only gold inspectors were qualified to take on such tasks. For Chu Sheng, however, money wasn't the main concern. What he truly needed was merit. His current status as a bronze inspector no longer matched his actual strength, and more importantly, Chu Sheng needed more advanced martial techniques. He had been waiting for an opportunity, and after solving the case of the Winged Clan's delegation attack, he earned a reward of 2,000 merit points. Combined with the over 1,000 points he had previously accumulated, this was enough to exchange for the first 3 forms of the 9 stances of the Great River. Even just the first 3 forms were equivalent to a mid-tier, Earth-level technique. Coupled with his natural talent for mastering the essence of the blade, he could even reach the peak of the true essence realm. While exposing traitors from other races could earn him justice points, that was credited to the system and had nothing to do with Chu Sheng. If anyone helped him, Chu Sheng would naturally remember to return the favor. With this in mind, he felt he was justified in requesting the authority to take on S-level missions. However, Chu Sheng shook his head without hesitation. Young Master Chu, I don't have that authority. S-level missions require approval from higher-ups. Before he finished speaking, the old man Long, standing nearby, let out a snort. You're being far too unrealistic. Oversight of the Jingwu Bureau is extremely strict. This isn't something you can just make happen. Chu Sheng knew this all too well. The supervision over the Jingwu Bureau was so tight that even the provincial director had almost no room to maneuver. He smiled and secretly vowed that one day, he'd become the bureau chief himself and correct this. After all, it was absurd to guard against your own people more strictly than outsiders. After a moment's thought, Chu Sheng came up with an idea. However, I can arrange 5 level missions for you, young Master Chu. You won't need to handle them personally, and the rewards will be the same. How does that sound? Chu Sheng's goal was clear. Merit was what he truly sought. Even if it meant doing 100 level missions, he wouldn't hesitate. At the Education Department headquarters of Southern Zizhou, Wang Qingwang stared wide-eyed in disbelief after receiving Qi Zinshan's call. You're saying an alien sympathizer has infiltrated the examiners? Are you kidding me? He could hardly believe his ears. Every examiner in the Education Department had been rigorously vetted. Their backgrounds were spotless. How could an alien sympathizer have slipped in? This was a direct blow to his reputation. Even if, for the sake of argument, there really is an alien sympathizer, we could just replace the whole batch. Why make such a public spectacle out of it? Wang Qingwang's tone was impatient. If this blows up and an investigation actually finds something, as the head of the Education Department, they'll be held responsible. Qi Zinshan sighed. There's no point arguing. Let young Master Chu talk to you. Wang Qingwang was taken aback for a moment, suddenly realizing that the person Qi Zinshan and Ji Xiao had picked up outside the city that morning was this very young Master Chu. Although Chu Sheng's background was still unclear, Wang Qingwang had a vague sense that this young man was no ordinary figure. At that moment, Chu Sheng didn't take the phone. Hearing himself mentioned, he smiled and said, "What's there to talk about? If we don't investigate, aren't we just covering for these alien sympathizers? Why not just arrest them all?" Wang Qingwang felt his head was about to explode. Chu Sheng's logic was completely beyond him. "A Director Qi, who exactly is this young Master Chu?" he asked hesitantly. "How have I never heard of a young Master Chu in Southern Zizhou?" Over there, Qi Zinshan turned his head and said to Chu Sheng, "Young Master Chu, Director Wang claims he doesn't know you, probably because you didn't pay him a visit after arriving in Jinlan City. He's a bit displeased." Chu Sheng smiled, a hint of mischief in his voice. "Oh, then let him know we'll drop by his place later. I'd like to see how many people live in his house and prepare a few gifts." On the other end of the line, Wang Qingwang immediately panicked when he heard Chu Sheng's tone. Although he didn't know Chu Sheng's exact background, the fact that even Qi Zinshan addressed him as young master meant he was definitely not an ordinary person. "Qi Zinshan, stop making things up," Wang Qingwang shouted, his voice a little frantic. "You just want to check the examiners' identities, right? They'll have them go to the Jingwu Bureau right away. Just don't cause any trouble. See, that's much easier. Hurry up, young Master Chu doesn't have all day to waste here." Qi Zinshan replied coolly before hanging up. Wang Qingwang anxiously called his secretary, instructing her to contact the deputy director and inform the examiners to report to the Jingwu Bureau for inspection. At the same time, he started searching for information about Chu Sheng's background through various channels. Since he wasn't part of the Jingwu Bureau, it took some effort, and all he could find was that there was a high school senior surnamed Chu in Nan's prefecture who had been specially admitted to Longwu Academy. Even more surprisingly, this student was recruited when he had only reached the 5th level of the Kaimai stage. The whole thing seemed highly unusual. But what connection did this have to the young master Chu? Qi Zinshan mentioned? The more he failed to find out, the more uneasy Wang Qingwang became. After careful consideration, he decided to consult his own patron. When he mentioned a few things about Chu Sheng, his patron's expression changed instantly. Feeling a surge of anxiety, Wang Qingwang rushed out of his office and headed straight for the deputy director's office. How's the notification going? Have they set off yet? He asked urgently as soon as he walked in. The deputy director frowned. We've just notified 10 people. What's wrong, director? Why are you in such a rush? Let old Wang and the others help out. As well, everyone needs to be informed within 5 minutes. And make sure they all show up for the inspection. Move quickly. Young Master Chu's time is valuable. Keep him waiting. Wang Qingwang pressed again. The deputy director looked puzzled. What exactly is this inspection? Quite a few people are asking about it. Chu Sheng suspects there might be some people with alien bloodlines among the examiners, so we need to check. Wang Qingwang explained briefly. What? The deputy director was stunned, clearly finding it hard to believe. These people are either from local noble families or disciples from neighboring sections. Their backgrounds are spotless. How could any of them be related to other races? How am I supposed to answer that? In any case, we have to fully cooperate with this. We can't afford to offend the Jingwu Bureau, Wang Qingwang said gravely. By evening, several examiners stood in a row at the Jingwu Bureau, whispering among themselves. Do you really think any of us could have an alien bloodline? That's impossible, one of them said quietly. Whatever, let them check. As long as there's nothing wrong, it's fine. If something goes wrong with the martial arts exam, it'll be a huge mess, another replied. The main thing is, how are they going to check? If someone has had an alien bloodline grafted in, maybe they can find it, but otherwise, there's no way to tell, a third examiner muttered, frowning. As they discussed, Qi Jinshan walked over, breaking the tension with a smile. Don't worry, everyone. The inspection is routine, and young Master Chu is a professional. Although most of them didn't take it too seriously, there was still some unease after all. It sounded almost like a joke. But as soon as the first examiner went in, a sudden shout rang out not long after. Huh? What the hell? In the room, Chu Sheng stared coldly at the man collapsed on the floor, a slight smirk curling at the corner of his lips. So, the proctor, is that really who you are? Qi Jinshan burst in, quickly taking in the scene before him. He asked with some shock, young Master Chu, is he an associate of the foreign clans? Chu Sheng shook his head mildly. No. A hint of confusion flashed in Qi Jinshan's eyes. He wanted to ask further, but seeing Chu Sheng's indifferent attitude, he hesitated and held back. He thought to himself that his own status might not be enough to question Chu Sheng directly. My method of inspection is a bit unusual. He couldn't handle it and passed out. Chu Sheng explained simply, as if he were describing something utterly ordinary. But you never told me they were this weak. Weak? Qi Jinshan was startled, full of doubt. This was just a candidate at the Qi Mai stage, while a proctor at the 6th level or above of the Qi Hai realm should easily command the room. Was this really considered weak? Yet, thinking of Chu Sheng's cultivation, he suddenly felt it all made sense. Seat the Zhen Yuan stage. Chu Sheng even surpassed the proctors, so perhaps this was only natural. Qi Jinshan couldn't help but sigh quietly, almost mocking himself. Never in history had there been such a bizarre situation. Stammering a bit, he said, Young Master Chu, your strength is truly admirable. I'm thoroughly convinced. Please, continue. Let's continue. Chu Sheng nodded, his gaze drifting toward the door. He'll hold back a bit next time. Soon, the second candidate entered the room. Clearly nervous, everyone outside had seen Qi Jinshan drag the previous candidate out, and the air was thick with unease. How do you want to be checked? Chu Sheng asked coldly. The candidate swallowed hard, his eyes flickering to Chu Sheng's fist, and nodded slightly. In the next instant, Chu Sheng's fist shot out, landing squarely on the candidate's abdomen with a dull thud. The man staggered back, stunned for a moment. Then, realizing the genuine energy radiating from Chu Sheng, he suddenly cried out, You're at the Zhen Yuan stage? Chu Sheng offered no explanation, just waved his hand indifferently. Don't waste time. Go out and call the next one. The candidate stood there in disbelief. How could someone so young already be at the Zhen Yuan stage? He was completely stunned, unable to trust his own eyes. As the candidate was ushered out, Chu Sheng continued his inspections. In just a short while, only 6 untested candidates remained in the room. Qi Jinshan stood outside, growing increasingly uncertain. Had his judgment been wrong? Chu Sheng's method seemed so accurate. Each candidate was quickly identified. Were they all just waiting to be caught? As he pondered, the previous candidate stepped out and called toward the room. Next, the door opened, and a sincere-looking middle-aged man entered. By now, everyone was familiar with Chu Sheng's inspection method, and the man seemed calm and unbothered. With a slight smile, he looked at Chu Sheng. Go ahead, young man. Don't hold back. I'm ready. You can even focus your strength, give it your best shot. Chu Sheng let out a faint snort and, without hesitation, sent his fist flying. With a loud bang, the man was knocked clear across the room. He clutched his abdomen in pain, falling to his knees, his face pale from the force head just endured. Suddenly, the system's prompt sounded in Chu Sheng's mind. You've severely beaten an associate of the foreign clans at Qi Hai stage, 7th level. Justice points 400. Chu Sheng relaxed his brow, realizing this round hadn't been for nothing after all. He had assumed there would be no results this time, but in the end, This seemingly honest, middle-aged man had revealed his true colors. Hurts, doesn't it? Chu Sheng walked over, his tone icy and his eyes indifferent. The middle-aged man curled up on the ground, gasping for breath, unable to speak from the pain. Little brother, aren't you a bit too strong? Chu Sheng chuckled softly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Idiot, this is nothing. He strode over to the middle-aged man, raised his leg, and kicked him hard, knocking him out cold. The man didn't even have time to scream before collapsing limply to the ground, completely unconscious. A system notification popped up instantly. You've dealt a heavy blow to a Chi-High Realm Level 7 foreign affiliate. Justice points 800. Next, Chu Sheng said coldly, turning his gaze toward the door. The next person to enter was a woman with delicate features, wearing a light blue dress and moving with grace. As soon as she walked in, she saw the middle-aged man lying on the floor. Her pupils contracted sharply, but she quickly regained her composure. Chu Sheng sneered inwardly. This woman, along with the previous man and the fat guy coming up, were all foreign affiliates. Their placement here was a psychological tactic. With so many normal people ahead of them, most would have relaxed their guard by this point. Plus, the three of them were lined up together. If one was exposed, the authorities would never expect the other two in succession to be foreign affiliates as well. This decreased the risk for the remaining two. It was a classic case of hiding in plain sight. This strategy was actually the woman's idea. She had complete confidence in herself. Another system notification appeared. You've disciplined a Chi-High Realm Level 7 foreign affiliate. Justice points 100. Seeing this, Chu Sheng let out a mocking laugh. So, you want to play games with me, huh? The woman was momentarily stunned, then quickly flashed a flirtatious smile. Handsome boy, you're a bit rude, but I... Shut up. Chu Sheng's hand shot out like lightning, grabbing her head and slamming his knee upward with brutal force. Bang! Blood and broken teeth sprayed out as the woman's body flew into the air like a kite with its string cut. She hit the ceiling, then crashed heavily to the ground, eyes rolled back and foam at her mouth, completely unconscious. And you want to talk manners with me? Chu Sheng spat in disgust. System notification. You've seriously injured a Chi-High Realm Level 7 foreign affiliate. Justice points 1000. Trying to outsmart me? Don't you know I'm basically cheating at this game? Chu Sheng snorted. Even if 10 of you traitors came at me at once, none of you would get away. Next. The moment the next person entered, before he could say a word, Chu Sheng kicked him straight away. As expected, he was another foreign affiliate, netting Chu Sheng another 1000 justice points. Unfortunately, the last three were just ordinary people. Mr. Chu, are you certain these three are all foreign affiliates? Qi Zhinshan asked cautiously. I'm sure. I never accused the wrong person. Chu Sheng replied calmly. Qi Zhinshan was secretly delighted. Reporting this would be a major accomplishment. Director Qi, I've done my part. What about the reward? Chu Sheng got straight to the point. Don't worry, Mr. Chu. Everything's been arranged. 2,000 merit points have already been credited, and I've transferred 1 million Federation credits to your account. Qi Zhinshan replied quickly, his attitude respectful. Chu Sheng took out his phone, opened the Jingwu Bureau app, and smiled with satisfaction when he saw over 5,000 merit points. He immediately submitted a request to exchange for the 9 stances of the Great River. As a top-tier martial arts manual, regular Jingwu Bureau branches didn't keep copies in stock. Even with a request, you'd normally have to wait about a week for the state office to send a specialist to deliver it. But Qi Zhinshan knew how to get things done. In less than 5 minutes, he brought over the first 3 stances from the martial arts vault. I've long heard of your exceptional blade skills, sir. With this technique, I'm sure you'll become a legendary master in the future, Qi Zhinshan flattered. Why wait for the future? Chu Sheng smiled confidently, his eyes gleaming. Take me to your training hall. I want to see for myself just how brilliant this technique really is. When Old Dragon heard the news, he rushed straight to the martial arts room. The moment he stepped inside, he immediately caught Chu Sheng's gaze. As soon as their eyes met, Old Dragon spoke up without hesitation. I heard you managed to master a breathing technique in just a few days. Today, I want to see how much of that is real and how much is just talk. He picked up a martial technique scroll, his eyes full of challenge. If it were anyone else, I would have kicked them out already. But you, Chu Sheng, want to start practicing right away? Do you really think it's that easy? There was clear disdain in Old Dragon's voice. Everyone knew that to truly practice a martial technique, you needed to study it for at least half a month before you could even begin proper training. To try it right off the bat was just boasting. Watch closely, Chu Sheng replied, ignoring Old Dragon's mocking tone. His eyes were fixed resolutely on the test dummy in front of him. Suddenly, a blue light screen appeared before his eyes, and the system's voice rang out clearly. Ding. Consumed 5,000 justice points. The first 3 forms of your Great River 9 forms have reached mastery. Current justice points, 1,200. Chu Sheng frowned slightly. 5,000 justice points was no small amount. Without his alien followers, it would have taken him 2 days to earn that many. The system's effect for blade mastery also left him a bit disappointed, only a 70 discount on justice point consumption. It seemed the system wasn't as generous as had hoped. As for the final reward, Chu Sheng dismissed it. That was something Head earned through hard work, not the system. Are you dissatisfied with this upgrade? Justice Points refund is available. You can reset your Great River 9 form's proficiency and reclaim 80 of your Justice Points. The system prompted again, sounding a little tempting. Chu Sheng glared at the prompt. Cancel. 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 He muttered under his breath, his eyes turning sharp. Gripping his blade tightly, he focused all his attention. No more hesitation. The dummy before him was his only target. The atmosphere in the martial arts room turned tense in an instant. Taking a deep breath, Chu Sheng felt the surging true energy in his core, ready to erupt like a volcano. In the next moment, he swung his blade with explosive force. Waves rise to the cloud's peak. He shouted, the blade slicing through the air with blistering speed and ferocity. The force of the strike surged like a raging tide, instantly ripping up the alloy floor tiles. The blast shattered the explosion-proof lights overhead, raining down shards like a storm. The shockwave slammed into the test dummy like a flood. With a deafening boom, the defensive runes on the dummy's chest shattered on impact. The alloy armor twisted and buckled under the force. In the end, the dummy exploded into pieces, fragments flying like shrapnel and punching holes straight through the alloy walls of the martial arts room, even denting the protective layer outside. Old Dragon was left speechless, his Adam's apple bobbing in disbelief. What had just witnessed was unimaginable. These were only the first 3 forms of the Great River 9 forms. Even a mid-tier Earth-grade technique couldn't match this power. Chu Sheng's strike wasn't just shockingly powerful, it radiated a sense of mastery that even he hadn't expected. Could this kid really grasp the essence of a technique at a glance? How was that possible? Old Dragon was stunned, yet couldn't quite believe it. Is this really the Great River 9 forms? How can this be? He couldn't shake the feeling that this young man's success was far more than just luck. Chu Sheng sheathed his blade and glanced around, a faint smile playing on his lips. Not bad, but if I could combine it with lightning, it would be even better. Old Dragon almost rolled his eyes. Could you be any more full of yourself? If you start talking about combining it with fire next, I'm really going to think you're trying to become a magician. Stupid dog, did you forget about my martial arts talent? A smirk played at the corner of Chu Sheng's lips, his tone laced with a mix of disdain and confidence. Looking cool and showing off came naturally to him. But what truly mattered was the core trait of his Thunder Sky sacred body. It dramatically boosted the power of all thunder-based techniques and martial skills. On top of that, he had mastered the blade's ultimate intent. With these 2 SS-level talents working together, the power unleashed by his 9 forms of the Great River far surpassed the limits of any top-tier technique. The martial arts grading system, passed down for 1,000 years in Xia, was divided into 4 ranks: Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. But right now, Chu Sheng couldn't even gauge the sheer power he was wielding. It was simply beyond comprehension. As soon as he finished speaking, Old Dragon suddenly remembered. That's right, this kid really does have an SS-level martial arts talent. Honestly, no one could blame him for forgetting. Chu Sheng's rate of progress was so outrageous that his constant breakthroughs overshadowed every other impressive trait he had. In all of Xia, only Chu Sheng could make people forget about an SS-level talent. He didn't even seem human, more like a monster in human skin. Old Dragon stroked his chin and sighed. There's a way, you just need to learn a thunder element technique. Since you've already broken through to the true essence realm, it's time to switch to a higher level technique anyway. He curled his lip and added, breathing techniques are just basic entry methods to guide energy. They barely get you through the opening vein and chi si stages. If you want to go far on the martial path, you can't rely on that kind of useless stuff. Good point. Chu Sheng nodded, then unceremoniously held out his hand to Old Dragon. Old Dragon looked confused. What are you doing? A high-level technique, obviously, Chu Sheng replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Old Dragon rolled his eyes, picked his nose, and snapped. Did you forget I'm just your protector? My job is to keep you safe and answer a few questions now and then. Do I look like your grandfather? Why are you coming to me for techniques? Despite his words, before Chu Sheng could respond, Old Dragon added, you'll have to go to Longwu Academy for that. Chu Sheng rolled his eyes. This old guy was fine in every way except for his annoying habit of never giving a straight answer. Thinking of Longwu Academy, the first person who came to Chu Sheng's mind was Long Liang. He also recalled the contract Head signed as a special recruit. Back then, Head underestimated his own potential. The contract stated that Longwu Academy would provide all the resources and techniques needed to reach the 4th stage of the True Essence realm, but only after he officially enrolled. Now, before the entrance exam had even taken place, Head already advanced to the True Essence realm. At this point, those low-level resources and techniques meant nothing to him. Still, Chu Sheng was always adaptable. He didn't believe that, as an 18-year-old at the True Essence realm, he couldn't secure a high-level thunder technique. He immediately dialed Long Liang's number and got straight to the point. I need a thunder element technique suitable for the True Essence realm. There was a brief silence on the other end before Long Liang surprised him by saying, the day you advanced to the True Essence realm, the Academy started searching for one for you. Searching? Chu Sheng raised an eyebrow. Don't tell me Longwu Academy doesn't even have a thunder technique? Of course we do, Long Liang replied, pausing for a moment. But there isn't currently a top-tier, heaven-grade thunder technique for the true essence realm available. Only 2 or 3 students a year reach the true essence realm before graduation. Those students all come from wealthy or powerful families, and their families have already prepared advanced techniques for them. The academy never really focused on that area. Chu Sheng nodded. Had almost forgotten across all of Xiao. Martial artists who reached the true essence realm during university were extremely rare. They were either heirs to elite families or top candidates of powerful factions. For them, college was just a place to access resources. Advanced techniques were never an issue. But then, a cold realization hit Chu Sheng. Had actually been caught up to by those top academy graduates. And this was the result of a month of grueling, all-out effort. He clenched his fists, silent for a long time. In this world, everyone was cheating the system. The only question was who cheated harder. Don't worry, Long Liang's voice came through again. You'll have the technique within a week at most. Then, as if it was nothing, he added, by the way, do me a favor. In the exam the day after tomorrow, if you come across that winged clan student, teach him a lesson for me. Not happening, Chu Sheng replied flatly, his tone icy. I don't make a habit of kicking people when they're down. In the blink of an eye, the day of the college entrance exam arrived. 30 miles east of Jinlan City stood the imposing Qinglan Secret Realm, the designated venue for the annual martial arts exam. Bathed in sunlight, the site exuded a solemn and dignified atmosphere. Outside the entrance to the secret realm, tents were pitched everywhere, and prominent figures from all across Jinlan City had already gathered. In front of the exam site, students from more than 30 cities in southern Zhezhou lined up in formation according to their school registration. Most cities only had a few dozen candidates, but Jinlan City's group at the front stretched for hundreds of meters, with over 1,000 students at the Kai My stage, nearly half of the total participants. The gap in educational resources between the cities was obvious. As the state capital and the only level 2 base city in the region, even students in regular classes in Jinlan City received a qi and blood pill every week. In contrast, in a level 5 base city like Bayan, students in regular classes could only get a bottle of qi and blood solution each week, barely better than an energy drink. In Bayan City's lineup, Li Yuxuan immediately spotted Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng, weren't you specially recruited by Longwu Academy? Why are you still here for the exam? Seeing the confusion on his face, she quickly added, it's me, Li Yuxuan. We used to share a desk in elementary school. Oh, I remember now. Chu Sheng nodded coolly, replying to her question without hesitation. I'm here to show off, of course. Their conversation caught the attention of the students nearby. A boy named Fan Jian stepped forward, looking skeptical. Are you really at the Qi High stage? Before Chu Sheng could answer, a girl's voice chimed in. Absolutely. I saw it with my own eyes. It was Xu Li, the girl who had once been punched by Chu Sheng so hard that she coughed up blood. Next to her stood Yi Fan, the student who had nearly hanged himself after being slapped by Chu Sheng. Hearing this, Fan Jian's eyes lit up. That's awesome. With someone at the Qi High stage on our team, Bayan City is sure to do much better this year. He continued excitedly. Since you've already been recruited, the score doesn't matter to you. When we're out there, can you let us take down the demon beast for the credit? His suggestion was met with eager looks from his classmates. Teamwork was allowed in the martial arts exam, and the very character for person implied supporting each other. In previous years, Bayan City's students always stuck together, since outside the core area of Qinglan Forest, demon beasts weren't that densely packed. Fan Jian looked at Chu Sheng expectantly. Come on, you're not going to say no, right? Chu Sheng raised the corners of his mouth, giving a calm, faint smile as he spoke at a measured pace. Do I look like your father to you? Fan Jian was stunned for a moment, then his face darkened. Why are you insulting me? If you don't want to help, then don't. Did I do anything to you? He said angrily. Nearby, several classmates also looked displeased, their voices sharp. We're all from Bayan City. Don't you have any sense of collective pride? If it were me, I'd definitely help. Exactly. If it were me, I'd help for sure. Another student echoed. Don't you realize that the better our martial exam results, the more resources Bayan City gets? You're not thinking about our city at all. So selfish. Even if you don't want to help, there's no need to insult anyone. What did Fan Jian ever do to you? Why are you being so mean? Chu Sheng couldn't help but laugh, his voice low and tinged with sarcasm. Trying to guilt-trip me like your dad would? With a casual wave of his hand, the students' expressions shifted immediately, sensing that something was off. But Fan Jian wasn't intimidated. He sneered, are you thinking of starting a fight? This is the martial exam. Aren't you afraid you'll be disqualified? I know you were specially recruited by Longwu Academy, but their credits are awarded based on exam results. Aren't you worried you'll end up with nothing? Chu Sheng raised an eyebrow, giving Fan Jian a surprised look. He had thought Fan Jian was just stupid and annoying, but now it seemed he wasn't dumb, just thoroughly rotten. If he knows how Longwu Academy's credit system works, and still tries to guilt-trip me without considering his own risks, that's just pure malice. Someone like him doesn't deserve to get into a martial arts academy. Giving him a chance would only help evil flourish. Chu Sheng let out a cold laugh, his mind made up about Fan Jian. Fan Jian, thinking his threat had worked, was about to speak when a clear voice called from behind. Young master, is something wrong? It was Gao Chong. Chu Sheng had simply motioned for him to come over. Chu Sheng pointed calmly at Fan Jian and his group. I suspect their motives for taking the martial exam aren't pure. Go find Director Qi and ask him to have these people taken to the Jingwu Bureau for a proper investigation. See if they have any ties to other clans. Gao Chong nodded. Understood. With that, Gao Chong turned and hurried off to find Qi Zhinshan. The candidates from Bayan City were left standing in shock, especially Fan Jian's group. They looked at each other, confusion and anger mixing on their faces. What does he mean? Take us to the Jingwu Bureau for questioning. They muttered. What about our martial exam? You're just a student. Who are you to order a director around? Who do you think you are? But before they could convince themselves Chu Sheng was just bluffing, several inspectors from the Jingwu Bureau, dressed in uniform, appeared on the scene. That's them. Take them back and question them thoroughly, the lead inspector said. They're from my hometown, so no rough treatment. If there's nothing, let them go tomorrow. Understood. The inspectors replied as they moved in. Fan Jian shouted, no? You can't do this. We still have the martial exam. You're ruining our future, will report you. The lead inspector sneered, you've offended young Master Chu. What future do you think you have? With a wave of his hand, his team quickly silenced and dragged the group away. Fan Jian and the others struggled, but their protests soon faded with the receding footsteps. Chu Sheng watched without any change in his expression, though a cold determination rose within. Stripping evildoers of their chance to take the martial exam cuts off the potential for future harm. Chu Sheng murmured to himself, his sense of justice stronger than ever. Points 1000. The area fell into a heavy silence. The candidates from Bayan City turned to look at Chu Sheng, their eyes filled with fear and apprehension. Just then, Li Yuxuan walked over with a smile. Chu Sheng, when the exam's over, can I add you on WeChat? Chu Sheng raised an eyebrow and replied slowly. Didn't you already ask me that before? Are you sure? Maybe you're remembering wrong. Li Yuxuan scratched her head with an awkward smile. Oh, guess not then. On the high platform ahead, Ji Xiao, the city lord, stood tall and straight, looking down at the sea of candidates below. Clearing his throat, he pulled out a yellowed piece of paper from his robe and began to read the prepared speech in a rather tedious manner. I am Ji Xiao, the chief examiner for this martial arts exam. His voice echoed across the square. All of you are the elite of Nan's prefecture, outstanding talents selected from thousands of students. Setting the speech aside, Ji Xiao started to explain the rules of the exam in detail. He pointed to the map behind him, outlining the different zones of the Qinglan's secret realm. The secret realm is divided into the outer, middle, inner, and core regions. The strength of the monsters in each area increases accordingly. Lower, middle, upper, and peak of the second tier. He raised a finger. Scores are calculated based on the number and level of monsters you defeat. The exam lasts 10 hours. For the first 8 hours, any fighting between candidates is strictly forbidden. Anyone caught will be immediately disqualified. At this point, Ji Xiao's expression turned serious. But this rule does not apply in the core region. That area is reserved for the very best. Although peak second-tier monsters are worth a lot of points, they are rare, and competition is fierce. For top talents, this is only natural. So, in the core region, fighting is allowed at any time. He swept his gaze across the crowd. The other regions allow for 2 hours of competition between candidates, to remind you that the greatest dangers in the secret realm aren't always the monsters. When he mentioned the core region, Ji Xiao deliberately slowed his speech, his tone laced with warning. The core region is extremely dangerous. Although you all have protective wristbands that should keep you safe, once the formation on the band is triggered, it means you must leave the exam immediately. I hope that, except for those from Jinlan. Ji Xiao suddenly stopped. He had intended to say, as usual, that only candidates from Jinlan City should even consider approaching the core region, but when his gaze landed on Chu Sheng in the crowd, he changed his mind. This prodigy had already reached the 4th stage of the true essence realm. If he lost control of his strength, even the wristbands might not be enough to protect the others. However, when he noticed the arrogant look in the eyes of the young winged clan member, Yu Feng, Ji Xiao swallowed his words. That boy's sharp ears stood out in the crowd, and if he said anything explicit, this proud youth would definitely take offense. I suggest you all carefully consider your own strength before deciding whether or not to enter, he ended vaguely. Yu Feng sneered at this, thinking nothing of it. His true strength rivaled that of a 3rd-tier martial artist. Peak 2nd-tier monsters were nothing to him. He was already planning to wipe out all the monsters in the core region first, leaving the human prodigies in shock, and then trample them underfoot. The thought alone filled him with satisfaction. With the rules explained, Ji Xiao signaled for the staff behind him to distribute the protective wristbands. When Ji Xiao personally handed one to Yu Feng, the young man shook his head arrogantly. I don't need this. Of course, Ji Zhixiao nodded instinctively, thinking, Chu Sheng is already a true essence realm expert. 10 wristbands wouldn't make any difference for him. Hearing this, Yufeng's smile grew even wider. With his 8th level second-tier cultivation and golden-winged clan bloodline, his confidence was unshakable. Once all candidates had put on their wristbands, Ji Zhixiao continued, the red button on your wristband will activate the defensive formation. Once triggered, you'll be absolutely safe for 10 minutes. The proctors will be notified, and you should stay put and wait for rescue. Remember, the formation can only be used once unless it's an emergency. Do not. Before he could finish, a sudden blue light flared around a girl in the crowd. The unexpected scene left Ji Zhixiao stunned. He stared, then pointed at the girl and shouted sternly, Imposter? Which school is she from? Take her away. Disqualified immediately. Ah. The girl looked terrified, completely at a loss as to what was happening. The girl froze for a moment, then tears welled up in her eyes as she cried out in protest. I just wanted to see if the wristband was working. You never explained it clearly, you. Before she could finish, a patrol officer from Jingwu Bureau stepped forward and dragged her away. Coincidentally, it was the same team leader who had escorted Fan Jian and the others earlier. As the girl was pulled along, she struggled and shouted in a shrill voice, Don't touch me. You're disgusting. I can walk by myself. Suddenly, she caught sight of someone in the crowd. Her demeanor changed instantly, a sly glint flashing in her eyes. You pull this on me when young Master Chu isn't here. But now that he is, you still dare? Doesn't that make his presence meaningless? The team leader's expression hardened. As Qi Jinshan's trusted subordinate, he knew exactly who Chu Sheng was, the powerhouse anchoring the Jingwu Bureau. T0. He sneered inwardly and tightened his grip. I'll just slap you right now. Smack. A loud slap landed across the girl's face. Her eyes instantly cleared, and all her arrogance vanished. She lowered her head obediently and allowed herself to be escorted out of the crowd. Qi Jinshan watched the whole scene unfold, feeling a wave of satisfaction. This was the backing he had worked so hard to secure. Having a powerful supporter made even his subordinates act more decisively and assertively. Chu Sheng stood to the side, gently rubbing his chin, but his mind was replaying the strength of the protective formation from earlier. He knew that if he wished, he wouldn't even need to draw his sword. A single punch would be enough to shatter the formation and anyone inside it. After Ji Zhixiao finished explaining the rules, there were still a few minutes left before the martial exam officially began at 8:30 and the teleportation into the secret realm commenced. In the Jinlan City lineup, Zhong Xian turned to Zhong Rui and asked, Are you going to wait here, or come with me over to Bian City? The students were standing on a large teleportation platform that would transport them into the secret realm. The teleportation point would be determined by where each candidate was currently standing. The closer you stood together, the closer you'd arrive in the secret realm. Each group would basically be teleported to the same area. Zhong Xian had already made up his mind. As soon as they entered the secret realm, he would eliminate the so-called show-off at the first level of Qi Si realm. The rule about no fighting until the last 2 hours meant nothing to someone who had already been specially admitted to Jingwu Academy. As for the risk of being disqualified for breaking the rules, he was confident that as long as he revealed his identity, even Ji Zhixiao wouldn't dare to take action against him. Zhong Rui shook her head without hesitation. I'd rather stay here and watch the drama. There's nothing interesting about fighting, especially when it's your fights are boring. In Xianjing City, Zhong Xian was nicknamed One Punch Man. His fighting style was simple, just one punch, relying solely on brute strength. In Xianjing City, even opponents at the same level, or those who had just entered the Qi Si realm, were no match for his single punch. While beating up arrogant show-offs was satisfying, Zhong Rui found such fights dull and preferred to stay and gossip about Li Yifei and Su Yanqing. Alright then, I'll deal with him as soon as we get inside. Then come find you, Zhong Xian said, striding off toward the Bian City group. As he approached, his gaze swept over the crowd, but he didn't spot anyone wearing a Longwu Academy badge. Zhong Xian immediately flashed his trademark wry smile. He owned a gold badge from Jingwu Academy, but never wore it, simply because he didn't need to. As for this Chu Sheng not wearing one, Zhong Xian assumed it was because he only had a bronze badge and was too embarrassed to show it. Zhong Xian sneered inwardly. There's no need to cripple him. Just send him flying with one punch in front of everyone from Bian City. That's the best punishment for someone like him. So proud? Then it'll shatter your pride. Who asked you to be such a show-off? As for whether this punch would shatter the other guy's spirit, that wasn't something Zhong Xian cared about. With so many geniuses in Daxia, one more or less wouldn't make any difference. Who is that guy? Is he from our Bian City? This question sparked a wave of hushed whispers at the Bian City martial arts exam. All eyes turned to the unfamiliar face, standing alone among the team from Jinlan City, looking completely out of place. No one had ever seen him before. He must have been transferred from Jinlan City. While it wasn't against the rules to form cross-city teams for the martial arts exam, it was usually local students who brought in outsiders, not the other way around. Jinlan City had always been far stronger than Bian City. Many people looked on with envy, but in the next moment, their attention shifted to another young man. Zhong Xian stood in the crowd, quietly observing. He was used to the envious looks from people in smaller cities and didn't care in the slightest. But the boy capturing everyone's attention did seem unusual, standing alone, with an aura that was impossible to read. Either his cultivation is extremely high, or he knows how to hide his presence, Zhong Xian thought to himself. Most likely, he's someone who likes to play dumb and surprise everyone. Just as he was about to speak, a cold shout came from across the field. Hey, Brad, what are you grinning about over there? Good grief. Zhong Xian shook his head with a wry smile. So arrogant, you must be Chu Sheng, the one at the first stage of the Qi realm. When Chu Sheng silently began walking toward him, Zhong Xian continued. Just a piece of advice, don't get too close. I might not be able to stop myself from making a move right now. Before he could finish, the teleportation platform suddenly lit up with a soft white glow. Zhong Xian's expression froze instantly. Chu Sheng was now surrounded by a surge of blue true energy, radiating an overwhelming pressure. True energy realm? How is that possible? Whatever you're mumbling about, I don't get it. Why don't you talk to my fists instead? As the teleportation array shone brightly, Chu Sheng struck with a powerful punch. When the students from Bayan City entered the secret realm, the scene before them left everyone stunned. Zhong Xian was already lying in a pool of blood, limbs twisted, chest caved in. Though he was still barely alive, it was obvious he was finished. Stopped a villain before he could act. Justice points 500. Everyone was once again amazed by Chu Sheng's audacity, was completely out of control. Li Yuxuan stepped forward, concern on her face. Chu Sheng, did you forget the rules that City Lord Ji explained for the martial arts exam? It's not even the last 2 hours yet, and this isn't the main area. If you start a fight now, you'll be disqualified from the exam. Chu Sheng wiped the blood off his knuckles and sneered. You just mentioned the rules of the martial exam. But since the exam hasn't started, how can you say I'm breaking the rules? The people nearby all gasped in surprise. They couldn't quite figure out what Chu Sheng was thinking. Ji Xiao had just been talking about the exam rules, but since the exam hadn't officially begun, was Chu Sheng implying that his actions didn't count as a violation? His logic was hard to follow, but when they thought about it, he hadn't really done anything excessive. Seeing everyone's confusion, Chu Sheng couldn't help but explain. After all, these were his fellow townsfolk. He couldn't just let them be ignorant of the law. You're right. But think about it, did Zhong Xian come looking for me? Was he trying to be friends? Remembering Zhong Xian's provocative attitude earlier, everyone shook their heads. Obviously, he came to pick a fight. Chu Sheng grinned and continued. This is what you call acting in self-defense. Li Yuxuan looked curious and asked eagerly, self-defense? Really? I haven't read much, so don't trick me. That's right. If you stop a bad guy before they make a move, that's self-defense. As Chu Sheng spoke, he activated his true energy. A surge of purple light burst from his body, instantly forming a giant electric dragon. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Chu Sheng stamped his foot, merging with the purple dragon in a flash. He shot forward like a meteor, streaking across the night sky, leaving a trail of purple lightning and vanishing from sight in an instant. Zixiao Dragon's soaring technique. A shocked teenager whispered. The others stood frozen, staring blankly in the direction Chu Sheng disappeared, unable to react for a long moment. After a while, someone finally blurted out, is he even human? They had trained in movement techniques themselves, and while those could double their speed at best, Chu Sheng's speed was beyond comprehension, vanished like a bolt of purple lightning. What level of movement technique is that? I'd love to learn it. It's probably at least heaven tier, but even then, I doubt any heaven tier technique could make someone that fast, someone analyzed. I've looked into several heaven tier movement skills, and none of them come close to that speed. These comments sounded reasonable to everyone, but Shu Li suddenly thought of Chu Sheng's SS-level martial arts talent. That was the only explanation for his incredible speed. She wanted to share this with the group, but remembering the confidentiality agreement she had signed, she kept silent, keeping the secret to herself. How I envy your ignorance, she muttered to herself. Everyone knew Chu Sheng was powerful, but the more you learned about him, the more hopeless it seemed to catch up. Soon, someone noticed something odd. The teleportation points and starting positions for every martial exam in Nan's prefecture are always fixed, one person said. We memorized the points for each city to avoid running into candidates from Jinlan City. Even though fighting is forbidden in the first 8 hours, that's not a big deal. Those with real strength will always get ahead. But that's strange. Chu Sheng didn't head toward the core area, another person said, narrowing his eyes. It looked like he was going toward Jinlan City's teleportation point. Why would he go there? Is he just going to watch the excitement? Someone joked. I heard that Li Yifei is a total simfis, only taking the exam to try to win someone back. Don't talk nonsense. This is an exam, not a joke. Who do you think you are, Chu Sheng? Outside the secret realm. The moment Chu Sheng made his move, the teleportation array had already activated. Shrouded in white light, no one saw what happened. However, Ji Zixio's gaze never left Chu Sheng, and he caught the fleeting flash of blue light. This is insane. Ji Zhixiao was shocked. Forget about attacking in the non-core areas of the secret realm. Didn't even wait to enter before making his move. There had been cases in past exams where special recruits started fighting as soon as they entered the secret realm, but to attack before even going in? That was unprecedented. This person clearly didn't care about the exam rules or his authority as the chief examiner. The people he sent quickly brought Chu Sheng out of the secret realm, and the crowd erupted in chaos. Who's so bold to attack someone right after entering? Aren't they afraid of being disqualified? I'm more curious, aren't their protective wristbands? How did he get hurt so badly? Maybe he was overconfident, or perhaps he didn't want to give up on the martial arts exam so easily and didn't activate the wristband. Amidst the commotion, Wang Qingwang's face had turned as pale as a sheet. He was the one who arranged for the Jung siblings to take part in the martial arts exam, and he knew exactly who they really were. We're finished, Wang Qingwang wailed inwardly. Ji Xiao raised his hand to quiet the crowd, his voice calm and steady. Everyone, please settle down. I will personally investigate this matter after the exam. If it was a deliberate attack, I will make sure the perpetrator is severely punished. Unable to hold back, Wang Qingwang rushed forward, his voice trembling. Lord Ji, we can't wait until the exam ends. This needs to be investigated immediately. He hissed the young master of the Jidao Martial Hall. His words landed like a bomb, freezing everyone in place. The name Jidao Martial Hall was well known, an organization that truly struck fear into people's hearts. Ji Zixio's expression darkened instantly. The young master of Jidao Martial Hall? What is he doing here in Nan's state, taking the martial arts exam? That's an order from above. I didn't dare to ask questions, Wang Qingwang replied bitterly. Why didn't you tell me about something this important ahead of time? Ji Xiao frowned deeply. On one side was Chu Sheng, who had ties to the Long family. On the other, the young master of Jidao Martial Hall. Even as the governor of the state, either of these forces was far beyond what he could handle. Young Master Zhong insisted on keeping a low profile. He said he was just here to take care of a few things. Wang Qingwang explained anxiously. Lord Ji, you really should act quickly, disqualify the attacker from the exam and hand him over to the Wind Enforcement Hall for strict punishment. If Jidao Martial Hall decides to pursue this, we'll all be in big trouble. Ji Xiao found himself caught in a dilemma. As he hesitated, an elderly voice suddenly rang out. What's all the fuss about? Someone got hurt, but no one died. Isn't stripping someone of their exam qualification a bit of an overreaction? Everyone turned to look. The speaker was the elder from the Wing Tribe's exchange delegation. Standing beside him, Yu Yao chimed in with a mocking tone. I remember there's a saying in your Daxiath exam hall is like a battlefield. I thought the martial arts exam was supposed to be a real fight, but it turns out it's just child's play. Neither of them knew the attacker's true identity, but they were fairly sure it was Yu Feng's doing. They knew how pent up Yu Feng had been lately, so it made sense he'd start a fight as soon as the exam began. Even if he wasn't responsible, they felt compelled to speak up for him. If injuring someone meant being disqualified, how was Yu Feng supposed to let off steam later? How can you still claim to trample the pride of the human race under your feet? A voice scoffed. With someone like him around, human candidates might not even dare to enter the core area. This sudden rule caught everyone off guard. As the two of them fretted over it, it was as if someone saw right through their concerns and offered a timely solution. Ji Zixio's eyes lit up, and a barely concealed smile appeared on his face. Who would have thought that just as Chu Sheng was about to confront Yu Feng in the examination, the Winged clan would actually step in to defend him? This unexpected goodwill left Ji Xiao almost doubting his own ears. The fifth elder of the Winged clan stroked his long beard and spoke calmly. You both make valid points, but these rules were set before the exam, and it's always been this way for the martial exams. If we don't disqualify him, someone might accuse me of favoritism. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible, another voice chimed in immediately. If a candidate can inflict such injuries in such a short time, doesn't that already prove his strength? Disqualifying him would only spark more controversy. Before the words had even faded, an angry voice interrupted. By dang, that's nonsense. Can't you see how badly this candidate was injured? Even if he's strong, letting such a violent person into our martial academy might not be good for Daxia. The fifth elder remained unruffled in the face of the insult, a faint, meaningful smile playing at his lips. He knew all too well that once more people got hurt, the outcry would only grow louder. If he has the strength, then what's wrong with being a little ruthless? The fifth elder chuckled. In this world, strength is the only truth. In our Winged clan, even killing in the exam wouldn't cost you your qualification. Just as the other man was about to argue, Ji Xiao raised his hand to stop him. That's a fair point. Injuries are inevitable in the martial exams, so disqualification doesn't really make sense. I'll report this to my superiors and wait for their decision. This statement left everyone present wide-eyed in shock. Ji Xiao had always enjoyed a stellar reputation as the governor of Jinlan City, so why was he suddenly siding with the Winged clan? Everyone understood what was happening. He was paving the way for the Winged clan's candidate, who had already reached the second stage, 8th level. If this person was allowed to run wild in the exam, what would become of Nan's prefecture's reputation? While everyone was still reeling, an enraged shout suddenly echoed through the area. Who did this? Who did this? Everyone turned toward the voice and saw a woman dressed in white walking calmly from the edge of the crowd. Her face was striking and cold, and her presence was commanding. Ji Zhixiao frowned as he studied this unexpected arrival, puzzled by her decision to intervene at this moment. And you are? Ji Zhixiao asked in a low, guarded tone. The woman swept her gaze over the crowd, her expression proud as she announced, Lu Jingqiu from the Jingwu Academy, Xiaoshuan's protector. At her words, everyone suddenly realized the true identity of the injured young man on the ground. Zhong Xian, the young master of Jidao Martial Hall. Even more shocking, according to her, he was also a student at Jingwu Academy. The entrance exam hasn't even happened yet. That means he must have been specially recruited, someone whispered. A special recruit, and he even has his own protector? Jingwu Academy must really value him. The crowd considered this. Zhong Xian must be exceptionally talented to receive such treatment. Which raised another question: who could possibly have the skill to beat him so badly in such a short time? Was it really that candidate from the Winged Clan? No wonder the exchange delegation was so eager to defend the attacker. Lu Jingqiu's eyes flashed coldly, and her voice was icy. I'll ask one more time, who hurt Xiaoxian? As soon as she finished, a powerful aura at the peak of the fourth stage Xinyuan realm surged from her, no longer concealed. But to her surprise, the crowd wasn't intimidated. Instead, some looked confused. Wait, you're a protector from Jingwu Academy, and only at the peak of the fourth stage? Who exactly are you supposed to be protecting? Someone muttered. What they didn't know was that, as a top special recruit, Zhong Xian could have requested a protector at the 6th stage martial emperor level if he wanted. The problem was, 6th stage experts tended to be much old enough to be his grandmother, and the few women available weren't particularly attractive. The only one who met Zhong Xian's strict requirements, beautiful, great figure, and unmarried, was this 4th stage Lu Jingqiu. For the sake of his future romantic prospects, Zhong Xian decisively chose her. This choice deeply moved Lu Jingqiu, and after spending so much time together, a spark of romance had begun to develop between them. Yu Yao looked unimpressed and sneered. I thought you'd be stronger, but you're just at the same level as me. City Lord Ji already said he'll report this to your superiors. This is the martial exam. What? Are you planning to take revenge for him? So it was your people? Lu Jingqiu glared at Yu Yao. Impossible. Xiao Xian is at the 8th level of the Kai Mai realm. None of your people could possibly beat him. At the words, 8th level of the Kai Mai realm, both Yu Yao and the 5th elder paused. The same level as Yu Feng? It seemed it really was Yu Feng who did it, since none of the candidates from Nan's prefecture could possibly defeat Zhong Xian. A faint smile appeared on Yu Yao's lips. Seems you've all underestimated Xiaofeng. At the same level, he's never lost. Let me tell you a little secret about him. Yu Feng, what's this secret you keep talking about? Inside the secret realm, Su Yanqing had been pressing for an answer for more than 10 minutes, but Yu Feng just smiled, enjoying her impatience. He liked keeping her in suspense. Ever since that day in Jinlan City, when Su Yanqing confessed to him in public, had hinted that he was hiding something. Despite all of Su Yanqing's efforts both in and out of bed to get him to reveal it, had never let it slip. A man should always keep a little mystery in front of a woman, don't you think? Yu Feng laughed, wrapping an arm around Su Yanqing's waist. It's not time yet, but trust me, you're definitely going to find out in this secret realm. Since they had purposely separated from the Jinlan City group earlier, their teleportation location was different from the other candidates. At this moment, Yu Feng was flying through the air with Su Yanqing in his arms, looking down at the unfamiliar and mysterious landscape of the secret realm below. With her eyes lowered, Su Yanqing gazed down at the candidates fiercely battling the beasts below. A slight smile played on her lips as she deliberately tightened Yu Feng's arm around her slender waist, letting out a clear, silvery laugh that rang through the air. The sound drew the attention of many examinees, who looked up in surprise. Seizing the moment, Su Yanqing pressed her cheek affectionately against Yu Feng's chest, striking a pose full of charm and confidence, her eyes brimming with pride and satisfaction. From a young age, her parents had instilled in her a firm belief. The Winged Clan were the darlings of heaven, the most powerful beings on the entire Jining star. Her parents often told her that for humans, only after reaching the 5th stage of spiritual cultivation, when their true essence could channel the energy of heaven and earth, could they break free from gravity and fly. But the Winged Clan was born with wings. Even without awakened bloodlines or cultivation, they could soar freely in the sky. In other words, only by reaching the 5th stage could a human barely compare to an ordinary member of the Winged Clan. If a human could ever marry into the Winged Clan, it would be like a blessing from the heavens. Her mother had said countless times, Qing, if you ever get the chance, you must marry a boy from the Winged Clan. We don't need any dowry, I'd pay them to take you. Su Yanqing had never forgotten those words, and for that dream, she had waited 18 long years. She had planned to make connections with the Winged Clan's exchange group after entering the Martial Academy, but fate had smiled on her even sooner. The day she learned where the exchange group was staying, encouraged by her parents, she put on a wedding dress, picked up a bouquet, and hurried off to confess her feelings. As for Li Fei, He was nothing more than a backup plan. He didn't even qualify to take this flight with her. At this moment, Yu Feng gazed at Su Yanqing with a look full of affection and murmured, "You're the most beautiful woman from Daxiao I've ever seen. Before I leave, I'll give you a gift you'll never forget." His tone was sure, his expression gentle. Su Yanqing was about to press him for details when a sudden shout from below interrupted her. "Yanqing." Su Yanqing's brow furrowed, her face instantly turning cold. She didn't have to look to know who it was. Li Yifei. How could this persistent guy have followed her all the way to the martial exam? Yu Feng raised an eyebrow, a half-smile on his lips. "Is that your ex-boyfriend, the one people talk about online?" "No." Su Yanqing shook her head lightly, dismissing the idea. "We're just friends. He pursued me once, but I turned him down. I heard he used to be the top genius of Nan State." "He was," she replied, her eyes soft as she looked at Yu Feng. "But now, there's only one true genius in Nan State, and that's you." Yu Feng smiled, confidence curling at the corners of his lips. "Then let me go down and take care of this little problem for you. Trust me, he won't bother you again." The two of them slowly descended. With a flutter of their wings, their presence became commanding. Li Yifei stood among the scattered rocks, his face full of unwillingness as he stared at her. "Yanqing, you owe me an explanation. What did I do wrong? If I beat this member of the Winged clan, will you come back to me?" Su Yanqing scoffed, about to answer, but her gaze was suddenly drawn to a girl not far away. The girl was even more beautiful than herself, with delicate features, and was watching the drama unfold as she nibbled on sunflower seeds. What surprised Su Yanqing even more was that Yu Feng's gaze was also drawn to the girl, his eyes brightening, clearly transfixed. "Hello, beautiful lady," Yu Feng said warmly, his gaze intense. "May I know your name?" "Huh, me?" Zhong Rui looked startled, still holding half a bag of sunflower seeds as she pointed at herself. "I'm just a bystander here, please, carry on." Su Yanqing's expression shifted instantly, a look of strong vigilance appearing between her brows. She could feel that Yu Feng's attention had completely shifted away from her. "Beautiful lady, do you have a boyfriend?" Yu Feng asked again, his tone unusually earnest. Zhong Rui was stunned for a moment. She had only wanted to quietly watch the drama unfold. How did she suddenly become the center of attention? As Yu Feng pressed on, she glanced toward the forest and spotted a young man in black slowly emerging. He was strikingly handsome, but his aura was cold and fierce, a trace of ruthlessness between his brows. His robe was torn and blood-stained, as if he had just fought his way through a pack of beasts. "Well, I'm not really here for romance, so anyone will do as a shield," Zhong Rui thought, biting her lip. She quickly ran over to the young man in black and took his arm. "This is my boyfriend. I'm just here to watch, please, go on." She thought she had finally shaken off the unwanted attention, but in the next second, she saw Yu Feng's gentle composure shatter. His face turned pale, his eyes filled with shock, and even a hint of twisted fear. Before Zhong Rui could figure out what had happened, her vision suddenly changed. The entire world was filled with endless sky. Onash was flying. In his previous life, Chu Sheng always hated a particular plot device in novels. The female lead would casually grab a random passerby and claim he was her boyfriend just to get rid of someone bothering her. The twist? That passerby always turned out to be the male lead who pretended to be harmless, but was actually powerful. In his opinion, the female lead was just shameless and manipulative. Who even knows you? And do you realize how much trouble you could bring to others? The male lead was even worse, acting like a lovesick puppy, throwing himself at any pretty girl he saw. Now that he had encountered this kind of woman himself, he was determined to teach her a lesson. Justice points for punishing a toxic woman. 500. Bang. Zhong Rui crashed heavily to the ground, her body tumbling like a kite with a broken string before finally coming to a stop. The excruciating pain in her internal organs instantly drained all color from her face, and cold sweat trickled down her forehead. Curled up in agony, she looked up at Chu Sheng in utter disbelief. It wasn't just his overwhelming strength that shocked her. She simply couldn't understand why he would attack her at all. By all accounts, wasn't a guy supposed to play along with her act? What kind of bizarre twist was this? Gritting her teeth, she silently swore that her brother would avenge her for this humiliation. Meanwhile, Yu Feng had already retrieved the bracelet from Su Yanqing and now held it tightly in his hand. With this item, his confidence visibly surged, and his expression shifted from panic back to his usual calm composure. "Chu Sheng, why are you here?" Yu Feng demanded coldly, his eyes flashing dangerously. "And you talk about strict exam rules, anyone can sneak into the testing grounds. So much for your so-called discipline. You humans have no sense of order at all." Hearing this, Zhong Rui ignored her pain and hurriedly asked, "You're Chu Sheng? The one at the first level of Qi Si realm?" A hint of disdain flickered in her eyes, but she quickly followed up with a hopeful question. "Where's my brother?" Chu Sheng shot her a cold, sideways glance, his eyes sharp as blades. "Your brother?" The image of the pretentious guy who kept shaking his head and sighing flashed through his mind. "So you two are siblings." He smirked. "He's probably already been carried out. I can send you to join him." Before he finished speaking, Chu Sheng lashed out with a sudden, powerful kick aimed straight at Zhong Rui. She had no chance to react. Her body was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing and rolling across the hard ground before coming to a limp stop. Only the faint rise and fall of her chest proved she was still alive. On the other side, Su Yanqing's eyes lit up with glee as she shouted, "Huh, so what if you're a Qi realm? You just attacked someone during the exam. Just wait, the proctors will be here soon, and they'll make sure you're disqualified." She had worried for a moment when she realized Chu Sheng truly was at the Qi realm, fearing Yufeng might not be his match. But now, seeing him injure someone right in front of her, she saw a golden opportunity to get him kicked out of the martial exam for good. Chu Sheng's lips curled into a chilling, mocking smile. I'd actually like to see how a corpse is supposed to talk. With that, a surge of azure light erupted around him. Verdant true energy burst forth like a dragon breaking free, sending shockwaves that scattered dust and pebbles all around. All three onlookers stared wide-eyed in terror, blood draining from their faces as their breathing nearly stopped. That's true essence. Chu Sheng has reached the true essence realm. Yufeng muttered, his voice trembling with fear. That meant Chu Sheng was a full 2 realms above them. Ladies first. Chu Sheng spat out the words coldly. A flash of violet lightning split the air, and in the next instant, Chu Sheng appeared before Su Yanqing like a phantom, residual sparks still crackling around him. He unleashed a punch, his overwhelming true energy crashing forward like a tidal wave, making the very air tremble. Su Yanqing didn't even have time to scream before her body was torn apart by the terrifying force. Blood and fragments scattered everywhere, staining the ground red. In her final moment, her only thought was, what secret was Yufeng hiding? Yufeng was paralyzed with fear, his legs giving out. Just as he tried to run, Chu Sheng grabbed him by the ankle and swung him hard into the ground. Boom. The ground shattered instantly, sending dust and debris flying into the air in a thick, gray cloud. Yufeng's organs shifted out of place and most of his bones snapped, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. You want to play at a 3-year promise? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Chu Sheng looked down at the barely breathing Yufeng, his eyes still filled with killing intent. I really don't get how your brain works. What makes you think I'd ever give you time to grow stronger? The reason I want to kill Yufeng isn't just because he's from another race, it's also because he once swore he'd come back for revenge in 3 years. I'm not some idiot villain who waits around for his enemies to get stronger. Why should I wait for 3 years before making a move? Yufeng curled up on the ground, his face ashen as he realized he was facing a formidable opponent in the true essence realm. The overwhelming pressure made it impossible for him to rely on the protective formation anymore. At that desperate moment, he remembered one last, hopeless way to save himself, begging for mercy on his knees. He struggled to prop himself up, just about to kneel, when he heard Chu Sheng's icy voice. Even if you beg me, I won't spare you. Yufeng froze, despair written all over his face. Why? Don't humans have a saying? If you can let someone live, let them live? Chu Sheng sneered. Are you even human? You're from another race. Why would I let you off? In utter despair, Yufeng activated his protective formation, blue light flashing around him. But just as the barrier began to rise, Chu Sheng lifted his foot and stomped down without hesitation. The formation shattered instantly. The last glimmer of hope in Yufeng's eyes disappeared. He forced out his final words. Have you ever thought about what might happen after I die? That's not something a soldier like me needs to worry about. Chu Sheng replied coldly, then stomped down, crushing Yufeng's skull. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, filling the air with a sharp, metallic stench. Chu Sheng took a deep breath, as if he'd just finished something that had to be done. Only then did he notice someone else nearby, Li Yifei. Chu Sheng glanced at him with open contempt. Had heard about Li Yifei and Su Yanqing. If Li Yifei was here for revenge against those two, Chu Sheng might even respect him. But unfortunately, he was just a hopeless simp. Li Yifei stood frozen, muttering under his breath, Yanqing is dead. Yanqing is dead. His grief was almost tangible. Chu Sheng looked at the scattered remains on the ground and said coldly, yeah, she's dead for sure. Too bad you didn't get to her in time. Li Yifei suddenly looked up, his eyes burning with rage and a thirst for revenge. What did she do wrong? Why did you have to kill her? Chu Sheng let out a cold laugh. You don't deserve to ask me that. His gaze turned icy. And you'd better stop looking at me like that. Otherwise, I won't mind sending you to join her. Li Yifei gritted his teeth in anger. You're just throwing your weight around because you're stronger. If you really have what it takes, suppress your power to the open vein realm and see if I'd still be afraid. Before he could finish, Li Yifei's face went pale as Chu Sheng suddenly appeared right in front of him. The surge of true essence was like a tidal wave, the pressure so intense that Li Yifei could barely breathe. With a thud, Li Yifei's knees buckled and he crashed to the ground, almost crushed by Chu Sheng's sheer presence. Chu Sheng looked down at him, sneering. Honestly, I'd love to crack your head open and see what's inside. Asking me to suppress my power? Have you been reading too many romance novels? Does having a lower cultivation level make you right? Pathetic. Fighting his fear, Li Yifei tried to lift his head and argue, but Chu Sheng grabbed him by the throat and lifted him off the ground, cutting him off before he could speak. Chu Sheng's eyes were cold as he threatened in a low voice. I told you not to look at me like that. Do you have a death wish? If Chu Sheng squeezed any harder, Li Yifei's eyes rolled back and his body started convulsing. Only then did Chu Sheng let go, tossing him aside like trash. Suddenly, a startled shout came from the distance. What the hell? Lu Mingyi, the proctor, had rushed over after receiving an alert. He figured nothing major could have happened in such a short time. But when he arrived and saw the scene, he was completely stunned. This was by far the most serious incident since South Zhejiang started holding martial exams. Seeing Lu Mingyi, Li Yifei mustered up his courage and glared at Chu Sheng with pure hatred. The proctor is here. You're finished. Chu Sheng frowned, his expression full of disdain. You pass out when I grab your throat. But as soon as I let you go, you start acting tough? I'm out of patience. The proctor, it was him. He did it. Li Yifei shouted excitedly as he scrambled up from the ground, stumbling toward the proctor. Chu Sheng didn't hesitate. He swung his fist, moving like a tiger breaking through the air, his power roaring like a dragon. Boom. Li Yifei's head exploded instantly, blood splattering everywhere. Lu Mingyi was frozen in shock by the scene. His eyes were wide, mouth slightly open, staring at Chu Sheng in disbelief. True Essence, a candidate at the True Essence stage? What on earth was going on? But when Chu Sheng turned around, Lu Mingyi recognized him immediately. It was the same young man who had helped them with the earlier inspection. Later, Head asked Wang Qingwang about Chu Sheng's identity. Wang Qingwang hadn't said much, just replied, he's extraordinary. As soon as he spoke, Lu Mingyi realized his tone was off and quickly corrected himself. Young Master Chu. What happened here? Chu Sheng waved his hand, looking unconcerned. It's nothing. Just a minor scuffle. Sorry for the trouble. Almost instinctively, Lu Mingyi waved his own hand. No trouble at all. But as soon as he said it, he wanted to slap himself. How could this possibly be no trouble? Young Master Chu, if anyone asks about this, what should I say? Chu Sheng shrugged, still casual. Like I said, just a minor scuffle. His tone was light, as if this was no big deal. Someone died, though? Lu Mingyi's mouth twitched. Had seen Chu Sheng blow Li Yifei's head apart with a single punch. How could this be just a minor scuffle? But seeing Chu Sheng's calm demeanor, he swallowed his doubts. That was a full-force attack. There was no holding back. If it had been him, he'd be dead for sure. What? You don't believe me? Chu Sheng raised an eyebrow. I believe you. Of course I do. Lu Mingyi replied hastily, his voice tense. But, by the rules, I still have to report it, young Master Chu. I hope you understand. Chu Sheng nodded lightly. I understand. That's all there is to it. I saw that bastard blow Li Yifei's head apart, and I couldn't just stand by. Lu Mingyi's eyes widened even further. He was completely stunned by Chu Sheng's composure and bluntness. Outside the exam hall, Ji Xiao had just finished listening to Lu Mingyi's report, and his eyes nearly popped out of his head. So Chu Sheng's target wasn't just Yifeng. Had taken care of Li Yifei too. 3 dead, and 1 more badly injured. This was no small matter. Chu Sheng was treating the exam like a battlefield. Ji Xiao's expression darkened. Now it wasn't just the Winged clan he had to worry about. This could drag in the entire southern Zhejiang. He knew he wasn't up to handling something this serious, but he knew someone who was. Qi Zhinshan. Old Qi, come here. I need to talk to you. Qi Zhinshan looked surprised, but walked over with a grin. What's up? You seem excited. Yufeng is dead. Qi Zhinshan's smile froze. Then he was stunned. What? Young Master Chu acted that fast? Yeah, he was quick, but that's not the main point. Ji Xiao didn't wait for him to react and quickly added. The point is, Yufeng is dead, Li Yifei is dead, and another is seriously injured. This is a huge mess. We need to figure something out fast. Qi Zhinshan's expression changed. Damn, don't panic. Just think of something, Ji Xiao urged. If this blows up, young Master Chu is in trouble, and we won't come out of it unscathed either. Even though Chu Sheng's problems had nothing to do with them, Ji Xiao knew that as the chief examiner, he had to step in. But he didn't dare to confront Chu Sheng directly. Calm down. Let me think. Qi Zhinshan pondered for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. I've got an idea. After hearing Qi Zhinshan's plan, Ji Xiao's eyes brightened as well. He thought to himself, old Qi really does know what he's doing. That's a clean solution. If anyone deserves a promotion, it's you. Soon after, Lu Mingyi came out of breath, carrying the gravely injured Zhong Rui on his back. Seeing another person injured, everyone's expressions grew grim. They whispered among themselves, suspecting that something was wrong with the wristbands. Ji Xiao quickly walked over to Zhong Rui and carefully inspected her wristband. He pressed a button, and a blue protective barrier instantly appeared in the air. There's nothing wrong with it, Ji Xiao said, shaking his head. It seems she just didn't want to use the protection, probably because she values her qualification for the martial exam too much. As he spoke, he noticed Wang Qingwang's uneasy expression. Old Wang, don't tell me this girl is also from Jidao Martial Arts School? Wang Qingwang looked utterly helpless and nodded stiffly, as if he was about to burst into tears. Well then, Ji Xiao glanced at Zhong Xian ahead, now clearly unconcerned. With Zhong Xian leading the way, 1 more or less doesn't really make much difference. At least the 2 of them are seriously injured but not in mortal danger, luckier than those who lost their lives. Still, the fact that both injured candidates were from Jidao Martial Arts School made Ji Jixiao suspicious. Could those two who died have had some special status as well? He wondered to himself, then quickly tried to reassure himself. No need to scare myself. Would young Master Chu really be targeting prodigies on purpose? Just then, a voice interrupted his thoughts. City Lord Ji, has there been any official response about candidates injuring others during the exam? Shouldn't those who attack others in the last 2 hours of the assessment lose their qualifications? There has. Ji Jixiao nodded, his tone heavy. The authorities have decided to make Nan's prefecture a temporary pilot during the entire martial exam. Candidates are allowed to fight each other. Even injuring others won't get you disqualified. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes turned to the delegation from the Wing tribe. The timing was too convenient. Just as the Wing tribe was participating, Nan's prefecture became the test case. It was obvious this was their doing behind the scenes. The Wing tribe, however, were used to such angry stares and even looked rather smug. After all, this new rule was exactly what they had pushed for. Now everything was in place. All that was left was for Yu Feng to show his strength in the exam. Yu Yao sauntered up to Ji Jixiao, her tone laced with sarcasm. City Lord Ji, your human tribe is quite open-minded. This rule should have been in place long ago, but better late than never. Her eyes gleamed with pride. The exam has only been going for 20 minutes. There are still over 9 hours left. I wonder how many people Yu Feng can eliminate? 100? 200? Our Wing tribe's reputation is about to echo throughout Nan's prefecture. Her words made everyone seethe with anger. Some even clenched their fists. Seeing this, Yu Yao's smile widened. This is just the beginning. You'll have plenty more to be upset about, she continued. But the candidates probably haven't heard about this update yet. I suggest the examiners inform them so the authorities' good intentions don't go to waste. All right, I'll arrange that right away, Ji Jixiao replied, barely suppressing a smile. He thought to himself, Yu Feng is already finished, and you're still dreaming here. Just wait, you'll be the one crying soon enough. Of course, notifying everyone was out of the question. Ji Jixiao narrowed his eyes, merely putting on a show by sending a messenger. After all, if they truly allowed unchecked fighting, the entire exam site would descend into chaos. Who would still care about hunting the beasts? That would impact the scores of every student in Nanzizu. A little over 10 minutes later, a subordinate who had been stationed in advance came rushing out of the secret realm, drenched in sweat. After hearing his report, Ji Jixiao shot up from his seat, eyes wide. What did you say? Someone's dead. The words instantly drained the color from everyone's faces. Someone asked in a trembling voice, City Lord Ji, was it the work of a beast, or did another candidate do it? I knew this ridiculous pilot system was flawed. Allowing fighting now. Look, someone's dead, someone shouted angrily. It's all because of that bird clan. If only it had been one of their people. Ji Jixiao waved for the messenger to leave, then turned sharply to glare at the delegation from the winged clan, his voice tight, with barely suppressed fury. This is the work of your people. The fifth elder's expression flickered but quickly returned to calm, his tone tinged with disdain. Impossible. Every candidate has a protective wristband. Xiaofeng is only at the second level. He couldn't possibly break through the barrier. The victim didn't even have time to activate their wristband. Ji Jixiao ground out between clenched teeth. Well, there you have it. The fifth elder replied indifferently. If he didn't turn it on, how can you blame Xiaofeng? The other members of the winged clan murmured in agreement. As the argument grew heated, a clear, melodious laugh suddenly cut through the tension. Yu Yao walked over with elegant steps, wearing a confident smile. She had already contacted the top officials in Daxiao and was prepared to protect Yu Feng at all costs. Sure enough, at that moment, Ji Zixio's phone rang. Yu Yao's lips curled. City Lord Ji, you'd better answer. And don't forget to follow the proper procedures. Ji Jixiao answered, and his expression darkened almost immediately. Watching from the side, Qi Jinshan couldn't help but admire the city lord's impressive acting skills. As soon as the call ended, the people of Jinlan City crowded around anxiously, eager to know what had happened. Ji Jixiao let out a faint sigh, a hint of helplessness and deeper meaning flickering in his eyes. The rules of the martial exam had changed now. Weapons could kill, and murder on the field was no longer a crime. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in an uproar. But when everyone looked toward the Yi clan, they realized their faces looked even worse than AK's. In a place like Zhongzhou, perhaps they could still sway the situation. But here in Nanzizua land, neither favored nor cared for. Things were different. As long as the higher-ups made even the slightest concession at the negotiation table, Daxiao would readily agree to their demands. The fifth elder laughed heartily. City Lord Ji, you truly play by the rules. Let me apologize for my earlier attitude. Yu Yao, noticing the hostile glances from Jinlan City's people, came up with a plan to fan the flames further. I should also apologize to City Lord Ji. I promise to keep a closer eye on Xiaofeng from now on and make sure he. Before she could finish, Ji Jixiao waved her off. There's no need for that. Although Yu Feng made the first move, he's already paid for it with his life. I'm sure he'll be more careful in his next life. The arena fell into stunned silence. Everyone froze, as if they'd misheard. The fifth elder's throat bobbed, his eyes flashing with suspicion and shock. In a hoarse voice he asked, "What did you say? Paid with his life?" Ji Zixio's face was expressionless as he replied, "Was I not clear? He struck first and ended up being killed in return. That's the price he paid his life." Yu Yao's face went pale, her lips trembling in disbelief. "That's nonsense. Xiao Feng is second tier, 8th level. Who could possibly kill him? It must have been one of your examiners. So, you conspired to murder the pride of our clan? You'll pay for this." Ji Zhixiao remained calm, smiling faintly. "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Yu Feng was killed by another examinee, Chu Sheng from Bian City Second High. What does this have to do with an examiner? Don't talk nonsense. What's his cultivation? Xiao Feng wasn't even afraid of a third tier, first level cultivator. How could he have been killed by some examinee?" Yu Yao was stunned, her eyes vacant. Ji Zhixiao replied lightly, "Oh, he's quite strong. Chu Sheng has already reached the true essence realm, or what you call the fourth tier." The crowd was struck dumb once again. The people of Jinlan City stared in disbelief. Fourth tier? An examinee? Are you kidding? They could hardly accept such shocking news. Someone so powerful had stayed hidden, never making a name for himself, never appearing in any of the local competitions, training camps, or tournaments in Nanzhou. If he was truly this strong, how had he kept such a low profile all this time? At that moment, a member of the E-clan suddenly had a flash of realization. "I get it. He must have lied about his age. This was all a setup to get rid of our clan's prodigy." Ji Zhixiao shook his head. "No, he didn't. Chu Sheng's bone age test clearly showed he's 18. You can have him tested again after the exam." Yu Yao's expression shifted, a look of confusion flickering in her eyes. "Wait a minute. That name sounds so familiar." Ji Zixio's gaze sharpened. "Chu Sheng. The incident in Shengzi City was the one who helped us capture the bandits who attacked your delegation. Have you forgotten such a huge favor?" The members of the E-clan's delegation froze, recalling the determined figure of a young man with ink-black hair. Only now did they realize if they'd been played. Ji Zixio's actions had all been to pave the way for Chu Sheng after he killed Yu Feng. Now that the rules had changed and it was the E-clan themselves who had demanded those changes, if they kept making a fuss about it, they'd only look more foolish. Just then, 2 examiners dragged 2 bodies out from the secret realm, a chilling air of death following them. Their footsteps were heavy, and the atmosphere grew even more oppressive. Su Yanqing's corpse was almost unrecognizable, her limbs shattered and scattered, a horrifying sight. The people of Jinlan City were shocked to see the 2 corpses, but more than anything, they were puzzled. Why did the examiners have Yu Feng's remains? Still, they didn't dwell on it for long. But when they saw that Yu Feng's head had been completely crushed, the 5th elder's face turned ashen. The tension in the arena only deepened. Chu Shenghe was truly someone to be reckoned with. In the azure mist secret realm, mountain ranges stretched endlessly, their lush greenery layered upon each other. No matter where examinees are teleported in, they can all see the towering azure cloud mountain at the very center, its majestic peak piercing the sky. As the core area of the martial exam, Azure Cloud Mountain has always been a sacred ground reserved for only the most exceptional talents of Nan's prefecture. The mountain is teeming with peak-tier second-rank spirit beasts, and even those at the base are high-level second-rank, with strength comparable to martial artists at the 7th or 8th stage of the meridian opening realm. Any examinee with lesser strength who comes near is immediately at risk of elimination. It is revered as a holy site in the hearts of all Nan's prefecture candidates. No one dares to disagree. As the first team to set foot in this sacred place, the 4 led by Yang Ji were all seasoned fighters at the 6th stage of the meridian opening realm. However, instead of rushing up the mountain, they waited at the entrance, as if expecting someone. "This is strange. Yifei is supposed to be faster than us. How is it that we arrived first, but he's not here yet?" One team member frowned. "And what about that member of the Winged Clan? He's nowhere to be seen. Didn't we agree to help him get his sister-in-law back together? Did he make a move on his own? That's impossible. He said himself he can't beat that Winged Clan guy. Why would he act alone?" All 4 had been recruited by Li Yifei in advance. The rules of the martial exam were clear. You could only engage others in the core area. Relying on his speed, Li Yifei had chased after Yu Feng and Su Yanqing ahead of everyone else, while instructing the 4 to reach Azure Cloud Mountain as quickly as possible to meet up with him. Unexpectedly, the 4 arrived only to find no sign of Li Yifei, leaving them puzzled. Just then, a peal of thunder suddenly rolled in from the distance, rapidly approaching with overwhelming force. Looking toward the sound, they saw the distant forest collapse like dominoes, dust billowing high into the sky. The sight made all 4 of them jump to their feet, hair standing on end. "Is this a beast tide?" Yang Ji's voice trembled involuntarily, and even he couldn't believe what he was saying. The secret realm wasn't that large, filled with examinees and proctors maintaining order. How could a beast tide break out? Besides, a beast tide couldn't possibly move this fast. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying scene closed in, but just as the earth-shaking roar reached them, everything abruptly fell silent. The raging cloud of dust froze midair, then slowly dissipated in an eerie stillness. As the figure of a young man gradually emerged, the four's pupils constricted. Electric sparks danced around him, tiny arcs of lightning flickering constantly. Behind him, an enormous path had been carved through the forest, trees toppled like green waves on either side, charred by the lingering traces of lightning. The four fell into a dead silence, blocking the way, stopping others from climbing the mountain. The boy's tone was calm, but there was a faint hint of excitement in his voice. Yang Ji swallowed hard. No, that's not it. We're just waiting for someone. Oh, the boy sounded a bit disappointed. Hey Ray, some advice. You'd better wait somewhere else, or you might get hurt by accident later. Yang Ji nodded instinctively. All right. As soon as our friend arrives, we'll leave right away. Just as Chu Sheng was about to head up the mountain, Yang Ji suddenly called out. By the way, brother, have you heard about a winged clan examinee this year? Seeing how unfathomable Chu Sheng's aura was, and how his mere arrival had caused such a commotion, Yang Ji suddenly had an idea. If this guy is so strong, why not ask him to help deal with Yufeng? As fellow members of the human race, he believed that as long as he reasoned with him and appealed to his emotions, there was no way this person would refuse. Yang Ji watched the young man in front of him, his only concern being that the other might hesitate to act out of fear of retaliation from the winged clan in the future. Seeing Chu Sheng's calm, almost indifferent expression, Yang Ji spoke confidently. You know, this is our people's martial exam. Don't you think it's odd for a winged clan member? Enough with the rambling. Get to the point. Chu Sheng interrupted directly. Why not start from Pangu creating the world while you're at it? Yang Ji gave an awkward laugh. It's like this. We want to invite you to join us in taking down that winged clan member, to eliminate him from the competition. The other three looked at Chu Sheng with hope in their eyes. With such a powerful ally, Yufeng would have no chance of escape. It's too late. He's already dead, Chu Sheng replied casually. Dead? The four of them were stunned. How is that possible? Yang Ji pressed on. What about Su Yanqing? She's dead too. And Li Yifei? Seriously? They're all dead, Chu Sheng said, then turned and walked straight toward Qingyun Mountain, leaving the four staring at each other in disbelief. What's going on? How could they all be dead? Deaths during the martial exam were rare enough, let alone 3 top candidates dying at once. The odds were almost zero unless they were all killed by the young man before them. But that was even less likely. Even the son of the city lord couldn't stay in the exam after killing someone. Yang Ji, can you gauge his strength? I can't at all. His aura is too deep, but he's definitely stronger than us. So he's at least at the 7th level of the Kai Mai realm. Besides Yifei, does anyone in Nan's prefecture even reach that level? I've never heard of it. Should we just wait somewhere else? Qingyun Mountain is huge. Could he even hurt us? Before the words were out, a deafening clap of thunder suddenly exploded, making their ears ring painfully. Blinding blue-white lightning swallowed the sky in an instant. In disbelief, they looked toward Qingyun Mountain and saw a raging sea of lightning, waves of blue-violet thunder crashing and surging, arcs of electricity sweeping through everything in their path. Their faces turned ashen. Such power was beyond even a Qihai realm master. Run. At this level, even the protective arrays on our wristbands might not hold. They fled in panic. Soon, it was 6 o'clock in the afternoon, with just 30 minutes left in the martial exam that had shaken the entire Daxia Federation. The death of the winged clan candidate was no longer the main topic. What truly shocked everyone was the appearance of a 4th-tier candidate. Although it was hard to believe someone could reach this level in just 18 years, the evidence was undeniable. Nan's prefecture had produced an unprecedented martial arts genius. Even more astonishing was his score 30,000 points. That was twice the combined total of nearly 40 candidates from Bian City. On his own, Chu Sheng had boosted Bian City's average score to 3 times the usual, even surpassing the top scores from other prefectures. The peak of Qingyun Mountain. To be precise, it was once the mountainside of the original Qingyun Mountain. Under the relentless bombardment of a powerful practitioner at the true essence stage, the mountain had been completely reshaped. What used to be the mountainside was now the summit. Collapsed rocks were scattered everywhere, and the exposed slopes still bore the scorched marks of lightning. Only a handful of elite examinees who had ventured close to Qingyun Mountain had any real idea of what had happened. Most of the other candidates merely glanced up occasionally, saw flashes of lightning on the mountain, and grumbled impatiently. What's going on up there? How are we supposed to focus on the exam with all this commotion? Low-level demon beasts are naturally terrified of heavenly thunder, and by the final stage of the exam, they didn't even dare to appear. This directly led to a noticeable drop in this year's martial arts exam scores in Nan's prefecture, especially among the top examinees. They didn't dare get close to Qingyun Mountain, simply assuming something unusual was happening. Perhaps a high-level demon beast had appeared and the examiners were handling it. In fact, a few nearby proctors had gone up the mountain to investigate, but they quickly rushed back down as if fleeing for their lives. Even those at the same true essence level as Chu Sheng couldn't withstand the full force of his lightning marsh technique, let alone these proctors with only Qi Si cultivation. Still, They left with a sense of frustration. C-level proctors overseeing a true essence-level candidate? What a joke. This would surely become the talk of the town. On the mountainside, Chu Sheng stood with his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance. The fading sunlight reflected in his weary eyes, revealing a trace of exhaustion that was hard to notice. He didn't have to push himself so hard. The top scorer's title meant nothing to him. If that was all he wanted, he could have left long ago. Some questioned whether he lacked a sense of honor. Some accused him of not caring about Bayan City. But this was Chu Sheng's answer, for Bayan City, for Bayan number 2 high school, and for his own past. Twilight crept over his clothes, blurring the boy's silhouette into the world around him, an ending, but also a beginning. Soon, countless beams of white light rose from beneath the examinee's feet. With that, the martial arts exam finally came to an end. Let's hope those prodigies have strong enough resolve. Outside the secret realm, the once empty square quickly filled with returning candidates. The atmosphere was now completely different from before the exam back then. Those on the high platform spoke at length while the candidates remained silent and tense. Now, the candidates chattered excitedly, while those on the platform fell into stunned silence. Witnessing such an earth-shattering, almost absurd event firsthand, even the most composed person couldn't ignore it. 30,000 points. An unprecedented 30,000 points. They had already compared the top scores from other prefectures and done the math. In all of Daxia, the combined scores of the top scorers from the other 29 prefectures still didn't match Chu Sheng's alone. He had single-handedly raised the bar for the top scorer's title to an unheard-of level. This was an achievement of unmatched value, never before, and likely never again. Nan's prefecture was about to become famous across the land. Gradually, the silence spread among the examinees as well. Some noticed the electronic leaderboard displaying the top 100 scores. With just a glance, everyone's attention was riveted to the densely packed digits next to the first name. They couldn't look away. First place, Chu Sheng, by number 2 high school, 34,220 points. Normally, that number wouldn't be considered large, but seeing it listed under the ranking scores nearly blinded everyone on the spot. What the hell? Over 30,000 points? One of the candidates rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. This machine must be broken or something. Someone slap me. I must be so tired I'm dreaming right now. That number stood out like a sore thumb on the leaderboard. It was exactly 43 times higher than Yang Ji, who was in second place. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief, whispering, "Is this guy cheating or what?" In the crowd, Yang Ji stood frozen, shock written all over his face. He blinked and muttered to himself, "Second? How did I end up in second place? Where's that winged clan guy? And where did Li Yifei disappear to?" The surprise hit him so hard that he was at a loss, even forgetting how far behind had fallen. As the candidates grew increasingly restless, Ji Zhixiao cleared his throat and gestured for silence. Ahem, he raised his voice, "You're not seeing things, and the machine isn't malfunctioning. Chu Sheng's score is correct." Because he paused for effect, Chu Sheng is at the true essence stage. The moment he finished speaking, all chatter ceased. The exam hall went dead silent. Every candidate was left standing in shock, eyes wide, jaws practically on the floor. True essence stage? Someone finally found their voice, trembling. That's 2 whole realms above us. This is like some old monster from a fantasy novel's nascent soul stage, taking the entrance exam for a third-rate sect. Another person protested angrily. That's just not fair. Someone in the crowd suddenly had a realization. So, does that mean it was Chu Sheng who destroyed Qingyan Mountain? Not the proctors? Huh, what did you just say? Ji Zhixiao frowned and asked, "Say that again?" "I said Qingyan Mountain was half destroyed." The candidate scratched his head. "We thought it was some high-level demon beast, and the proctors were busy fighting it. There were explosions every now and then, and by the end, even the demon beasts were so scared they hid." Other candidates nodded in agreement, complaining, "If it hadn't been for all that, our scores would definitely have been higher." Ji Zhixiao's face darkened instantly, veins bulging on his forehead. No wonder, aside from Chu Sheng, everyone's scores were lower this year. Thought the candidates just weren't as good as previous years, but now he realized why. And Qingyan Mountain is a sacred site for the martial exam in Nan's prefecture. Now that it's been wrecked, what are we supposed to do for future exams? Ji Zhixiao's voice carried a hint of despair. In the crowd, Chu Sheng frowned, not because someone was tattling on him. Even if had known, he would have done the same thing. The reason for his frown was a woman standing not far away, glaring at him with murderous intent. It wasn't hard to guess why. In front of her were 2 wheelchairs, occupied by a brother and sister he had crippled earlier. Their faces were pale, but their eyes burned with hatred. Wow, they woke up this fast. Chu Sheng was a little surprised. Clearly, they must have used some high-grade healing medicine. Otherwise, waking up in a day, let alone 3, would be a medical miracle. It was just a minor incident. Are they really going to hold a grudge over that? Chu Sheng let out a heavy sigh and started walking in their direction. Guess I'll have to deal with this. At the same time, the old man Long, who had just been teleported out of the secret realm, narrowed his eyes when he saw what was happening and followed behind at a leisurely pace, his fingers tapping lightly on the sword at his waist. Chu Sheng had been watching for a while when he saw a chance to curry favor. His eyes lit up, and he hurried to follow as well. But before he could catch up, a dark figure shot past him in a flash. Seeing it was Gao Chong, Chu Sheng just shook his head in resignation. He was really experiencing what it meant to starve the master after teaching the apprentice. During the exam, Gao Chong had been picking Qi Xinshan's brain, and since he was Chu Sheng's lackey, Qi Xinshan had generously shared his techniques for flattery. Rule number 1. Always read the situation. Now, Gao Chong was practically a master himself. Who was that woman? The old man long frowned, tapping his fingers impatiently on the table. She's Zhongxian's protector, someone replied respectfully. Zhongxian and his sister Zhongrui are from the Jidao martial arts school. That's enough. Old Long cut him off with a dismissive wave, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. I know all about them. Gao Chong stepped forward with a flattering smile. Senior Long, I was wondering why I hadn't seen you around. Turns out you were in the secret realm protecting young Master Chu. There's hardly any danger in there, yet you still went. Young Master Chu is truly fortunate to have you as his protector. Huh. Old Long suddenly turned, giving Gao Chong a searching look. Why do you sound so eager? Have you been trying to get close to him? Gao Chong nodded honestly, his face full of genuine longing. I really want to improve myself. In truth, ever since Chu Sheng advanced to the true essence realm, Gao Chong had felt a growing sense of crisis. Though he had hitched his fortunes to Chu Sheng, he knew there was no way he could ever catch up in strength. The gap between them would only widen, and he feared that one day, Chu Sheng might simply leave him behind. Since he had no practical value, he decided to focus on offering emotional support instead. Old Long smirked. You're clever, and luck's on your side. Chu Sheng has a limitless future ahead. Becoming a martial saint within 100 years is well within reach. If that happens, maybe there'll be a new Gao family ruling Nan's prefecture. Gao Chong quickly lowered his head, his tone humble. I wouldn't dare even dream of that. Senior Long, am just happy to serve young Master Chu in any way I can. All right then, Old Long said slyly. He'll tell Chu Sheng later that he doesn't need to look after you anymore, since you want to follow him without expecting anything in return. What? Gao Chong was stunned, his face turning pale. Old Long rolled his eyes, baring a row of yellow teeth in a grin. Seriously, what's with the act? In the distance, Chu Sheng approached with steady steps. The Zhong siblings immediately tensed up, like startled birds. Chu Sheng's ruthless reputation had left quite an impression on them. Standing behind them, Lu Jingxiu watched with gentle sympathy in her eyes. She vividly remembered how confident and spirited the siblings had been when they first arrived in Nan's prefecture. Now, they looked like wounded quails, timid and withdrawn. She gently placed a reassuring hand on their shoulders, her voice soft and comforting. Don't worry, I'm here. She thought to herself, he's only at the first level of the true essence realm, while I'm at the peak. It's clear who's stronger. Hearing this, Zhongxian finally relaxed, straightening his back. With a protector by his side, something Chu Sheng didn't have, he felt more confident. As Chu Sheng drew near, the three of them met his gaze without backing down. With Lu Jingxiu, a peak true essence expert, behind him, Zhongxian managed a trademark bitter smile and shook his head, just about to speak. Another one of those bitter smiles. Disgust flashed in Chu Sheng's eyes. His right hand shot out like lightning, delivering a slap that sent Zhongxian wheelchair and all flying several meters, leaving a long mark on the ground. The suddenness of it caught everyone off guard. Even Lu Jingxiu was stunned. She had heard about Chu Sheng's behavior during the exams and knew he was arrogant, but she hadn't expected him to be this brazen. Right in front of her, with so many people watching, he didn't hesitate to strike. How dare you? Lu Jingxiu's face darkened as her voice rose sharply. This isn't the martial exam. You dare attack someone in public? Do you not respect me as his protector? As she spoke, she tapped her toe lightly on the ground, her figure blurring as she darted toward Chu Sheng, her hand reaching for his throat like a claw. Although Chu Sheng was talented, this time she was in the right, and she wasn't worried that hurting him would cause her any trouble. Climbing off the ground, Zhongxian watched the scene unfold, thinking to himself that slap was totally worth it. He had been worried that Lu Jingxiu wouldn't have a good reason to attack Chu Sheng, but to his surprise, Chu Sheng handed her the opportunity himself. He really brought this upon himself without even a protector by his side. He deserved what he got. However, in the next second, Zhongxian was stunned. Lu Jingxiu hadn't even touched Chu Sheng. Instead, it was as if she had lost all control, flying backward like a kite with a snapped string, even faster than when she had arrived. In the blink of an eye, she was sent dozens of yards away. The scene left many present wide-eyed with shock. No one could tell what had just happened. Even Chu Sheng remained standing there, completely motionless. Lu Jingxiu gritted her teeth through the pain and struggled to get up, only to feel as if her internal organs had been smashed by a giant hammer. The agony was so intense, she nearly blacked out. A mouthful of blood burst from her lips, splattering uncontrollably onto the ground. At that moment, a sly-looking old man walked up to her, sneering as he spoke. You dare to harm one of Longwu Academy's top students in front of me, his protector? Are you looking for trouble? As soon as he finished, everyone was stunned. Protector? Chu Sheng had a protector too? But after a moment's thought, it seemed only natural how could Longwu Academy not assign a protector to a genius like Chu Sheng? Still, it was odd that they'd chosen such an unremarkable, strange-looking old man, with a lecherous face and a missing front tooth. Lu Jingxiu forced herself to stand, glaring angrily at the old man before her. You're a protector, and so am I. Didn't you see him hit Xiaoxian first? The old man curled his lip, his face full of disdain. I saw it. So what? Am I supposed to give you an award? You call yourself a protector? You're nothing but a pretty face. What did you say? Lu Jingqia's expression darkened, her eyes flashing with fury. As a mentor at Jingwu Academy, she had once been a standout student herself, ranking in the top 10 at the Federal College tournament before staying on as faculty. Now, she was already at the peak of the true essence realm. Yet today, this old man dared call her a pretty face. She knew he wasn't ordinary, but she certainly wasn't someone to be underestimated either. She shouted angrily, "How dare you insult me? No matter what you say, the fact remains that Chu Sheng attacked someone. Don't think you can deny it. I'm going to report this to the discipline hall." She paused, suddenly realizing that with Chu Sheng already at the true essence realm, the discipline hall might not be able to do anything to him. Then he'll go to the Bureau of Martial Affairs. I want to see how they handle this. Just then, Chu Sheng strolled over, a hint of mockery in his eyes. I get it. Let me explain the law to you. Assault depends on the severity of the victim's injuries. The minimum, I forgot, but causing death can get you the death penalty. As he spoke, he pulled out a Bureau of Martial Affairs uniform and badge from his storage ring, quickly putting them on with a calm demeanor. Once he was dressed, he sneered. So, what you mean is, you want to file a complaint against an officer? The moment Chu Sheng put on the Jingwu Bureau uniform, everyone present was visibly stunned, as if struck by a heavy blow. A high school student is actually an inspector for the Jingwu Bureau? That thought flashed through everyone's mind, quickly followed by suspicion that he must have used connections to get in. Surprisingly, though, there wasn't much discontent among the crowd. To them, it seemed only natural for geniuses to have certain privileges, just like how top students always attract more attention at school. Everyone there, including the examinees, had experienced some form of special treatment as elites of Nan's prefecture. However, Lu Jingxiu from Zhongzhou frowned. She knew all too well how strictly the Jingwu Bureau was managed. Not even the Longwu Academy could simply plant people within its ranks. Unless her gaze involuntarily drifted to the old man from the Long family, standing nearby. The old man noticed her reaction and realized she had guessed the connection between Chu Sheng and the Long family. He was about to speak, but Lu Jingxiu softened her tone first. Even if you're with the Jingwu Bureau, you can't just go around hitting people. How dare you? Chu Sheng's voice suddenly rose. You attacked me while I was conducting an undercover investigation, and now that you know my identity, you still dare to slander me? Undercover investigation? Lu Jingxiu was momentarily at a loss for words. Chu Sheng sneered and explained. The Jingwu Bureau received a report that 2 non-local candidates used fake residency and school records to qualify for the martial arts exam. This undermines the fairness of the whole process. I'm here to investigate that. The crowd erupted in shock. Only now did they realize that the identity issues surrounding the Zhong siblings hinted at something far more serious, a major violation of the rules. For someone from Tianlong, pulling strings might seem easy, but in the eyes of the law, this was a grave offense. Gao Chong, what's the proper procedure for this? Chu Sheng turned to Gao Chong. After his training at the Wind Enforcement Hall, Gao Chong responded without hesitation. A maximum of 3 years in prison, and their exam results will be invalidated. Excellent. Chu Sheng nodded with satisfaction. He thought this punishment was just right. Not only would it hold Zhong Xian accountable for his actions, but it would also serve as a warning about the consequences their behavior could have for Nan's prefecture's candidates. With strength at the 8th level of the 2nd tier, they were a disaster for ordinary examinees. You people from Tianlong love to play games with others, don't you? Well, let's see how you enjoy yourselves in prison. No, you can't do this. Zhong Rui finally broke down in tears. She only wanted to have a bit of fun, never imagining that her little game would end with a prison sentence. Zhong Xian wasn't doing any better. He had set out to embarrass Chu Sheng, defeat Yu Feng, and maybe score 1,000 points to give little Nan's prefecture a real shock, but he hadn't achieved a single one. Not only had he nearly been beaten to death, now had even become a criminal. Why panic? Lu Jingqia's face remained calm, her voice steady, a stark contrast to the chaos around her. I think you might be mistaken. This was all arranged by Director Wang from your Nan's Prefecture's Education Bureau. Everything is completely legal. Oh, Chu Sheng rubbed his chin thoughtfully, a sly glint in his eyes. I don't buy it. Gao Chong, go get Director Wang over here. Let's have a face-to-face talk. Wang Wang, who had been standing nearby, coughed awkwardly and stepped forward, his expression shifting like clouds, hard to read. Ahem, young Master Chu, I'm right here. Chu Sheng's sharp gaze swept over Wang Wang, catching the flicker of hesitation and struggle on his face. He could tell this old fox hadn't yet decided which side to take. My apologies, truly. Chu Sheng suddenly became polite. I've been in Jinlan City for days, but haven't had the chance to visit you yet. I heard from Director Chi that you weren't too pleased about that. He smiled slightly, then changed the subject. Tell you what, once we're done with this case, I'll come pay my respects. By the way, I think I asked you before how many people are there in your family, Director Wang? That question was like a dagger to the heart. Wang Qingwang's eyes instantly cleared. Although Jidao Martial Arts Hall and Jingwu Academy were both in Central Province, Chu Sheng was right here in Nan's Prefecture, in Jinlan City practically on his doorstep. And besides, Chu Sheng was notorious for being unpredictable. Who knew what he'd do if you crossed him? You're too kind, young Master Chu, Wang Qingwang replied, his voice trembling slightly. I was only aware of the situation, really. I left the details to my staff, and am not too sure about the legality of the process. His answer was vague, but that was as far as he dared to go. Didn't have the guts to openly frame someone. Chu Sheng didn't press further. That was answer enough. You heard it, Director Wang just said himself that he doesn't know the details. Whether this was legal or not, we'll find out when we get back to the Jingwu Bureau. He suddenly raised his voice. Take all three of them away. Behind him, Qi Jinshan rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath, what are you waiting for? Arrest them. Chu Sheng's already given the order. If you don't, you're just making trouble for yourselves. Haven't you spent enough time cozying up to him these past few days? Lu Jingqiu stood frozen, her brow furrowed. All three? You're arresting me too? Of course, Chu Sheng sneered. You attacked an examinee and slandered the Jingwu Bureau's inspector. That's a crime. As he spoke, he pulled out his Zhanyu blade from his storage ring, the blade flashing coldly in the sunlight. He turned to Gao Chong. Hold her down. Stay sharp. Yes, sir. Gao Chong was about to move when Qi Jinshan shot him a meaningful look. Gao Chong hesitated, unsure what it meant. Lu Jingqiu's expression was icy, her voice cold as frost. I'm a guardian from Jingwu Academy. It's my duty to protect students. You have no right to arrest me. Suddenly, Gao Chong realized what Chu Sheng meant and the hint Qi Jinshan had given him. Chu Sheng had drawn his blood, was really going to attack her. Gao Chong felt a surge of excitement. Clearly, all that extra training was paying off. He strode up to Lu Jingqiu and reached for her neck without hesitation. How dare you? Lu Jingqiu's eyes flashed. She brushed his arm away with a swift motion. You're just at the Qi High level. Who gave you the nerve? I'm from Jingwu. Enough. Resisting arrest in public, are you? Chu Sheng cut her off. It doesn't matter who you are. He swung his blade, sending a wave of force surging upward. A deafening boom erupted as a torrent of energy crashed toward Lu Jingqiu like a tidal wave. Chu Sheng never held grudges, but Lu Jingqiu had looked at him with nothing but hostility and then tried to attack him. Even if Old Man Long had knocked her away, that was still an affront. If he couldn't hold a grudge, he'd just settle it on the spot. Whoa. Witnessing the terrifying force behind that strike, Lu Jingqiu was nearly scared out of her wits. The blade's aura was so fierce that even at her peak, she couldn't have withstood it, let alone now, gravely injured as she was. In the nick of time, the jade pendant on her chest suddenly burst into brilliant light, forming a shield just as the deadly energy was about to hit her. Boom. The blade energy collided with the light shield, and the deafening explosion echoed throughout the arena. Waves of force shot out in all directions like golden serpents. This sudden spectacle immediately drew the attention of all the examinees below. They had been waiting for the results, expecting to leave after the examiner's announcement. No one anticipated such a scene. What's going on? Wasn't the test over? Why are people still fighting up there? The crowd buzzed with confusion, but their voices fell silent when they recognized one of the fighters was a young man. What caught everyone's eye was the liquid-like, tangible true essence swirling around him, not ordinary spiritual energy. No wonder they couldn't find the legendary Chu Sheng among the crowd earlier. He was already on the platform, locked in battle. As the commotion faded, Chu Sheng's saber flared with golden light once more. He leapt into the air, and with a sweeping motion, his blade crashed down like a river breaking its banks. Second form surging waves split the mountain. Even before the blade landed, the force shattered everything around Lu Jingqiu to dust. The light shield flared up again, but it was clearly much dimmer than before. The sight terrified Lu Jingqiu. Was the Qingling pendant, a 5th-grade protective treasure, tough enough to withstand attacks from even spirit channeling experts. Yet it was already on the verge of collapse after just 2 strikes. Stop. I surrender. Surrendering is half a loss. I plead for mercy. Lu Jingqiu cried out in panic. But Chu Sheng had already launched his 3rd attack. 9 forms of the Great River 3rd form. The dragon hides in the azure waves. He spun, shifting his stance as true essence surged from his core, transforming into a dark dragon's shadow that coiled from the hilt of his blade. Instantly, water vapor churned within 100 feet, forming towering waves. With a single slash, the dragon's roar shattered the light shield and sent Lu Jingqiu flying dozens of yards away, crashing to the ground with only the faintest breath left. From start to finish, it all happened in less than 10 seconds. Everyone on the platform stood frozen in shock, unable to utter a word. Was this really the power of someone at the first stage of true essence? His aura matched but his strength was on par with the very peak of the realm. None of the top experts present would dare claim they could withstand Chu Sheng's 3 strikes. Genius didn't even begin to describe him was an absolute monster. It was truly a hopeless situation. Someone looked down at the sea of examinees below, expecting to see nothing but gloomy, anxious faces. To their surprise, most of the students' eyes shone with admiration. It wasn't hard to understand if Chu Sheng were only at the first level of the Qi realm, they would certainly feel despair. But faced with someone as powerful and charismatic as a true Essence Realm Master, who could possibly see him as a peer? To these examinees, Chu Sheng was clearly an unattainable idol and a respected senior. Anyone can chase after him if they want, but only a fool would see him as a target to catch up to, one examinee muttered quietly. This dramatic arrest earned Chu Sheng 8,000 justice points, bringing his total to 25,520. Looking at the 3 subdued criminals, Chu Sheng nodded in satisfaction. Catching this kind of criminal is so much more rewarding. Once things had settled down, Ji Xiao finally remembered there was still a bus full of examinees waiting for an escort. He hurriedly arranged a special vehicle to take them back into the city. Qi Jinshan followed closely beside Chu Sheng, smiling as he probed. Master Chu, you're not in a rush to return to Xingzi City, are you? What is it? Well, since you were the one who caught those 3, about the interrogation. Chu Sheng interrupted me. Wasn't it your people who made the arrest? I'm just a patrol officer from Xingzi City. If Director Qi hadn't given the order, who would have dared to make a move? Qi Jinshan was momentarily stunned, racking his brain to recall if he had offended Chu Sheng somehow. When he caught sight of Chu Sheng's mischievous grin, he realized he was only joking. I'm not leaving, Chu Sheng said seriously. But the interrogation is your job. I'm just a warrior, I'm not cut out for that. What result do you want then? Chu Sheng rolled his eyes. The Jingwu Bureau is supposed to uphold fairness and justice. What kind of question is that? Do I look like someone who bends the law at will? After a pause, he added, if they broke the law, punish them as required. If they didn't, then you caught the wrong people. What does that have to do with me? Qi Jinshan instantly understood the underlying message. If they were guilty, handle it by the book, with Chu Sheng backing him up. If they weren't, it was a mistake by the Jingwu Bureau, and Chu Sheng wouldn't be held responsible. If the Jidao Martial Arts School or the Jingwu Academy tried to stir up trouble, he'd have to deal with it himself. Then Qi Jinshan asked, Master Chu, do you want us to bring in Wang Qingwang as well? Law enforcement should be humane, Chu Sheng replied calmly. He's a reasonable man. Let's wait until tomorrow. If he hasn't delivered the evidence by morning, then go and bring him in. Since he had already offended them, Chu Sheng saw no point in pretending they could be friendly in the future. Those who needed to be taken down would be, and the 2 from the Zhong family were definitely facing 3 years in prison. The reason Chu Sheng planned to stay in Jinlan City for a few more days was to see how the Jidao Martial Arts School and Jingwu Academy would react. Besides, Long Liang's advanced martial technique was arriving soon. If it weren't for wanting to test whether switching techniques could save justice points, he would have advanced already after all, who would deliberately hold themselves back for no reason. Just then, the system suddenly spoke up. Host, keyword ultimate realm detected. Would you like to activate the limit breakthrough function? Once enabled, you can push each realm to its ultimate limit. Note, this function cannot be deactivated once activated. Each minor realm will require 3 breakthroughs to advance, and each major realm will require 10. By now, Chu Sheng was used to these sudden system prompts. He asked, let me ask you, after 10 breakthroughs at the peak of the true essence realm, could I defeat someone at the spirit nurturing realm? What are you thinking, host? Each major realm is a leap in the level of life itself. With equal talent, you definitely can't win. But this will let you be invincible among your peers. At the very least, it should solidify my foundation and make me stronger in the future, right? The system explained, let me put it this way. Normal cultivation is like memorizing the multiplication table perfectly. Limit breakthrough is like being able to recite it backwards in a foreign language. When it comes to mastery of the table, no one can match you. But host, how much do you think that will help with advanced calculus in college? Chu Sheng nodded. Great explanation. Now go away. That night, Chu Sheng slept exceptionally well. The physical exertion from the martial arts exam during the day had left him completely drained, and he was thoroughly exhausted. Meanwhile, countless people across the entire Daxia Kingdom found it hard to fall asleep. Teachers and students at Bayan City No. 2 High School, the staff at the Jingwu Bureau in Shengzi City, and even the top talents from various provinces, those who had fared much worse than Chu Sheng on the honor roll, were all restless that night. In Jinlan City, Wang Zhongguang didn't sleep a wink. Over the phone, Qi Jinshan had repeatedly reminded him to thoroughly investigate whether the proceedings against the Zhong siblings were conducted lawfully. After much deliberation, Wang Zhongguang realized he'd need to find a scapegoat. After all, he couldn't let everyone know that it was he, the director of the Education Bureau, who had orchestrated the whole thing. After an entire night of interrogation, the Zhong siblings still stubbornly refused to confess. It wasn't until the following morning, when Chu Sheng came to observe, that he finally exposed their trump card. Faced with Chu Sheng, the siblings at last admitted their guilt. Their confession meant they would soon face a 3-year sentence. But Chu Sheng knew this was far from the end. Despite admitting defeat now, the Jung siblings were not to be underestimated. There were likely more complications to come. He was curious to see what tricks they might have up their sleeves now that the case had been decided. Just as he was about to leave the interrogation room, Chu Sheng unexpectedly encountered 2 officers escorting a middle-aged man. The man's hair was streaked with gray, and though his appearance was unremarkable, there was something unusual about him. Suddenly, the man broke free from the officer's grasp and lunged straight at Chu Sheng. He grabbed Chu Sheng by the shoulder and, in a low voice, said, "Sorry, kid." Chu Sheng barely had time to react before the man tried to take him hostage. In that instant, Chu Sheng felt a sudden weakness in his shoulder and realized he had indeed been caught off guard. However, the man's strength was no match for his own. Chu Sheng quickly regained control, seized the man's wrist, and unleashed a surge of powerful true energy, yanking the assailant in front of him. "What are you doing?" One of the officers shouted in shock. "Xiao Song, have you lost your mind?" Chu Sheng raised an eyebrow, surprised that this man, Xiao Song, would dare challenge him in such a place. He sneered, "You really thought you could get away with this? I don't care if you live or die." With that, he slammed Xiao Song's head against the wall, leaving a bloody mark. Xiao Song collapsed to the ground, blood quickly pooling beneath him. Punished a criminal at the 5th level of Qi Si realm. Justice points 1000. Chu Sheng felt nothing. This was just another routine moment for him. The officers exchanged stunned looks, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. They had never encountered anyone like Chu Sheng before. Usually, suspects would at least try to explain themselves, but Chu Sheng simply acted first and asked questions later. "What's going on? Who is he?" Chu Sheng demanded. "He's Xiao Song, a former inspector with the Jingwu Bureau. He got into trouble, and we were about to interrogate him," one of the officers replied quietly. "Oh," Chu Sheng replied with a cold, mocking laugh. "So he broke the law knowing full well what he was doing, and then tried to take me hostage? That's an even greater crime. Are you trying to plead for him? Cover up his wrongdoing?" The officers hesitated, then tried to explain. "No, it's just that, well, his situation is a bit tragic." "Tragic?" Chu Sheng cut him off sharply. "What does that have to do with breaking the law? By that logic, anyone with a sob story could do whatever they want." He shot the officers a cold look, his tone utterly devoid of warmth. "Enough. Don't look at me like the thef's not dead." With a dismissive wave, he turned and walked away. After Chu Sheng left, the 2 officers helped Xiao Song up. His face was pale, and he was barely able to stand clearly. Chu Sheng's blow had taken a serious toll. Regardless, the nature of the case had already been decided, and it seemed this storm was just beginning. "I sometimes wonder if his heart is made of iron." One of the Jingwu Bureau staff complained with a frown in the interrogation room. "We're all colleagues here. What's the harm in just hearing about Xiao Song?" "I actually think young Master Chu did the right thing," another interrogator countered, tapping his fingers on the table. "Sure, Xiao Song's pitiful, but that's no excuse for taking someone hostage. If young Master Chu were just a regular student at the Kaimai stage, he really could have been held hostage." His voice suddenly dropped, a flicker of fear in his eyes. If something really happened, it wouldn't just be Xiao Song in trouble. "Do you think we'd get off any easier?" The other interrogator's face instantly went pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Indeed, given Chu Sheng's status, if anything had happened, would they really have fared any better than Xiao Song? "Xiao Song is just despicable," he said through gritted teeth. Young Master Chu showed mercy by not dealing with him outright. From the side, Wallhead Brother chimed in steadily. "The director's to blame too, insisting on an extra interrogation for no reason, and now look what happened. We need to report this to the director. If he finds out after the fact, we might still end up in trouble." After leaving the interrogation unit, Chu Sheng headed straight for Qi Zinchen's office. Normally, after the martial arts exam, it would be a time for students to relax, but not for Chu Sheng. The new cultivation technique would arrive in a few days, and he planned to rack up as many justice points as possible before then for a hefty round of upgrades. The Jingwu Bureau couldn't handle cases outside their jurisdiction unless they received special approval, similar to a temporary assignment. That was why Chu Sheng had come to see Qi Zinshan. But before he could even speak, Qi Zinshan was already hurrying over with a flattering smile. "Young Master Chu, I'm so sorry for the fright." Qi Zinshan began. Chu Sheng cut him off directly. "You're the one who got fertilized." Qi Zinshan froze, then quickly explained, "I meant you were accosted by someone." "Say another word of nonsense, and he'll send you off to Rong City," Chu Sheng said coldly. "Ah, young Master Chu, you misunderstand," Qi Zinshan said, sweating as he forced a smile. "I just wanted to apologize for what happened earlier. Thankfully, you're so skilled. If Xiao Song had actually hurt you, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough to atone for my mistake." Chu Sheng waved him off impatiently. "There's no misunderstanding. I know what you mean. I did it on purpose." "Impressive, young Master Chu. With your cultivation, you still keep such a childlike spirit. I truly admire you." Qi Zinshan immediately changed his tune, his grin growing even more obsequious. Chu Sheng couldn't help but chuckle. Qi Zinshan was quite a character, flattering from every angle and somehow making it seem natural, not awkward in the least. All right, I'm here because I have business, Chu Sheng said seriously. I have a deep aversion to evil. I feel restless if I'm not solving cases. Do you have anything that doesn't require much brainpower? Qi Xinshan's eyes widened in excitement, almost jumping to his feet. Young Master Chu, I've been waiting for you to say that. He pulled out a stamped special assignment form from his desk. Look, I've already prepared the approval for your temporary transfer. After all this flattery, Qi Xinshan wasn't about to let it go to waste. Now was the perfect time for a little payback. There were plenty of tough cases in the Jingwu Bureau. Soon, Qi Xinshan had several case files brought in for Chu Sheng to choose from. After reading the first file, Chu Sheng let out a cold laugh. Director Qi, are you doing this on purpose? Qi Xinshan's expression changed slightly, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table. Young Master Chu, I admit, I did have the records office put that file on top. I wanted to give Xiaosong some justice. Chu Sheng smiled noncommittally. At least you're honest. So, are you planning to take this case? Qi Xinshan asked tentatively, his eyes full of hope. You've been buttering me up all this time for today, haven't you? Chu Sheng looked Qi Xinshan in the eye. You didn't arrange for Xiaosong's transfer earlier on purpose, did you? No, absolutely not. I really didn't know about it. Qi Xinshan quickly denied, shaking his head. Judging by his expression, Chu Sheng didn't press further. But just as he was about to leave with the case file, someone burst into the office in a panic. Director, bad news, the Su family is here causing trouble, and they've brought 2 reporters with them. Upon hearing this, Qi Xinshan immediately looked at Chu Sheng, seeking his opinion. Chu Sheng looked completely baffled. Why are you looking at me? What's it got to do with me? Qi Xinshan hesitated, then asked cautiously, what's Su Yanqing's last name again? In Lu Mingjia's report, it was mentioned that Chu Sheng only lashed out in anger after witnessing Yufeng kill Li Yifei. He struck decisively, killing both Yufeng and his accomplice Su Yanqing on the spot. Chu Sheng assumed that, with the official notice backing him up, there would be no consequences for his actions and no one would dare make a fuss over it. Unexpectedly, the Su family still had the nerve to confront him, which even took Qi Xinshan by surprise. Why do some people never seem to learn their lesson? Qi Xinshan frowned. Hearing this, Chu Sheng nodded thoughtfully, a cold glint in his eyes. So it's that woman, he sneered, then turned to his subordinate who had come to report. What do they want? Don't tell me they expect me to pay for a life with my own. No, the subordinate replied, head lowered and voice trembling slightly. They're demanding that you apologize to Su Yanqing, keep vigil for her, and that's enough. Chu Sheng slammed his hand on the table, his face dark as iron. Just hearing the word apology is almost too much. And now they want me to keep vigil too? He let out a cold laugh. And there's more after that? Do they think I'm just here to grant wishes? Even an apology is out of the question. Qi Xinshan, seeing the situation, asked cautiously, young Master Chu, how do you want to handle this? Should I have them all thrown out? I don't think that's necessary. Chu Sheng suddenly changed his tone, putting on a facade of sympathy. They've just lost a family member, we should at least show some understanding. So you mean to invite them in? Qi Xinshan was taken aback. Based on his recent interactions, Chu Sheng didn't strike him as the accommodating type. Right? Chu Sheng's lips curled into a cold smile. Since they're here causing trouble, we'll charge them with provoking a public disturbance. Qi Xinshan was momentarily stunned before he thought. That's more like if this is the Chu Sheng I know. Compromise? Not a chance. Who do they think they are? Chu Sheng isn't afraid of the Jidao Martial Arts Hall or the Capital Martial Academy, let alone the insignificant Su family. It's the reporters that are tricky, the subordinate reminded quietly. If we detain them directly, the reporters will definitely stir things up. Wouldn't that damage your reputation, young Master Chu? Chu Sheng raised an eyebrow, his tone full of disdain. Then just detain them all. Do I really need to teach you something so simple? All of them. The subordinate swallowed hard. Chu Sheng rubbed his chin, a glint of calculation in his eyes. Hey, race, what you do. Contact Li Yifei's family and tell them Su Yanqing was responsible for his death. Let's see how they want to handle it. Qi Xinshan was dumbfounded. What a ruthless move, using even the dead to his advantage. In the eyes of the Li family, Chu Sheng was a hero who had avenged Li Yifei. Just last night, they'd even brought over a banner to thank him. Qi Xinshan hadn't let them disturb Chu Sheng since he was resting, but told them to come back the next day. If the Li family found out the Su family was making trouble for Chu Sheng over this, wouldn't they just go after the Su family themselves? The Su family wouldn't back down either, and it would turn into a brawl. That would be the perfect excuse for the charge of provoking a disturbance. What's so difficult about this? Chu Sheng shrugged at Qi Xinshan's surprised look. Did I say anything wrong? Would Li Yifei have died, if not for Su Yanqing? Absolutely right, young Master Chu. Qi Xinshan immediately flattered him, eyes shining with admiration. Outside the Jingwu Bureau, more than a dozen people were holding a banner that read, Justice for my daughter. The banner flapped in the wind as emotions ran high among the crowd. Nearby, 2 reporters with cameras were filming the scene, flashes going off in rapid succession. At the very front, a man and a woman with microphones were broadcasting live. Hello to all the viewers watching at home. I'm Shally from Shally Helps, the female reporter said, her expression serious and professional as she faced the camera. Welcome to this episode of the Gold Mediation Room. I'm your mediator, Hao Ren. The male reporter continued, his brow furrowed. Today's case is a tough one. Yesterday's martial arts exam was marred by a serious accident, which I'm sure everyone has heard about by now. The couple standing behind me are the parents of the girl who tragically lost her life. There's a saying that human life is more important than anything else. Even though the rules for this year's exam have changed, at the end of the day, it's still a life lost. The law may be impersonal, but people are not. That's why they specifically asked me to come. To be honest, for Xiao Li and Hao Run, today's mediation is hardly a challenge. In their careers, they've handled cases far trickier than this. For example, they've dealt with couples who divorced over a decade ago, had no children, and then after the ex-husband passed away, his relatives shamelessly tried to fight for the inheritance. Or parents who abandoned their families for decades, only to return in old age demanding that their children support them. Even those thorny disputes were resolved with ease. Compared to those, today's mediation just asking the examinee to apologize and attend the memorial is barely worth mentioning. Of course, they're aware of Chu Sheng's unique status, the only candidate in history to reach the true essence stage. But that doesn't intimidate them. On the contrary, it makes them think this will be even easier. Talents like him care deeply about their reputation. With a bit of moral pressure, he's bound to agree to their terms. Plus, the public attention around this case is huge, making it a perfect opportunity to boost ratings. Soon, the doors of the Jingwu Bureau opened, and a young man walked out, followed by more than a dozen inspectors. Xiao Li and Hao Ren recognized him instantly. This was Chu Sheng, the person at the center of today's controversy. He was here. Their hearts raced with excitement. Now was their chance to act. In unison, they whispered, "Cry?" As soon as the words left their mouths, Su Yanqing's mother, Lu Yu, broke down in tears, her cries piercing the air. "My daughter died so horribly," she wailed, her grief echoed by the rest of the Su family, who wept bitterly for the girl they had lost. "How could this happen to my daughter? She didn't even have a complete body left. This is inhumane. How can they just let it go? We demand an apology. We demand compensation. We raised her for so many years. How can her life end so abruptly?" Seeing this, Xiao Li and Hao Ren knew the mediation was already more than halfway done. They had firmly taken the moral high ground. The next step was to appeal to Chu Sheng's emotions and reason, making him realize his mistake. As for legal responsibility, if this were a matter of law, why would the Su family be seeking their help in the first place? Chu Sheng approached, a faint, playful smile on his lips, as if he were watching a performance. Witnessing this, Xiao Li's sense of justice flared up. She stepped forward angrily. "You killed someone, and now you're standing here smiling while her family is in agony. Do you have any conscience at all?" Unlike Hao Run, Xiao Li didn't just see this as a job, it was a sacred mission. After all, Su Yanqing was a girl. She genuinely wanted to seek justice for her, and to show the world just how much injustice and harm women still suffer in society. After speaking, Xiao Li let tears of accusation fall in front of the camera, a tactic she used in every mediation, and it never failed. As the tears slid down her cheeks, she knew that, no matter how justified the other side might be, this would always give her the upper hand. "We're all exam candidates. Not only did you refuse to help, but you also went out of your way to hurt others. Don't you feel any guilt at all? Or is it that you simply have no conscience?" She rattled off the lines she had prepared in advance, then quickly turned to observe Chu Sheng's reaction. To her surprise, Chu Sheng didn't look the least bit embarrassed or uncomfortable. Instead, his smile grew even brighter. He turned to Gao Chong behind him. "She says I'm heartless, that I have no conscience. What do you call that?" Gao Chong replied sternly. "Sir, she's slandering you in front of the media. This is extremely serious. It could be considered slandering the Jingwu Bureau's inspector, or even causing a public disturbance." Xiao Li was stunned. Before she could react, Chu Sheng nodded and said, "I see." Then, with a swift slap, he sent Xiao Li flying. The room fell completely silent. Everyone stared in shock. "Take her inside and handle it however you see fit," Chu Sheng ordered coldly. "Who does she think she is, always trying to guilt-trip people? Did she really think I'd let her get away with it? I was going to wait for the Li family to show up, but I didn't expect this idiot to walk right into it herself." Chu Sheng then shifted his gaze to Hao Ren, who was clutching a microphone nearby. "All right, your turn. What do you have to say?" Hao Ren swallowed hard, abandoning the arguments he'd prepared. "Well, I'm a mediator. My client never intended to take legal action. She just wants you to apologize to the candidate you killed and stand vigil for one more day. And maybe offer some compensation." "A mediator, huh? You must be pretty generous then?" Chu Sheng interrupted with a mocking smile. Hao Ren hesitated, unsure of Chu Sheng's intentions, but nodded anyway. "Of course, in our line of work, you have to be broad-minded. If you're petty yourself, how can you mediate for others?" "Good. We'll be watching to see how you handle things later," Chu Sheng said, his tone meaningful. Just as Hao Ren was left puzzled, a brick suddenly flew in from the side and struck him squarely on the forehead. "Aya!" he screamed, blood streaming down his face. The incident happened so fast that even Chu Sheng was caught off guard. Everyone turned to look in the direction the brick had come from and saw a scruffy old man standing there, grinning slyly. You old bastard, did you just hit me? Are you insane? Hao Ren yelled, clutching his bleeding head. Had been attacked during mediations before, but he was certain Head never mediated for this old man. Serves you right for showing off, the old man, Long, sneered. Chu Sheng laughed from the side. Come on, be generous. Aren't you the mediator? Just let it go and deal with it yourself. No way. I'm going to sue him. He'll make sure he loses everything. I'm calling the enforcement hall right now. Hao Ren shouted in fury. At that moment, a furious roar came from behind the Li family had arrived. Su Wenjing, you bastard. Your daughter died because she deserved it. She chose to side with the Yi clan. And now you dare to bring people here to cause trouble for Lord Chu? Beat them up. Su Wenjing was, in fact, Su Yanqing's father, and today he was leading the group alongside Lu Yu. Without another word, the Li family members charged straight at the Su family. Chaos broke out instantly. Fists flew, feet kicked, and angry shouts echoed everywhere. Hao Ren, clutching his head, stumbled into the fray and shouted, Stop. Everyone stop. I'm the mediator. Before he could finish, a young man from the Li family rushed forward and landed a heavy punch, knocking Hao Ren to the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of Hao Ren's mouth as the young man looked down at him with malice. Damn it, I've had it with you. Mediate. Mediate your ass. Finally, I've got a reason to beat you up. With that, he kicked Hao Ren hard in the stomach. Despite the brawl, both sides showed surprising restraint. Only those at the open meridian level joined the fight. The stronger Chi-Si cultivators simply stood by and watched, eyeing each other warily. They all knew this was right outside the Jingwu Bureau. If any Chi-Si expert dared make a move here, the Bureau would have every reason to throw them all in jail. Little did they know, even if they kept their hands clean, they were still in trouble. Stop. Seeing the moment was right, Chu Sheng shouted, bringing the chaos to a halt. His true energy surged, creating a wave of invisible pressure that no one dared defy. No one wanted to risk finding out if he was bluffing. Chu Sheng's face was cold as he swept his gaze over the crowd. Fighting and causing trouble at the gates of my Jingwu Bureau? Take them all away. Several Chi-Si level cultivators from the Su family immediately stepped forward, their faces full of defiance. Why? None of them are at the Chi-Si level. They're not under your jurisdiction. Chu Sheng glanced at the speaker with disdain, a cold smile curling on his lips. Are you not people? Answer me, are you not human? Take them all. Anyone who resists will be treated as resisting arrest. The Jingwu Bureau officers moved in at once, quickly pinning the Su family members to the ground and snapping special spirit-powered shackles onto their wrists. Su Wenjing, held by two officers, looked bewildered. This isn't right. The Li family was involved too. Why are you only arresting us? Chu Sheng straightened his collar, speaking as if discussing the weather. Enforcement should have a human touch. Li Yifei from their family lost his mother because of yours. It's natural he lost his temper. As the saying goes, the law is harsh, but people have feelings. Just this once, they'll be lenient with them. You're being blatantly biased. Su Wenjing's face turned red with anger. Chu Sheng nodded matter-of-factly. Yes, I am. And I'm not going to change. Any other complaints? The Su family was left speechless. Take them away. Chu Sheng waved his hand, and the Su family members were dragged off by the officers. A few who resisted were quickly subdued and hauled away like sacks of rice. After the Su family was taken away, Chu Sheng turned to the barely conscious Hao Ren on the ground. Hao Ren glared resentfully at the Li family youth who had attacked him, dried blood at the corner of his mouth. Chu Sheng walked over and chuckled. Still feeling generous? I want to press charges, Hao Ren coughed, his voice weak. Chu Sheng crouched down, obvious mockery in his tone. You always tell others to let things go when you mediate, but when it happens to you, suddenly you want to sue everyone? Hao Ren didn't respond. Humiliated face, he was so angry he passed out, collapsing limply on the ground. At this point, the Li family members gathered around, bowing repeatedly to Chu Sheng in gratitude. Chu Sheng waved them off graciously. No need to thank me, just doing my duty. Refusing to be morally blackmailed, I've taken decisive action against the Su family to protect you and ensure there's no further harm. His tone was as if he were delivering a declaration of justice. Your righteous actions have earned the Li family's highest praise. Justice points, 10,000. The Li family patriarch said respectfully, his eyes full of gratitude. From the side, old man Long watched the scene, rolling his eyes so hard they nearly popped out. Had never seen anyone so shameless. After killing someone's son, not only did he get thanked, but the family was happy to be used by him, all while he acted as if he were the paragon of justice. His thick skin put city walls to shame. After spending these days together, old man Long's opinion of Chu Sheng could be summed up in 2 words, downright uncanny. Call him a villain, but had done plenty of good, never killing indiscriminately. Call him a good man, but the coffins of those Head killed wouldn't stay shut. Then old man Long remembered the case Fal had seen earlier and couldn't help but frown. Who knew how many people this kid would have to kill this time? Being his protector was really damn exhausting. In the single patient room of the Jingwu Bureau, Xiao Song slowly opened his eyes. A sharp pain shot through his head, forcing a gasp from his lips. It was almost unbearable. At that moment, a familiar voice sounded by his ear. Young master, he's awake. Gao Chang wiped the blood from his fingers, his expression blank as he glanced at Xiao Song. There was a hint of coldness in his helpless tone. No choice. This was Chu Sheng's order. If I didn't dig into the wound, who knows when he'd wake up? Chu Sheng doesn't have time to wait around here. When Xiao Song spotted Chu Sheng, his vision blurred as if he were dreaming. This young man, with the strength of someone in the true essence realm, was called Young Master Chu by the interrogators. Xiao Song could sense that this was no ordinary person. Overcome by emotion, he tried to sit up, only to realize his body was weak and powerless. I'm sorry. My life is yours if you want it. But please, give me a little more time. Help me get out of here. Once I've finished what I need to do, you can do whatever you want with me. Xiao Song's voice was hoarse and desperate, pleading. Chu Sheng let out a cold laugh. Huh, making wishes now? You broke the law. You know, not just once, but you killed 2 people. And you still think you can get out? Xiao Song struggled to support himself, managed to get out of bed, but his knees buckled and he fell to the floor. Bloodshot eyes fixed on Chu Sheng. He begged, Young Master Chu, I know you're not just anybody. I'm begging you. His voice was choked with emotion, and tears welled up in his eyes. If Chu Sheng and Gao Chang had known him better, they would have been shocked to see a man known throughout the Jingwu Bureau as a tough guy showing such vulnerability. Chu Sheng paused for a moment, his gaze icy as he looked at Xiao Song. Forget it. You're not getting out of here. I'm here because of your case. Tell me everything, especially about your daughter. Chu Sheng's tone was calm and emotionless. Xiao Song realized that Chu Sheng wasn't here to punish him, but to help. The thought gave him hope, and he quickly made up his mind. I want to handle this myself. Chu Sheng raised an eyebrow, looking slightly surprised, but his smile remained cold. Well, you do have some backbone. Fine, handle it yourself. He stood up and headed for the door. Gao Chang, let's go. Chu Sheng's words were crisp and commanding. Xiao Song was stunned by this. He called out, voice nearly breaking, Young Master Chu, wait. Don't go. He'll tell you everything. Chu Sheng didn't turn around. His voice was cold. Too late. Without another word, he left the room. What a joke, trying to play games with me. Chu Sheng scoffed as he walked away. Standing to the side, Gao Chang couldn't hold back a laugh. You really don't know what kind of temper young Master Chu has. Trying to pull that on him, you had it coming. Had once felt sorry for Xiao Song, since they'd been colleagues. But now, all sympathy vanished, replaced by contempt. Xiao Song was left in a daze, his face full of confusion and disappointment. Guilt and regret washed over him, as if the opportunity in his hands had slipped away in an instant. Just as he was lost in despair, the guards entered. When Xiao Song learned Chu Sheng's true identity, a wave of hopelessness crashed over him. Tears welled up as he squeezed his eyes shut. Did I just throw away my chance to avenge Xiao Duo? Outside the door, the guard assigned by Qi Xinshan, an old acquaintance, looked at Xiao Song and slapped his thigh in frustration. You, honestly. The director worked so hard to get you this chance, and you just let it go to waste. Xiao Song looked bewildered. The director? But he already knows everything, doesn't he? Why did young Master Chu bother to come and ask me personally? Nonsense. Do you really think anyone can be more persuasive than the person directly involved? A cold voice rang out in the interrogation room. If you can actually convince young Master Chu and he decides to show some mercy, then maybe you'll have a chance. No matter what, the fact remains that Xiao Song killed 2 people. Even Qi Xinshan can't protect him, but that doesn't mean Chu Sheng can't either. Xiao Song turned his head silently toward the wall, a glimmer of despair in his eyes. If it weren't for his daughter's death still unavenged, he might have already smashed his head against that cold wall to end it all. Meanwhile, tension hung heavily in Qi Xinshan's office. When he heard that Chu Sheng was there to review other case files, Qi Xinshan's expression changed slightly, and his brows furrowed unconsciously. Young Master Chu, is there something particularly troublesome about Xiao Song's case? Qi Xinshan probed, his fingers tapping lightly on the desk. No. Chu Sheng shook his head, his tone flat. He just can't tell the difference between the king and the joker. After hearing what had happened in the hospital room, Qi Xinshan's face instantly darkened. He wanted nothing more than to rush over and kick Xiao Song twice himself. I went through all that trouble to hand you an opportunity, and you just spat it all out without even trying. What's wrong, Director Qi? You look a little upset, Chu Sheng said with a slight smirk, a trace of mockery in his eyes. Qi Xinshan took a deep breath. To be honest, young Master Chu, I'm just frustrated with Xiao Song's lack of gratitude. He even had the nerve to push his luck. Then, his tone softened. Still, I hope you might be willing to help him. Absolutely not. Chu Sheng refused without hesitation, his voice as cold and hard as steel. Qi Xinshan let out a helpless sigh, his shoulders sinking. But Chu Sheng continued. The evidence of Xiao Song's crime is conclusive. No one can help him. So, what you mean is about his daughter. Qi Xinshan's eyes lit up with a hint of hope. You've been asking for so long. If I don't help at all, it doesn't seem right. Chu Sheng leaned back in his chair. You must have some idea about what happened to his daughter. Tell Muhat's the story. As Qi Xinshan recounted the details, Chu Sheng gradually pieced together the whole story. Song's daughter, Xiao Duo, was an investigator with the Windcatcher Hall. She had reached the peak of the Kaimai stage and planned to apply to the Jingwu Bureau after her next advancement. A month ago, while investigating a missing persons case, she disappeared without a trace. When the search team finally found her, Xiao Duo was already a mutilated corpse, her body barely recognizable from the torture shed endured before death. Even more shocking, the forensic examiner discovered traces of non-human, demon beast genetic material in her remains. The blow turned Song's hair white overnight. Determined to uncover the truth, he followed the clues his daughter had left behind. Although this was technically a Windcatcher Hall case, Qi Xinshan's connection to Ji Zhixiao ensured full cooperation with Song's investigation. Within days, Song discovered that the case was likely linked to Bishi village. When he went to investigate, he happened upon two people making jokes about his dead daughter. Consumed by rage, Song snapped and killed them both. Afterwards, people from Bishi village captured him and handed him over to the Jingwu Bureau for punishment. The evidence against Song for killing two people was undeniable. Even if Qi Xinshan wanted to protect him, there was nothing he could do. As the chief of the Jingwu Bureau, every move he made was under scrutiny. One misstep could get him reported to his superiors. Oversight from above had always been strict, and a single mishandled case could cost him dearly. But Chu Sheng was different and had the background and connections to not worry about such things. Song had been with the Bureau for years, and I'd met Xiao Duo before. She was a promising recruit. Such a shame about what happened. Qi Xinshan's words were tinged with frustration, his brow tightly furrowed. As the director of the Jingwu Bureau, a state law enforcement agency, he should have wielded immense power. Yet, he found himself constantly constrained, having to tread carefully even when seeking justice for his own people. He rubbed his temples, unable to fathom why headquarters treated their own men with such deep suspicion. To him, there was only one explanation: something major must have gone wrong at Jingwu Bureau in the past. But as far as he knew, the Bureau had never had any serious incidents since its founding. "I'd like to know which bastard messed things up," he muttered under his breath. Just then, Chu Sheng's ears started to burn for no apparent reason. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you cursing me in your head?" "Oh, young Master Chu, what are you saying?" Qi Xinshan quickly waved his hands, plastering a smile on his face. "My admiration for you is as endless as the Yellow River. How could I ever curse you?" Chu Sheng didn't take the comment seriously and changed the subject. "Is Bishi village one of those 6 villages of the 3 rivers?" "That's right," Qi Xinshan nodded, explaining, "the river system in Nan's prefecture is extremely well developed, with 3 major rivers running through it. Of the many villages along the banks, 6 are especially famous and powerful. They are called the 6 villages of the 3 rivers. Bishi village is the 6th, and its chief, Jiang Yuan, is at the peak of the true essence stage. His Bihue swordsmanship is truly formidable." Chu Sheng narrowed his eyes. "I've heard those villages aren't exactly law-abiding citizens." To him, the so-called 6 villages were no better than river bandits. The only difference was that bandits robbed openly, while these villagers worked from the shadows. The 3 rivers teemed with river beasts, making the waters perpetually unsafe. The only reason the Xia dynasty tolerated the existence of the 6 villages was because they helped keep the surrounding waterways safe. Officially, they didn't attack passing boats, but any vessel wishing to travel safely had to hire their protection, which was simply a euphemism for paying protection money. If a boat owner paid up, all was well. If not, the water villages wouldn't openly cause trouble, but most of those boats would end up at the bottom of the river. Whether it was the work of river monsters or the villagers themselves, anyone with sense knew the truth. It took Chu Sheng's super quick mind only a moment to reach a conclusion. "Well, case closed. It's Jiang Yuan's doing," he said lightly. Investigating cases was too much of a hassle. He didn't really know who was responsible, but the chief of Bishi village certainly did. If he couldn't solve the problem, he'd rather hand it over to someone else. After all, Jiang Yuan wasn't exactly an upstanding citizen. Qi Xinshan looked at him in amazement. "Incredible. Young Master Chu, your thinking matches mine exactly. What do you call that?" Chu Sheng shot him a look. "That's called flattery." "Ah, right." Qi Xinshan's face froze in embarrassment. He quickly changed the subject. "Young Master Chu, just say the word. How many men do you need? They'll sign the order and make sure everything's ready for you. 30,000 foot soldiers, 3,000 mounted archers, and 1,000 elite cavalry. Get it arranged," Chu Sheng said with a straight face. "What?" Qi Xinshan's eyes widened. "Are you ever going to stop showing off?" In the end, Chu Sheng didn't take anyone with him. With Old Long around, there was no need for such theatrics. Bishi village was southeast of Jinlan City, and by the time the 3 of them arrived, it was nearly dusk. Outside the village, a few ramshackle fishing hamlets dotted the riverbank, with low wooden huts scattered here and there. Most of the people living here were ordinary folk with no cultivation. In exchange for the protection of Bishi village, these villagers had to pay double tribute taxes to the government and offerings to the water village. Not only did they have to deliver a steady stream of fish and grain to the stockade, but they were also required to regularly send in fresh blood. The young people selected for this purpose would become the next generation of warriors for Bishi village. The arrival of Chu Sheng and his companions immediately put the entire fishing village on high alert. After all, the two people Xiao Song had killed a few days ago were from this very village. The village chief quickly instructed someone to notify Bishi village while directing the villagers to block the newcomers' path. The stockade had made it clear. If anyone from the Jingwu Bureau showed up, stop them, find a way to provoke them, and force them to make a move. That way, they'd have a legitimate reason to detain them. Even though those two had died last time, their families received generous compensation, and their children, despite their poor martial aptitude, were still taken in and trained by Bishi village. From some people's perspective, those two deaths were well worth it. No matter what anyone said, their only task was clear: provoke the outsiders. As long as they fought back, the villagers would have accomplished something major. Just as the village chief was giving instructions, a villager hurried in, shouting, "Chief, second great uncle and third great aunt are here." Soon, two elderly people, both leaning heavily on canes, were helped inside. Second great uncle's voice trembled as he spoke. "We'll go too. We've lived long enough. If we can help the village get something in return, it's worth it." Third great aunt chimed in. "You young ones can't curse to save your lives. Let me do it. It'll make sure they're thoroughly humiliated." Everyone in the fishing village knew how sharp third great aunt's tongue was. That's why her son had married 4 times. The first 3 wives all ran away, and he only managed to keep the last one because she was deaf. The village chief had been worried that he didn't know enough about the newcomers to provoke them successfully, but with third great aunt on the job, he was certain of success. Perfect. With third great aunt here, I refuse to believe they won't lose their temper. This way, we're sure to send a few more people into the stockade. Meanwhile, Chu Sheng stood in the middle of the fishing village, looking around at the unfamiliar surroundings. He never imagined that even in the interstellar era, places like this would still exist. Old Dragon scoffed, "Are you stupid? Did you forget everything you learned about history? No matter the era, has life ever really been easy for those at the bottom?" Chu Sheng didn't respond. Instead, he silently took out a small notebook and drew a vertical line in it. Old Dragon, used to this routine, finally couldn't help but ask, "What are you always writing in there? Every time you're idle, you just stare at that thing. What's the point?" Chu Sheng glanced at him. "I'm keeping track of how many times you insult me. Otherwise, how will I know how badly to beat you up later?" Old Dragon's eyes widened in disbelief. He wanted to say something, but couldn't find the words. "Are you crazy?" Chu Sheng smiled. "Do you even remember how many times you've cursed at me? Are you an idiot? If my memory was that good, why would I bother writing it down?" Old Dragon rolled his eyes. He knew Chu Sheng wasn't joking, but he wasn't worried. "Then you'd better get promoted soon. I'll give you 50 years snow. 1 year at most if you don't beat the crap out of me by then. I won't acknowledge you as my grandson." Old Dragon paused for a moment, then laughed. "Huh, finally won over by my charm, have you? No need to play these games. Fine, I'll admit you're my grandson." Chu Sheng was about to retort, but then he saw a group of more than a dozen people approaching, led by an elderly woman with a cane. She had a round face, glasses, and a misshapen chin, radiating hostility. It was clear she hadn't come in peace. When the village chief saw the old man Long, his expression immediately darkened. This elder held great authority in the village and was known for his steady demeanor. With him present, even if the other two were provoked, they would most likely be calmed down. Fortunately, there was also a hot-headed youngster among them, clearly the impulsive type. "It's up to you now, third aunt," someone shouted, as if injecting her with a surge of energy. Third aunt straightened her back at once. "We're here on official business for the Jingwu Bureau. Everyone else, get out of the way." Gao Chang barked at the villagers. Without a word, third aunt grabbed her cane and charged at him. The villagers behind her secretly cheered. Third aunt was truly bold. At most, they would have just shouted some insults, but none of them would dare make a move. "You little brat, you!" Before third aunt could finish her sentence, a gust of force swept past. Her body was suddenly lifted off the ground, and before she could land, her life was already gone. The villagers were stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. They had expected the Jingwu Bureau agents to use force, but not with such ruthless efficiency. All the schemes they had prepared proved completely useless. Someone rushed forward to check on her, then broke down in tears. "Third aunt is dead. They've killed someone. The Jingwu Bureau killed someone." The crowd erupted in chaos. "Block them," the village chief shouted. "People from Bishi village will be here soon. They need to answer for this." Even before he finished speaking, the villagers had already surrounded Chu Sheng and his companions. Chu Sheng let out a cold laugh. "I told you we're here on official business. You still dare to block our way?" The village chief stood his ground. "A killing is still a killing. Well, wait for Bishi village to get justice for us." Chu Sheng said no more, simply glancing at Gao Chang. Gao Chang immediately understood. Attacking law enforcement officers is a capital offense. "This is your first warning. You're obstructing official duty." No one moved. Instead, second uncle took a few steps forward, thinking, "If I die here too, Bishi village will surely reward us. It's worth it." 3 seconds later, Gao Chang issued a second warning. "Warn us 10 times if you want. Do you dare kill again? Don't forget, you represent the authorities. If you kill innocent people, I'll report you to the Federation. The village chief's words were cut short. 3 seconds had passed, and Chu Sheng's patience had run out. In his eyes, these people were no longer innocent villagers, but lawless rioters who had to be punished severely. Suddenly, Chu Sheng appeared right in front of the village chief. The chief swallowed hard. Sure, a death could bring benefits to the village, but he had never intended to sacrifice himself as the head of the village. After all, he only managed a single syllable before Chu Sheng's fist reduced him to a bloody mist. Blood and flesh splattered onto the nearby villagers, sending the more timid ones screaming and fleeing in terror. Trying to run? Too late. You've been warned twice, and now you want to escape? If you break the law, you pay the price. In just a few swift movements, more than a dozen villagers blocking the way were all killed on the spot. After dealing with more than a dozen ruthless criminals who aided and abetted evil, a system notification flashed before Chu Sheng's eyes. Justice points 5,000. Seeing this number only strengthened his resolve. These men were villains who deserved what they got. Chu Sheng declared firmly. Old Long, standing nearby, frowned slightly. Don't you think you went a bit too far? Chu Sheng wiped the blood from his face, his gaze cold. They broke the law, and I enforced it. What's wrong with that? Just look at the Jingwu Bureau. Now even ordinary people dare to provoke us. If we don't make an example, they'll think we're useless. In his view, sometimes harsh measures were necessary. Only by raising the cost of crime could they truly deter wrongdoers. Old Long sighed. I can't argue with you, but you need to know your limits. This country doesn't belong to the Long family, and am no martial sage. He didn't pity the dead, but he worried that Chu Sheng's extreme ways would only invite more trouble down the line. Chu Sheng understood the underlying warning, but he didn't care. The memories within the system space continued to remind him no longer feared anything. As the three walked through the fishing village, every household kept their doors and windows tightly shut, peeking out only through narrow cracks. Even with Bishi village's protection, after witnessing so many lives taken in an instant, who would dare stir up trouble now? The system prompted him again, by educating the villagers about legal consequences and raising legal awareness. Justice points 1,000. Chu Sheng nodded in satisfaction, pleased with the result. Suddenly, a young man wearing a bamboo hat blocked their path, glancing around in confusion. Where's the village chief? A child ran over, breathlessly rattling off a list of the dead. Brother Jiang, they killed Grandpa the village chief, Brother Haonan, Brother Dafei, 13. The young man's face darkened. Even the inspector who lost his daughter had only killed 2 people in his rage, but these outsiders had shown no restraint at all. Is what Huzi said true? The young man asked grimly. Chu Sheng scoffed. And who are you to question the Jingwu Bureau's business? Tell your chief to get out here. The young man noticed the bronze badges at their waists and let out a mocking laugh. Just 2 bronze inspectors at the Chi C level, and you dare make trouble in Bishi village? You think you can arrest my father? He tossed off his bamboo hat, revealing a striking face, and pointed his long sword at them. Since you don't know your place, let Maya Peak Chi C expert teach you a lesson. Both of you can come at me together. As for the old man, I don't make a habit of fighting seniors. As expected of the young master, what a powerful aura. He must be close to breaking through. Someone among the Bishi village crowd murmured in admiration. All Xiaoqing needs is a catalyst. Maybe this battle will help him reach the true essence realm. The only question is, will these 2 force him to go all out? Jiang Qing noticed that Chu Sheng and his companion made no move to attack. A confident smile played at the corner of his lips. If you're not coming, then I'll make the first move. Old man, you'd better step back, or you might get hurt. As soon as he finished speaking, water vapor surged around Jiang Cheng, and he shot forward like he was riding the waves, charging straight at Chu Sheng and his companion. The onlookers from Bishi village were visibly shocked. This was their village's most advanced movement technique, wave stepping without a trace. Especially in a watery environment, its power was even greater. Jiang Cheng's speed showed he had already mastered the technique to a significant degree. What a prodigy! Someone exclaimed in awe. But in the next instant, they saw the young man opposite draw a long blade, swinging it casually toward the approaching Jiang Cheng. Boom! The already thick mist exploded outward. Jiang Cheng's confident grin froze as he desperately tried to halt his momentum, but it was too late. A piercing scream rang out, and Jiang Cheng was split in 2 mid-charge. Blood and flesh sprayed through the mist. Eliminated a peak Chi C realm bandit. Justice points 2,200. The crowd's faces turned pale with shock. True essence realm? And he killed the young master? Chu Sheng glanced disdainfully at the corpse, his voice cold. Some people just don't know what's good for them, daring to attack a Jingwu Bureau inspector. Do they have a death wish? In the back, a boy named Huzi, eyes wide and bloodshot, watched Jiang Cheng's brutal death. His chubby face turned crimson with rage. In the village, Jiang Cheng was well respected and often taught them martial arts. To Huzi, Jiang Cheng was like a big brother. You monster! They'll make you pay? Huzi roared and charged at Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng only glanced at him before sending him flying several meters with a kick. Huzi hit the ground, coughing up blood, pain racking his body as he burst into tears. punished a juvenile offender, showed mercy, and spared his life. Justice points 1000. A delicate young girl in the village broke free from those restraining her and rushed to Hughes's side, screaming at Chu Sheng. Are you even human? He's just a child. Chu Sheng rested his saber on the ground, his voice icy. Gao Chong, go discipline her. Gao Chong strode over and, under the girl's stunned gaze, slapped her hard, sending her sprawling. That's for slandering a Jingwu bureau inspector. If it weren't for his age, do you think he'd have gotten off so lightly? Attacking a Jingwu inspector, no one has ever survived that under my watch. I've already bent the rules for you, and you still complain? The girl stood up, clutching her cheek in disbelief. Part of her told her Chu Sheng was right, but deep down she knew this was wrong. No matter what, you can't hit a child. Let's put aside the facts. Chu Sheng cut her off. Gao Chong, slap her again. Put aside the facts? Sounds like you want to have a conversation with my palm. Gao Chong obeyed without hesitation, sending the girl flying 10 meters with another slap. The girl immediately fell asleep, her head hitting the pillow. Chu Sheng nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to the people of Bishi village. The third leader of the village glared with rage, his voice venomous. How dare you kill Xiao Chong? The chief will never let you get away with this. Though he had reached the 5th level of the true essence realm, Chu Sheng's previous strike had left him deeply intimidated. Fortunately, the chief was a peak-level master in the true essence realm, and his mastery of the Bisui sword technique was complete more than enough, he thought, to deal with this arrogant young man. Chu Sheng gave a cold laugh. You say that like I ever planned to let him go. You're all in the same gang. Attacking the Jingwu Bureau's patrol? You brought this on yourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen bandits, with cultivation levels ranging from the 5th stage of the Qi-Si realm to the 5th stage of the True Essence realm, were instantly defeated by him. Justice points, 25,000. In Bishi Village's Gathering Wave Hall, the main meeting place, Jiang Yuan paced anxiously in front of the long table, his brow furrowed and the atmosphere heavy. In stark contrast, a middle-aged man in black sat calmly in a bamboo chair, unmoved by the turmoil around him. What's there to panic about? The man in black glanced up, his tone unhurried. How can I not panic? The Jingwu Bureau has sent a real powerhouse this time. Once or twice was bad enough, but now Chu Sheng has come in person. What are we supposed to do? Jiang Yuan's voice was tight with worry. It's just a kid. What's so troublesome about him? The middle-aged man scoffed, completely unfazed. He wants the truth, so I'll give him one. Have your second-in-command take the blame. That'll satisfy him, at least for a while. What? Jiang Yuan was stunned. Brother Su, you don't understand. Zhao Hong and I have been sworn brothers since childhood. The middle-aged man shot him a contemptuous look. A man like you actually cares about that? Of course I care. His son even calls me godfather. How could I do such a thing? Jiang Yuan's voice broke, a hint of genuine pain in his expression. That's fine, the middle-aged man replied coolly, his face unreadable. But when asked how he intended to make Zhao Hong willingly confess, Jiang Yuan answered confidently. That's easy. We'll use his son to threaten him. He'll have no choice but to do as we say. He immediately ordered his men to bring in Zhao Hong's son, Zhao Miao. As soon as Zhao Miao arrived, Jiang Yuan knocked him out with a single blow, then summoned Zhao Hong. Seeing his son unconscious, Zhao Hong's eyes blazed with fury. Jiang Yuan, are you even human? Have you forgotten the oath we swore? Aren't you afraid of being cursed with no descendants? Zhao Hong roared. Jiang Yuan just shrugged it off, shaking his head. Not at all. I already have a son, after all. He let out a cold laugh. Before his laughter faded, someone burst into the hall in a panic, shouting, Chief. Something terrible has happened. The young chief is dead. Jiang Yuan froze, thinking he'd misheard. His voice trembled. What did you say? Say it again. Ho's dead? The young chief. He was killed by someone from the Jingwu Bureau. The messenger replied, breathless. Jiang Yuan's heart sank like a stone, nearly making him collapse. If this was retribution, it had come with terrifying speed almost instantly. The middle-aged man's expression shifted as well, and he muttered, someone actually dared to kill the young chief of Bishi village? Was it that boy? Doesn't he have anything better to do than come here himself? Meanwhile, if Zhao Hong hadn't been worried about his son still being in Jiang Yuan's hands, he would have burst out laughing. Such swift karma. Heaven really does have eyes, and the Jingwu Bureau is ruthless. Was it a young man who did it? Jiang Yuan demanded, his eyes wide and his voice shaking. Yes. He cut the young chief in half with a single stroke. Even the third leader died at his hands. The messenger replied grimly. The news hit Jiang Yuan like a thunderbolt. He was utterly crushed. His son's death could never be avenged now. He knew that his only option was to find a way to deal with Chu Sheng as quickly as possible, or Bishi village might truly be doomed. The middle-aged man, however, already had a plan in mind. With a cold smile, he said, it's good that your son is dead. Jiang Yuan stared at him in shock. What I mean is, you can use his death to your advantage. After all, he killed your son first. The moral high ground is yours now. The man said, his voice icy calm. Outside Bishi village, the river flowed over the roots of an ancient banyan tree. An old man in patched clothing sat alone atop the roots. When he spotted the three people approaching, a sudden spark lit his cloudy eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he finally sighed and slowly pushed himself to his feet, leaning on his knees. The old man's hair was wild and greasy, his frame thin as kindling, but his most striking feature was a bright red, bulbous nose that almost gleamed in the sunlight. He shuffled toward the trio, his movements deliberate but not sluggish. Unfastening a wine gourd from his waist, he took a swig, then let out a satisfied belch, the scent of strong liquor quickly mingling with the river breeze. Chu Sheng and his companions exchanged puzzled glances, unable to guess the old man's intentions. You reek of blood, must have killed your fair share, the old man croaked, his voice rough but clear. For my sake, could you come back another day? Chu Sheng scoffed, his tone full of disdain. Lao bidding, who do you think you are? The old man only laughed, unfazed. Am nobody worth mentioning. I just happened to come to Bishi village today for a drink. The young master here was kind enough to share his wine, so I thought I'd return the favor. He gave the wine gourd a gentle shake, sending the rich aroma of liquor drifting on the river breeze. Just then, Jiang Yuan arrived at the village gate with a group of people. Seeing the strange scene before them, they all stopped, unsure who this old man was. Judging by his bearing, though, he seemed like a reclusive master. Chu Sheng's expression darkened further, clearly unwilling to heed the warning. The old man sighed and pulled from his robe a long sword shaped like a peach branch, its blade shimmering with a faint pink glow. This should prove who I am, he said, raising the sword. Take my advice. Go back. As he spoke, the old man kept glancing at Old Long, hoping for a sign of recognition. Back in the day, he had been famous throughout Nan's prefecture. But to his surprise, Old Long looked just as confused as the young man, showing no sign of knowing him. Never heard of me? The old man muttered to himself. All those years, and still nothing to show for it. But off to the side, Gao Chang's eyes lit up when he saw the peculiar sword. He quickly guessed the old man's identity, his face paling before he composed himself. Stop spooking yourself, Gao Chang thought. With Elder Long here, what's there to be afraid of? He turned to his companions and whispered, that's the peach blossom sword immortal, Jiang Guangling. At his peak, he almost stepped into the 5th tier of spirit nurturing. 30 years ago, he was renowned across Nan's, Linyue, and parts of Qianghua. They say he fell hopelessly in love with the Moon Fragrance sect's leader, and when it didn't work out, he faded away into seclusion. No one's seen him since. When the three looked back at the old man, he simply shrugged and rubbed his glowing red nose with a rough finger. Go on now. I don't want to make things difficult for you, the old man said, his tone leaving no room for argument. Behind them, the people of Bishi village were overjoyed. If he was already half a step into the 5th tier 30 years ago, wouldn't he be a true 5th tier powerhouse by now? That's the kind of person who could found a sect in Nan's prefecture. They all thought to themselves, never judge a book by its cover. Just as the old man was about to take another sip, Chu Sheng finally lost his patience and kicked at him. Are you messing with me? Chu Sheng roared. All this talk of peach blossom sword immortal, lost love, seclusion, what a load of stories. The kick nearly made the old man cough up blood. He struggled to his feet, his face a picture of disbelief. But in the next instant, a tremendous force pinned him to the ground, leaving him completely powerless. Old Long couldn't stand it any longer, had never seen anyone put on such an act. At his age, he was still so good at putting on an act. Who knew how irritating he must have been when he was young? The murderous intent in Chu Sheng's heart boiled over like molten lava, impossible to suppress any longer. He slammed the old man's head down, his knuckles turning white and arm muscles taut. Bang, bang, bang. His fists rained down like a storm, each blow landing with a dull, heavy thud. Under the onslaught, the old man's skull began to cave in, but sheer tenacity kept him alive for a few moments more. What's your problem? Still daring to interfere with a Jingwu Bureau investigation? Chu Sheng sneered. You've lived all these years and learned nothing? Do you even know the law? Before he finished, he raised his foot and stomped down hard. The old man's head burst like a smashed melon, white brain matter and bright red blood splattering across the ground, forming a grotesque pattern reminiscent of the blooming peach blossoms nearby. A system notification popped up. Dead act. Eliminated 1 peak true essence realm criminal. Justice points 7,000. Standing behind, Jiang Yuan was dumbfounded. The old man, known as the Peach Blossom Sword Immortal, was a renowned expert with half a foot already into the 5th tier, yet had been completely powerless throughout the whole ordeal, not even managing a hint of resistance before his head was crushed. It was simply too bizarre. Jiang Yuan led his men out from behind the stockade gate, only to meet Chu Sheng's piercing gaze heated. Off to the side, the scruffy-looking Elder Long narrowed his eyes at the approaching group. Which one of you is Jiang Yuan? Chu Sheng's voice left no room for argument. Jiang Yuan stepped forward, about to ask about his son's whereabouts, but Chu Sheng abruptly cut him off. You're suspected of murder and kidnapping. You'll have to come with us to the Jingwu Bureau. Young Master Chu, my son. What? Trying to resist arrest. Can you at least let me finish? No. You can talk once we get to the bureau. Seeing there was no room for negotiation, Jiang Yuan switched to his backup plan. He shot a look at Zhao Hong, who immediately stepped forward and confessed, "Sir, I did both crimes. No one else was involved." Chu Sheng smirked and nodded. "Fine, then you both come with us." This unexpected turn made Jiang Yuan panic. He's already confessed, why take me too? That's his business. My suspicion is mine. Don't want to come? They'll kill you right here. Jiang Yuan's face flushed with anger, his gaze drifting involuntarily toward Elder Long Chu Sheng's protector, the legendary sixth-tier martial emperor of the Divine Palace realm. With just him alone, he could wipe out the entire Bishi village. Left with no choice, Jiang Yuan pinned his hopes on the middle-aged man in black. The man sighed and turned to Elder Long, Senior Long. "Since someone has confessed, shouldn't that settle the case?" As soon as the man in black finished speaking, everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward the old man named Long. The surname Long. He was likely a sixth-rank cultivator, and with that surname, could he be a protector sent by the Long family from Longwu Academy? This basically implied that the old man was connected to the Long family of Dongyan Prefecture. Just that alone meant anyone from the Long family could walk around unchallenged in Nan's prefecture. However, despite the stir caused by the old man's identity, what Chu Sheng cared about most was the fact that this middle-aged man actually knew him. Old man Long said nothing, simply lowering his head in silence, already forming some guesses in his mind. The case had started as a missing person investigation, and he was now close to uncovering the truth. Was all this to cure an illness? The middle-aged man's expression remained grave as he nodded slightly. "Yes. Then why did you kill the girl from the Wind Investigation Hall?" Old man Long's tone was calm, but his gaze was piercing. "I didn't kill her," the man replied in a low voice. "She just happened to uncover something she shouldn't have. You know how it is, we had no choice." He paused for a moment. "We've confessed to what we needed to, but her death, we couldn't have predicted it." Old man Long considered this for a moment before saying, "Hand over the real killer, and we'll call the case closed." The middle-aged man's expression shifted, a trace of relief flashing in his eyes. He was just about to respond when a mocking voice sounded from behind. "Hey, by dang, since when did you become a law enforcer? What's this got to do with you? You think you can just close the case because you say so? Pretty bold of you, huh?" A twitch flickered at the corner of Old Man Long's eye. He had intended to wrap things up simply, but this tactless Chu Sheng clearly had no sense of decorum. Even though he was Chu Sheng's protector, the blatant disrespect left him at a loss for words. In short, Chu Sheng gave him absolutely no face. The atmosphere grew awkward for a moment. Old Man Long turned to leave, but even after walking quite a distance, he could still see Chu Sheng standing there. With a helpless sigh, he called out, "Didn't you want to know the reason? Get over here already. What a blockhead." Chu Sheng took out his notebook and jotted something down before finally following. Once they reached a secluded spot, Old Man Long finally began to explain. "That man just now was from the Su family in Central Province. His name is Su Dinghai. I've met him once before." Chu Sheng frowned, clearly unfamiliar with the Su family. Old Man Long sighed and continued, "Looks like you haven't heard of them, but you should at least know Su Jin Shui, right?" Chu Sheng was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. "Never heard of her. As I thought. In a backwater place like this, it's not surprising you haven't," Old Man Long said, shaking his head. "But she's a legendary talent in Central Province. I can tell by your look she may not measure up to you. But if there were a ranking for prodigies, she'd only ever come after you. Just like you. She was born with SS-level martial talent, the Phoenix Flame Sacred Body." Chu Sheng looked puzzled. "Phoenix Flame Sacred Body?" Old Man Long nodded and went on. "Her talent is powerful, but it comes with a drawback. Every bit of flame energy she absorbs causes her inner fire to attack her internal organs. The higher her level, the worse the backlash. The only way to suppress it is with the Phoenix Marrow Pill." "Phoenix Marrow Pill?" Chu Sheng couldn't help but ask. "Yes. The main ingredient for the Phoenix Marrow Pill is an 18-year-old girl, born on a Een year, Een month, and Een Dayan. She must be a virgin." Old Man Long frowned. "It's not the harshest requirement, but as you know, nowadays it's almost impossible to find 18-year-old virgins." Chu Sheng's brow furrowed slightly as he recalled rumors he'd heard in his previous life. "So, the Su family's been kidnapping girls for this?" Old Man Long's expression turned serious. "Yes, that's exactly what they've been doing. And for those kidnapped, things never end well." Suddenly, everything clicked for Chu Sheng, and his expression grew heavy. Chu Sheng let out a cold laugh. "I understand." There was a chill in his eyes, and his tone dripped with sarcasm. "You're right. The lives of ordinary people just aren't worth much, are they?" Old Long gave a dismissive snort, a trace of mockery tugging at his lips. "Isn't that the case? Look, why do I protect you? What gives you the right to act recklessly without consequences?" "You're right. Chu Sheng, you're far too naive. But not knowing how to adapt is a different matter altogether. I told you long ago, I can't protect you forever. Xia doesn't revolve around the Long family." He paused, his voice growing steadier. "Do you really think exposing this will do Xia any good? Sure, the conflict on Jining Star hasn't erupted yet, but tensions are simmering beneath the surface. Who can guarantee the Star Alliance won't stir up trouble? When that day comes, do you think Su Jinshue's life is more important, or the lives of ordinary people? Old Long's words hit home, and Chu Sheng fell silent for a moment, emotions churning inside him. He knew people can't have everything. He admitted to his own double standards, but that didn't mean he agreed with Old Long. So Chu Sheng shot back. Then tell me, is my life more important, or Su Jinshue's? Old Long was momentarily taken aback, sensing the deeper meaning behind Chu Sheng's words. His expression shifted, eyes growing complicated. No, come on, you can't be that biased. Haven't you killed people too? The ones I killed deserved it. Are you saying ordinary people deserve to die? Don't twist my words. I'm actually pretty down to earth. But when you're at the top, you have to make tough choices. There are always sacrifices. Chu Sheng's expression grew even colder. I've already identified the killer and Su, but I won't reveal what you said. He'll give you that courtesy. He looked straight at Old Long, his tone firm. Old Long's eyes widened. Just moments ago, Head called Chu Sheng socially clueless, but now he was at a loss for words. He hadn't expected Chu Sheng to be so decisive. Well, looks like your social skills are top-notch after all. He gave a helpless laugh, shaking his head with a sigh. All right, since you put it that way, let's leave it at that. For your sake, he'll back you up. Meanwhile, things were changing outside. Su Dinghai stood by the gate, completely unconcerned, his expression relaxed. This is a big deal. Chu Sheng will definitely make the right call. Otherwise, he won't just be going up against the Su family, but all of Xia. He glanced at Jiang Yuan, who looked tense, and sneered. Look at you all scared. What can Chu Sheng do to me? I've already made my identity clear. Just then, Chu Sheng returned and caught Su Dinghai's words. He let out a cold chuckle. Oh, is that so? Maybe I really am a bit timid. There was a chill in Chu Sheng's smile, and it sent a shiver down Su Dinghai's spine. That smile wasn't just mockery, it carried a sense of danger, as if everything was under control. Master Chu, I was just joking with him. I'm sure Elder Long has explained everything to you. How about we close this case? Chu Sheng smiled and nodded. Sure. But before he finished speaking, he pointed at Su Dinghai. You and Jiang Yuan will come with us to the Jingwu Bureau, confess, and let's aim to wrap this up by tomorrow. In that instant, the atmosphere outside the gate grew heavy. Su Dinghai's face went pale, and the whole village fell silent. As soon as Chu Sheng finished speaking, the atmosphere instantly froze. It felt as if the whole room had turned to ice, and for a brief moment, everyone stopped breathing. In the end, it was Su Dinghai who broke the silence, forcing out a loud, exaggerated laugh. Ha ha ha, young Master Chu must be joking with us. Before he could finish, Chu Sheng's hand shot up and landed a hard slap across Su Dinghai's face, without the slightest hesitation. Su Dinghai's expression changed dramatically, a flash of disbelief and anger flickering in his eyes. He was a member of the Su family. How could anyone dare slap him in public? This was simply intolerable. He was about to explode, but then he caught a glimpse of Elder Long, whose narrowed eyes were as cold and sharp as blades, stabbing straight into his heart. In an instant, all his rage was extinguished by fear. Smack! Another crisp slap landed, leaving a fresh red mark on the other side of Su Dinghai's face. Who do you think you are? You think I'd joke around with someone like you? Chu Sheng's voice was icy, every word squeezed out through clenched teeth. Swallowing his humiliation, Su Dinghai turned to the old man nearby. Elder Long, is he serious? Is he really going to arrest me? Elder Long replied expressionlessly, I'm just his protector. My job is to keep him safe. What he does is none of my business. But this order comes from above. Elder Long interrupted with a couple of dry coughs. Su Dinghai paused, then stammered in panic. You can't do this. I'm innocent. I want to file a complaint. That's your right, Chu Sheng replied calmly. But right now, your only job is to come with me to the Jingwu Bureau. A vicious look flashed in Su Dinghai's eyes. Chu Sheng, you may be a genius, but Jin Shui made her name before you did. She's already reached the 5th rank. His words carried a veiled threat. Su Jin Shui is also a prodigy, and guardians usually don't interfere when prodigies clash. Besides, her guardian is a 7th rank as well. Chu Sheng looked at him without emotion. I know. He'll take care of her when the time comes. His tone was so casual, it was as if he were discussing the weather. Realizing there was no way out, Su Dinghai had no choice but to accept his fate. Jiang Yuan was also implicated, and as for the person who killed Xiao Duo, he honestly confessed that it was someone from the water stronghold. He had wanted to plead ignorance, but Chu Sheng bluntly accused him anyway. Faced with charges of murder, especially the brutal killing of a government worker and incitement to murder, he had to pick the lesser evil. Jiang Yuan cooperated and sent someone with Gao Chong to make the arrest. The killer was a fat man with a rare martial talent animal affinity. Using this gift, he had tamed 2 third-rank demon beasts. According to Jiang Yuan, it was this man who first discovered Xiao Duo while she was investigating. Initially, they hadn't planned to kill her, but Xiao Duo had compared her missing persons case to several others and found a common thread among the missing girls. That was when Su Dinghai ordered Jiang Yuan to deal with her, and Jiang Yuan in turn passed the task to the fat man. The fat man was a true degenerate, with a twisted mind. Together with his demon beasts, he tortured Xiao Duo to death, On the way back, the fat man looked unfazed. Huh, worst case he'll get 20 or 30 years. I could stand a few more decades of that kind of fun, he said, a disgusting look of satisfaction on his face, his eyes gleaming with perverse excitement. Gao Chang was furious. Even if Xiao Song was an idiot, he was still one of their own at the Jingwu Bureau. Now a colleague's daughter had been brutalized, and the culprit had the nerve to reminisce about it. If it weren't for the regulations, he would have killed the bastard on the spot. The people of Bishi Stronghold obediently escorted the group to the car. That was when Gao Chang realized they had only brought one vehicle. It could fit everyone, but it'd be a tight squeeze. Chu Sheng rubbed his chin thoughtfully. That is a bit of a problem. As he spoke, he glanced at the three men. The fat man leered. Too bad they're all men. If there was a woman here, she could sit on my lap. I'd even tie her to the safety bar. Chu Sheng narrowed his eyes. You, come here. The burly man approached with a grin, just about to speak when there was a sudden, thunderous crash. Chu Sheng's fist shot out, and in an instant, the man's head burst like a watermelon, blood splattering everywhere. Chu Sheng spoke coldly. Vermin like you are only driving up the price of rice by staying alive. He then turned to Gao Chang. This spot will do. Everyone from Bishi village standing behind was stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. No one could quite grasp how Chu Sheng had just solved the problem. Was this really his way of making room when there weren't enough seats by killing someone? What kind of logic was that? Gao Chang was frozen for a long moment before he finally managed a wry smile and looked at Chu Sheng. Master Chu, what should we do with the body? Chu Sheng's eyes were icy as he replied, take it away. Dump it behind the carriage. Gao Chang was taken aback. Dump it behind the carriage? Aren't you worried it'll cause panic? Chu Sheng ignored him and kept walking out. Next time I come, it won't just be about dealing with a village chief or taking out a few small fry. The safety of Bishi village is in your own hands. He paused, his gaze sharp as a blade. Remember, just because Daxiao allows you to exist doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Standing to the side, Zhao Hong shivered as he listened to Chu Sheng, a strange sense of awe rising within him. Even after Chu Sheng had left, Zhao Hong found himself replaying those words in his mind. Next time it won't just be a village chief. He realized, almost in disbelief, that had never imagined he'd be saved by Chu Sheng in such a way. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Hong found himself the new leader of Bishi village. Though he'd been feeling down, sitting in this position filled him with a sudden sense of strength. Not only was he the new head, but he was personally chosen by Chu Sheng. Zhao Hong couldn't help but marvel at the twists of fate. He even considered building a shrine to Chu Sheng, grateful to this upright lord who had turned his life around. Meanwhile, at Jingwu Bureau, Qi Zhinshan was busy interrogating Su Dinghai and Jiang Yuan. But when he learned Su Dinghai's true identity, he was stunned. This case actually involved the Su family from Zhongzhou. He stared down at the case file, his mind in turmoil. What started as a simple kidnapping involving only Jiang Yuan now turned out to have the Su family lurking behind it. What shocked him even more was that even Old Man Long personally intervened, saying there was no need for further questioning. Su Dinghai was the mastermind, and they could go straight to sentencing. Qi Zhinshan felt an inexplicable pressure settle over him. He looked out the window, a thought crossing his mind. He was just a lowly director at Jingwu Bureau, so how did he keep getting entangled with these legendary figures? First there were the Jidao Martial Arts Hall and Jingwu Academy cases, and now the Su family from Zhongzhou, and Su Jin Shui's uncle, who turned out to be the key figure in this tangled mess. Qi Zhinshan couldn't help feeling a bit resentful, as if his position wasn't secure at all, even started wishing he could just go home to his mother. The next day, Xiao Song learned that the murderer had been brought to justice and that the case of his daughter's death was finally resolved. He was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face, and vowed to devote himself to serving Chu Sheng in gratitude for his immense kindness. But the guard beside him just laughed. Are you making wishes or something? Young Master Chu already avenged your daughter, and you're still hoping for more? Let me tell you, someone from Longwu Academy just arrived. Guess what for? To deliver a martial technique to young Master Chu. And I hear it's a top-tier technique. Even if we offered to be his dogs, we wouldn't be worthy. Jingwu Bureau, Qi Zhinshan's office. Although it had only been a little over half a month since he last saw Chu Sheng, Long Liang couldn't shake the feeling that years had passed. He studied the young man before him, unable to hide his shock. Who would believe that just half a month ago, this kid was only at the Qi Si stage, and now he had already reached the true essence stage? Chu Sheng had achieved in just half a month what most martial artists could never hope to accomplish in a lifetime. Even among the elite graduates of Longwu Academy, it was common for many to never break through to the fifth-tier spirit nurturing stage. 13th uncle. As soon as the old man Long spoke, both Chu Sheng and Gao Chang stared in astonishment, their faces full of disbelief. Old bitter, what did you just call him? Chu Sheng asked, incredulous. 13th uncle, what's wrong? The old man replied, as if it were perfectly natural. Then, realizing something, he added, oh, I forgot your household registry only lists you, so you can't relate to the troubles of big family clans like ours. No wonder. Chu Sheng raised an eyebrow, a slight smile at his lips. That does sound troublesome. Want me to help out next time? Long Liang, used to Chu Sheng's boldness, knew better than to argue and simply chose to remain silent. Seeing this, Long Liang quickly tried to ease the tension with a laugh. Xiao Chu, he's just teasing you. Don't take it to heart. Why don't you take a look at this technique? As he spoke, he handed over a manual that was even thicker than an Oxford Chinese dictionary. The weight of the book made Chu Sheng immediately understand what the heft of knowledge truly meant. Flipping through a few pages, he saw lines upon lines of text, dense and incomprehensible, making his scalp tingle. Thankfully, he had his system otherwise. Just reading through this would have taken him nearly a month, let alone actually practicing it. The old man beside him tapped the cover of the manual with his finger, a rare excitement lighting up his clouded eyes. Lingxiao Thunder Cannon. No wonder it took so long. You want to fetch this. Seeing Chu Sheng's confusion, the old man continued. This technique is an extension of the Lingxiao Thunder Zhe Qi control method, and its core principles are closely connected. Since you've already mastered the Qi control method, if you can grasp the key points in the first 50 pages, you'll be able to get started within half a month. Plus, this is one of the strongest mid-level thunder techniques in the Xia dynasty today. It'll last you all the way to the peak of the 6th tier without needing to switch. Chu Sheng ignored most of that. What really caught his attention was the old man's last sentence. So you mean you'll need a new technique after the 7th tier? Of course, the old man replied matter-of-factly. Don't find it troublesome. These techniques are the result of private collections and centuries of refinement. 1,000 years ago, you needed a different technique for every single stage. Now that was truly a hassle. Chu Sheng frowned. Isn't that just raising the bar for cultivation on purpose? The old man was blunt. Exactly. Resources are limited. If everyone could cultivate, how would we distribute them? There has to be a threshold. No wonder it's a consolidated edition, Chu Sheng remarked, recalling the Lingxiao Thunder Zhe Qi control method, which was barely 1,000 characters long, nothing like the thick tome before him. Thinking Chu Sheng was worried about the technique being too complicated and requiring years of hard work, Long Liang reassured him. Don't worry, we've already negotiated with the Lei family for a 3-year loan of the manual. With your talent, 3 years is more than enough to master it. But the old man slowly shook his head. He won't need 3 years, a single year will do. He looked at Chu Sheng, eyes burning with conviction. He's the one who mastered the first 3 movements of the Great River 9 forms after just one look. With a mind like his, as sharp as a supercomputer, 1 year is enough to master this technique. Long Liang was stunned. 1 year? Are you serious? Of course not. Chu Sheng interjected dryly. When has anything even remotely reliable ever come out of his mouth? Long Liang nodded slowly, a complicated look flashing in his eyes. With such a thick cultivation manual, even a genius couldn't possibly master it completely in just a year. Chu Sheng smiled calmly. What I mean is, I won't even need a year. With that, he opened his system panel without hesitation. Since he already had the technique in hand, what was there to hesitate about? He went straight to upgrading. Ding 20,000 justice points consumed. Your Lingxiao Thunder Cannon has reached perfection. Good fortune is upon you. As the system notification rang out, a surge of joy washed over Chu Sheng. He quickly glanced over his panel, noticing he still had 65,520 justice points left. A thought struck him, and he muttered under his breath, Heavenly Dao gift box? Looks like I've really been putting in the work lately. He smiled, but didn't rush to open the gift box. That good waif hadn't leveled up in a week, and he couldn't afford any more delays. I've got 65,520 justice points left. Based on previous upgrades, that should be enough for 5 minor breakthroughs. Now that I have a high tier technique, this time I have to break through. He made up his mind to upgrade immediately. The 3 others beside him were still lost in Chu Sheng's earlier words. I won't need a year, and hadn't fully processed what he meant. But just as Old Dragon was about to speak, a sudden phenomenon erupted. Chu Sheng's dantian exploded with a roar, thunder rumbling. True essence surged forth like a breached dam, instantly condensing around him into arcs of crackling lightning. The air twisted violently, filled with a sharp crackling sound, as if lightning was leaping between heaven and earth. Indigo true essence churned and twisted, transforming into flickering bolts of lightning that darted through the air like blades. Old Dragon was stunned, his face showing a hint of shock. But he quickly regained his composure, and with a wave of his hand, he suppressed the violent, thunderous phenomenon within the room. No need to worry about outsiders seeing this. Chu Sheng's talent is already beyond belief, he thought to himself. Even if he keeps a low profile, he's already the center of everyone's attention. Still, this is the Jingwu Bureau, Qi Zinshan's office. If things get out of hand here, it wouldn't be easy to explain. He was filled with mixed emotions as he looked at Chu Sheng. At this moment, thunderous light was still swelling inside Chu Sheng, as if an endless power was being fully unleashed. How is this possible? Old Dragon murmured, his eyes full of disbelief. Perfected? This is even purer than the Lei family's thunder attribute true essence. Gao Chong, standing off to the side, had already backed away, watching Chu Sheng with a complicated expression and couldn't help but exclaim softly, "Insane. I've been practicing my breathing technique for nearly 30 years and still haven't reached perfection." But Chu Sheng, he just flipped through a few pages of that thick manual and already perfected it? What kind of cheat is this? It was only now that he truly realized the gap between people could be unimaginable, like the distance between heaven and earth. Just as everything seemed to be settling down, Old Dragon's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he let out a surprised sound. "Wait, something's not right, this can't be." As soon as he spoke, Chu Sheng's aura surged again, triggering another dramatic transformation. Ding 500 justice points consumed. Your martial cultivation has advanced to the second level of the true essence realm. 6,100 justice points consumed. 11,000 justice points consumed. Your martial cultivation has advanced to the peak of the true essence realm. The system notifications sounded in rapid succession. The power of thunder within Chu Sheng rampaged even more fiercely, growing stronger and nearly shattering all limits. If you had asked Old Dragon whether he had ever witnessed a miracle, he would have scoffed at the idea. Gods in this world? Even his renowned Grey Tantlong Yufei, a ninth-rank martial god in the Daxia Federation, was hardly a deity in his eyes. But today, faced with this question, his attitude had shifted. If there were no gods, how could he possibly explain what he had just seen? Thousands of pages of advanced cultivation techniques, yet after skimming just 2 pages, Chu Sheng had mastered them completely. Then, as if struck by sudden enlightenment, his cultivation soared in leaps and bounds, advancing from the first level of the true essence realm all the way to its peak. Geniuses often brag that breaking through realms is as easy as drinking water, just to show off their extraordinary talent. But for Chu Sheng, this kind of progress was an insult to the very idea of talent. This wasn't talent, it was nothing short of a miracle. At first, Old Dragon had been worried that such rapid advancement would leave Chu Sheng with shaky foundations. But when Chu Sheng's aura finally settled, he was stunned all over again. Unstable foundation? At the peak of the true essence realm, Chu Sheng's presence was remarkably solid. Even Jiang Yuan, the newly captured leader of Bishi Fortress, who had lingered at the peak of the same realm for half his life, couldn't compare to the depth and stability of Chu Sheng's aura. Chu Sheng took a deep breath and let it out, completely at ease. Only then did he realize he hadn't been mentally prepared for this. He had thought that, even if this technique saved him some justice points, it would only get him to the 6th or 7th level at best. He never expected it to be so powerful, saving nearly half his justice points and pushing his cultivation straight to the peak of the true essence realm. If you're not familiar with this realm, just compare it to Lu Huaimin, the director of the Jingwu Bureau in Xingzi City. Lu Huaimin, despite his title, was only at the peak of the true essence realm himself. In other words, Chu Sheng now had enough strength to be appointed as a local Jingwu Bureau director. He couldn't help but look forward to surprising Lu Huaimin when he returned to Xingzi City. He saw nothing wrong with this after all. Those justice points hadn't come from nowhere, had earned every one through his own efforts. Meanwhile, the 3 others stood frozen, still trying to process what had just happened. Chu Sheng knew they were waiting for an explanation. Since the cultivation technique had been delivered by Long Liang, it shouldn't be much of a secret. Noticing their expectant stares, he smiled helplessly. "What's the matter? Haven't you heard of slow and steady wins the race? All of this is the result of my hard work." Long Liang frowned. "Slow and steady? You're an 18-year-old high schooler, and it's barely been 10 days since you entered the true essence realm. Where's the steady in that?" He couldn't help but laugh. "Hard work? My bodyguard reported that he's never even seen you cultivate." Chu Sheng turned to Old Dragon, raising an eyebrow. "What? You don't believe me?" "I believe you." Gao Chang was quick to respond, his tone firm. "I saw a young master break through a minor realm as easily as nothing last time. This time is even more unbelievable, but I was prepared for it. I can accept it." Chu Sheng's gaze settled on Old Dragon, who rolled his eyes without hesitation. "What are you looking at me for? Even if I don't believe you, what are you going to do about it?" When it was Long Liang's turn, he just smiled awkwardly. "I believe you. He'll report this to the school, and I look forward to the day you return," he said. Inwardly, he wondered what kind of stir would be caused when a freshman at the peak of the true essence realm returned to school. Forget about his peers, even the upperclassmen would probably lose their minds. Suddenly, he remembered when the school sent him to Bayan City for a special recruitment. There were several teachers in charge of the recruitment, and he was just one of them. Had heard that in just 4 days, Chu Sheng had broken through from the 2nd to the 5th level of the meridian opening realm, prompting the school to hold a special meeting to discuss whether they should offer him a spot. Normally, only those who had reached the 7th level would qualify. In the end, the school decided to take a gamble. The only reason Long Liang was chosen to go wasn't because he saw Chu Sheng's potential, but simply because it was on his way. He never dared tell Chu Sheng that there was nothing special about his keen eye for talent, was just passing through Bayan City. At first, he wasn't too concerned about whether they recruited him or not. After all, their main targeted genius at the 7th level had already signed on. Chu Sheng was just a backup. But everything changed when he witnessed Chu Sheng's mastery of the great breathing technique. He initially thought that would be Chu Sheng's limit, but then, in the blink of an eye, Chu Sheng awakened in S-level martial talent, which soon advanced to SS level. Normally, Long Liang should have gone straight back to school after the recruitment, but he ended up staying with Chu Sheng for over half a month. He thought he already held Chu Sheng in high enough regard, but even an SS level talent didn't seem to be his ceiling. Now, Chu Sheng had reached the peak of the true essence realm at just 18 years old at this point. Who would even care about his talent rating? Long Liang didn't dare mention any of this again. He just wanted to hurry back to the school and report the gravity of the situation to the right people, urging them to keep everything confidential. He offered a few words of encouragement to Chu Sheng, told him to keep up the good work, and then left in a hurry. As soon as Qi Jinshan entered, he started laying on the flattery. Although Old Man Long had suppressed the disturbance just now, Qi Jinshan had still sensed something unusual from the burst of energy. That noise just now, was it from young Master Chu? It seemed like a breakthrough. Did you advance to the second level of the true essence realm? He asked. After speaking, he noticed something off about the atmosphere and felt a little uneasy. Qi Jinshan thought maybe he had gone too far with his flattery and that Chu Sheng hadn't actually broken through. Gao Chong quietly reminded him, Ahem, Director Qi, young Master Chu is already at the peak of the true essence realm. Qi Jinshan jerked his head up, glancing back and forth between the three faces, trying to see if Gao Chong was joking. But their serious expressions told him Gao Chong was telling the truth. Qi Jinshan felt as if had been hit over the head. He stood frozen for a long moment before reacting. He went straight from the first level to the peak. Is he even human? He exclaimed. Then, a bit anxiously, he asked, so, is young Master Chu leaving now? One of the main reasons he stayed was to wait for Long Liang's technique. Now that he has it, will he just leave us to clean up this mess? The people from Jidao Martial Arts Hall and Jingwu Academy haven't arrived yet, so there's no rush, Gao Chong replied calmly. Besides, graduation photos are still a week away, there's no need to hurry. And this morning, Chu Sheng found an interesting case in the files, a retired Special Forces king, living in hiding as a Livian son-in-law. That alone would be fine, but now he's stepping into Jingwu Bureau's business. Where did he get the authority to enforce the law? That's illegal. When Chu Sheng first looked at the file, he was a little surprised. He hadn't realized that Daxia had any sort of special forces. Frowning, he quickly skimmed through the documents, wondering to himself, in a world where regular military units are already extraordinary, what's the point of forming a special forces team? What caught his attention even more was that this so-called Dragon Soul Special Operations Team seemed to have some connection to the renowned Long family. Dragon Soul Special Operations Team? The old man from the Long family stroked his beard, his brows tightly knit. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh. Now I remember. This really does have something to do with our family. Chu Sheng teased. Didn't expect the Long family to be so dramatic. The old man waved his hand, looking helpless. Don't get me started. This was all thanks to a nephew of mine in his early 20s. He was going through that rebellious phase back then. He let out a laugh. The family saw he had too much time on his hands, so they just let him play around. Who would have thought that in just a few years, he'd recruit over 1,000 people? He got bolder and bolder, and even led his men to attack a minor sect in Dongyan Prefecture because they refused to let his troops garrison there. The family nearly skinned him alive, and that so-called Dragon Soul Special Operations Team was disbanded after that. After hearing this, Chu Sheng couldn't help but sigh. Now that's what I call talent. Doing whatever he wants, raising a private army, leading troops to attack a sect house that any different from starting a rebellion? He couldn't help but compare this to his own cautious, law-abiding nature, and shook his head. The old man snatched the case file and flipped through it, sneering. A bunch of nonsense cooked up by a kid, and yet someone's actually using it as a badge of honor, calling themselves a retired king of the Dragon Soul Special Operations Team? As he spoke, he suddenly paused. Wait a minute, the team was disbanded by that nephew himself. Knowing his personality, he probably filled these people's heads with all sorts of ideas, making them think it was just a temporary break, and that they could make a comeback in the future. So this Qin Mai and your Long family, Chu Sheng started, but the old man cut him off. No connection at all. He's just using our family name to show off. Then there's no need to worry about the Long family's reputation, Chu Sheng said with a slight smile. Oh please, when have you ever cared about our reputation? Off to the side, Qi Jinshan could only shake his head. If he'd known this earlier, he wouldn't have bothered inviting Chu Sheng. If he'd realized from the start that Qin Mai had nothing to do with the Long family, he would have just sent people to make the arrest directly. Truth be told, the case itself wasn't complicated. 3 months ago, a shocking massacre occurred in Yudai City. The entire Viper gang, over 100 people, were slaughtered overnight. Their leader was a formidable fighter at the 3rd level of the True Essence realm, so it was clear that the killer must have been at least at the True Essence or even Spirit Nurturing level. While the Viper gang wasn't exactly made up of good people, handling this kind of incident should have fallen to the Jingwu Bureau. Yudai City was under the jurisdiction of the Jinlan Jingwu Bureau, so Qi Jinshan sent a gold inspector to lead the investigation. It didn't take long to discover that, before the incident, the Viper gang had clashed with the local Liu family over business. After the massacre, the Liu family immediately took over their operations. Just as the investigation team was about to look further into the Liu family, someone claiming to be from the Dragon Soul Special Operations team showed up, even presenting a booklet stamped with the team's name. None of them had ever heard of such a department in Daxia, but to their surprise, the man turned and said they were under the Long family of Dongyan Prefecture. His gaze was icy, his tone brooking no argument. The Liu family's son-in-law is our captain. Don't set foot in Yudai City again. The group exchanged uneasy glances and immediately reported everything to Chu Sheng in detail. Chu Sheng frowned deeply. After making some inquiries, he actually heard about the Dragon Soul Special Operations team's connection to the Long family. With no other choice, he could only grit his teeth and order his men to withdraw. Damn it, we really got intimidated by that idiot. Shit. Chu Sheng cursed angrily. Just before setting out, Chu Sheng remembered he still had a Heavenly Dao gift box he hadn't opened. For such a top-tier item, he was naturally filled with anticipation. He found a martial arts room, locked the door behind him, and his system panel unfolded before his eyes. In an instant, a golden box appeared before him, radiating dazzling light. Open Heavenly Dao gift box. Congratulations, you have obtained Overlimit Trait Stone 1. Overlimit Trait Stone greatly enhances a chosen talent trait and evolves it into an independent ability. Unknown full effects, unable to evaluate. Chu Sheng raised an eyebrow, deciding to reserve judgment until he saw the actual results before cursing the system. Now he had two SS-level talents, Blade Mastery and the Thunderous Divine Body. After a moment's thought, Chu Sheng quickly made up his mind if any trait was worth enhancing. It had to be the third trait of the Thunderous Divine Body, Indestructible Lightning Form. Grants immense vitality, greatly accelerating cell regeneration and healing even severe injuries recover rapidly. A sharp light flashed in Chu Sheng's eyes. If I can recover from even critical wounds, and then enhance it further, wouldn't I be almost immortal? That way, I won't have to worry about being taken out before I can unleash my full power. Begin enhancement of Indestructible Lightning Form. As soon as the system prompt appeared, a ray of golden light shot directly into Chu Sheng's body. Shit! Chu Sheng cried out in pain. Caught off guard, this was only the second time he had felt such agony since arriving in this world. It was as if thousands of steel needles pierced his flesh at once, every inch of skin, blood, and bones silently screaming in torment. Bones cracked and dislocated with a relentless, grinding sound. Where the golden light touched injuries, shattered bones began to glow and knit together at visible speed only to be shattered again by surging power. Meanwhile, his blood vessels burst and healed in rapid succession, skin melted and regenerated, over and over in a seemingly endless cycle of brutal suffering. Old Long sensed the violent fluctuations in Chu Sheng's energy and rushed to the locked martial arts room door. Chu Sheng. His voice was thick with worry. It was the first time he had ever felt Chu Sheng's energy so unstable and fading fast. With his senses covering the entire bureau, it was impossible for an assassin to have snuck in. Considering Chu Sheng had just reached the peak of the true essence realm, Old Long's first thought was, Chu Sheng must have suffered a chi deviation. Fine. A hoarse voice came from inside the room. Fine. Chi deviation must be treated immediately, or you'll be ruined. Chu Sheng didn't understand, but Old Long did. There was no need for further explanation. Kicked the door open. But when he saw Chu Sheng covered in blood, he couldn't help his pupils contracting in shock. Is his body about to explode? Yet almost immediately, Old Long noticed something unusual. Chu Sheng's body was rapidly healing, faintly glowing with a golden light. Ding! Indestructible Lightning Form has evolved to Indestructible Divine Body. Damn, it's finally over. Chu Sheng collapsed to the floor, gasping for air. Since arriving in this world, had never suffered so much. Some people say the protagonist is hypocritical. Speechless. Chu Sheng never claimed to be a good guy. Don't see him as a hero. The title and synopsis say it all. In the name of justice, he will cut down all those in the world of martial might. The undying sacred body grants unparalleled physical enhancement. Even in the face of a fatal blow, as long as one's fighting spirit endures, their vitality will blaze like an unquenchable fire. Chu Sheng quietly recited the words from the introduction, then couldn't help but ask, am I truly invincible? He had originally thought that his abilities simply bordered on immortality, but these words hinted at something deeper. As long as he refused to die, death would never claim him. This was exactly the power he had always sought. Moreover, the undying sacred body strengthened his physique even further. When combined with the thunder-tempered effects of the Lei Shao sacred body, the dual enhancement had elevated Chu Sheng's physical strength to an unimaginable level. He felt truly invincible. However, a note at the end left him somewhat confused. Still, it didn't really matter anymore. Eager to test his newfound strength, Chu Sheng no longer felt challenged by the ordinary training rooms. Those places were no longer suitable for someone of his abilities. He needed to go to Qi Xinshan's private training chamber. There, the test dummies could withstand the full power of a peak 5th tier Yunling realm expert. At that moment, the old man Long was still rambling on beside him, chattering away like an old lady. Chu Sheng couldn't help but interrupt. Are you even listening to me? Long was momentarily stunned. Huh, when did you get here? Once inside Qi Xinshan's private training room, Chu Sheng didn't bother with swords or blades. He simply threw an unremarkable punch. Instantly, the dummy's protective array glowed blue, but before the shield could fully form, it shattered with a thunderous crash, scattering shards of light everywhere. The dummy was sent flying by the force of the punch, slamming into the alloy wall and becoming deeply embedded. When the dust settled, a shocking fist imprint was left sunken in the dummy's chest, cracks spreading out like a spiderweb. If an ordinary peak Yunling realm expert had taken that blow, they would have died on the spot. Long was left speechless, stunned by what he saw. He's improving at rocket speed, and his strength is off the charts. How is anyone supposed to compete? He couldn't help but wonder if he could ever catch up to Chu Sheng, no matter how hard he tried. Despite knowing how extraordinary his own abilities were, Chu Sheng didn't seem particularly smug about it. He didn't enjoy fighting from a disadvantage, and all those battles against stronger opponents had been forced upon him. If he had a choice, he would rather challenge someone who could truly overwhelm him. Now, he just happened to have an opportunity to show what he was capable of. According to the files, the so-called king of the Longhun Special Forces was only at the 6th level of the true essence Realma minor character at best. If that was the extent of his power, Chu Sheng saw no reason to hold back. He might as well issue a direct challenge. After the three of them left Jingwu Bureau, Qi Xinshan went to inspect the training room, and his expression instantly darkened at the mess he found. He couldn't help but worry. Cultivation is really expensive, and now young Master Chu has caused more trouble. Qi Xinshan was always good at cleaning up after others, but Chu Sheng's reckless behavior was becoming hard to manage. All he could do was pray that Chu Sheng wouldn't stir up even bigger problems this time, especially not with anyone too influential. Keeping people like this locked up was like storing a ticking time bomb you never knew when it would go off. The next morning, Chu Sheng and his party finally arrived in Yudai City. They had planned to head straight to the Lu family to make an arrest, but as soon as they entered the city, they heard that the Lu family was hosting a banquet at the Yunding Hotel. The former patriarch, Lu Tianyi, was preparing to pass the family leadership to his daughter, Lu Ruyan, at the event. The Lu family had also announced that a major announcement would be made that day. Considering Qin Mui's marriage to Lu Tianyi and the fact that Lu Ruyan was his wife, Chu Sheng and his companions naturally decided to head to the Yunding Hotel to see for themselves. On the way, they saw a grand motorcade from the Jingwu Bureau making its way to the hotel. Passers-by stopped to watch, whispering among themselves. Even the Jingwu Bureau is attending the Lu family's ceremony. Looks like their influence is something else. This scene reminded everyone of the recent destruction of the Viper Gang. It was obvious to those in the know that the Lu family was behind it, but the Jingwu Bureau had only done a cursory investigation before packing up and leaving. Now, it seemed clear that the Lu family had some kind of arrangement with them. Speaking of which, many recalled a joke that had been circulating around Yudai City recently. Qin Mai, the Lu family's infamous good-for-nothing son-in-law, had shamelessly claimed at a family dinner that he was the one who wiped out the Viper Gang, and that the Jingwu Bureau let it slide out of respect for him. Aside from his wife Lu Ruyan and his parent Sin-law, the whole room burst out laughing. Each of the three gave him a slap, but Qin Mai just stubbornly stuck to his story. The Lu family matriarch, furious, ordered the entire family to take turns slapping him. Qin Mai was a strange one after taking so many slaps. He remained unfazed, flashing a crooked smile, and saying he just wanted to lighten the mood with a joke. That only made the matriarch angrier, and she had the servants give him another round. 10 years ago, when Qin Mai showed up at the Lu family's door with a marriage contract, the old master agreed to the match out of respect for their family's long-standing ties. Little did anyone expect that this handsome son-in-law would turn out to be such an oddball, spending his days doing laundry and cooking at home, refusing to work at the family business, claiming he wanted a quiet life away from recognition. The most unforgettable incident happened 3 years ago at the old master's 100th birthday. While everyone else brought extravagant gifts, Qin Mai showed up with a battered kettle, saying Head made chicken soup himself. After being ridiculed and slapped, he explained that Head used a 5th-tier demon beast, the illusionary brocade pheasant. But right after drinking it, the old master began coughing up blood. It turned out the kettle had been used for pesticides, and the already frail old man didn't make it. Since then, Qin Mai had become the laughingstock of Yudai City, though he didn't seem to care and kept doing things his own way, much to everyone's amusement. Do you guys think the Jingwu Bureau could actually be here for his sake? Someone joked. Him? Please. Even the Lu family's servants dare to slap him around. No way. Exactly. They'll say it no if the Jingwu Bureau is really here because of him. I'll livestream myself eating a pound of crap. At the entrance of the Cloudtop Hotel, the one in charge of welcoming guests was Lu Tianyi's nephew, Lu Chun. He had just seen off a group of guests, his smile still lingering on his face. But the moment he caught sight of the figure in front of him, a man in a shabby shirt and worn trousers, his expression froze, the smile turning awkward. "Qingmai, what are you doing here?" Lu Chen spoke coldly, clear displeasure in his tone. "Didn't the family tell you to stop showing up and making a scene?" Qingmai shrugged, rubbed his nose, and gave a careless smile. "Today is Rian's big day, officially taking over the Lu family. As her husband, how could I not come to congratulate her?" His words were nonchalant, his smile growing more relaxed. For a moment, his eyes flickered with self-mockery. "Rian, if only you knew that all this glory the Lu family enjoys today is thanks to my silent efforts behind the scenes. I wonder how you'd feel." His lips curled into a faint smirk. Too bad you'll never get the chance. All these years, Lu Rian's indifference had cut him to the core. He no longer hoped for reconciliation. He was simply waiting for this marriage to finally end. He silently vowed that when the time came, he would reveal his special gift, his true identity, and let everyone know. Qin Mai is no loser. He is the king of the Dragon Soul Special Forces. He would make sure Lu Rian and the entire Lu family understood exactly what they had missed out on, and watch as they were consumed by regret. Just then, Lu Rian's younger cousin, Lu Yiqing, walked out of the hotel. As soon as she saw Qin Mai, a look of contempt appeared on her face. She scoffed openly. "Oh please, did you forget? Or are you just too embarrassed to show up with nothing?" Her sneer made it clear she thought Qin Mai didn't deserve to give any gift at all. A crowd had gathered outside the lobby, and people were casting strange looks his way. A sense of resentment welled up inside Qin Mai. He wanted nothing more than to pull out that special gift and slap it in their faces to prove them all wrong. But he couldn't. For no particular reason, he just couldn't. "Qing, I really did forget," Qin Mai said, taking a deep breath and forcing himself to apologize, a trace of helplessness in his voice. "What did you just call me?" Lu Yiqing snapped, her eyes full of disdain. "How many times have I told you not to call me Qing? Can't you remember anything?" As she spoke, she raised her hand and slapped Qin Mai hard across the face. Qin Mui's hand clenched tight for a moment, then he let go, forcing a faint smile. "Sorry, Qing, I honestly forgot." Smack. Another slap, just as merciless. Lu Yiqing's voice rang in his ears. "You're still calling me that? Are you stupid or something?" A flash of anger shot through Qin Mui's eyes. His fist almost instantly clenched, his gaze turning ice cold and sharp as a blade, as if he could cut through anything in his path. Lu Yiqing was startled, but before she could say anything, Qin Mai immediately reverted to his timid self. Rubbing his nose, he mumbled apologetically, "Sorry, they'll remember next time." Lu Yiqing finally calmed down a little and was about to wave him away when she suddenly noticed Qin Mui's bulging pocket. Her eyes lit up and she reached straight for it. "What's in your pocket? Is it a gift for my sister?" "It's not," Qin Mai started, but before he could finish, Lu Yiqing's hand was already reaching over. His expression shifted slightly, and his raised hand hesitated in midair before he gave up trying to stop her. To avoid revealing his true strength, he gently blocked Lu Yiqing with one hand, while pulling out the object wrapped in a trash bag with the other. The worn-out trash bag had a few holes and gave off a faint odor. People nearby immediately wrinkled their noses and stepped back. "EW, why are you carrying a trash bag in your pocket? Planning to go pick up garbage?" As soon as Lu Yiqing spoke, laughter broke out around them, with people jeering and calling him a garbage picker. Qin Mai carefully stuffed the trash bag back into his pocket, his expression calm. "That's right. I'm keeping the bag because I do plan to pick up garbage." But inside, he was sneering. "Laugh all you want. If you knew this bag holds the Long family's waste token from Dongyan Prefecture, would you still be laughing? This was the token the commander himself gave me when he disbanded the Long Hun Special Forces." Just then, a voice cut through the noise. "What's everyone standing around for? Brother Qin, why are you still out here? Aren't you coming in?" Lu Yiqing turned in surprise and was stunned. It was Zhou Yang, the current president of the Qinya Chamber of Commerce, a rising star in Yudai City and the dream of countless heiresses. The chamber's influence far surpassed the Lu families. She was about to speak when it hit her Zhou Yang had called out to Brother Qin. What shocked her even more was that Qin Mai actually looked annoyed with Zhou Yang and gave a slight shake of his head. Zhou Yang immediately understood and stopped talking. In reality, the Qinya Chamber of Commerce was named after Qin Mai and had always been his business. Zhou Yang was a former member of the Long Hun Special Forces, and a few other brothers were also undercover in Yudai City. The recent high-profile takedown of the Viper Gang had been their doing. While everyone's attention was on Zhou Yang, Qin Mai quietly slipped into the hotel. But as soon as he entered the banquet hall, he froze as if struck by lightning. There, Lu Rian was holding the arm of a handsome young man, her face glowing with a happiness he had never seen before, even brighter than on the day they got married 10 years ago. "Rian, you've hurt me again. I swear I'll make you regret it." Qin Mai made a silent vow in his heart. Qin Mui's expression darkened, his voice coming out hoarse. Lu Rian's face froze, and she immediately turned her head away, her eyes filled with disbelief. Glancing at Qin Mai, who stood by the door looking shabby and out of place, she felt a surge of anger rise within her. She had clearly told him that today was an important day for the Lu family. Why was he here? What infuriated her even more was that, with so many clothes at home, he insisted on wearing those cheap street market rags. As the Liu family's son-in-law in name, dressing like a beggar was nothing but an attempt to embarrass her. Just as she was fuming and at a loss, her mother hurried over, face dark with anger. You don't belong, hurry go home right now. Stop making a scene. She grabbed Qin Mui's arm, trying to drag him away. But Qin Mai suddenly broke free and pointed at the young man beside him, his voice low and steady. Rian, who is this? The young man curled his lips in disdain, his eyes full of contempt. Rian, is this your useless husband? He's even less impressive in person than his reputation suggests. Lu Rian looked embarrassed, forcing a smile before glaring furiously at Qin Mai. Her mother hurried over again, pushing Qin Mai toward the door. Stop causing trouble, come home with me. But her strength was no match for Qin Mui's stubbornness. His gaze turned icy, a dangerous glint flickering in his eyes. The atmosphere grew tense, and both Lu Rian and the young man felt a chill sweep over them. However, Qin Mai quickly realized it wasn't the right time. The coldness in his eyes faded, replaced by his usual lazy, indifferent look, making him seem like the good for nothing everyone believed him to be. This sudden change made Lu Ruyan reevaluate her husband. Was he really just a useless man? She had given him countless chances, but each time he let her down completely, like mud that simply couldn't be shaped. In the end, she came to the same conclusion. Qin Mai truly was a complete failure. Just then, the young man sneered. Fine. You want to know who he is? He'll tell you. He's the nephew of Chief Qi from the Jingwu Bureau in Jinlan City, Lu Yu, young Master Lu. He was the one who took care of the Viper gang, and it was thanks to him that the Jingwu Bureau inspection went smoothly. Without him, the Lu family wouldn't have been able to take over today. Are you satisfied now? Qin Mai almost laughed out loud. Lu Yu was shamelessly claiming all the credit for himself. Qin Mai had handled everything personally, yet Lu Yu was using it to boost his own reputation. Qin Mai decided that he would definitely teach him a lesson later. He put on a flattering smile. So you're young Master Lu? Oh, Rian, you should have told me earlier. I almost misunderstood you too. Lu Yu's expression turned cold as he sneered. Don't just talk, why don't you hit yourself? Qin Mai was caught off guard, and before he could react, a large hand suddenly swung toward his face. It was Lu Rian's mother, her face twisted with anger. Didn't you hear what young Master Lu said? Hurry up and slap yourself twice to apologize. Qin Mui's face changed, and just as he was about to retort, a sharp pain shot through him. His father-in-law, Lu Tianyi, appeared in front of him and slapped him hard across the face. Useless. Didn't I tell you to stay at home? Who told you to come here? Before he could recover, the Lu family matriarch stormed over and slapped him again, scolding, You disgraceful thing. How dare you disrespect young Master Lu? Kneel down and apologize. Qin Mui's eyes narrowed. Though he still looked relaxed on the surface, a tide of anger and contempt surged beneath his calm exterior. Qin Mai clenched his fists, barely able to contain the fury threatening to consume his reason. If not for his need to endure, he would have exploded already. The Lu family truly despicable. He repeated their name in his mind, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. With that thought, Qin Mai slowly knelt down, his knees hitting the floor with a heavy thud. Young Master Lu, please, you're magnanimous. Don't stoop to argue with the likes of me. His voice was low, but his eyes burned with suppressed rage. All eyes in the banquet hall turned to him, and the air seemed to freeze. One of Qin Mai's men grew reedied with worry. He knew Qin Mai held little status in the Lu family, but to be forced to kneel in front of so many people was unbearable to witness. Boss, he called out desperately. But Qin Mai only turned to give him a look, signaling him to stay out of it. Just as I thought, useless, Lu Rian sneered. Rian, I really don't get it. How did you end up with such a loser for a husband? A flash of embarrassment crossed her face, but she quickly forced herself to appear composed. Young Master Lu, it's a long story. You'll understand soon enough, she replied, taking Lu's arm as the two of them turned and walked away. The other guests gradually looked away, and the hall fell silent. Qin Mai slowly stood up, his mind made up. No matter how much Lu Rian begged him later, he would never change his mind. That was just the kind of man he was. Today's humiliation would only fuel his strength in the future. Soon, the handover ceremony began. Lu Tianyi stood on stage, speaking in a steady tone about important family matters. Then, he handed the family's sealess symbol of authoritato Lu Rian. All eyes focused on her as she stood under the spotlight, stunning and radiant. Qin Mai felt a sharp pain in his chest, a flicker of anguish in his eyes. He even wondered if, should Lu Rian come pleading to him again, he could truly cut things off for good. Thank you all for coming. Today, not only are you here to witness my daughter officially take over the Lu family, but we also have an important announcement, Lu Tianyi declared, his voice ringing out as everyone listened in anticipation. This is your decision. You should announce it yourself, he said to Lu Rian, a look of trust in his eyes. Lu Rian nodded slightly, took a deep breath, and spoke clearly. I'm sure everyone here has heard of my husband, Qin Mai. In truth, although we've been married for 10 years, we've never truly been husband and wife in any real sense. I only agreed to this marriage for my grandfather's sake. I'm sure you all know what happened 3 years ago. From that day on, our marriage was over. Today, I'm announcing that from this moment on, Qin Mai and I are finished. There is nothing left between us. The hall instantly fell silent, everyone stunned and speechless. A stabbing pain shot through Qin Mui's heart. He had thought someone might stand up for him, but instead just a moment later, the room erupted in applause and cheers. Good for you. I always thought Qin Mai wasn't worthy of Miss Liu. Someone shouted excitedly. I support you. Absolutely the right choice. Miss Liu is the true heir to the family. Qin Mai never deserved her. Another chimed in. A complex mix of bitterness and contempt crossed Qin Mui's face. He hadn't realized this was how others saw him. But inwardly, he let out a cold laugh. Once his true identity was revealed, these people would look like absolute fools. He couldn't wait to see their reactions. Qin Mai cleared his throat on purpose, breaking the silence. Rian, I hope you won't regret your decision today. Lu Rian shot him a look of disdain. I never regret anything, she replied coldly. What I can't stand most are people like you, useless, yet always pretending otherwise. Regret? My only regret is not ending things with you sooner. Very well, Qin Mai said, his eyes dark. But before I go, I'd like to give you a gift to congratulate you on taking over the Liu family. He pulled a garbage bag from his pocket, and a foul odor began to spread. The crowd recoiled in disgust. Is he serious? Giving a gift in a trash bag, just to be spiteful? They muttered, wrinkling their noses. The Liu family members assumed Qin Mai was causing trouble out of resentment and quickly gathered to intercept the so-called gift. But Qin Mai just sneered, a cold, ruthless smile on his lips. Sorry, but you're not worthy, he said, his tone dripping with contempt. Before anyone could process Qin Mui's outrageous act, a server rushed in, announcing breathlessly, the Jingwu Bureau is here. Before anyone could react, a deafening crash rang out as the banquet hall doors shattered. Several Liu family guards were sent flying inside like broken kites, and chaos instantly erupted in the room. Outside the banquet hall, Chu Sheng stood with a look of utter contempt, his eyes flashing with disdain. These people clearly had no idea what the law was. The Jingwu Bureau was handling an official case, yet they dared to block his way with the excuse of no invitation, no entry, even insisting they had to go inside and inform someone first. Inform? That was just a blatant act of tipping someone off. Chu Sheng had no intention of waiting. If the suspect took advantage of the delay to escape, the consequences would be unimaginable. Left with no choice, he resorted to force, swiftly taking down several guards who stood in his way. Striding into the banquet hall, Chu Sheng swept his gaze over the groaning guards on the floor, a mocking smile tugging at his lips. So, does this invitation meet your standards? The entire hall fell silent, everyone staring in shock at the unexpected intruder. They couldn't understand why someone from the Jingwu Bureau would storm in, let alone attack the Liu family's guards. On stage, Qin Mu had been putting on airs was interrupted, a flash of annoyance crossing his face. But almost immediately, a glimmer of calculation appeared in his eyes as a new idea took shape. Wasn't Liu Yu the nephew of the Jingwu Bureau's director? Perfect. Head let Liu Yu see for himself just how insignificant the Bureau was in his presence. Head even used the Bureau's own words to prove who had really taken down the Viper gang. Rian, let's see how you beg me for help now. Qin Mai thought to himself. On stage, Lu Rian looked flustered and at a loss, her gaze fixed on the Jingwu Bureau officers who had barged in. At that moment, a gentle voice whispered in her ear, Don't worry, Rian. I'm here. Lu Yu walked calmly to the stage, gently taking her slender hand in his, trying to reassure her. Everyone in the hall knew of his distinguished background. Their tension quickly dissolved, replaced by eager anticipation for the drama to unfold. After all, the intruder was just a low-ranking officer, while Lu Yu was the director's own nephew. The tables had turned. Lu Yu stood tall and declared coldly, I don't care why you're here. Leave now, before I lose my patience. Nearby, Lu Tianyi hurriedly whispered, We can't let them go. They've injured our people. Oh right. Lu Yu nodded, his tone dripping with disdain. Before you leave, apologize. As for compensation, they'll let it slide for my uncle's sake. Chu Sheng frowned, a trace of disdain in his eyes. What are you mumbling about? Are you trying to interfere with official business? Lu Yu was briefly taken aback, but quickly realized what was happening. These three were only low-level officers. They probably didn't recognize him. So he lifted his chin slightly and enunciated, My uncle's name is Qi Zhenshan. Seeing their expressions change, Lu Yu continued, That's right, he's the director of the Jingwu Bureau. Now, repeat what you just said. Chu Sheng remained unmoved, turning to Gao Chong. Go, restrain him and bring him with us. What? Lu Yu's expression darkened, and the rest of the hall stared in disbelief. Someone muttered under their breath. It was one thing if they didn't know before, but now that he's made his identity clear, how dare they try to arrest him? He's the director's own nephew. Aren't they afraid of retaliation? How dare you? Lu Yu's face flushed red with anger. Didn't you hear me? The director is my uncle. Gao Chong approached with a blank expression. In his mind, this was for Qi Zhenshan's own good. If this kid kept talking, When Chu Sheng reported back, Qi Zhinshan would be in serious trouble. Qi Zhinshan is your uncle? Even Qi Zhinshan wouldn't dare speak to young Master Chu like that. Gao Chong sneered, reaching out to grab Lu Yu. Uncle Yong. Lu Yu called out loudly for his bodyguard. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a middle-aged man with a stern, dark face flashed onto the stage like a shadow, sending Gao Chong flying with a single palm strike. Gao Chong crashed to the floor with a muffled groan. The dark-faced man stood by Lu Ye's side, his expression cold as he asked, should I deal with them directly, or call Director Qi first? In addition to being a bodyguard, Yu Yong had another identity. He was a highly paid retainer hired by the Lu family, with cultivation at the 5th level of the true essence realm. Call my uncle first. Let him see just how out of control his people have gotten. Lu Yu said furiously, his fingers trembling as he reached for his phone. But before Yu Yong could even grip the phone in his palm, a figure appeared before him out of nowhere, moving with a speed that was almost suffocating. Attacking a Jingwu bureau inspector who gave you the nerve? Chu Sheng's icy voice cut through the air like a blade. Before he finished speaking, a powerful aura exploded around Chu Sheng, filling the entire banquet hall with a crushing sense of oppression. His right arm tensed, muscles flexed, and he threw a punch, his knuckles turning white. In an instant, the crackling sound of electricity erupted like 1,000 snakes hissing at once. Wild thunder energy surged from his fist, tearing through the air in a blinding blue arc. Boom! The deafening explosion left Yu Yong with no chance to react. His body was obliterated in a flash of lightning, flesh and blood scattering like fireworks, leaving behind only a charred black mark on the ground and the acrid smell of burnt flesh lingering in the air. Everyone in the banquet hall gasped in shock, some even collapsing to their knees in terror. They'd dealt with Jingwu bureau inspectors before, but never had they seen someone kill without hesitation, right on the spot. And this level of power, it was simply overwhelming. Even Qin Mui's eyes widened in disbelief, his pupils contracting sharply. Peak of the true essence realm. He's even stronger than me. But after clenching the trash bag in his hand, he sneered inwardly. Strength was one thing, but background was another. The value of the Long family medallion was off the charts. He didn't believe this kid would be able to handle what was coming next. Lu Yu started to shout, only to see Chu Sheng's cold, knife-like gaze land on him, murderous intent undisguised. Lu Yu collapsed to the floor, his legs shaking uncontrollably. But when he caught a glimpse of Lu Rian's stunning face nearby, Lu Yu seemed to find some courage again. His voice trembled, but he tried to act tough. Do you dare let me call my uncle? Gao Chong, you call for him. And while you're at it, ask Qi Zhinshan how we should handle this, Chu Sheng ordered coolly. Gao Chong nodded immediately. Yes, sir. He dialed Qi Zhinshan's number and put the call on speaker. On the other end, Qi Zhinshan had expected good news, perhaps that they'd caught the culprit. But when he heard about Lu Ye's situation, Qi Zhinshan accidentally inhaled sharply, burning his lips with his cigarette, and let out a yelp of pain. Tell young Master Chu for me. Qi Zhinshan's voice came through the phone, clearly panicked. I have no idea what's going on with that kid. How you deal with him is entirely up to young Master Chu. After Gao Chong relayed Qi Zhinshan's words word for word, Lu Yu was completely stunned, his face turning deathly pale. Is this really the uncle who's always been so approachable? Lu Yu's heart pounded wildly. Maybe they're just pretending and never actually called my uncle? How can they be so bold? The next moment, there was a sharp crack as Chu Sheng stepped down on Lu Ye's shoulder, the sound of bones breaking echoing clearly. Consider yourself lucky you didn't directly attack a Jingwu bureau inspector. Otherwise, even your uncle's influence wouldn't help you here, Chu Sheng said calmly, as if stating a simple fact. Lu Yu let out a blood-curdling scream, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. But just when he thought it was over, Chu Sheng raised his foot again and crushed his other shoulder without hesitation. Another sickening crack filling the air. Your uncle worked hard to get where he is. Take this as a lesson. If you dare to abuse his position again, he'll make him deal with you himself. Chu Sheng's voice was cold as ice. After all this, Chu Sheng swept his gaze across the banquet hall, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. Which one of you is Qin Mai? Everyone looked at each other in disbelief, murmuring quietly. They're here for Qin Mai, that loser? How is that possible? Right here. Qin Mai stepped out from the crowd, a smug grin on his face. Had been waiting for this moment, and now it was finally here his time to shine. He wanted everyone to regret underestimating him. We suspect you're connected to the extermination of the Viper Gang. You'll need to come with us to the Jingwu Bureau. As Chu Sheng spoke, the banquet hall fell utterly silent, everyone staring in shock, unable to believe their ears. Especially Lu Ri, and her beautiful face was full of shock and confusion. Qin Mai is actually involved in the Viper Gang massacre? Was he telling the truth all along? No way. That's impossible, someone whispered. Qin Mai had been watching Lu Rian's every move. Seeing her reaction filled him with satisfaction. Regret it now, don't you? Just wait. Your expression will be even better soon. He walked to the front of the crowd, arms folded, a victorious gleam in his eye, and a crooked smile on his lips. Don't doubt it, it'll come clean. The Viper Gang incident was my doing, but I was delivering justice. And I'm afraid I have to disappoint you, because you're not qualified to arrest me. You're in no position to arrest me. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone's gaze snapped toward Chiang Mai. Even with Chu Sheng already losing his temper up front, Chiang Mai dared to speak, so boldly must have something up his sleeve. Could it be that his timid, submissive act before was all just a facade? On the stage, Lu Rian clung to Lu Ye's arm, frozen in shock. Her eyes were wide with disbelief as she stared at Chiang Mai, her mind reeling. Who was this man really? In her eyes, had always been the cowardly, inconspicuous Livian son-in-law, but now he radiated a kind of overwhelming confidence and power. Seeing Chu Sheng's face grow darker by the second, Lu Tianyi immediately barked, Chiang Mai, watch your mouth. You're nothing but a disgraced outcast. How dare you speak to a high official from the Jingwu Bureau like that? You've got no idea who you're dealing with. Chiang Mai only sneered, the corner of his mouth lifting in disdain. Jingwu Bureau? An official? How impressive. He turned to Lu Tianyi, his tone suddenly sharp. Maybe you should take a closer look before you speak. With that, he casually tossed a garbage bag toward Chu Sheng, his eyes full of challenge. You'd better be ready for what's coming. Huh. But his laughter was cut short by what happened next. Chu Sheng didn't even bother to catch the bag. Instead, as it hit the ground, he kicked it aside without hesitation, crushing its contents to dust beneath his boot. He let out a cold chuckle. Are you kidding me? Why should I care? Attacking a Jingwu Bureau inspector? You won't get away with that. He shot Chiang Mai a scornful look. You think you'll even look at it? What can you do about it? Chiang Mui's face flushed red. The dramatic scene head prepared was crushed in an instant by this military officer's utter disregard. Anger and humiliation surged within him, and if he hadn't forced himself to hold back, he might have coughed up blood on the spot. Chu Sheng just smiled coldly. You really don't know your place, do you? He seemed completely unfazed by Chiang Mui's outrage, glancing indifferently at the shredded bag. You dare attack a Jingwu Bureau inspector? You must have a death wish. Chiang Mai, face burning, spoke through clenched teeth. Do you even know what was inside that bag? It was the Dragon family's badge from Dongyan province. You crushed the Dragon family's badge. They'll never let you off for Thizzier finished. The temperature in the banquet hall seemed to drop instantly, the air turning heavy and still. The name Dragon family of Dongyan province rang out like thunder. There wasn't a person present who didn't know it. The Dragon family was a true powerhouse, a name that inspired fear all by itself. Was Chiang Mai really connected to them? This man, once ridiculed as worthless, apparently hid an astonishing background. People couldn't help but question their own judgment. Had they really mistaken a dragon for a loach all this time? Everyone from the Lu family exchanged glances, regret written all over their faces. Lu Rian's eyes reddened, her emotions in turmoil. 10 years of marriage, 10 years of deception, and only now did she realize what kind of secrets Chiang Mai had been hiding. She wanted nothing more than to rush over and slap him, demanding to know why he had lied to her all these years and then, without missing a beat, forgive him and start a new, reckless life together. She believed, just like in those TV dramas, that this was how things were meant to be. But the silence didn't last long. Chu Sheng let out a cold laugh and turned to the sly old man beside him. Lao Biding, is he telling the truth? Would the Dragon family really come after me over something this trivial? Lao Biding shook his head expressionlessly. Don't listen to his nonsense. Our Dragon family never had any such badge, and we don't need one. He sneered, making it clear he wasn't the least bit threatened by Chiang Mui's words. Chu Sheng finally relaxed, nodding slowly. Good, that's a relief. Their exchange rippled through the crowd like a stone thrown into a still pond. The name Dragon family alone was enough to set everyone on edge. This creepy old man is from the Long family of Dongyan Prefecture? A flicker of surprise flashed across Chiang Mui's face, but he quickly regained his composure. He knew these two were just putting on an act after all. The badge had been handed to him personally by the commander, who specifically told him to show it if he ever got into trouble. There was no way it could be fake. Seeing that the others weren't fazed, Chiang Mai straightened up and called out loudly, Dragon Soul Special Forces, where are you? Tell him who I really am. Before his words had even faded, 5 men dressed as ordinary guests simultaneously pulled off their suit jackets, revealing tactical vests underneath. With practiced precision, they quickly formed a standard diamond-shaped defensive formation around Chiang Mai. Zhou Yang raised his arm, showing off a dragon-shaped tactical tattoo, and declared in a firm, powerful voice, Brother Qin is our captain, the king of soldiers of the Dragon Soul Special Forces. Our commander, Long Outyin, is a direct descendant of the Long family. If you want to get to Brother Qin, you'll have to go through us first. His words sent a chill through everyone present, except for Chu Sheng, who just sneered, buy 1, get 5 free? Good makes things easier. A cold flash of steel sliced through the air as the Zhan Yu blade swept out like a dragon, whistling with deadly force. In an instant, the silver arc of the blade tore through the diamond formation, shredding it to pieces. The 5 soldiers didn't even have a chance to scream before they were reduced to bloody mist by the terrifying force. Protected in the center, Qin Mai managed to withstand the blow thanks to his strength as a king of soldiers at the 6th level of the true essence realm, but the energy shattered his limbs. Half kneeling amid the carnage, he gritted his teeth, barely holding on, seething with anger. Is this guy insane? Even the Long family's name means nothing to him? They say a scholar can't reason with a soldier now. Even a king of soldiers can't reason with this maniac. The heavy stench of blood made the crowd recoil, covering their noses. The members of the Liu family exchanged uneasy glances, unsure if they should regret getting involved. Qin Mai had connections, but now his life hung by a thread. I can still prove my ties to the Long family. Qin Mai shouted desperately. Are you out of your mind? Chu Sheng's forehead bulged with veins. Even if your last name was Long, I'd still cut you down. As he spoke, the Zhanyu blade came down, aiming straight for Qin Mui's head. A system prompt appeared. Eliminated a criminal attacking the Jingwu Bureau Patrol. Severely punished a spoiled brat abusing his family's power. Wiped out 6 thugs pretending to be vigilantes. Justice points 20,000. 20,000? That's it. Host, did you forget you're at the peak of the true essence realm? This is just bullying the weak. I told you, you're stuck at this level, move along. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.